Upon waking up, an internet-addicted teenager found himself transformed into a golden python capable of spitting deadly venom. In the damp, shadowy waters, Jun Hao struggled to regain consciousness. The moment his vision cleared, he froze in shock. His hands and feet were gone. In their place, a glistening golden snake's body was coiled around a tree branch. Reflected on the water's surface, a golden python as thick as a human arm stared back at him in confusion. Just as terror gripped Jun Hao, a sudden, piercing headache struck him, as though someone was forcibly implanting memories into his mind. It was then he learned that he had somehow crossed into a parallel world where spiritual energy had been awakened. It all began in April 2022, when a mysterious white mist engulfed Blue Star, plunging it into unprecedented chaos. Countless beasts evolved into terrifying creatures, humans awakened various superpowers, and 90 of the world turned into beast territories. 3 years later, 5 enigmatic silhouettes appeared in the skies over Huagua, shielding humanity under a protective barrier. Over the next 30 years, ancient martial arts merged with supernatural abilities, technology fused with mystic powers, and Wuxia's martial arts thrived like never before. While Jun Hao was still lamenting his newfound serpentine form, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The system interface revealed that he was merely a 1-star, grade golden python, weighing 15 kilograms and measuring 1.5 meters in length. His combat strength was even weaker than an ordinary human. However, the system offered him a glimmer of hope, a path of evolution. By hunting and accumulating evolution points, he could enhance his attributes and even gain random new skills with each evolution. Revitalized by this revelation, Jun Hao immediately embarked on his journey as a predator. At first, he floundered awkwardly, but he gradually adapted to his aquatic environment. Jun Hao began hunting small fish and shrimp along the riverbank. The allure of a big black fish was tempting, but in his current state, it was far beyond his reach. With each prey devoured, his evolution points steadily increased. When the evolution points finally reached the critical threshold, a surge of overwhelming energy coursed through Jun Hao's entire body. In an instant, his form expanded to 4.5 meters in length, weighing 75 kilograms. He also gained a new, fearsome skill, Death Fang, capable of instantly killing creatures of the same tier. Those old legends of pythons swallowing humans whole suddenly felt all too real to Jun Hao. Jun Hao opened his personal interface, and a series of data immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Jun Hao. Status, beast form. Species, golden python 2-star, grade. Evolution points, 0.50 ready to evolve. Size, weight 75 kilograms, length 4.8 meters. Skill, Death Fang locked. Inventory, none. Shop, not yet unlocked. Overall combat power, 25. Compared to before, not only had his rank increased, but all his attributes had also improved significantly. The most notable change was acquiring his first skill, Death Fang. Just as Jun Hao was about to test his new skill, the system suddenly alerted him. Beast detected. Following the prompt, Jun Hao spotted a giant, rat the size of a wash basin, cautiously creeping along the riverbank. The data for this creature quickly appeared. Species, gnawing rat. Rank, 1-star, grade beast. Skill, frenzy. Upon activation, loses control of its mind. Strength increases by 30. Overall combat power, 15. Though it was one of the lowest tier beasts, its size and combat power far exceeded that of ordinary animals and even surpassed most average adults. Jun Hao silently closed the distance, activating his locked skill. Instantly, the gnawing rat's movement slowed significantly. By the time it realized the danger and tried to flee, it was already too late. With a swift leap, Jun Hao struck, sinking his sharp fangs into the creature. Even as the gnawing rat activated its frenzy skill, its body glowing with a blood-red hue and its strength surging, the venom quickly took effect. Moments later, it collapsed, foaming at the mouth and twitching before becoming completely still. Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star, grade beast. Gnawing rat. You've gained 3 evolution points. The efficiency of hunting beasts was clearly far greater than that of ordinary animals. However, a question lingered in Jun Hao's mind. Why had a beast appeared in the supposedly safe zone of the Xiangyang River? The Demon Suppression Division was supposed to regularly patrol and clear such threats. Setting his doubts aside, Jun Hao decided to take advantage of the cover of night to continue his hunt. The system's notifications of earned evolution points kept coming until suddenly, host's beast form duration has ended. Jun Hao's body began to transform, reverting back to human form. It wasn't until he regained his senses that he realized, to his horror, he was completely naked. Before he could react, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the night. A pervert. Looking up, Jun Hao saw a girl dressed in a white blouse and pleated skirt, her hands covering her face. Her long legs and youthful figure were unmistakable. Light was none other than Wang Shui, his classmate and the school's beauty. Wang Shui. Jun Hao stammered, panic flooding his mind. She wasn't just a classmate. She was also the daughter of Uncle Wang, his neighbor. This was a social disaster in the making. Wang Shui, her face flushed, quickly turned away. It's you, Haoge? What are you doing here? I was taking a bath in the river. Jun Hao blurted out, scrambling for an excuse. Given the sweltering summer heat, it wasn't entirely implausible. Your dad said you hadn't come home 2 hours after school ended. The whole village is out looking for you. Wang Shui said shyly, still avoiding eye contact. Jun Hao suddenly realized how late it had gotten and silently vowed to be more careful in the future. This incident had taught him a crucial lesson. Managing the timing of his beast form was of utmost importance. Jun Hao stood by the river, feeling utterly embarrassed. His clothes were nowhere to be found, and the entire village was out looking for him. Was he really going to walk back stark naked? If so, he could kiss his dignity goodbye and forget about holding his head high in the village ever again. Wait here. I'll be right back, Wang Shui said, her face flushed as she hurried off. 15 minutes later, she returned with a bundle of clothes in her arms. Placing them on the ground, she said, "These are my dad's clothes. They might be a bit big, but they'll do for now." Her cheeks turned an even deeper red as she quickly turned and ran off. Jun Hao picked up the clothes and put them on. To his surprise, they fit quite well. Wang Shui's father was over 2 meters tall, while Jun Hao had only been 1.8 meters before. But after this recent transformation, he had clearly grown taller. Under the moonlight, he caught sight of his reflection in the river and couldn't help but marvel, damn, this face is too good-looking. As he headed home, Jun Hao was thrilled to discover that his speed had increased dramatically. At full sprint, he could reach a speed of 60 miles per hour. Is this the result of evolution? He thought, excitement bubbling up inside him. Before long, the lights of Xiangyang village came into view. Arriving at the small 2-story house he called home, a sharp voice rang out, "You little brat, you dare come back now? Do you know what time it is? School ended at 5:30, and now it's 8 o'clock. A curvy woman with a delicate face stepped out of the house, holding a broom in her hand. It was Jun Hao's mother. "How you?" "Mom, I was just washing off some sweat in the river," Jun Hao quickly explained. "You went to the Xiangyang River? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Just yesterday, Uncle Lu's son was attacked by a beast near the river. The demon suppression squad came to investigate and said there might be a strange beast lurking there. The whole village is holding an emergency meeting about it right now. You little rascal, I'll teach you a lesson. How you raise the broom, ready to strike. Enough. Come inside. I need to talk to you." A stern voice called from inside the house. Jun Hao's smile disappeared instantly as he stepped into the room. At the dining table sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses. His refined and handsome features bore the marks of time as he leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. Jun Hao paused for a moment, surprised to see a panel appear above his father Jun Wei's head. The data on the panel was clear and unmistakable. 7-star C-class awakened, title Demon Suppression King, with skills such as Life Blessing, Life Domain, Life Formation, and Life Weakening. Although his current status was marked as weakened, the overall combat power column intriguingly displayed unknown. Am I actually a second-generation hidden awakened? Jun Hao thought to himself in astonishment. In Huagua, C-class awakened individuals were already rare, let alone someone with the title of Demon Suppression King, one of only 2 in the entire city of Xiangyang. As he recalled the frequent visits from members of the Demon Suppression Division to their home, Jun Hao suddenly realized that his father's position in the division was likely far from ordinary. Yet, it was a mystery why no one in their village seemed to know about this secret. "Your homeroom teacher should have informed you tomorrow is Awakening Day," Jun Wei said calmly. "What kind of ability do you hope to awaken?" The question caught Jun Hao off guard. Earlier that day after school, the teacher had indeed announced that representatives from Xiangnan Martial Arts University would assist students with their awakenings. Those who succeeded would directly qualify for advanced studies at the university and potentially join the Demon Suppression Division in the future. Those who failed to awaken, however, would have to settle for attending a regular university. At that moment, Jun Wei placed a blue vial on the table. "I hope you can become a support type awakened. This is a life awakening potion." Before Jun Hao could respond, his mother, Hao Yu, entered the room and set down a red vial. "Howard, this is a berserk awakening potion. Berserkers are the strongest." Instinctively, Jun Hao glanced at the panel above his mother's head. As expected, it appeared. 7-star C-class awakened, title Demon Suppression Marquis, with expertise in Berserk Mode, Berserk Sword Arts, and Berserk Sword Domain. Like his father, her status was also marked as weakened. "Are you trying to get Howard killed?" Jun Wei exclaimed, visibly agitated. Berserkers are always on the front lines when clearing safe zones. They die the fastest. Support type awakened are always protected by everyone. And what if there's no one left to protect him? Hao Yu countered coldly, her expression unreadable. Her words left Jun Wei momentarily silent, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Observing his parents' reactions, Jun Hao's sharp intuition told him there was more to this than met the eye. He noted that despite their high levels, both of them were listed as weakened, a clear indication of injuries. Mom, Dad, is it possible to awaken two abilities at once? Jun Hao asked cautiously, testing the waters. That's impossible, Junwei replied, shaking his head. In all of Huagua, awakened individuals can only awaken once, gaining a single ability. The Research Institute has tried, but a second injection of the potion has proven completely ineffective. As night fell, Hao urged Jun Hao to take a bath and rest, leaving the choice of awakening direction up to him. Once Jun Hao left the room, the couple turned their conversation to a far graver matter. The division reported that the danger zone is about to face a second wave of spiritual energy, which might bring forth S-class or higher beasts, Junwei said with deep concern. Last time, it was that S-class beast that gravely injured us, Hao sighed. Our cultivation regressed, and our wounds still haven't healed. If an even stronger beast appears, I can't imagine how many lives will be lost. In his room, Jun Hao lay on his bed after his shower, staring at his own panel. His evolution points read 750, meaning he still needed 43 points for the next evolution. He was confident that the system would refresh tomorrow and bring new opportunities for progress. His gaze shifted to the two vials on his bedside table, and he found himself lost in thought. System, can I awaken other abilities using the awakening potion? Jun Hao asked, his gaze fixed on the potion in his hand. Yes. The system's voice was firm and decisive. A flicker of excitement flashed in Jun Hao's eyes as he retrieved a life potion from his storage space. This choice wasn't made lightly. Already possessing the ability to transform into a giant serpent, his offensive power was more than sufficient. What he needed now was a supportive ability to complement and enhance his overall capabilities. Taking a deep breath, he injected the blue potion into his arm. The liquid flowed through the needle, quickly absorbed by his muscles. A wave of warmth surged through his body, bringing a soothing and pleasant sensation. The system's notification chimed in right on cue. Congratulations, host, on awakening the ability. Life Blessing. This ability can be shared between human and beast forms. In an instant, countless green light particles appeared around Jun Hao. With a single thought, dark green energy cascaded like rain, filling the air with an unprecedented sense of comfort. His interface updated immediately. Name, Jun Hao. Form, human. Level, 2-star F-class ability user. Skills, target lock, death fong, life blessing. Overall combat power, 30. Jun Hao examined the details of life blessing. Skill, blessing. Effect, instantly restores 50 of the user's injuries and 20 of teammates' injuries within a 3-meter radius. Boosts regeneration rate by 80 for the user and 30 for teammates within range. Effectiveness and range increase with level. A solid support ability, Jun Hao nodded to himself. While it lacked raw offensive power, this kind of healing capability would undoubtedly prove invaluable in team battles. Harboring a sliver of hope, Jun Hao pulled out a second potion and injected it into his other arm. His father had told him it was impossible to awaken a second ability, but what if he could defy the odds and gain the Berserker's unparalleled attack power? After all, the awakening potions cost him nothing. Why not give it a shot? Roar. Jun Hao suddenly felt a surge of raw energy coursing through his body. His muscles bulged, veins pulsating as a torrent of pure power erupted from within. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a new ability. Berserk mode. A new skill appeared in his panel under the abilities section, Berserk. The description read, Berserk temporarily amplifies strength by 2 to 3 times with no side effects. The enhancement increases with cultivation progress. Wait, 2 abilities? Jun Hao muttered in bewilderment. Hadn't his father always said an individual could only awaken a single power? Yet here he was, with his second ability unlocked. And with Berserk mode now active, his overall combat power skyrocketed from 90 to nearly triple that. No wonder his mother always dreamed of him becoming a berserker. The raw destructive force was indeed overwhelming. Could this be related to the system? Jun Hao speculated. A grin crept across his face. Having an extra awakened ability meant a significant boost in strength and an additional trump card in battle. With Life Blessing and Berserk mode combined, he could heal and fight, a perfect combination. Just then, the system announced, cooldown reset complete. Jun Hao quickly checked the panel. The status displayed, humanoid beast form timer, 2 hours reset. This meant he could once again transform into his golden python form. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was exactly midnight. It seemed the reset occurred daily, allowing 2 hours of serpent form each day. Heh, midnight's perfect. Jun Hao chuckled mischievously. Climbing out of bed, he grabbed a bundle of Uncle Wang's clothes and stealthily vaulted over the courtyard wall. Upstairs, Hao watched her son sneak out through the window. What's that boy up to? Returning clothes in the middle of the night? She wondered aloud. Come on, he's at that age. Returning clothes is probably just an excuse, Junwei replied smugly. I did the same thing when I was courting you back in the day. Stop flattering yourself. How you rolled her eyes. But seriously, with all these reports about strange beasts near the Shangyang River, do you think it's safe for him to be out at night? Our village is still quite a distance from the river. He should be fine. Let's get some sleep. Sleep? Oh no, you're not getting off that easy. Our son snuck out, so now? How Yu's voice turned teasing. Wait. My body can't keep up with yours. Let me activate my life domain first. Crash. The sound of a collapsing bed frame echoed upstairs. Meanwhile, Jun Hao had already slipped into Uncle Wang's courtyard. Their homes were separated by just a single wall, and the clothes were merely a cover story in case he got caught. Jun Hao, you're still awake? A soft voice broke the silence. In the dim moonlight, a slender figure emerged. Wang Shui stood there in her Pikachu pajamas, her cheeks flushed as she avoided his gaze, clearly recalling the events of the day. Would you like me to continue refining the rest of the story? Anomaly in the river? The waters of Shangyang Great River were indeed showing signs of irregularity. Jun Hao recalled the patrol report from the Demon Suppression Division a month ago. There had been no traces of any abnormal creatures back then. Yet just yesterday, he had successfully devoured a gnawing rat, and now, another beast was drawing near. Ripples suddenly spread across the water's surface. Jun Hao's sharp gaze locked onto a massive black fish, nearly 3 meters long, swimming straight toward him. Its gaping maw revealed rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. The system interface appeared instantly. Species: Mutant Chinese Sturgeon. Rank: 3-star F-class. Combat power: 80. As the black fish approached, it unleashed a powerful jet of water from its mouth, creating a swirling vortex aimed directly at Jun Hao. This was its special ability, Water Surge Impact. Jun Hao deftly evaded the attack, choosing not to confront it head-on. The black fish froze momentarily when its strike missed, then launched itself into an even fiercer charge. Heh, you think I'd fear you? Jun Hao smirked, surging forward instead of retreating. He activated 2 of his skills, Venomous Fangs and Deadly Constriction, sinking his teeth into the fish's gills while coiling tightly around its body. The water churned violently as the black fish thrashed in desperation, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from Jun Hao's relentless grip. 10 minutes later, the black fish lay motionless. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 3-star F-class beast. Evolution points 20. Evolution points 20200. This efficiency was leagues beyond hunting ordinary creatures. Driven by curiosity, Jun Hao decided to venture deeper into the heart of the river. Until now, he had only prowled the shallows, never daring to explore the depths. But with his growing strength, his confidence surged. After just a minute of swimming deeper, Jun Hao noticed the spiritual energy in the area becoming significantly denser. Suddenly, the system alerted him to the presence of a new Biasta Formator-long carp with an eerie blue glow emanating from its mouth. In a single motion, the carp released a strange energy that caused nearby shrimp to turn pale. Sensing Jun Hao's presence, the carp's eyes glinted with malice, shifting to an unnatural shade of blue. The system interface displayed. Species: Mutant Thunder Carp. Rank: 3-star F-class. Skill: Thunder Strike weakens prey for 3 seconds, reducing combat power by half. Requires a 5-second charge. Combat power: 180. Jun Hao quickly assessed that this Thunder Carp was far more formidable than the previous sturgeon, but its Thunder Strike required a charging period. Without hesitation, he launched a preemptive strike. Once again employing Venomous Fangs and Deadly Constriction, he clamped down on the carp's tail and coiled tightly around its body. The water erupted in chaos as Jun Hao tightened his grip. Just as the carp's movements began to weaken, a sudden flash of blue light burst forth. An electric current surged through Jun Hao's body, leaving him paralyzed and momentarily powerless. Thankfully, it was the carp's dying effort. Any earlier, and the outcome might have been disastrous. Such potent electricity, Jun Hao muttered, relieved that his swift attack had neutralized the threat. The system promptly rewarded him with 30 evolution points. Over the next half hour, Jun Hao encountered several lower-ranked beasts in the river, swiftly dispatching them. Before long, his evolution points reached their maximum capacity, prompting him to initiate his evolution. The system announced, Congratulations, host. Evolution successful. New skill acquired. Unyielding. Unyielding. Increases combat power when injured. The more severe the injury, the greater the boost, up to 100. Updated system stats. Name: Jun Hao. Form: Beast. Rank: 4-star F-class Golden Venom Python. Weight: 500 kilograms. Length: 10.1 meters. Skills: Lock Con, Venomous Fangs, Deadly Constriction. Life Blessing, Berserk, Unyielding. Evolution Points, 0500. Combat Power, 1000. Jun Hao's body had now grown to over 10 meters in length, capable of creating waves taller than a man. His combat power had surged past the 1,000-point threshold. Determined to explore further, he pressed on toward the river's depths, unaware that a far greater danger awaited him in its hidden heart. An exotic beast has appeared. The system's alert had barely sounded when Jun Hao's attention was completely captured by the scene before him. A massive pool of water lay still in front of him, and within it, an enormous otter fixed its eerie blue eyes on him. The creature was colossal, towering nearly 10 meters tall, with half of its body concealed beneath the dark, mysterious waters, exuding an air of both danger and enigma. At the edge of the pool, a dozen stalks of blue aquatic grass swayed gently with the ripples. Rare herb detected. The system's voice chimed in again, and immediately, the otter's data panel appeared before Jun Hao. Species, Death Otter. Rank, 6-star grade exotic beast. Combat power, 1320. Jun Hao's heart tightened. This Death Otter not only outclassed him by 2 stars, but also boasted a combat power over 300 points higher than his own. As he hesitated, the data for the blue aquatic grass came into view. Species, Water Spirit Grass. Rank, 7-star grade rare herb. Effect, enhances spiritual energy, boosts cultivation, grants 100 evolution points upon consumption. Thanks to his years of study at Xiangyang Academy, Jun Hao was well aware of the immense value of water spirit grass. Within the hierarchy of awakened beings, ranks ranged from F to A, with each rank further divided into 7 stars. A 7-star grade herb like this was worth a fortune in Xiangyang City, equivalent to over a year's income for an average household. And here, there were over a dozen of them. Grew. The Death Otter let out a low, guttural warning, clearly sensing Jun Hao as a threat. Powerful exotic beasts like this were fiercely territorial, especially those approaching a grade. Few creatures dared to trespass on their domain. Staring at the ferocious Death Otter, a sudden thought flashed through Jun Hao's mind. Isn't this just a giant water monkey? Could it be the same one I encountered by the river yesterday? He vividly recalled seeing a strange vortex by the riverbank the day before. Just as he was about to investigate, a mysterious force had dragged him underwater. If this Death Otter was indeed responsible for his near-death experience, then today was the perfect chance for revenge. Screech. The piercing cry of the Death Otter shattered the stillness of the water's surface. Its razor-sharp claws glimmered with an eerie blue spiritual energy, rippling like water and exuding a chilling sense of danger. Jun Hao focused intently, his mind racing. Is this the legendary spiritual energy? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the otter's glowing blue eyes locked onto him. In an instant, Jun Hao felt as if his entire body was sinking into a quagmire, his speed abruptly dropping by a third. The Death Otter activated its Blitz Surge skill, increasing its speed by 50 and doubling it in the water. It leapt out from the depths of the pool, its claws wrapped in blue energy, slashing down toward Jun Hao. Lock Con, Death Fong. A red glint flashed in Jun Hao's eyes as he successfully locked onto the Death Otter. This slowed the enemy's movements slightly, while Jun Hao quickly coiled his body and lunged, jaws wide open, aiming for the otter's throat. The otter's claws tore through his scales, piercing his flesh. This was the first injury Jun Hao had sustained since his rebirth, and the pain made him gasp sharply. Instantly, his Defiance skill activated, amplifying his strength after being wounded. Ignoring his injury, Jun Hao clamped his jaws tightly around the otter's neck. The otter thrashed wildly, nearly shaking Jun Hao off. Although the opponent was 2 stars above him in level, the Berserk state granted Jun Hao a significant boost in combat power, narrowing the gap in strength. Jun Hao promptly activated Blessing of Life, summoning a surge of powerful life energy. His wound stopped bleeding, healing halfway and continuing to recover. This was the unique advantage of supportive abilities, especially life-based awakenings, which were among the most sought-after auxiliary powers. As the Berserk skill triggered once more, Jun Hao's original 10-meter-long body began to swell, his strength surging exponentially. Letting out a thunderous roar, he mustered all his might and tore off one of the otter's front limbs. At that moment, Jun Hao felt his power had increased by at least 2 to 3 times. The otter let out a blood-curdling screech, struggling desperately, its claws relentlessly shredding Jun Hao's scales. Jun Hao countered with Fatal Constriction, using his now 20-meter-long body to coil tightly around the otter. The venom from his fangs began to take effect, weakening the otter's resistance until it finally ceased all movement. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for defeating a 6-star Frank Death Otter. You have gained 488 evolution points. Though the intense battle with a beast 2 stars above his level left Jun Hao utterly exhausted, the reward of nearly 500 evolution points was undeniably tempting. He quickly collected the water spirit grass into his system inventory, glanced at the pool, and turned to leave. The blood spilled during the fight might attract other beasts, and with more six-star creatures likely lurking in the Xiangyang River, Jun Hao decided to retreat for now. Back on the riverbank, Jun Hao greedily inhaled the fresh air as his berserk state gradually subsided, and his body returned to its 10-meter length. The system promptly notified him that the water spirit grass was now available for consumption. Each plant would grant 100 evolution points, with a maximum of 3 consumable. Devour! Jun Hao commanded without hesitation. After consuming 3 water spirit grass plants, he gained 300 evolution points. The system indicated that his evolution points had reached the threshold and asked if he wished to evolve. The panel displayed, evolution points 788,500 evolution available. System, initiate evolution. At Jun Hao's command, the evolution process began. Consuming 500 evolution points, his cells began to reorganize, his scales radiating a golden glow. His body grew larger, expanding from 11 meters to 13 meters in length. Along with this growth, he acquired a new ability, tracking, allowing him to lock onto an enemy's aura upon first detection and track them within a 10-kilometer radius. Jun Hao immediately opened his personal panel to review his updated status. Jun Hao watched as detailed personal data appeared before him. His current state was listed as Beast Form 000809 levels, with a quality rating of 5-star level mutated golden python. The physical stats were astonishing, weighing an impressive 1,200 kilograms and stretching up to 15 meters in length. His abilities were equally remarkable. Lock-on, Death Fang, Lethal Constriction, Tenacity, Life Blessing, Berserk, and Tracking. His overall combat power was a staggering 3,011. Seeing these satisfying stats, Jun Hao's lips curled into a faint smile before he began the process of transformation. Moments later, a young boy's figure appeared by the riverside. First, find some clothes. Following his memory, Jun Hao located his belongings and dressed himself. He cast one last glance at the Xiangyang River. Now in human form, his power had reached the level of a 5-star level ability user. This level of strength was enough to qualify him for the Demon Suppression Bureau, and it had only taken him a single day and night to achieve it. At this rate of progress, his future potential was limitless. Jun Hao turned and sped toward Xiangyang Village, his pace noticeably faster than before. In no time, he arrived outside his small courtyard. Carefully climbing over the wall, he quietly returned to his room. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Hao Yu's voice rang out, waking him up. Time to get up. Despite only going to bed around 2 a.m., Jun Hao felt incredibly refreshed as he got up, a warm energy flowing steadily through him. You awakened, didn't you? Hao Yu immediately noticed the change in Jun Hao. His entire presence had transformed. His already handsome features now carried an ethereal quality, and the aura around him had grown significantly stronger. Jun Hao nodded in acknowledgement. From the living room, Jun Wei, who was enjoying his morning tea, also looked up with interest. What did you awaken to? Faced with his parents' expectant gazes, Jun Hao hesitated. Well, can I not say? He knew his parents hoped he would awaken abilities similar to theirs, as they had always seen him as the one to fulfill their unrealized dreams. No, absolutely not. His parents rejected the idea in unison. Under their intense scrutiny, Jun Hao took a deep breath and said softly, Sorry, I awakened to 2 abilities. Impossible. Jun Wei immediately shook his head in disbelief. 2 abilities? That's unheard of. The Research Institute has conducted countless studies, and there's never been a successful case. Once you awaken, a second awakening is supposed to be impossible. It's a hard rule. Hao Yu chimed in with a gentle tone. Don't make things up. If you prefer the life attribute, just say so. Clearly, neither of them believed Jun Hao's claim. Jun Hao gave a faint smile and turned to head into the bathroom, starting his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing up. His parents watched his back as he walked away, shaking their heads with a sigh. It was clear they believed their son was merely trying to comfort them. But just as he reached the bathroom, Jun Hao suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced the living room. With a gentle wave of his hand, a soft green energy ripple descended through the air. It was the power of life itself. Jun Wei's eyes immediately lit up as he felt the surge of life energy envelop him. His entire body seemed invigorated, his spirits lifted in an instant. And then, something even more astonishing occurred. Jun Hao's body began to transform. His muscles swelled and became more pronounced, and an overwhelming aura of power erupted from him. It was the manifestation of his berserker ability. Jun Wei and Hao Yu stared in utter disbelief at what they were witnessing. 2 abilities? How could this be possible? Even the Research Institute, with all its resources and years of experimentation, had failed to achieve dual awakenings. How had Jun Hao done it? How is this even possible? Jun Wei stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. The combination of berserker strength and life energy. Did Jun Hao realize what this meant? A berserker who could continuously regenerate during battle would possess unimaginable combat prowess. It's simple, Jun Hao replied casually. Last night, I heard that injecting the serums separately wouldn't lead to simultaneous awakening. So, I just injected both at the same time. Turns out they both worked. Maybe I just got lucky. With that, he shook his head as if it were no big deal, grabbed his bag, and headed out the door to school, skipping breakfast entirely. Perhaps this was one of the changes brought about by his newfound evolution. All that remained in the living room were Hao Yue and Junwei, exchanging stunned glances. Luck? They both smiled wryly. Dual awakening in the entire Huagua? This was unheard of. Just how much potential did their son hold? Could he reach a class? Or perhaps even the legendary class, a level akin to the gods themselves? Jun Hao's dual awakening must be kept a secret, Junwei said, taking a deep breath. If those old men at the Demon Suppression Bureau find out, they'll drag him to the Research Institute and dissect him for sure. Hao Yue nodded fervently in agreement. They had worked hard to build this peaceful life and couldn't let it be shattered again. Junwei began preparing to head to the Demon Suppression Bureau headquarters. He intended to reclaim some things that rightfully belonged to their family. Hao Yue warned him to be careful, urging him to back down if he encountered too much resistance. She understood her husband's temperament all too well. If it weren't for her, Junwei might have been the only one standing in this house today. Meanwhile, Jun Hao strolled along the riverbank of Xiangyang. Along the way, he encountered Uncle Wang, their neighbor and captain of the Xiangyang Village Demon Suppression Squad. Uncle Wang warned him to be cautious of potential beasts lurking in the river. During their conversation, he mentioned that his daughter Wang Shui had left early that morning, lamenting with a sigh that she was growing up and becoming harder to manage. 10 minutes later, Jun Hao arrived at Xiangyang Middle School. The classroom buzzed with excitement as students discussed a major piece of news. A class special task force from Xiangnan Martial Arts University had arrived in town. Rumor had it that they had successfully taken down a class beast. The students were in awe, marveling at the terrifying power of class beasts, which could destroy the entirety of Xiangyang Middle School in a single strike. And those capable of defeating such creatures' class ability users were, undoubtedly, among the elite of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Hauga! A hand suddenly grabbed Jun Hao. Turning around, he saw it was his deskmate, Lu Changgo. With his skinny frame resembling a monkey, everyone called him Monkey. Monkey, what's up? Jun Hao asked as he sat down. Hauga, today's the awakening day, Monkey said excitedly. What do you hope to awaken? I want to become a powerful berserker. They say once you become a berserker, you can directly get into Class A at Xiangnan University. After graduation, the Demon Suppression Division in every major city will fight to recruit you. You're so skinny, becoming a berserker is out of the question. But a monkey warrior? That might suit you, Jun Hao teased. In Jun Hao's memory, Monkey had been his deskmate and close friend for all 3 years at Xiangyang High School. Throughout these years, both of their grades had been nothing remarkable. Aside from regular subjects, the school also taught martial arts and knowledge about exotic beast subjects that were dry and tedious. Don't underestimate me, Hauga, Monkey said smugly. My dad pulled some strings to get me an ability stone, and I swallowed it yesterday. My stomach feels bloated now, so I'm pretty sure I'm about to awaken. Jun Hao glanced at Monkey. Although ability stones contained spiritual energy that could aid in awakening abilities, they were far inferior to awakening serums, especially targeted awakening serums. Still, getting an ability stone wasn't bad. Monkey's father worked for the Demon Suppression Division, though his exact position was unclear. It must have taken considerable effort to get that stone. Bloated? Huh? Maybe it's not awakening, Jun Hao said with a sly grin. What are you talking about? Don't jinx it. Monkey's voice trailed off as his expression suddenly changed. He clutched his stomach in pain. Jun Hao quickly stepped aside, wondering whether Monkey had actually swallowed an ability stone, or something else entirely. Quiet down, everyone. A deep voice cut through the commotion. Their homeroom teacher, Chun Yu, walked into the classroom. With his glasses perched neatly and his face stern, he exuded an air of rigid discipline. The classroom fell into sudden silence. Chun Yu's deep voice echoed through the air. As I mentioned yesterday, today marks the awakening ceremony. Those who awaken their abilities will bear the responsibility of protecting Hua Nation and expanding safe zones. For those who don't awaken, don't lose heart. Ordinary people can contribute just as much. Jun Hao scanned his classmates sharply, noticing that none of them had panels above their heads, indicating they hadn't awakened yet. However, atop Monkey's head, a striking exclamation mark floated, standing out from the rest. System. What does this exclamation mark mean? Jun Hao asked inwardly. An individual on the verge of awakening. The system immediately responded. Jun Hao's eyes lit up as he carefully observed the entire class. Out of 35 students, only 6, including Monkey, had exclamation marks above their heads. Among them was Wang Shui. The probability is so low, he thought to himself. astonished. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. An elderly man with white hair, Wang He, the principal of Xiangyang Academy, was approaching, accompanied by a man cloaked in a black robe. Mr. Qin, Demon Suppressor Li Ming has arrived, Wang He introduced. The title, Demon Suppressor, signified at least a level strength and required significant contributions to the Demon Suppression Bureau to earn. As Li Ming entered the classroom, the temperature dropped by several degrees. Jun Hao felt a chilling gaze from the shadows, and the overwhelming aura made his breathing quicken. Is this the power of a Clevel? He thought, shaken. His previous pride in his 5-star level strength vanishing instantly. Under this oppressive atmosphere, several students fainted one after another. Suddenly, a low roar shattered the silence. Vice Class Monitor Han Yu stood up abruptly, and behind him, a flaming lion materialized, its body engulfed in crimson flames. Spirit aptitude, superior. Awakened talent, Flame Lion, granting mastery over fire. Overall aptitude, Clevel, Li Ming announced. This level of achievement would rank in the top 10 among students in previous year's awakenings. Immediately after, a crisp sound resonated as blue frost spread across the room. Surrounding Wang Shui, an ice-blue phoenix soared gracefully, making her appear like an ethereal being. It's the mythical ice phoenix. Get her out of here now. Li Ming's expression changed drastically. Chen Yu and the principal quickly escorted Wang Shui out of the classroom. The ice phoenix, this isn't level awakening. Chen Yu's excitement was barely contained. Wang Shui opened her eyes, a trace of confusion flickering within them. I am Shui Di, and I have returned? Wang Shui, come with me, Principal Wang He said hastily, stepping forward. Wang Shui nodded and followed him out of the classroom. An ice phoenix and glass talent. Han Yu watched Wang Shui's departing figure, his eyes brimming with an undeniable admiration. Known as the school beauty of Xiangyang High, Wang Shui was not only stunningly beautiful, but also the object of countless admirers. However, she maintained a distant attitude toward all of them, except for one seemingly unremarkable boy, Jun Hao. She was inexplicably close to him, waiting for him every day after school to walk home together. This filled Han Yu's heart with bitterness. Now, seeing Wang Shui awaken such a powerful ability, Han Yu's emotions grew even more complicated. Compared to her Ice Phoenix talent, his Fire Lion ability seemed lackluster. Just then, an eerie, dark energy began to rise from the monkey beside Jun Hao, emanating a chilling aura. Dark power. Li Ming, standing at the podium, suddenly perked up, giving the monkey an approving glance. The monkey has awakened, Jun Hao thought to himself. By now, most of the students in the classroom had fainted, leaving only those marked with exclamation points still conscious. Their marks flickered erratically, as if they were on the verge of awakening. Hang in there, Haoga, the monkey called out before leaving the classroom. Over the next hour, Li Ming continued announcing the students' abilities as they awakened. Support type ability, water manipulation, low-level mental strength. Overall, E-class talent. One by one, the students either awakened and left or collapsed unconscious, until only Jun Hao remained seated. Though drenched in sweat, he continued to endure. What's going on with Haoga? Why hasn't he awakened yet? The monkey couldn't help but ask. It's been an hour already. If he hasn't awakened by now, it's hopeless. Awakening is all about timing. Waiting any longer is pointless, Han Yu sneered mockingly. Let's wait a bit longer, homeroom teacher Chen Yu said with a frown. Normally, you either awaken or faint. Cases like Jun Hao's are extremely rare. Waiting is just wasting Lord Li Ming's time. Han Yu interjected again. Han Yu, are you looking for a fight? The monkey snapped angrily. Bring it on. I have the Fire Lion abilitado. You think I'm afraid of you? Han Yu shot back. Enough. Chen Yu glared at Han Yu before turning his attention back to Jun Hao. On the podium, Li Ming's brows furrowed deeply. His mental strength was nearing its limit, yet Jun Hao in the corner seemed capable of holding on. This baffled Li Ming. If Jun Hao truly couldn't awaken, how could he possess such immense mental resilience? With a faint buzzing sound, Jun Hao felt a peculiar change coursing through him. It was as if his mind and spirit had merged with the earth itself. A deep, weighty power surged from within, forming a radiant golden armor around his body. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a new ability, Golden Armor. The system's notification chimed in at just the right moment. Jun Hao suddenly felt light as a feather, all the pressure on him vanishing in an instant. Another awakening, he thought in surprise. Didn't they say you only get one chance to awaken? How is it that after gaining life's blessing and berserk, I can now awaken Golden Armor? Without hesitation, he checked the skill description. Golden Armor. Creates a golden armor that increases defense by 300 and reduces damage taken by 30. The effect doubles when standing on solid ground. The ability grows stronger as the host's level increases. A defensive ability. Jun Hao analyzed inwardly. Life and berserk were awakened through potions, but this golden armor might be my true innate talent. I can defend, fight, and even heal. This is shaping up to be a well-rounded development. His thoughts were interrupted by Li Ming's voice. A defensive awakening, golden armor, mental strength level, supreme, overall talent, grade B. Li Ming cast a deep glance at Jun Hao. While the exact numbers couldn't be measured, Jun Hao's mental strength had clearly reached an extraordinary level. Grade B talent? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the hallway from the recently awakened students. Han Yu's expression turned as dark as if he'd swallowed a fly. Jun Hao, please step out. The homeroom teacher, Chun Yu, said with a rare smile on his face. Outside the classroom stood 4 others. Besides Monkey and Han Yu, there was Zhou Chu, who had awakened a fire element ability but with weak mental strength and an overall grade E talent, and Lu Min, who had awakened a water control support ability, also with grade E talent. Han Yu's grade C talent, which had seemed impressive before, was now completely overshadowed by Jun Hao's presence. Zhou Chu and Lu Min immediately offered their congratulations to Jun Hao. Monkey, however, was grinning ear to ear with pride. Brother Hao, I told you you'd awaken. A grade B talent, no less. After graduation, you'll at least qualify as a demon suppressor. He threw a glance at Han Yu. Unlike some people, who awaken something like a mad dog and think they're all that. What did you say, Monkey? Han Yu's eyes flashed coldly. So what if it's a defensive awakening? What's so great about a grade B talent? Just a punching bag in golden armor. What, you want to fight? Monkey stepped forward, never one to shy away from trouble. Jun Hao joined Monkey's side. How about we settle this after school in the woods? I'd love to see what your mad dog can do. Chun Yu intervened just in time. Enough. His gaze swept across the group. The 6 of you, Jun Hao, Han Yu, Monkey, Zhou Chu, Lu Min, and Wang Zui, the newly awakened. In 3 days, I will report this to Xiangnan University. Once you receive your admission notices, you'll have 1 month to report to the school. Jun Hao took the opportunity to glance at the homeroom teachers panel. Name, Chun Yu. Level, 5-star grade E. Skills, rapid sprint, wind blade. Title, demon suppressor. Overall combat power, 50,300. At that moment, Li Ming stepped out of the classroom, his gaze landing on Jun Hao. You're quite impressive, Mr. Li Ming. Chun Yu quickly stepped forward. I'm part of the Dark Division at Xiangnan University. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Li Ming looked at Jun Hao, then gave a slight smile to Monkey, appearing especially courteous toward the latter. Why is he being so nice to me? Monkey asked, puzzled. Jun Hao, meanwhile, silently glanced at Li Ming's panel. Name, Li Ming. Level, 1-star grade C awakened. Li Ming's skill profile unfolded before Chun Yu. Dark Ghost Sword Chi, basic dark domain, complemented by the title of demon suppressor. However, his overall combat strength was marked as unknown, a rare occurrence, likely because his power had surpassed the evaluation limits. What stood out even more was that Li Ming's awakened dark attribute bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Monkey. Mr. Li Ming, you're always welcome to visit Xiangyang High School. Chun Yu extended a warm invitation. I will. Li Ming replied indifferently before turning to leave. Chun Yu then addressed the remaining students with a serious tone. It's time for you to leave as well. After your awakening, the courses at Xiangyang High School can no longer meet your needs. Remember, once you enter Xiangnan University, make sure to bring honor to your alma mater. More importantly, protect and expand the safe zones of our Hua Nation in the future. Yes, the students responded in unison, their expressions solemn. Protecting and expanding the safe zones, that is the mission of all awakened ones, Chun Yu said, gesturing for them to depart. Monkey threw an arm around Jun Hao's shoulder. How bro, let's go. My treat at that little diner outside school. Next time we meet, it'll be at Xiangnan University. By then, the 2 of us will dominate the entire campus. Let's do it, Jun Hao replied, and the 2 left with their arms around each other's shoulders. Han Yu stood still, watching the pair walk away, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Dominate Xiangnan University? With just the 2 of you? You'll see. Do you think Xiangnan University will be as peaceful as Xiangyang High School? With that, he turned and walked off as well. Meanwhile, the area beneath the Xiangyang High School teaching building was abuzz with excitement. Did you hear? Someone in Class 5 awakened with a Blevel talent and almost cracked the floor during the process. Blevel? That's old news. The class president of Class 4, Wang Shui, awakened with an S-level Talentan Ice Phoenix. The dean even personally escorted her away. Are you serious? Wang Shui, the school beauty? Absolutely. I saw Dean Wang take her with my own eye. The chatter grew louder and more animated. Jun Hao, overhearing the discussions, paused for a brief moment. Ice Phoenix, S-level talent, Jun Hao mused to himself. That little girl is impressive, but he wasn't worried. With the devouring system at his disposal, he was confident that he would one day become an S-level awakened. That goal was firmly etched in his mind. Brother Hao, Wang Shui hasn't strength talent. You better step up your game. Monkey teased with a cheeky grin. Jun Hao responded with a faint smile, neither refuting nor saying much. He did have feelings for Wang Shui, but on Blue Star, strength was the ultimate foundation of everything. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared out of nowhere in front of the two. It was none other than Wang He, the headmaster who had previously taken Wang Shui away. Kid, are you Jun Hao? Headmaster Wang asked, fixing his gaze on him. Headmaster Wang. Monkey immediately dropped his playful demeanor and greeted him respectfully. I am Jun Hao. Jun Hao replied in a steady tone, silently pulling up Headmaster Wang's attribute panel in his mind. Name, Wang He. Level, 3-star crank ability user. Abilities, spatial movement, spatial deceleration, spatial domain. Title, Demon Suppressor. Overall combat power, unknown. A spatial ability user remarkable and well hidden. Jun Hao thought to himself. Wang Shui is waiting for you in the small grove behind, Headmaster Wang said with a smile. This news left Jun Hao slightly stunned. The small grove had always been a popular spot for couples to meet. Why would Wang Shui want to see him there? Brother Hao, I'll leave you to it then. Wishing you freedom for your left hand soon. Monkey winked and joked, only to flee hurriedly after receiving a solid punch from Jun Hao. The chatter among the students near the teaching building grew louder. Wang Shui asked Jun how to meet her in the grove. Aren't they from the same village? Could it be? No way. Wang Shui hasn't strength talent. Kid, what are you waiting for? Headmaster Wang urged. The city's Demon Suppression Bureau has already ordered to take Wang Shui away, but she insisted on seeing you first. Jun Hao nodded silently and headed toward the grove. From the shadows, several curious classmates, including Han Yu and Zhou Chu, discreetly followed him. In the grove, Wang Shui stood gracefully in a light blue dress. The gentle breeze played with her long hair, adding to her ethereal beauty. When she saw Jun Hao approaching, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. She was the reincarnated Snow Empress, having lived through 100 years in the future. Back then, she had fought side by side with the heaven-shaking Emperor, Jun Hao, in a devastating war where both had perished. Now, given a second chance at life, she was determined to rewrite history and prevent the same tragic fate. Brother Hao, Wang Shui called softly. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you planning to do something? Jun Hao joked, only to be caught off guard as Wang Shui suddenly embraced him tightly. Brother Hao, in the Snow Empress. Wang Shui cried, tears streaming down her face as she clung to him. Behind the small grove, a group of students stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene before them. Wang Shui had suddenly thrown her arms around Jun Hao. This unexpected display left everyone stunned, especially Han Yu, whose eyes burned red with jealousy. Despite his constant efforts to win Wang Shui's favor, he was always met with rejection. Yet here she was, openly showing her affection for Jun Hao. Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Jun Hao awkwardly cleared his throat to mask his unease. The youthful energy radiating from Wang Shui was momentarily intoxicating, but he quickly regained his composure. Shui, what Snow Emperor? Did something go wrong after your awakening? Before he could finish, Wang Shui leaned in and kissed him. The kiss lasted a full minute, leaving the surrounding students utterly dumbfounded. When Wang Shui finally broke away, her eyes were filled with tender determination. In a voice that brooked no refusal, she declared, "Be my boyfriend." Can I say no? Jun Hao asked hesitantly. No. Wang Shui replied firmly, her tone brooking no argument. At that moment, the voice of Dean Wang rang out. Wang Shui, Han Xiaoxiao, the Demon Suppression Division's Marquis of Demon Suppression, has arrived. A tall, striking woman dressed in a form-fitting warrior's outfit stepped into the grove. Her features were exquisite, but her gaze was icy and unyielding. Han Xiaoxiao approached Wang Shui. Miss Shui, it's time to head to the Demon Suppression Division. Wait a moment, I still have something to say to Jun Hao. Wang Shui replied with an air of commanding authority. Once Han Xiaoxiao had stepped aside, Wang Shui turned to Jun Hao, her voice urgent. Jun Hao, trust me. I am your future wife. Both of us are destined to become supreme emperors of strength. Remember this, the Xiangyang River is extremely dangerous. You and everyone in the village must stay away from it, including your parents and my father. Jun Hao was utterly baffled. At 15, the concept of having a wife seemed absurd to him. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement to Wang Shui's warning. Though he was skeptical about her caution regarding the Xiangyang River after all, his evolution depended on devouring the beasts that lived there. As Wang Shui prepared to leave, Han Xiaoxiao returned and addressed Jun Hao. I heard you've awakened a Brank talent, Golden Armor. I'm not sure how you managed to upgrade from Crank to Brank, but if you want to catch up to Wang Shui's strength talent, you'd better work hard. Watching their retreating figures, Jun Hao chuckled softly. Strength talent was indeed formidable, but his devouring and evolution ability was nothing to scoff at. Rumor had it that upon Wang Shui's return, she would be directly granted the title of Marquis of Demon Suppressione Meteoric Rise to Power. Forget it. Let's head back first. Jun Hao turned around and started walking out of the small grove. Jun Hao, stop right there. A cold, sharp voice suddenly rang out behind him. Jun Hao turned to see three young men approaching him. Leading the group was a boy with curly yellow hair, his expression filled with malice as he stared Jun Hao down. It was none other than Lu Chong from Class 5 next door, infamous for bullying younger students. Before awakening their abilities, Monkey and Jun Hao had once gotten into a fight with him, leaving Lu Chong with a bloody head wound. Ever since that day, Lu Chong had avoided them. But now, just as Jun Hao was preparing to leave Xiangyang High School, he crossed paths with Lu Chong once again. Lu Chong, what do you want? Looking to get your head cracked open again? Jun Hao said coldly, his eyes fixed on the boy. Heh, I heard you've awakened an ability to upgrade talent, no less? Lu Chong sneered. The defeat from their last encounter had been a humiliation, but now that he had awakened upgrade strength ability, he was determined to settle the score. Jun Hao frowned as his gaze swept across the nearby crowd. He spotted Han Yu standing in the distance, a smug grin on his face. Clearly, this guy, who had a thing for Wang Shui, had orchestrated the confrontation. Too cowardly to act himself, he'd called on Lu Chong to stir up trouble. And if I have? Jun Hao replied icily. Brother Chong awakened a strength ability. He can lift 500 pounds already straight out of the gate. And it's upgrade talent. One of Lu Chong's lackeys shouted, his tone brimming with arrogance. The crowd immediately erupted in hushed discussions. A strength ability starting at 500 pounds? That's at least 2-star level strength. Jun Hao's ability is defensive, something about a golden armor. He's built to take hits, not fight back. Even with upgrade talent, he doesn't stand a chance against Lu Chong. And without Monkey here, he's in real trouble. Lu Chong stepped closer, each deliberate stomp leaving cracks in the ground, a clear display of his newfound power. You looking for a fight? Jun Hao asked, a faint, mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Take this, punk. Lu Chong roared, throwing a powerful punch straight at Jun Hao. Golden armor. Jun Hao called out in a low voice. Instantly, a thin layer of radiant golden armor materialized around him, transforming him into a striking figure of a golden warrior. The sight left the nearby girls mesmerized. Bang! Lu Chong's fist collided hard with Jun Hao's armor. But to everyone's shock, Jun Hao stood completely unmoved, while Lu Chong recoiled, clutching his throbbing hand in pain. The golden armor wasn't just for show, it amplified defense by 300, reduced incoming damage by 30, and further doubled its attributes when Jun Hao was grounded. Lu Chong's punch had backfired, leaving him worse off than Jun Hao. How is this possible? Lu Chong's face darkened instantly. Standing before him, Jun Hao was clad in golden armor, exuding an aura of unshakable might like a war god. A faint, mocking smirk played at the corners of his mouth. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, astonished. Unbelievable. Lu Chong has a talent for raw strength. Yet, after landing a punch, Jun Hao didn't even flinch. Lu Chong was the one who stumbled back. Come on, Chong. Don't hold back, give it everything you've got. A blonde-haired student shouted anxiously. Others quickly chimed in their support. Use more strength? Jun Hao teased, his gaze locked on Lu Chong. I think I can handle it. At this moment, Lu Chong's strength was barely at the level of a 2-star frank, a far cry from Jun Hao's 5-star frank power. Kid, take this punch. Power amplification. Lu Chong roared, his arms surging with waves of energy. He charged forward, his fist hurtling toward Jun Hao. You think I'm just here to take hits? Jun Hao sneered, stepping forward to meet him head-on. He raised his own fist in response. The crowd of students instinctively shut their eyes, bracing for what they thought would be Jun Hao's inevitable defeat. But the anticipated outcome never came. Instead, a cry of pain broke the silence as Lu Chong was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. His arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The sight stunned everyone, including the teachers and Dean Wang He, who had rushed to the scene after hearing the commotion. Jun Hao calmly approached the fallen Lu Chong, his voice cold and steady. Tell Muho told you I was here? Under Jun Hao's intense questioning, Lu Chong finally revealed the truth. It was Han Yu. Before he could finish, Jun Hao grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head into the ground with brutal force. Blood splattered across the dirt. The teachers quickly intervened, using their elemental powers to stop Lu Chong's bleeding. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the attack, Han Yu, had already fled the scene, her face flushed with embarrassment. Before leaving, she spat out a threat, vowing to make trouble for Jun Hao at Xiangnan University. Later, Monkey, panting heavily, found Jun Hao at the school gate after hearing about the incident. The two childhood friends exchanged a knowing smile and decided to treat themselves to a good meal. Their bond, forged during their years at Xiangyang High School, remained as unbreakable as ever. In the afternoon, Jun Hao and Monkey parted ways at a small diner. With their wallets nearly empty, they only ordered 2 small dishes but managed to drink an entire case of beer. They had to pool their money to settle the bill, abandoning Monkey's earlier promise to treat. Returning home to Xiangyang village, Jun Hao saw his mother, Hao Yu, busy in the kitchen. Lazily, he sprawled on the couch and, taking advantage of his father Jun Wei's absence, opened his personal status panel. Name, Jun Hao. Form, human. Level, 5-star F-grade golden python. Evolution points, 2881000. Skills, lock-on, death fong, deadly constriction, unyielding, tracking, berserk, life blessing, golden armor. Inventory, water spirit herb 13. Combat power, 4011. Looking at his combat power nearing 4000, Jun Hao nodded to himself. It seemed the awakening of golden armor had brought about this boost. Dinner's ready. Hao Yu's call interrupted his thoughts. At the dinner table, Jun Hao asked, Dad's not home yet? He went out for some business and said he'd be back late. Hao Yu replied, her expression serious. Remember, don't tell anyone that you've awakened 2 abilities. Jun Hao nodded in agreement. In all of Hua Nation, only 15 of the population were awakened, and they typically only possessed a single attribute. Revealing that he had awakened dual attributes would surely invite trouble. By the way, Jun Hao said, scooping a mouthful of rice, at the school's awakening ceremony today, I awakened golden armor too. What? Hao Yu nearly spit out her soup. He had just awakened life blessing and berserk last night, and now there was a third? Jun Hao chuckled lightly and activated his ability. A layer of golden, shimmering armor materialized on his body. At that moment, Jun Wei returned home, his expression dark and his mood clearly sour. Jun Hao immediately got up and went to the kitchen to serve his father some food. Did they give you a hard time? Hao Yu asked, noticing her husband's unusual demeanor. They said my cultivation level had dropped and want to revoke my title, Jun Wei replied flatly. He then pulled a golden ring from his pocket and slid it across the table to Jun Hao. The system immediately detected the artifact and displayed its attributes. Item type, spiritual artifact. Grade, A grade. Name, Life Dragon Ring. Effects, Spirit Gathering Array. Increases the absorption rate of spiritual energy 10-fold. Pet space. Grants contracted pets enhanced dragon power for cultivation. Storage. 15 cubic meters of space. Shield. Blocks A-grade attacks. 24-hour cooldown. Dragon Trap. Traps beasts below A-grade for 1 minute. Life Amplification. Doubles the effects of life-based abilities. Evaluation. Rare item. Jun Hao's eyes lit up. In Hua Nation, spiritual artifacts were crafted by powerful fire attribute ability users in collaboration with formation masters, using rare materials from nature. Each artifact was incredibly valuable. Even F-grade artifacts were only accessible to E-grade or higher powerhouses, let alone an A-grade artifact like this. Late at night, Jun Hao lay on his bed, completing his fusion with the Life Dragon Ring. The ring emitted a warm glow as spiritual energy naturally flowed into his body. The system notified him that he could now learn the life-breathing technique, and Jun Hao promptly agreed. New technique added, life-breathing technique. Grade, C grade. Effect, increases cultivation speed by 200, with double effectiveness for life-based awakened. Evaluation, pretty mediocre. Trash. Jun Hao sneered inwardly. This breathing technique not only doubles the cultivation speed, but also provides an additional boost for those awakening life-based abilities. Combined with the spirit gathering array of the Life Dragon Ring, his cultivation speed skyrocketed to 40 times that of an average person. And that's not even factoring in his unique devouring and evolution ability. Sitting cross-legged, Jun Hao began to circulate his energy according to the breathing technique. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like rivers converging into the sea, tempering his body. Meanwhile, a gasp of astonishment echoed from the main hall. What did you just say? Jun Wei shot to his feet, staring at Hao Yu in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, Hao Yu replied, Hauer has awakened a 3rd talent golden armor, a defensive ability with a comprehensive level rating. A 3rd talent. Jun Wei swallowed hard. If this news gets out, it'll shake the entire Huagua. For now, keep it under wraps. I want to see the expressions on those old geezers' faces when Hauer rises to power. Forget the title of demon-suppressing kings, destined to become the demon-suppressing emperor. Maybe even Huagua's first great emperor. Brother Wei, Hao Yu said firmly, I've decided to teach Hauer the berserk sword technique, allowing him to transform into a berserk swordsman and gain the ability to fight beyond his level. Fighting beyond his level? You underestimate him, Jun Wei replied with a confident smirk. With 3 interwoven talents offense, defense, and life restoration is going to become an invincible god of Huagua. Late into the night, the 2 elders finally retired to their rooms. In his own chamber, Jun Hao opened his eyes, feeling the warm surge of power coursing through him. A system notification sounded in his mind. 3 hours of cultivation had earned him 240 evolution points, bringing his total to 528 out of 1,000. So cultivation can also yield evolution points, Jun Hao realized. The system confirmed that evolution points could be gained through cultivation, as well as by consuming spiritual herbs, pills, or stones. As the clock reset, Jun Hao gained 2 hours of beast form. Silently, he left Xiangyang village and made his way to the riverbank. Placing his clothes into his backpack, he transformed into a 15-meter-long golden python and slid into the water. Not long after Jun Hao submerged, 3 figures appeared at the riverbank. Leading them was Han Ping, who, a month ago, had discovered a spiritual spring during his inspection for the Demon Suppressing Bureau but had hidden the discovery for personal gain. Now, he had returned with 2 companions to search for the spring and its precious spiritual herbs and stones. With Zhang Yi's water manipulation ability, the trio entered the river. Meanwhile, at the riverbed, Jun Hao continued to accumulate evolution points by slaying aquatic beasts. The closer he got to the pool, the more beasts he encountered. In just 30 minutes, Jun Hao's evolution points soared past the 1,000 mark, leaving him astonished by the sheer number of mutant beasts lurking beneath the Xiangyang River. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Evolution points have reached the required threshold. Would you like to evolve? Yes, evolve. Jun Hao responded without hesitation. As the system confirmed, evolution successful, Jun Hao unlocked a new ability, Bloodthirsty Eye. This psychic skill could incapacitate enemies with a 1-second stun and 3 seconds of searing pain, with its effects growing stronger as his level increased. During the evolution, Jun Hao felt his cells tearing apart and restructuring at an incredible speed. His strength surged, and his body expanded rapidly. 5 minutes later, he opened his personal status panel to check his attributes. Name, Jun Hao. Status, Beast Form 01, 12, 38. Level, 6-star F-Class Mutant Golden Python. Weight, 3,800 kilograms. Length, 30 meters. Skills, Lock-On, Death Fong, Lethal Constrict, Unyielding, Berserk, Life Blessing, Tracking, Bloodthirsty Eye, Golden Armor. Evolution Points, 175000. Inventory, Clothes X2, Water Spirit Grass, etc. Comprehensive Combat Power, 10,322. Gazing at his stats, which far exceeded others of his level, Jun Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. To put it into perspective, his homeroom teacher, a 3-star E-class ability user, had a combat power of just over 50,000. With even the slightest movement, Jun Hao now sent waves crashing through the water. The surrounding mutant beasts, overwhelmed by his powerful aura, scattered in fear, instinctively ceding this section of the river as his territory. Jun Hao turned his gaze toward a nearby pool emanating a dense spiritual energy. He recalled that he hadn't had the chance to investigate it after defeating the Death Otter last time. This was the perfect opportunity. He asked the system if he could shrink his massive form, only to learn that he would gain the body transformation skill upon reaching E-class. The answer provided some reassurance. Swimming to the pool, Jun Hao discovered that it led to a massive cavern stretching over 1,000 meters. Inside, the air was thick with spiritual energy, and the ground was littered with glowing spirit stones and rare dragon whip grass. According to the system, each of these low-grade spirit stones could provide 100 evolution points, while the 7 dragon whip grass plants classified as 3-star E-class treasures could grant a staggering 1,000 points each. Just as Jun Hao was about to gather these valuable resources, a sudden exclamation echoed from behind him. There's a mutant beast. He whirled around to see 3 figures standing at the entrance of the cavern. An Esper detected. The system's abrupt alert pierced through the stillness of the night. Jun Hao's expression shifted instantly, his wariness surging. At this late hour, the sudden appearance of an Esper made him wonder. Could they have noticed the anomaly in the Xiangyang River and come specifically to investigate? The scene before Han Ping was nothing short of astounding. A massive golden python, stretching over 30 to 40 meters, coiled along the riverbank. Its scales glimmered coldly under the moonlight. This is at least a 2-star E-class beast, Han Ping muttered under his breath. Just a month ago, the Xiangyang River only started showing signs of strange activity. How could such a powerful creature suddenly appear? Brother Ping, look over there. One of his companions exclaimed, pointing at the ground. That's dragonwhip grass, and its spiritual energy fluctuations indicate it's at least E-class 3-star. And there are also lower-grade spirit stones. Scattered across the ground were 7 stalks of dragonwhip grass, along with some spirit stones that Jun Hao hadn't had time to collect. Jun Hao cautiously observed the 3 uninvited guests, and the system quickly displayed their data profiles. Leading the group was Han Ping, a 3-star E-class Esper equipped with a 7-star F-class Frost Spirit Rifle, capable of freezing any beast below 2-star E-class. His overall combat power reached an impressive 20,399. The other two were slightly weaker, one specialized in water manipulation, excelling in aquatic combat, while the other was also a warrior. Both had combat power levels hovering around 10,000. These figures indirectly confirmed that Jun Hao's current strength had reached the level of a 2-star E-class Esper. I knew it all along, Han Ping said, his eyes gleaming with greed. I discovered this spirit spring a month ago. There must be treasures hidden here. Brother Ping, your foresight is unmatched. The other two chimed in eagerly. Good thing you didn't report this to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Otherwise, we'd have no chance at this spirit spring. Jun Hao's mind suddenly cleared. These three were none other than the members of the Demon Suppression Bureau, tasked with maintaining the safety of the area a month ago. After discovering the changes in the Xiangyang River, they had concealed the information to monopolize the spirit spring for themselves. Their selfish decision had directly resulted in the needless injuries of several innocent villagers from Xiangyang. Well, this is outright inhumane. Jun Hao seethed inwardly, his anger barely contained. As a member of the Demon Suppression Division and a wielder of supernatural abilities, it was his duty to safeguard and expand secure zones for humanity. Yet here was Han Ping, not only failing to report the presence of a dangerous beast, but actively concealing it. If these creatures were to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. Brother Ping, we need to take down this golden python first. Lu Yi's low, commanding voice cut through the tense atmosphere. All three pairs of eyes turned toward Jun Hao. Despite their shared rank as a great ability users, their combined strength was formidable. Water control bind. Lu Yi barked, his voice sharp with focus. A blue glow erupted from his body, and the surrounding water surged under his command, coiling around Jun Hao in an attempt to restrain him. Jun Hao let out a cold snort, his muscles flexing as he unleashed his strength. Though Lu Yi's power was 3 stars higher, placing him in a superior tier, Jun Hao's raw physical might was unparalleled. With a grunt of effort, he shattered the water bindings, forcing Lu Yi to stumble back with a muffled groan. Not missing a beat, Han Yu and Han Ping launched their assault, their figures blurring as they activated their speed-enhancing abilities to close the gap. Jun Hao countered instantly, deploying his lock skill. The duo's rapid movements faltered, their speed visibly hindered. Jun Hao's eyes gleamed with an ominous crimson glow as he activated his psychic ability, Bloodlust Gaze. Han Yu cried out in agony, clutching his head before collapsing to the ground. Jun Hao seized the opportunity, his powerful jaws snapping toward Han Yu. Just as his fangs were about to pierce flesh, a shimmering blue armor materialized around Han Yu's 6-star grade spirit armor capable of withstanding a single strike from a 2-star grade ability user. Unfazed, Jun Hao unleashed his lethal constriction. His massive, serpentine body coiled tightly around Han Yu, leaving no room for escape. Under the immense pressure, the spirit armor buckled and shattered. Blood seeped from Han Yu's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Without hesitation, Jun Hao delivered the finishing blow with his venomous fangs, ensuring his prey would not survive. A system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 2-star grade ability user. Evolution points 1000. This is bad. This golden python strength is on par with a 3-to-4-star ability user. Lu Yi's face drained of color. Han Ping, too, realized the gravity of the situation. Han Ye's death would inevitably trigger an investigation by the Demon Suppression Division. Once his actions were exposed, his powers would be revoked, and his title as Demon Suppressor stripped away. Jun Hao fixed his cold, unyielding gaze on the remaining two. He knew they were far from innocent. Leaving them alive was not an option. Activating his berserk mode, Jun Hao's body expanded to a staggering 100 meters, his strength surging exponentially. A single swing of his tail could shatter a mountain. Sensing the tide turning against him, Han Ping turned and bolted. Lu Yi, hold him off. They'll get reinforcements, he shouted, his voice trembling with desperation. Lu Yi's cries for help were cut short as Jun Hao's tail struck him with devastating force, sending him flying. Another system notification chimed, awarding Jun Hao another 1000 evolution points. Without missing a beat, Jun Hao activated his tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing Han Ping. The fleeing man raced toward the riverbank, his movements frantic. When he glanced back and saw the golden python's colossal form breaking through the water's surface, terror overtook him. In a last-ditch effort, Han Ping summoned his ice spirit spear. The spear's icy blue energy surged forward, striking Jun Hao and freezing the entire Xiangyang River in an instant. The ice, strong enough to trap a 2-star grade ability user for 15 minutes, barely lasted a few breaths before Jun Hao shattered it with sheer force. Jun Hao didn't hesitate. Activating Lock and Bloodlust Gaze, he lunged at the panic-stricken Han Ping, his massive form blotting out the sky as he closed in for the kill. The stillness of the night was shattered by a piercing scream. Han Ping felt a searing pain in his head, as if his very soul was being torn apart. A brutal price for unlocking the Bloodlust Eye. But that fleeting moment of dizziness was all Jun Hao needed to strike a fatal blow. The fangs of death clamped down in an instant, followed by a suffocating constriction. Blood gushed from Han Ping's mouth as his eyes widened in a final, unseeing stare. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his death throes frozen in defiance. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Jun Hao's mind. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a 3-star E-level mutant. 1,500 evolution points awarded. Jun Hao's evolution points surged to 3,517 out of 5,000, leaving him just 1,500 points shy of his next breakthrough. But before he could savor his victory, a commotion stirred in the direction of the Xiangyang River. Looking up, he spotted Wang Meng leading a squad of men racing toward the scene. As a 3-star level mutant himself, Wang Meng moved with lightning speed and would arrive in less than a minute. The situation was dire. Without hesitation, Jun Hao dove into the Xiangyang River. Beneath the surface, he immediately deactivated his berserk state, his massive form shrinking from over 100 meters to just over 30. He swam straight toward an underwater pool and disappeared into its depths without looking back. On the riverbank, Wang Meng and his Demon Suppression Division team arrived at the scene. Lying on the ground was their comrade, Han Ping, his face unrecognizable, but his uniform unmistakable. The area was littered with shards of ice, evidence of the frozen spirit spear's destructive power. Captain Wang, isn't that Han Ping? He was the one sent to patrol the Xiangyang River last time. A villager recognized the fallen man. Wang Meng took a deep breath, his expression grim. He issued a sharp order. Wang Shunzi, go summon Jun Wei. Everyone else, stay alert. There's likely a 3-star level or higher beast lurking in this river. His words sent a chill through the group. An A-level beast was powerful enough to obliterate a small village. If it escaped, the entire Xiangyang village could face annihilation. Underwater, Jun Hao sensed the gravity of the situation. He quickly tallied his spoils, 7 stalks of dragon whisker grass and over 60 spirit stones. Following the system's prompt, he consumed them without hesitation. His evolution point skyrocketed to 9,817 out of 5,000, triggering his next evolution. A new ability, Shapeshift at Will, awakened within him, granting him the power to freely alter his size within his physical limits, shrinking down to as small as 1.5 meters. A surge of immense strength coursed through him, enhancing all of his attributes. Checking his status panel, Jun Hao noted the changes. 7-star level mutant golden python, weight 12 tons, length 60 meters, combat power 32,311. Consuming additional dragon whisker grass boosted his evolution points by another 3,000, pushing his total well beyond 7,000. As he explored the underwater cave system, Jun Hao discovered a passage leading to an underground river. But as he attempted to delve deeper, an ancient and overwhelming force repelled him, sending him hurtling back dozens of meters. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the silhouette of a colossal dragon, stretching thousands of meters, soaring majestically across the heavens. Realizing the underground river harbored a fearsome and ancient beast, Jun Hao decided to retreat for now. Shrinking his body to a discreet 1.5 meters, he quietly slipped away from the pool, vanishing into the shadows of the water. By the riverside of Xiangyang, the night was dark and heavy. Captain, someone's coming. Wang Shunzi's voice broke the silence of the night. Wang Meng's eyes lit up as he spotted a figure swiftly approaching through the shadows, arriving at the riverbank in mere moments. Brother Wei. Wang Meng hurried forward as soon as he saw Jun Wei arrive. Jun Wei gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before moving to examine the corpse on the ground near the river. His brows furrowed as he carefully inspected the body. This was caused by toxic fumes, he concluded. The toxin level is high, at least a grade or above. The internal organs have been completely crushed, no signs of life remain. Brother Wei, is this a human or a beast? Wang Meng asked urgently. Most likely a beast, Jun Wei replied in a low voice. He pointed at the icy shards scattered around. The victim activated an ice spirit gun in their final moments, but even that couldn't stop the attacker. This beast's combat strength is at least 3-star a grade or higher. The group fell into a tense silence. For 5 years, Jun Wei had lived in Xiangyang village without displaying any supernatural abilities, leading the villagers to assume he was just an ordinary man. Yet tonight's grim incident had prompted Wang Meng to seek out Jun Wei's expertise specifically. Brother Wei, what should we do tonight? Wang Meng asked, his tone laced with unease. If a 3-star a grade beast shows up again, go back, all of you, Jun Wei interrupted firmly. I'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, take the body to the Jinma division in Xiangyang City. The Han family will send someone to investigate. The situation at the river will be handled. As the others departed, a woman in a warrior's outfit quietly approached. It was Hao Yu. Her confident demeanor carried an air of authority as she walked up to Jun Wei. Brother Wei, should we venture further to investigate? She asked. We're both still recovering from our injuries. It's not wise to act recklessly, Jun Wei responded, shaking his head. Besides, this beast is no ordinary foe. When I probed the victim's body with my psychic energy earlier, I detected traces of chaotic mental energy. The victim was clearly subjected to a psychic attack. A psychic attack? Hao Yu's expression darkened. For both humans with abilities and supernatural beasts, mastering psychic attacks required strength at least at the grade level. Just then, faint ripples stirred the water's surface. From beneath the waves emerged a golden python, as thick as a human arm. This was none other than Jun Hao in his transformed state. The moment he recognized the figures on the shore as his parents, his mind raced in panic. Why are Mom and Dad here? Please, Mom, don't swing that sword at me. It's not a beast, Junwei remarked calmly. Just a small snake. Pay it no mind. A powerful wave of psychic energy enveloped Jun Hao, probing him briefly before dissipating. Alarmed, Jun Hao immediately consulted his system, which informed him that this was a psychic scan, a technique only grade or higher ability users could perform. By dawn, Xiangyang village was in an uproar. The previous night, 3 members of the Jinma division had been killed by the river, prompting the arrival of Han Xiaoxiao, a prodigious ability user, to personally investigate. When Han Xiaoxiao visited Junwei's home, she unexpectedly came across Jun Hao. Their eyes met, and both froze in place, stunned. Wait, isn't this the guy who cheered me on before? Han Xiaoxiao thought, her mind reeling. But why is he here? And why does he call my aunt his mother? Hao Yu looked at Jun Hao in surprise. You know each other? Her question wasn't unfounded. Given the long-standing conflict between Junwei and her maternal family, she had never brought Jun Hao to the Han family. Logically, no one from the Han family should know him. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Jun Hao, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xiangyang village. I see now. It turned out the two of them had a connection to Xiangyang village. Wang Shui was from there. How is Shui? Jun Hao asked in a deep, steady voice. That little girl is doing just fine, Han Xiaoxiao replied casually. After awakening her S-level talent, the headquarters sent someone to take her away. She's now receiving the highest level of training resources there. Jun Hao let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as Wang Shui was safe, that was all that mattered. At that moment, Junwei spoke up. What brings you here? Uncle, Han Xiaoxiao began. My father said he's willing to. Before she could finish, Junwei cut her off with a wave of his hand. No need. Uncle, she tried again. Hao Yu interjected firmly. That's enough, Xiaoxiao. Your uncle and I won't be going back. What happens with the Han family is no longer our concern. Don't bring this up again. Han Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, then suddenly suggested, if you and Auntie don't want to return, why not let cousin join the Demon Suppression Division? I heard he recently awakened his talent. Her proposal caught Jun Hao off guard, and both Hao Yu and Junwei turned their attention to him. Junwei responded calmly, to become a demon suppressor, one must at least have a level strength. Howard has only just awakened, Ed's far from ready. When he meets the requirements, he'll naturally participate. Uncle, did you know that even level talents can join the Demon Suppression Division? The resources they receive are 10 times that of an A-level, Han Xiaoxiao explained. She then went on to describe the hierarchy within the Demon Suppression Division. From lowest to highest, the ranks were Demon Suppressor, Demon Master, Demon Marquis, Demon King, and Demon Emperor, the latter being a realm no one had yet reached. Each rank came with increasing benefits, ranging from 10 lower-tier spirit stones per month to 100 mid-tier spirit stones. I'd like to have cousin take the assessment early, she stated plainly. No. Junwei rejected the idea without hesitation, and Hao Yu added anxiously, the odds of passing the assessment at level are far too slim, and it's incredibly dangerous. Dad, let me try, Jun Hao said firmly. The prospect of 10 times the resources was tempting, especially since his Devour Evolve ability allowed him to absorb spirit medicines and spirit stones to enhance his evolution points. More importantly, he wanted to use this opportunity to uncover the mysteries surrounding his parents' past. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Junwei knew all too well how stubborn he could be. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. All right, then get ready to leave with me for the Demon Suppression Division, Han Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Jun Hao packed his belongings quickly, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he prepared to depart. Hao Yu reminded him to stay safe, while Junwei cautioned him to be careful with his golden armor ability. He also warned him to use his life force and berserk abilities sparingly. The two of them set off and soon arrived at the banks of the Xiangyang River. Jun Hao, curious, asked, have you investigated the river yet? After investigating the pond, Han Xiaoxiao's expression turned grim. She said, aside from the pond, I found nothing. Not even the shadow of a single beast. This is highly unusual. If there are truly no beasts in the Xiangyang River, then it's highly likely the 3 of them were killed by someone with special abilities. Hearing this, Jun Hao's heart skipped a beat. No beasts? That was completely unexpected. He had assumed that once they entered the Xiangyang River, they would at least discover the hidden river. But now, it seemed there wasn't even a trace of it. Even if there were no powerful beasts, There should have been some smaller ones, at the very least. Let's go, Han Xiaoxiao said as she drove toward Shangyang City. Jun Hao seized the opportunity to ask, I want to know, were my parents once part of the Demon Suppression Division too? Yes, Han Xiaoxiao replied calmly before adding, your uncle was actually one of the 2 demon kings of Shangyang City. The 2 demon kings? Jun Hao pressed further. Besides my father, who was the other one? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at him. That would be my grandfather. My grandfather? Jun Hao froze in astonishment. Both demon kings were, in fact, related to him by blood. Then why isn't my father in the Demon Suppression Division anymore? Jun Hao continued to question. Han Xiaoxiao's voice softened. Both he and your aunt sustained severe injuries, critical ones. Although their conditions have somewhat improved recently, it's the reason they haven't returned to the division. I'm afraid. They may never return. I see, Jun Hao murmured, his gaze fixed on his cousin. He had already noticed that his parents were injured, and Han Xiaoxiao had not tried to keep it from him. What caused their injuries? Jun Hao asked cautiously, but Han Xiaoxiao cut him off before he could finish. You're quite the inquisitive little one, aren't you? But as your cousin, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to join the Demon Suppression Division, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. I can't help you with that. I don't need your help, Jun Hao responded coolly. Han Xiaoxiao chuckled, glancing at her cousin. Well, aren't you confident? Her long legs rested under the steering wheel, and her tight-fitting outfit accentuated her perfect curves. Her slim waist showed no trace of excess flesh. Jun Hao cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed. He wasn't being arrogant, simply believed in himself. You still haven't told me how my dad got injured. Jun Hao forced himself to look away from Han Xiaoxiao's striking figure, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to some unexpected consequences. Have you heard of the second safe zone? Han Xiaoxiao's expression turned serious. Yeah, I know it. Jun Hao nodded. Han Xiaoxiao explained. The second safe zone is located about 5 kilometers beyond Hua Nation's border. Though its area isn't vast, it represents 30 years of effort and dedication by Hua Nation. It's a monumental achievement and a crucial starting point. And believe it or not, it was your father and mother who established it. What? Jun Hao was stunned. The second safe zone was created by my dad and mom? Before he could process the revelation, Han Xiaoxiao abruptly interrupted. We're here. Jun Hao looked up, and a towering structure over 200 stories high loomed before him. Above its grand entrance hung a plaque with 3 bold characters. Jun MOC Demon Suppression Division. This was his first time visiting the Shangyang branch of the division, and the sheer grandeur of this branch left him wondering what the headquarters must look like. Xiao, you're back. A handsome man emerged from the building, his eyes lighting up with delight upon seeing her. However, Han Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed slightly. Li Xiao, what do you want? Her tone was cold and distant. Li Xiao didn't seem bothered. Xiao, is there really any need to act like strangers? Sooner or later, you'll be part of the Lu family. Are you free tonight? Let's go to Shangyun International. Not interested. Han Xiaoxiao cut him off sharply, turning to Jun Hao. Let's go, Jun Hao. Jun Hao couldn't help but notice the hostile glare Li Xiao shot his way. With a wry smile, he realized he had been misunderstood. Whispers erupted among the onlookers. Han Xiaoxiao, the genius witch, is back. Who's that guy next to her? Could he be her boyfriend? No way. Isn't she engaged to the Lu family's young master? Li Xiao, he's my cousin, Han Xiaoxiao said with a raised brow. Li Xiao's expression darkened with barely contained rage. As the pride of the Lu family, gifted with an A-grade talent and on the verge of becoming a demon suppression marquee, he had always assumed Han Xiaoxiao was destined to be his. But now, she had returned with an unfamiliar man? Kid, tell me your name. Li Xiao demanded coldly. Jun Hao calmly opened the interface to check Li Xiao's stats. Name, Li Xiao. Level, 1-star D class. Skills, Lightning Summoning, Thunder Domain. Combat Power, 273,100. Though Li Xiao's strength was decent, Jun Hao remained unfazed. My name is Jun Hao, he replied evenly. Let me give you some advice, Li Xiao sneered. Stay away from Xiao. Otherwise, in Shangyang City, I have 100 ways to make you disappear. Li Xiao, you dare? Han Xiaoxiao glared at him, her voice sharp with anger. Xiao, let's go. Why waste time on a rabid dog? Jun Hao said as he turned to leave. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This guy's got guts, calling Li Xiao a rabid dog. I bet he won't last 3 days. Get lost, all of you. Han Xiaoxiao snapped, her voice icy as she led Jun Hao into the Demon Suppression Division building. Once inside, she handed Jun Hao a slip of paper and a peculiar weaponized small handgun engraved with glowing purple runes. This is my phone number, and take this spirit weapon too, she said, her tone tinged with concern. Li Xiao isn't someone to mess with. If he gives you trouble, call me immediately. Jun Hao examined the weapon's stats. Item type, spirit weapon. Grade, 5-star C class. Effect, fires a ball of lightning capable of killing any 3-star C-class or lower ability user or beast. Cooldown, 1 day. A smile spread across Jun Hao's face as he admired the impressive weapon. Jun Hao unceremoniously pocketed the spiritual artifact. It was indeed a rare treasure, and for someone like him, whose current strength was still relatively low, having such an artifact for protection greatly increased his sense of security, especially when facing someone as powerful as Liu Xiao, whose strength exceeded 200,000. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at the Kraid's spiritual artifact she had just given away, feeling a pang of regret. The 3 Kraid spiritual artifacts she owned were all exchanged using her hard-earned points. However, after some thought, she conceded that today's incident was indeed her fault. With this artifact, at least Jun Hao would be safe. The elevator stopped at the 138th floor. As they stepped out, they were greeted by a spacious hall where several testing machines were neatly arranged. An elderly man was sitting there, engrossed in a magazine. Third Grandpa. Han Xiaoxiao hurried over to the old man. The elderly man put down the magazine he was reading. Jun Hao caught a glimpse of the bold poster on the cover and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This old man certainly had a youthful spirit despite his age. Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? The old man asked with a warm smile. Third Grandpa, this is Jun Hao. He wants to take the Demon Suppression Division's assessment ahead of schedule, Han Xiaoxiao explained, introducing Jun Hao. The old man's expression immediately became serious. Taking the assessment early? Kid, what's your awakened talent? Golden armor, Jun Hao replied calmly. The old man frowned and turned to Han Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, why are you bringing just anyone here? The golden armor is merely a Kraid defensive talent. There's no way he'll pass the assessment. Han Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and leaned in to speak softly. He's Uncle's son. The old man's expression shifted as he gave Jun Hao another look. Your awakened talent is really the golden armor? Jun Hao nodded and activated his ability. Golden energy gathered around him, and in an instant, he was clad in a heavy, radiant golden armor. The old man still seemed reluctant. Golden armor is only a Kraid talent. Passing the assessment ahead of schedule is nearly impossible, and it's extremely dangerous. I'd like to give it a try, Jun Hao said firmly. The old man sighed and activated the holographic projection system. The entire hall transformed in an instant, and Jun Hao found himself standing in a vast plaza. The test results were astonishing. A 7-star Kraid ability user with an extraordinary spiritual power level. Han Xiaoxiao was left speechless. For someone who had just awakened their ability yesterday to reach such a level, it was something even Wang Shui, with her Kraid talent, couldn't achieve. Finally, it was time for the combat test. A mutated black spot tiger, over 30 meters long, materialized out of thin air. This was a 1-star Kraid beast. Jun Hao, be careful. Han Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. An Kraid ability user going up against an Kraid beast, especially with a defensive talent, was a massive disparity. As the giant tiger lunged at him, Jun Hao's lips curved into a smirk. A mere 1-star Kraid overgrown cat dares to come at me? The golden armor swiftly enveloped his entire body, leaving only a pair of sharp, determined eyes exposed. Bang! The tiger lunged fiercely at Jun Hao. He quickly stepped back, the sharp claws scraping against the golden armor, sending sparks flying. The armor remained completely unscathed, perfectly blocking the deadly blow. A flash of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. A 7-star Frank teenager was able to withstand the attack of an E-ranked beast? The defense of this golden armor far exceeded his expectations. Han Xiaoxiao also showed a look of delight, recalling her own experience when she had taken the test early. She had been bedridden for half a month afterward. She knew very well that this test demanded the ability to fight above one's level. Sure, he can defend, but defeating it is impossible. Defensive abilities naturally lack offensive strength. The old man's words stopped abruptly as his eyes widened in shock. In the simulated battle, Jun Hao suddenly launched an attack. With a powerful punch, he sent the black-striped tiger flying. The old man jumped to his feet, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Defensive ability users were supposed to be weak in strength. How could a 7-star franked teenager send a 1-star E-ranked beast flying with a single punch? The black-striped tiger roared as it struggled to its feet. Jun Hao smirked. Not bad, pretty tough. Using his immense strength, he instantly closed the distance to the tiger. As the tiger swiped its claws, Jun Hao grabbed one of them and slammed the beast to the ground. Pinning the tiger down, he clamped one hand around its neck and pummeled it with the other. Under his relentless assault, the tiger couldn't even stand up. With the echo of heavy blows, the tiger's energy gradually faded away until it finally dissipated. Test complete. Pass, a mechanical voice announced. Jun Hao dusted himself off, thinking that if he hadn't followed his father's instructions to rely solely on the golden armor, the fight would have ended much sooner. Adhering to the rule of only using the armor, he had proven his point. Who said defensive abilities must be weak in strength? Turning to face the stunned Han Xiao and the old man, Jun Hao teased, "Is there something on my face?" "Ugh, shut up." Han Xiao snapped out of her daze, her cheeks flushing slightly. The old man cleared his throat and proceeded to complete Jun Hao's membership registration. 10 minutes later, the old man handed Jun Hao a golden demon suppression card. The card displayed his information: an ranked ability, the title of demon suppressor, and a monthly stipend of 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Han Xiao explained that the golden card was one of only 3 in the Demon Suppression Bureau of Xiangyang City. It was exclusively awarded to those who passed the early assessment and possessed an ranked ability. She showed him her own demon suppressor and training title and 100,000 points, elaborating on the point system and the title rankings. After completing the blood recognition ritual to bind the card, Jun Hao and Han Xiao bid farewell to the old man, who was now engrossed in his magazine, and left the testing room. On the 17th floor, Jun Hao had just collected a batch of spirit stones. Although the demon suppression card had storage capabilities, its capacity was limited, only sufficient for holding spirit stones and a few personal items. As he placed the spirit stones into his backpack, a system notification chimed. "Host has acquired 100 low-grade spirit stones. Would you like to absorb them?" "Absorb?" He responded without hesitation. "Congratulations, host. Absorption successful. You've gained 10,000 evolution points." The conversion of 100 low-grade spirit stones into 10,000 evolution points was enough to elevate Jun Hao to an E-rank. However, being within the Demon Suppression Bureau, he decided to postpone his advancement for a more suitable moment. Just then, Han Xiao hurried over. "There's a situation in Xinyuan Village. An abnormal beast has appeared. The mission has been issued." As they reached the bureau's main entrance, a man stopped Han Xiao in her tracks. Upon hearing the mission involved Xinyuan Village, Han Xiao frowned slightly and turned to look at Jun Hao. "Why not let me go with you?" Jun Hao's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. Previously, he had been limited to gaining experience by hunting beasts in the Xiangyang River. But now, as a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, he could receive immediate alerts about any beast activity. "All right," Han Xiao agreed, then instructed the man. "Assign the mission to Jun Hao and me." Once the man approved, the two boarded a vehicle and departed the bureau. High above, on one of the top floors, a man watched the departing car with a dark expression. Beside him, a younger man smirked. "Lu Xiao, it's rare to see Han Xiao this close with any man. Could he be her boyfriend?" "Shut up," Lu Xiao growled, his face growing even darker. "I'll make sure he doesn't survive." The younger man continued nonchalantly. "By the way, Lu Xiao, word just came in some kid passed the advanced assessment early and even earned a golden card. It's that same guy, Jun Hao, who's with Han Xiao." With a loud crack, Lu Xiao crushed the alloy armrest of his chair. "They're heading to Xinyuan Village," he muttered coldly. "He won't live past 3 days." With that, Lu Xiao stormed off. After Lu Xiao's departure, the younger man, Han Ming, heard a respectful voice behind him. "Young Master Han Ming, Lu Xiao seems overly fixated on a mere woman. Within the Demon Suppression Bureau, power is all that matters." Han Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Heh, that Jun Hao is his son. Imagine the irony if he ends up killing him." The vehicle left the city limits of Xiangyang and entered the outskirts. The mission details were displayed on Jun Hao's golden card. The location was Xinyuan Village, and the strongest potential beast was rated as a 4-star level. Though brief, the information was highly practical. "Your talent is a bit beyond my expectations," Han Xiao remarked as they drove. "It's far beyond what you can imagine. You've just yet to see it," Jun Hao replied confidently with a grin. Han Xiao sighed, her tone turning serious. "Little cousin, your talent is indeed impressive, but Wang Shui's is even greater. She's likely to become one of the top-tier powerhouses in Hua Nation. Even I can only look up to her." She was worried her naive cousin might fall too hard, given that Wang Shui's level talent placed her in a league far above Jun Hao, who had only an A-level composite talent. While Jun Hao was exceptional within Xiangyang, compared to its level, the gap was insurmountable. "You may look up to her, but I will stand side by side with her," Jun Hao declared, his confidence unshaken. Han Xiao nearly choked at his audacity. Glancing at his determined expression, she chose not to argue further. Time would inevitably reveal the truth. The disparity between its level and an A-level talent would only grow over time, and eventually, Wang Shui and Jun Hao would find themselves on separate paths. With that thought, she couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at her cousin. An hour later, the vehicle arrived at their destination. Ahead lay a forest with a small village on its outskirts. The village was eerily silent. The residents had already been evacuated. A chilling air lingered, and the ground was littered with corpses. "This situation isn't looking good," Han Xiao said gravely, her usual light-hearted demeanor replaced by a sharp, professional aura. Jun Hao narrowed his eyes and followed her lead into the village. The bodies on the ground were unnaturally blackened, a sight Jun Hao had never encountered before. He frowned as Han Xiaoxiao crouched to examine them. It's a malevolent entity, she concluded. You mean a malevolent spirit? Jun Hao asked, suddenly understanding. After the spiritual resurgence, humans had gained the ability to awaken powers, so the emergence of malevolent spirits wasn't entirely surprising. Still, he hadn't expected his first mission to involve such a threat. Let's hope it hasn't left Xinyuan village. Otherwise, things could get very complicated, Han Xiaoxiao said, retrieving a jade vial from her storage space. She let a single drop of liquid fall onto a corpse, which instantly ignited into ash. Jun Hao's eyes sparkled at the sight. This would be a perfect tool for eliminating evidence, he thought. This is corpse-dissolving water, developed by the Demon Suppression Bureau's research department. One vial costs a single low-grade spirit stone, affordable yet highly effective. Here, take this one, Han Xiaoxiao said, tossing the bottle to him. Thanks, big cousin. Jun Hao replied with a grin. He liked this cousin, she suited his style. 10 minutes later, they discovered another dozen corpses, even darker and emitting black mist. Jun Hao used the corpse-dissolving water to reduce them to ashes. Look at the mountain, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. Jun Hao turned to see a landslide on the mountain behind Xinyuan village, revealing scattered stone tablets amidst the rubble. An ancient tomb. Jun Hao immediately realized. The landslide had likely exposed a tomb, awakening the malevolent entity responsible for the village's tragedy. Staring at the scene before him, Jun Hao couldn't help but think of Xiangyang village. If the beasts from the Xiangyang River ever escaped, his home village might suffer the same fate. Thud, thud. At that very moment, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Jun Hao instinctively looked up, his senses on high alert. Approaching him and Han Xiaoxiao was a towering figure over 3 meters tall, draped in tattered clothing. The creature let out a chilling, cackling laugh, its blood-red eyes gleaming with an eerie light. The instant Jun Hao locked eyes with it, his mind reeled from the impact. Don't look into its eyes, Han Xiaoxiao shouted urgently. But Jun Hao had already narrowed his eyes, activating his panel's scanning function without hesitation. This sinister entity was a unique type of beast, born with innate mental attack abilities. The panel displayed species, flying ghoul, level, 4-star E-class, combat power, 73,000. The ghoul seemed to sense that Jun Hao was the weaker target and lunged at him with terrifying speed. Han Xiaoxiao darted in front of Jun Hao in an instant, her voice sharp as a blade. Get lost, she roared, throwing a punch with incredible force. Boom. The massive ghoul was sent hurtling backward. Jun Hao couldn't help but marvel at the petite woman's astonishing strength. But before they could catch their breath, the ghoul's body suddenly erupted, launching dozens of blood-red orbs into the air. Each one radiated an ominous, malevolent energy. That's a blood burst. Retreat. Jun Hao grabbed Han Xiaoxiao and pulled her behind a nearby haystack. The orbs hit the ground and exploded on impact, spraying blood everywhere. The splattered liquid sizzled upon contact with the ground, exuding a potent toxin with corrosive properties. How do you even know that? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Jun Hao in surprise before dashing out like a streak of lightning. Her movements were so swift that only a faint afterimage remained. In mere moments, she was face-to-face with the ghoul. With a flick of her wrist, her short blade, glowing with a faint green light, sliced cleanly through its neck. Taking advantage of the situation, Jun Hao quickly activated Han Xiaoxiao's panel. Name, Han Xiaoxiao. Level, 7-star C-class. Skills, Wind Spirit Blade Technique, Wind Spirit Movement, Wind Blade, Wind Spirit Combat Arts, Wind Domain. Combat Power, Unknown. Artifact, Wind Spirit Blade 3-star B-class Artifact. High Destructive Power, imbued with wind energy. Mission accomplished, Han Xiaoxiao declared with a casual toss of her hair. The two spent another hour meticulously searching the entire village. Apart from a few freshly mutated corpses, they found nothing else of concern. On the way back, Han Xiaoxiao offered to escort Jun Hao home. Over an hour later, Jun Hao finally returned to Xiangyang village. You're back, Jun Wei, and Hao Yu greeted their son with evident relief. They had initially opposed Jun Hao's decision to participate in the early assessment, worried that he wasn't strong enough yet. It's okay if you didn't pass, Hao Yu reassured him gently. Once you reach E-class, you'll be able to join the Demon Suppression Division directly. With 3 attributes, surpassing your level in battle won't be difficult, Jun Wei added. When you're stronger, you'll have no trouble acquiring cultivation resources in the frontier zones. Hearing mention of the frontier, Jun Hao's eyes lit up with interest. But Hao Yu immediately objected. The frontier is far too dangerous. At the very least, you need to reach C-class before even considering it. He's not like me, Jun Wei countered. He's a monster without weaknesses. Sorry to disappoint you, Jun Hao said with a sly smile. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a golden card. I passed. Maybe it's just dumb luck. Huh. This is a gold card. The card in Jun Hao's hand shimmered with a dazzling golden glow under the light. Hao Yu and Jun Wei stared at the card in disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths slightly agape. They repeatedly confirmed what they were seeing. A newcomer who had just awakened, passing the evaluation on the very first day, and not only passing but also obtaining the rare gold card was simply unheard of. Suddenly, Jun Wei burst into hearty laughter, his voice filled with pride and relief. He laughed for a full minute, and when he finally stopped, there was a glimmer of moisture in his eyes as he looked at his son. It was then that Jun Hao noticed the strands of silver that had quietly appeared at his father's temples. "Kid, did you use something else to help you?" Hao Yu began, but before she could finish, Jun Wei also turned his questioning gaze toward Jun Hao. "No, just the golden armor," Jun Hao quickly clarified. "Good lad." Jun Wei took a sharp breath. "Using the golden armor to fight above your level, this is something probably no one else in all of Huan Nation could achieve." At that moment, Jun Wei's eyes fell on the points displayed on the gold card. "Wait a second, how do you already have 50 points? Jun Hao froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. He pulled out his phone to check and, sure enough, saw a message from Han Xiaoxiao. "Good luck, little cousin. Points have been sent your way." This warmed Jun Hao's heart. During their first mission, although it was Han Xiaoxiao who had defeated the Flying Zhangshi, and he had barely contributed, she had still transferred the points to him. "Thanks," Jun Hao replied with a smile, and then explained the source of the points to his father. Jun Wei nodded thoughtfully and spoke earnestly. "Your current strength is too low. Don't rush to earn points for now. The most important thing is to focus on improving your abilities. Once you reach rank or higher, the points will naturally come." "Got it," Jun Hao responded with determination, already formulating a plan in his mind. For him, improving his strength and earning points didn't have to be mutually exclusive. Hunting down beasts not only provided evolution points to enhance his power, but also earned him points from the demon suppression division. It was a win-win situation. "Hao Yue, dinner's ready." Hao Yue's call interrupted Jun Hao's train of thought. Moments later, the three of them gathered around the dining table to enjoy their meal. After dinner, Jun Hao returned to his room and immediately opened his personal interface to review his stats. Name, Jun Hao. Status, human form. Level, 7-star Frank ability user. Cultivation technique, life breathing technique. Skills, lock-on, death fong, fatal bind, tenacity, tracking, bloodthirsty eye, shapeshift, berserk, life blessing, golden armor. Evolution points, 188,171,0000 ready for evolution. Weight, 12T, 60M. Overall combat power, 32311. Spiritual gear, Life Dragon Ring 7-star A rank, Thunder Spear 5-star crank. System, can I evolve now? Jun Hao asked. The system responded, host, this will be a major evolution. After evolving, you will not only gain new skills but may also awaken additional bloodlines and unlock even greater power. However, the evolution must be performed in your beast form. Jun Hao took a deep breath, deciding to wait until nightfall to proceed. He began practicing the life-breathing technique, preparing himself for the right moment. As night descended, Jun Hao found an excuse to leave home. Since the Demon Suppression Division had already cleared the Shangyang River earlier that day, Hao Yue and Jun Wei were at ease letting him go out. After all, with Jun Hao's current strength, beasts below E-rank posed no threat to him. At the edge of the Shangyang River, Jun Hao transformed without hesitation. A golden python over 60 meters long silently slipped into the water, swimming toward a familiar pool. The river was unusually calm, with only ordinary fish and shrimp in sight. There were no traces of other beasts, confirming Han Xiaoxiao's earlier observations. Diving into the underwater cave beneath the pool, Jun Hao noticed that the spiritual energy in the area had significantly thinned compared to before. He pressed onward, eventually arriving at an underground river where he finally sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. This hidden river was so well concealed that even the Demon Suppression Division had failed to discover it. System, initiate evolution, Jun Hao commanded. As the system's notification sounded, an immense surge of energy flooded Jun Hao's body. His 6-meter-long form seemed to be torn apart and rebuilt, rapidly expanding as a terrifying power awakened within him. When the evolution was complete, Jun Hao had gained the Nether Serpent bloodline and advanced to become a Nether Python, acquiring the skill Nether Domain. He quickly checked his updated stats. Name, Jun Hao. Status, Beast Form. Level, 1-star E-rank Nether Python. Weight, 25T, 100M. Skills, Lock-on, Death Fong, Fatal Bind, Tenacity, Tracking, Shapeshift, Bloodthirsty Eye, Nether Domain, Berserk, Life Blessing, Golden Armor. Evolution points, 88,172,0000. Overall combat power, 87711. This astounding combat power placed him on par with a 5-star E-rank ability user, enabling him to challenge opponents 5 ranks higher. Jun Hao reduced his colossal 100-meter body to a more manageable 10 meters and surveyed the underground river. Though he sensed the presence of other beasts, the memory of the fearsome roar he had heard last time urged him to proceed cautiously. Such a roar likely belonged to a crank beast, which even his newfound power might struggle to overcome. Returning to the riverbank, Jun Hao reverted to his human form, dressed, and headed home. Back in his room, he resumed his cultivation, earning 80 evolution points per hour. He was determined to make the most of his time. However, his phone suddenly buzzed, interrupting his practice. It was a message from Wang Shui. Her profile picture a cute Pikachu. Thinking of this strong-willed yet tender-hearted girl, Jun Hao couldn't help but smile. Jun Hao, are you there? It's urgent. Shui, what's going on? Jun Hao quickly replied. Jun Hao, I just got word the second spiritual energy surge will happen in 7 days. Second spiritual energy revival? Jun Hao froze for a moment, his fingers flying across his phone screen. Shui, explain clearly. I'm at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division. Shui's reply came swiftly. The detection system shows that the spiritual energy outside the safe zone has increased 300-fold in the past month. At this rate, the spiritual energy within the safe zone will also spike soon. This is a clear sign of the second spiritual energy revival. Jun Hao took a deep breath, his thoughts racing. The second spiritual energy revival would mean a massive surge in spiritual energy across the entire blue star. Countless exotic beasts and ability users would see their powers grow significantly. Even ordinary people who had not yet awakened might begin to develop abilities. I thought the second revival was supposed to be 3 months away. Why has it come early? Shui sent another message. How do you know all this? Jun Hao asked, his curiosity piqued, accompanied by a puzzled emoji. Don't ask me how I know, Shui replied quickly. Jun Hao, after this revival, the spiritual energy in the world will increase 1,000-fold. Over 50 of the population will awaken abilities, and those who are already awakened might undergo a second awakening. There will be an abundance of spiritual stones and herbs. It's an era filled with opportunities. But at the same time, countless exotic beasts will also awaken and become stronger. The entire Huagua will face unprecedented danger. Jun Hao stared at the long message in disbelief. A jump in the awakening rate from 15 to 50 that meant 1 in every 2 people would gain abilities. He couldn't help but question the source of Shui's information. As a transmigrator himself, he believed in the existence of reincarnators. Recalling the day in the small forest when Shui, usually reserved, had suddenly and assertively asked him to be her boyfriend, her drastic change in behavior now seemed more suspicious. When can you come back? Jun Hao asked. He wanted answers face-to-face. The headquarters requires me to master an inscribed spiritual artifact before I can leave. It'll take about 10 days, Shui replied. During that time, the second spiritual energy revival may already begin. Inscribed spiritual artifact? So this was the privilege of someone with inscribed talent? Jun Hao felt a wave of envy. Jun Hao, there's something you must do before the revival starts, Shui continued. You need to convince Uncle Jun and my father to take the people of Xiangyang village far away from the Xiangyang River. The farther, the better. I'm heading into the spiritual spring to cultivate now. Her message abruptly ended. Jun Hao stared at his phone screen, a sense of unease creeping in. Could it be that something hidden beneath the dark river would emerge after the revival? A great flying zombie had nearly destroyed an entire village. What about a great exotic beast or worse? But how could he convince his parents and Uncle Wang to believe him? Claiming he was a transmigrator was unlikely to gain their trust. Even if Shui had passed a message to Wang Ming, he doubted Wang Ming would take it seriously. Lying on his bed, Jun Hao spent 10 minutes processing the flood of information. The second spiritual energy revival was bound to bring earth-shattering changes to Huagua. To be continued. What's going on, Wei? How you asked anxiously, her expression tense. Junwei took a deep breath and explained in a low voice. Xia from headquarters just sent word. The spiritual energy outside the safe zones has surged by 300 times in the past month. Headquarters predicts that in 7 days, Blue Star will experience a second wave of spiritual energy revival. Hao Yu's face turned grim at the news. The first revival had unleashed chaos, with ferocious beasts rampaging across Blue Star. Only Huaxia had managed to remain a safe haven, while the other regions fell to the beasts. This second revival, however, was predicted to be 1,000 times more intense. Headquarters also predicts the emergence of S-level, possibly even SS-level beasts. To prevent widespread panic, this information has been classified, Junwei added. This is how you gasped. Even S-level beasts were akin to gods, capable of raising entire cities with ease. The thought of S-level or SS-level creatures was utterly terrifying. She turned to Jun Hao, her voice sharp with urgency. Howard, why are you insisting on relocating Xiangyang village? This is a safe zone. The Jinma division recently conducted a thorough investigation here and found no signs of beasts. Even with the second revival, it's unlikely that anything too dangerous would appear. Mom, would you believe me if I said it was just a feeling? Jun Hao looked directly at his mother, his tone serious. A feeling? How you exchanged a glance with Jun Wei. Jun Wei frowned. Kid, you can't expect to move an entire village based on a hunch. Xiangyang village has tens of thousands of residents. Without the intervention of the Xiangyang city authorities, it's impossible. Then what should we do? Jun Hao pressed. We need evidence. Jun Wei replied firmly. Powerful beasts are always drawn to one thing: spiritual springs. If you can find a spiritual spring, you'll have the proof needed to convince the authorities to evacuate Xiangyang village. At the mention of spiritual spring, Jun Hao paused for a moment before a faint smile spread across his face. The Jinma division might not have discovered one, but he had. Originally, he had planned to investigate further after growing stronger. But with the second revival imminent, there was no time to wait. Once the revival began, the safe zones would be overrun with beasts, and spiritual herbs would be abundant. His power level would rise rapidly. Mom, Dad, follow me, Jun Hao said, turning to leave the hall. Moments later, the three of them stood by the Xiangyang River. Jun Hao got straight to the point. Dad, if I told you there's a spiritual spring in this river, would you believe me? Impossible. Jun Wei dismissed the notion outright. The Jinma division just inspected this area today. Failing to report the discovery of a spiritual spring is a serious crime. Jun Hao let out a cold laugh. Riches come to those who dare. Spiritual springs are often accompanied by spiritual herbs and stones. Who's to say the Jinma division didn't keep it to themselves? Seeing Jun Wei's deepening frown, Hao Yu asked cautiously, How are you suggesting the Jinma division found the spring but concealed it? Why else would 3 members of the Jinma division die in this river? Jun Hao countered. Let's go find out, Jun Wei said firmly. Jun Hao nodded, and in an instant, golden armor enveloped his body. He dove into the water without hesitation. For those with abilities, spiritual energy within their bodies allowed them to move freely underwater. Fire element users, however, faced limitations, while water element users gained enhanced abilities. Hao Yu and Jun Wei followed closely behind. Before long, the 3 of them reached a secluded pool. Spiritual energy fluctuations? Jun Wei's eyes gleamed with sharp focus. Wei, is there really a spiritual spring here? Hao Yu asked urgently. Jun Wei nodded, his expression dark. A spiritual spring in the Xiangyang River left unaddressed was a disaster waiting to happen. If beasts were to appear, it would spell doom for the village they had called home for over a decade. Worse still, this wasn't likely the first time the Jinma division had acted so negligently. Mom, Dad, keep following me, Jun Hao instructed as he led them into the pool. Before long, a massive cavern revealed itself beneath the water. I never imagined there'd be such a cavern beneath the river, Hao Yu exclaimed in awe. Be careful. The spiritual energy here feels suppressed, Jun Wei warned, his tone cautious. A domain. Hao Yu's expression shifted. Beasts of level or higher possessed innate domains, which not only boosted their combat abilities but also suppressed the spiritual energy around a spring, preventing it from leaking out. Dad, the spiritual spring is inside this cavern, Jun Hao said confidently. Stay behind me, Jun Wei instructed, his gaze fixed on the dark waters deeper in the cave. Jun Hao refrained from pointing directly at the submerged area that concealed the spring. Discovering the cavern itself was already astonishing enough. If he were to pinpoint the exact location, it would raise too many questions even the Jinma division's Han Xiaoxiao hadn't been able to answer during her earlier investigation. Be careful, Wei, Hao Yu called out softly. In an instant, a sleek, form-fitting leather armor appeared on her body, giving her an agile and battle-ready look. In her hand, she wielded a violet longsword, its blade radiating a sharp and menacing energy. This was the combat form of Hao Yu, the fierce swordmaster. Amidst a resonating hum, layers of sharp sword energy began to emanate from Hao Yu, forming a 5-meter radius domain of frenzied swordsmanship. Within this field, her combat power was significantly enhanced. As a berserker swordswoman, her strength was already formidable, but with the domain's amplification, she was virtually invincible against those of the same level. Life domain, a deep voice echoed. Jun Wei radiated an immense vitality, instantly filling the cavern with flourishing life. Water plants grew wildly, and Jun Hao, standing behind him, was enveloped in a powerful aura of life that seemed capable of instantly reviving him from the brink of death. Jun Wei's life domain had reached an extraordinary level, akin to an inexhaustible spring that continuously supplied life energy. Kid, stay alert, Hao Yu warned. Jun Hao, clad in golden armor, followed closely behind the two as they approached the underground river. Hao Yu leapt in first, with Jun Wei maintaining a precise 10-meter distance from her. This was the optimal range of his life domain. Their coordinated precision allowed Junwei to provide Hao Yu with maximum restorative power while ensuring his own safety. Be careful. Junwei glanced at Jun Hao before the three ventured into the dark river. Boom. A surge of spiritual energy swept over them, its density at least 1,000 times greater than the outside world. At least a grade C spirit spring. Hao Yu remarked gravely. Spirit springs were classified into 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, with each ascending grade representing greater power. Territories of grade beasts invariably possessed spirit springs of grade A or higher, as powerful beasts often chose such springs to enhance their strength. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the air. Jun Hao felt as though a colossal divine dragon, thousands of meters long, was gazing down at him with utter disdain. A flood dragon. Junwei and Hao Yu exchanged a heavy look, their expressions tense. Retreat. Junwei urged urgently. It's too late, it's here. Hao Yu's gaze shifted to the pitch-black underground river ahead, which was even broader and deeper than the cavern above. The growl grew louder and closer. Within less than a minute, 2 radiant blue lights pierced through the darkness, rapidly approaching. They were a pair of icy blue eyes belonging to a fearsome flood dragon with a head over 10 meters long. An ice flood dragon. Hao Yu's eyes gleamed with fighting intent. Life amplification. Junwei cast his ability, enveloping Hao Yu and Jun Hao in a surge of life energy that tripled their strength. This was the power of life-based abilities. Not only did they provide incredible healing, but they also significantly boosted combat effectiveness. This was why special operations teams always required support from auxiliary ability users. Frenzied sword slash. Hao Yu's greatsword unleashed a massive arc of purple sword energy, streaking directly toward the flood dragon. Humans, how dare you trespass on my domain? The flood dragon roared, sweeping its massive tail toward them. Life shield. A green barrier formed around Hao Yu. Undeterred, she swung her sword, the energy cleaving through the flood dragon's scales. The beast let out a terrible scream, its eyes blazing with fury. Crash. Hao Yu was struck by the dragon's tail and sent flying backward, landing in front of Jun Hao and Junwei. Gripping her greatsword tightly, she locked her gaze on the enraged flood dragon, ready for the next clash. Blood trickled from Hao Yu's lips, but within the resonating hum of life's blessing, her injuries completely healed in less than a single breath. Her aura returned to its peak state. Witnessing this scene, Jun Hao swallowed hard, his heart filled with awe. This was the true power of a genuinely strong ability user. Seeing his parents in action firsthand left Jun Hao deeply shaken. Although he had reached a rank, his strength was insignificant in the presence of real powerhouses. What shocked him even more was that his parents, due to their injuries, were only at crank. If they were at higher levels, a rank, or even the legendary strengthier power would be nothing short of godlike. Suddenly, a thought crossed Jun Hao's mind, and his gaze shifted to the massive dragon lurking beneath the dark waters. Its immense body stretched beyond sight in the underground river, but the status panel above its head was crystal clear. Beast type, Ice Jiao. Rank, 1-star rank. Skills, 1000-mile freeze, Ice God's domain, Dragon Roar. Combat power, unknown. Overall assessment, just a frozen snack stick. Staring at the data, Jun Hao's expression grew serious. This wasn't an ordinary crank beast, it was a brank beast. Even at just 1 star, it was already terrifyingly powerful. It's a brank beast. Do not engage recklessly. Junwei's deep voice broke the tension. Jun Hao, leave now. Hao Yu instructed him firmly. Got it. Jun Hao nodded without hesitation. A battle of this magnitude was far beyond his capabilities. Be careful, he added before quickly retreating from the underground river to the cave above. Inwardly, he reassured himself. With his parents' strength, even if they couldn't defeat the Ice Jiao, their lives shouldn't be at risk. Thinking back, he felt relieved he hadn't recklessly joined the fight, otherwise, his fate might have been sealed. Jun Hao decided to wait in the cavern. From time to time, the sound of violent collisions echoed from the river below. However, due to the Ice Jiao's domain, the powerful forces remained confined to that area. Unless the domain was broken, these ripples of energy wouldn't spread beyond its boundaries. An hour later, the fierce battle finally came to an end. 2 figures slowly emerged from the riverside of Shangyang: Junwei and Hao Yu. Dad. Jun Hao hurried forward to greet them. Junwei's face was pale, and Hao Yu didn't look much better. Both had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly suffering from serious injuries. Jun Hao immediately activated the life blessing. The life dragon ring in his hand emitted a gentle glow, and a powerful life force enveloped the two of them. We're fine. Save your energy, Junwei said in a low voice, taking out a pill and handing it to Hao Yu. Your body is weaker. Take this to recover. Hao Yu turned her head away. I have my life domain. I can suppress the injuries for now. You've already expended too much energy, and let your original wounds worsen. Before Hao Yu could finish, Junwei had already placed the pill into her mouth. Dad, how did it go? Jun Hao couldn't help but ask. Let's go back first, Junwei said after glancing at the underground river. He then led the two of them back home. Once they returned, Junwei and Hao Yu immediately sat cross-legged to meditate and heal. An hour later, they opened their eyes. He's been temporarily driven back, Junwei said in a deep voice. But after the second spiritual energy resurgence, his strength might break through to 3-star level, or even 5-star, and he will undoubtedly return. Wei, I sense an even more overwhelming presence beneath that underground river, Hao Yu added. Jun Hao's heart sank. If a level beast was already this terrifying, how much more dreadful would an level beast be? Dad, the situation in Xiangyang village isn't just a local matter. We'll need to consider relocating the entire Xiangyang city, Junwei interrupted. Wei, are you planning to go to the Demon Suppression Bureau? Hao Yu asked. By now, her complexion had regained its healthy glow. Junwei nodded. Remember, stay away from the Xiangyang River for now. Wait for me to return. With that, he left in haste. Back in his room, Jun Hao replayed his father's battle in his mind, his desire for greater power growing stronger. If he could reach a level, would he evolve into a flood dragon or a true dragon? He picked up his phone and shared the day's events with Wang Shui. She quickly replied, How? That underground river is actually a passage to the East Sea. What? Jun Hao was stunned. The East Sea was known to be a gathering place for powerful beasts, with rumors even of S-level beasts residing there. It's true, Wang Shui continued. Don't go there for now. It hides many ancient secrets. When I return, we'll explore it together and seize the innate resources to help you ascend to greatness. Jun Hao found the phrase ascend to greatness a bit dramatic. After all, given his original potential, reaching level was already considered his limit. Shui, have you refined this level artifact yet? Not yet. I'm only a level and need to reach level to do it. By the way, the deputy minister just arrived. If he sees me chatting, he'll be furious. How? Go check the small stone cave in the back mountain. It's our old secret base, remember? It has a spirit spring, spirit herbs, and spirit stones that can help you train. Jun Hao recalled playing with Wang Shui in the back mountain during their childhood. Who would have thought that the small stone cave held a spirit spring? He was about to ask when Shed reached level, but no more messages came through. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Wang Shui sat cross-legged in a level spirit spring, focused on her cultivation. Wang Shui gazed into the distance, her mind awash with thoughts. If she could ensure the relocation of Xiangyang village, Haoge would have no regrets, and both her father and Uncle Jun would remain safe. She let out a soft sigh. If only she could refine this spiritual artifact now, she could return immediately. Not only could she teach Haoge the earth-shaking technique, but she could also help him seize countless opportunities brought by the second wave of spiritual energy resurgence. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the spirit spring. A gracefully aging, elegant woman stepped inside. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Wang Shui. This woman was none other than Wang Shui's mentor, Xiaoling. She had been her teacher not only in this life, but in the previous one as well. In her former life, Xiaoling had sacrificed herself during a great battle, dying at the hands of a ferocious beast to save Wang Shui. This time, Wang Shui silently vowed that such a tragedy would never happen again. Pointing to the ancient cauldron before Wang Shui, Xiaoling smiled and explained, This is the divine cauldron of Shenzhou. Once you reach rank D, you'll be able to refine it. With its power and your formidable spiritual strength, you can establish a connection with the guardian spirit of Huagua and become one of its emissaries. The cauldron was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, depicting vivid scenes of ancient humans battling mythical beasts, alongside breathtaking images of celestial beings floating in the void. As one of Huaguo's strength's spiritual artifacts, it was rightfully deemed a divine treasure. In her previous life, Wang Shui had reached strength within just 10 years of obtaining it. Meanwhile, Jun Hao, though talented, had a defensive type ability that hindered his progress. It wasn't until 20 years later that he acquired another divine cauldron and finally ascended to rank. With your talent, you'll reach rank D in less than half a year, Xiaoling encouraged. Wang Shui's eyes gleamed with resolve as she declared, Master, I will refine this divine cauldron within 7 days. This timeline was 4 times faster than the month it had taken her in her past life to reach rank D. Xiaoling was momentarily stunned by Wang Shui's bold statement, but before she could reply, her disciple had already plunged into a meditative state. Watching her determined student, Xiaoling couldn't help but smile with pride and satisfaction. Meanwhile, night had fallen over Xiangyang village, and the clock ticked toward 8 or 9 p.m. Jun Hao stared at the message Wang Shui had sent him, an uneasy restlessness stirring in his heart. If Wang Shui truly was a reincarnator, then her words must be absolutely trustworthy because in his own memory, the two of them hadn't visited that stone cave since they were 13 years old. As they grew older, it simply became inappropriate to go there together. Now, at 16, It dawned on him that the little stone cave might indeed have manifested a spirit spring over the past 3 years. If that were true, then her claims of reincarnation could no longer be dismissed. "Hey, where are you heading?" Hao Yu asked as she walked in from outside, catching sight of Jun Hao preparing to leave. "I'm going out to take a look," Jun Hao replied calmly, his tone steady. "Be careful and stay away from the Xiangyang River area. I've already discussed the situation in Xiangyang Village with Wang Meng, but relocating the entire village will have to wait for instructions from above," Hao Yu said in a low voice, her concern evident. Jun Hao nodded in acknowledgement. He knew the relocation of Xiangyang Village required approval from the city authorities, a decision that would likely have to wait until his father returned. After a brief goodbye to his mother, he headed straight for the mountain behind their home. Standing at the summit, Jun Hao could distinctly sense the spiritual energy in the air had grown denser. Wang Shui was right. There was indeed a small spiritual spring hidden in the mountain, located in the very cave where they used to play as children. 15 minutes later, Jun Hao arrived at the secluded little cave. The moment he stepped inside, the concentration of spiritual energy surged, at least 5 to 6 times stronger than outside. Scattered around the cave were remnants of their childhood playthings, a nostalgic reminder of simpler times. Venturing deeper, Jun Hao reached a small water pool nestled in the heart of the cave. Surrounding the pool were clusters of radiant spiritual herbs, most of which were F-grade, with a few reaching a grade. Scattered nearby were over 30 low-grade spirit stones. The absence of footprints confirmed that no other ability users had discovered this place yet. Without hesitation, Jun Hao sent a message and photos to Wang Shui. "Shui, I found the spiritual spring." He then began collecting the spiritual herbs and spirit stones scattered around. A system notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 37 spirit stones. Would you like to absorb them?" "Absorb?" Jun Hao commanded without delay. As the system's notifications continued, his evolution points surged rapidly. The combination of 3 types of spiritual herbs, golden spirit grass, snow spirit grass, and frost spirit grass, along with the collected spirit stones, granted him a total of 8,800 evolution points, raising his total to 17,617 out of 20,000. This F-grade spiritual spring could amplify cultivation speed tenfold. Without wasting any time, Jun Hao sat cross-legged by the pool, allowing the dense spiritual energy to flow into his body. He meditated and cultivated from 9 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next morning, an uninterrupted session of 11 hours. When he finally opened his eyes, his stomach growled in protest. Even at a grade, he couldn't sustain himself solely on spiritual energy. That level of self-sufficiency would only be achievable at grade. After the system processed the results of his cultivation, Jun Hao's evolution points had climbed to 26,417 out of 20,000, surpassing the threshold for his next evolution. Half an hour later, he successfully advanced to 2-star grade, unlocking a new skill, Infinite Health Bar, a 5-minute state of complete damage immunity when activated. Staring at this seemingly overpowered new ability, Jun Hao could only mutter under his breath, "Now that's what I call OP." Jun Hao stood outside the small stone cave, contemplating the terrifying potential of his newly acquired Infinite Bloodline ability. This power not only allowed him to withstand lethal attacks, but also granted a 5-minute invincibility window in critical moments, a near-perfect life-saving skill. Just as he was about to head back, his sharp eyes caught sight of 2 shadowy figures sneaking toward his house from the back mountain. The aura emanating from them was anything but weak. They were clearly subordinates sent by Lu Xiao. "A little nobody from Xiangyang Village dares to cross our young master Lu? He's courting death," one of them muttered under his breath. "Enough talk. Capture him and bring him back to Lu Xiao for punishment," the other reminded coldly. "Looking for me?" A calm voice spoke from behind. The 2 men turned to see a handsome young man standing there, smiling faintly. "Who are you, kid?" one of them demanded, his tone icy. "You came looking for me, yet you don't even know who I am?" Jun Hao chuckled and shook his head. Through his system interface, Jun Hao quickly scanned their profiles. Lu Xiao, 1-star E-rank ability user, skilled in stealth and basic combat techniques. Lu Hai, 2-star E-rank ability user, proficient in strength amplification. Their strength hovered around E-rank. Clearly, Lu Xiao believed this level of power was more than enough to deal with a freshly awakened Frank ability user. The battle erupted in an instant. Lu Xiao made the first move, lunging at Jun Hao with a grappling technique. However, in Jun Hao's eyes, while Lu Xiao's speed was decent, his strength was laughably weak and incapable of penetrating Jun Hao's golden armor defense. "Get lost." Jun Hao's voice boomed, and he unleashed a suppression skill that immediately reduced Lu Xiao's stats by over 30. Without hesitation, Jun Hao followed up with a barrage of heavy punches, each one landing with precision, and within moments, Lu Xiao lay lifeless on the ground. Watching his companion fall so quickly, Lu Hai was visibly shaken. You're supposed to be a defense-type awakener," he stammered. "The golden armor? You mean this?" Jun Hao replied, as a radiant, golden suit of armor shimmered into view around him. At the same time, he activated his berserk mode, causing his speed and strength to skyrocket. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Lu Hai. It only took a few moves. Lu Hai's arms were shattered, his lower body crippled, and, finally, Jun Hao ended his life by snapping his neck. The fight was over in moments. As Jun Hao surveyed the aftermath, he estimated that his current strength was on par with a 5-star E-rank ability user, perhaps even capable of challenging a 7-star peak E-rank. After disposing of the two bodies, Jun Hao left the scene. Meanwhile, in the Demon Suppression Division's 109th floor in Xiangyang City, Lu Xiao stared at his suppression card. The names of his two subordinates had gone dim, and his expression darkened with rage. In the early morning of Xiangyang Village, Jun Hao stepped through the door of his home, only to be met by the stern gaze of his mother. "How you?" He gave an awkward smile, knowing there was no way he could hide the fact that he hadn't returned home all night. The dining table was set with millet porridge, eggs, and milk, all prepared well in advance. The milk had already gone cold, a clear sign it had been sitting there for some time. Seeing this, a wave of guilt washed over Jun Hao. "There's a small stone cave in the back mountain. There's an infallible spiritual spring there, and I was cultivating," Jun Hao explained while eating. "Next time, let me know before you leave." Hao Yu's expression softened. "Got it." Jun Hao nodded earnestly, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, I saw Uncle Wang rushing out when I came back. Has the relocation of Xiangyang Village been decided? Your father hasn't returned since he went out yesterday. As for the village, nothing has been finalized yet. But Xiao Xiao has arrived and already gathered everyone by the Xiangyang River. They're going to confirm the situation," Hao Yu replied. Hearing Xiaoxiao's name, Jun Hao's eyes lit up, though he quickly furrowed his brows. If Xiao Xiao is here, that means the Demon Suppression Bureau is already aware of the situation. So why hasn't Dad returned yet? Maybe something's holding him up, Hao Yu said with a serious tone. After finishing his breakfast, Jun Hao headed straight for the Xiangyang River. As soon as he arrived, Han Xiaoxiao called out, "Little cousin." By now, all the awakened individuals in Xiangyang Village had gathered. At the forefront was Wang Ming, who greeted Jun Hao with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Jun Hao greeted respectfully, thinking to himself that it was wise to stay on good terms with his future father-in-law. "Kid, I know about Xuer's talent. Even though you've only awakened the golden armor ability, I have faith in you. Nothing is impossible for those who are determined," Wang Ming said with a hearty laugh. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. They'll do my best," Jun Hao replied sincerely. Unlike others, this future father-in-law didn't look down on him despite his daughter having S-level talent. Instead, he offered encouragement, which Jun Hao deeply appreciated. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Xiao Xiao, is this Jun Hao?" From behind Han Xiaoxiao emerged an elderly man with white hair, yet a vibrant and energetic demeanor. His piercing gaze seemed to see right through Jun Hao. Jun Hao's heart skipped a beat as he quickly scanned the man's information. Name: Hanjin. Level: 1-star A class. Abilities: Berserk, Sword Domain. Combat Power: Unknown. Title: Demon Suppression King. This was the man Xiao Xiao had mentioned her grandfather and Jun Hao's maternal grandfather, the other Demon Suppression King of Xiangyang City. Jun Hao was awestruck by the old man's overwhelming presence. "Grandpa, this is my cousin," Han Xiaoxiao quickly introduced. "Not bad," Han Zhan remarked with a nod. Jun Hao, however, was puzzled. If his mother was Hao Yu, not Han Yu, there must be some complicated family history here. "Greetings, sir," Jun Hao said with a polite bow. "Kid, call him Grandpa," Han Xiaoxiao teased, giving Jun Hao a playful glare. Han Zhan's lips twitched slightly, thinking how stubborn this family was, from Hao Yu to Junwei and now this young man. None of them seemed willing to bend. Jun Hao simply smiled faintly. Toward this unfamiliar elder, he couldn't bring himself to call him Grandpa and felt no familial bond. "You are just as stubborn as your father," Han Zhan muttered, casting a glance at Jun Hao before turning to Wang Ming. "I've already reported the relocation of Xiangyang Village. We'll have concrete plans within 3 days. Wang Ming, am leaving this task to you. As for the Xiangyang River, I will personally oversee it. Once the village is relocated, they'll leave as well." The crowd was overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. However, Jun Hao frowned. Weren't they here to assess the situation? Why had the decision to relocate been made so quickly? And why was Han Zhan ready to station himself here without even investigating the area? "Brother Hao, I wasn't lying, was I?" Wang Shui's voice carried a hint of pride. "This is just an grade Spirit Spring, and I've already reached 3-star grade." As Jun Hao was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Wang Shui, informing him that Xiangyang Village had begun evacuations. The operation was being overseen by the seasoned expert Han Zhan from Xiangyang City, and Han Xiaoxiao was also present at the scene. "Han Zhan," Jun Hao muttered in surprise after reading Wang Shui's reply. With him overseeing things, there's nothing to worry about. Jun Hao noticed a detail and quickly asked, "Xuer, How did you level up to 3-star grade so quickly? After all, Wang Shui had only just broken through to a grade yesterday, and her progress was even faster than his own. I've been training in a grade spirit spring. Wang Shui's response made Jun Hao's mouth twitch involuntarily. He knew that even an grade spirit spring could enhance cultivation speed tenfold, so the amplification of an grade spirit spring must be unimaginably terrifying. A moment later, Wang Shui sent another message. Oh, by the way, hey, race the heaven-shaking technique for your cultivation. Accept it. Following her words, a lengthy text of cultivation techniques appeared on his screen. The heaven-shaking technique? Jun Hao was momentarily stunned. Did this mean that his future self would really become an emperor? While the idea seemed a bit far-fetched, given that he had already accepted the reality of his transmigration and Wang Shui's reincarnation, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-shaking technique. Would you like to learn it? Learn it. Jun Hao responded without hesitation. Since the system acknowledged it, the technique had to be genuine. As the system confirmed the successful acquisition, an influx of information flooded Jun Hao's mind. His personal stats panel now displayed a new entry under the cultivation technique section. Heaven-shaking technique. He opened the detailed description. Technique name. Heaven-shaking technique. Grade. Imperial. Description. At its peak, it can shake the heavens and move the earth. Cultivation boost. 100x speed increase for the first level, with double defensive awakening. Overall evaluation. Extremely powerful. The data on this technique was truly astonishing. Compared to the life-breathing technique, which only enhanced cultivation speed by 200 and doubled life attributes, the heaven-shaking technique provided a staggering 100x cultivation speed boost and double defensive capabilities. Its imperial grade title was undoubtedly well-deserved. Jun Hao swallowed hard, his heart pounding with astonishment. The 100x enhancement effect was downright intimidating. Combined with the spirit-gathering array of the Life Dragon Ring and the grade Spirit Spring, his cultivation speed could reach a staggering 10,000 times the normal rate. This meant that just 1 hour of training could earn him 20,000 evolution points. Big cousin, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now, Jun Hao said, eager to start cultivating. He had decided to go into seclusion until he reached level. At that moment, Han Xiaoxiao pulled out an envelope from her pocket. Little cousin, this is your admission letter from Shangnan University. You'll need to report there in 7 days. Your class has already been assigned. Jun Hao took the envelope, a slight frown crossing his face. Isn't Shangnan University's report date still 3 months away? Han Jin's voice chimed in at just the right moment. That was my arrangement. The Demon Suppression Bureau in Xiangyang City has given you an A-level comprehensive evaluation. Your strength is already comparable to that of a standard A-level ability user. With your talent, you've barely qualified to join the special class. The mention of the special class made Jun Hao pause in thought. This elite class was full of extraordinary talents, with the lowest aptitude being level. Graduates were directly assigned to form special task squads. People like Li Ming, for example, were members of such squads. Thank you, big cousin. Jun Hao expressed his gratitude to Han Xiaoxiao, who responded with a sweet smile, her dimples showing faintly. When he returned home, Hayu was waiting in the hall. Seeing Jun Hao walk in, she simply asked, "You're back?" "Yes." Jun Hao nodded enthusiastically, then mentioned that he planned to head to the back mountain to train. As a demon suppression marquis, Hayu understood the importance of spirit springs for ability users and did not stop him. Inside the stone cave, Jun Hao eagerly began to practice the heaven-shaking technique. This imperial grade technique was most remarkable for its 100x acceleration effect. When combined with the defensive boost of the golden armor, his cultivation speed was doubled yet again. Just as he was about to enter a meditative state, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Han Xiaoxiao, informing him that Jun Wei was already recovering at the Demon Suppression Bureau. This news brought Jun Hao a sense of relief. The battle at the Xiangyang River the previous night had left both Hao Yu and Jun Wei seriously injured. Even with his use of the Life Blessing ability, the effects had been limited. As Jun Hao began his cultivation, the system promptly notified him. He had successfully reached the first level of the heaven-shaking technique, and the golden armor had evolved as well, forming a golden domain. Spiritual energy surged around him, condensing into droplets of spirit liquid that fell to the ground. 1 hour later, the system calculated the results. With the combined effects of the heaven-shaking technique, the grade Spirit Spring, and the small Spirit Gathering Array, his cultivation speed had been enhanced by 5,000 times, earning him a total of 10,000 evolution points. It turned out that the small Spirit Gathering Array's effect was significantly diminished when paired with the heaven-shaking technique, dropping from a 10x boost to just 2.5x. The system recommended using a large Spirit Gathering Array for greater enhancement. Thus, Jun Hao continued his cultivation for 4.5 hours, amassing enough evolution points to make significant progress. At this rate, by the time he reported to Xiangnan University in 7 days, he would likely have reached level strength, solidifying his position as one of the top talents within the Demon Suppression Bureau. Congratulations, host. You've consumed 50,000 evolution points. Evolution begins now. The system's voice echoed in Jun Hao's mind. A surge of immense power instantly flooded his body, reshaping his physique as his energy soared higher and higher. 10 minutes later, the evolution was complete. The system chimed in again. Congratulations, host. You've reached 3-star level and unlocked a new skill, Life Domain. This skill was far superior to Life Blessing, not only enhancing recovery abilities but also boosting attributes. Beyond a level, support type ability users underwent a qualitative transformation, evolving from being dismissed as weaklings to becoming indispensable assets capable of exponentially strengthening an entire team. Jun Hao took a deep breath and opened his personal panel. Name, Jun Hao. Status, Human Form Beast Form Time remaining 3 hours. Level, 3-star level Nether Python. Skills, Lock, Death Venom Fong, Deadly Constriction, Unyielding, Tracking, Morph at Will, Berserk, Golden Armor, Life Blessing, Nether Domain. Infinite Health Bar, Life Domain. Evolution Points, 1417100000. Overall Combat Power, 110,000. At that moment, his stomach growled. Jun Hao pulled out his phone and saw a message from Han Xiaoxiao. Little cousin, I've left already. Don't worry about the Shangyang River issue. Grandpa is getting old, and no matter what, we should at least treat him to a meal. Honestly, it's not entirely his fault. Jun Hao shook his head, unwilling to get involved in the disputes among the older generation. His priority was to grow stronger and prepare for the impending second spiritual energy resurgence. As Wang Shui had said, it would be an era brimming with opportunities. His phone buzzed again with a message from Wang Shui. Hauga, have you practiced the heaven-shaking technique yet? How does it feel? Awesome. Shui, my dear wife. When are you coming back? Jun Hao replied cheekily, adding 2 mischievous emojis. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, Wang Shui's face flushed red as she read the message. Despite being a mighty emperor in her past life, such intimate terms of endearment still made her heart race. She silently vowed to herself, in this life, I won't let anyone hurt you. Gathering her composure, she shyly sent back an emoji. 7 days later, Monkey sent a message saying he had been recommended by Li Ming for early admission into the Special Forces class at Xiangnan University. Jun Hao informed him that he too would be joining the Special Forces class, leaving Monkey both surprised and excited. Back home, Hao Yu immediately noticed Jun Hao's increased strength, sensing that he now exuded the presence of an unshakable mountain. At the dinner table, Hanjin was also there. The atmosphere was tense, and the three ate in silence. Before leaving, Hao Yu handed Jun Hao a manual titled Frenzied Sword Technique. Hanjin remarked that it was useless for someone like Jun Hao, who had awakened the golden armor. However, Hao Yu retorted, it might come in handy. At the very least, when abandoned, Hell have more than just defense to rely on. Hell be able to fight back on his own. Hearing Hao Yu's response, Hanjin let out a sigh. The pain from that incident had clearly left an indelible mark on her. I will give him the best training possible, Hanjin declared firmly as he stood up. Hao Yu stared at him with an expressionless face, offering only a curt, thank you. I'm leaving now, Hanjin said, his steps unsteady as he walked away, his figure seeming to age significantly in mere moments. After he left, Hao Yu's eyes glistened with tears. On the table lay a small jade bottle containing an great elixir. Even with Hanjin's status as the director of the Demon Suppression Division in Xiangyang and the dean of Xiangnan University, acquiring this elixir must have cost him dearly, perhaps even exhausting a lifetime's worth of accumulated points. Quietly, Hao Yu put the elixir away. It was meant for healing, but her injuries, as well as Jun Wei's, had already surpassed what even a great elixir could repair. This knowledge only deepened the resentment in her heart. If not for Jun Wei, she would have perished long ago. And yet, the one who abandoned her was someone she had trusted the most. Meanwhile, in a small cave, Jun Hao glanced at his phone and chuckled softly. So, the girl knows how to blush. He sent a message to Shui. My Empress, your loyal subject humbly requests the honor of serving you tonight. Setting the phone aside, Jun Hao opened the little book Hao Yu had given him. The ink was still fresh, indicating she had written it not long ago. It contained the techniques for the frenzied sword art. With Jun Hao's recent awakening of the Berserk state, mastering the frenzied sword art would allow him to become a frenzied swordsman. A notification from the system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the technique, frenzied sword art. Would you like to learn it? Learn it. Jun Hao responded without hesitation. The system provided an overview. The frenzied sword art was an grade technique that enabled the cultivation of frenzied sword energy. Its first level provided a 5-fold power boost, with berserk attributes doubling in strength. This technique surpassed even his father's life-breathing technique in rank. In Huagua, the history of supernatural awakenings was relatively short, and most techniques had been developed by the earliest awakeners through trial and error. Because berserk abilities were known for their immense combat power, they had been extensively researched, resulting in higher-grade techniques. In contrast, life-based abilities were exceedingly rare, and having any technique for them at all was considered fortunate. Let me know if you'd like me to continue refining the rest of the story in this style. Jun Hao extended his formidable mental energy to scan his surroundings, quickly detecting the presence of 5 distinct auras. These 5 individuals were strategically positioned 2 on either side and 3 lying in ambush directly ahead. It was evident that their formation was designed to completely cut off any possible escape route. Judging by the intensity of their auras, these people were at least class combatants. 5 class fighters. A glint of sharp determination flashed in Jun Hao's eyes. In a place like Xiangyang City, the only group capable of mobilizing such power would likely be the Jinma division. He swiftly assessed his situation and advantages. His enemies had no knowledge of his actual strength, nor were they aware that he possessed 2 spiritual artifacts. The first, the Life Dragon Ring, an A-class artifact, could block a single strike from an A-class opponent, but could only be used once. The second, a 5-star class Thunder Spirit Gun, a gift from Han Xiaoxiao, could unleash a sphere of lightning capable of annihilating enemies ranked class 3 stars or below. However, it could only be used once per day. Rather than acting recklessly, Jun Hao chose to remain still, continuing to cultivate using the Rantian technique while keeping a portion of his attention focused on any movements outside the cave. Outside the stone cave, the 5 assailants were conversing in hushed tones. "Boss, it's been over an hour. Should we act already?" One of the men asked impatiently. "Not yet." The man referred to as their leader replied in a low, steady voice. "Don't forget what happened to Liu Xiao and his partner this morning. This kid's father, Junwei, frequently visits the Jinma division and seems to have ties to the Han family. You're saying Junwei might be an ability user himself?" "Highly likely. To take down Liu Xiao and his partner, both E-class fighters, so decisively. He must be at least at the peak of E-class strength." They decided to wait another hour. If Jun Hao still didn't emerge, they would launch a full-scale attack, but only with the intent to finish the fight quickly. At that moment, Jun Hao received a system notification, informing him that he had gained 15,000 evolution points. Opening his eyes, he sensed that the 5 were beginning to creep into the cave. Without hesitation, Jun Hao pulled out the Thunder Spirit Gun and squeezed the trigger. A dazzling burst of lightning illuminated the entire cave, instantly reducing one of the class fighters to ashes. "Shit. The intel was wrong's got a spirit gun. Retreat." One of the remaining 4 shouted in sheer panic as they scrambled to escape. Meanwhile, Han Zhan, who had been on the Xiangyang River, sensed the powerful energy fluctuation from the Thunder Spirit Gun. Without delay, he soared through the air and intercepted the fleeing group, capturing all 4 with a single move. Soon after, Hao Yu and the Jinma Division's special squad arrived at the mountain's rear. The entire village of Xiangyang was shaken by the aftermath of this confrontation. In front of the small stone cave, Jun Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Clutching the spirit spear tightly in his hand, he looked up into the void. There, a figure stood proudly, with 4 silhouettes floating before him, the very 4 who had just tried to kill him. "It's Hanjun." Jun Hao swallowed hard. Was this the power of an E-ranked superhuman? Walking on air, this was already the stuff of immortals. At that moment, his understanding of powerful superhumans was once again redefined. They were akin to gods. The Hanjun before him had already reached a terrifying level of strength. Suddenly, Hao Yu appeared at the back of the mountain. Catching sight of the 4 figures in the void, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She dashed toward the stone cave, appearing at its entrance within moments. "Mom!" Jun Hao gave Hao Yu a reassuring smile. "Good, you're all right." Hao Yu let out a sigh of relief, but quickly asked, "Kid, what happened just now?" "It was people from the Demon Suppression Division. They barged in while I was training and tried to kill me," Jun Hao replied firmly. "The Demon Suppression Division?" Hao Yu's eyes flared with anger. In the void, Hanjun's cold voice rang out. "Who are you, and why are you here?" "Minister Han." The 4 figures turned pale with fear at the sight of Hanjun. He was a legendary figure in the Demon Suppression Division of Xiangyang City, rarely seen unless a major incident occurred. Why had he shown up in Xiangyang Village? "Minister Han, we—" "Silence!" barked the man who appeared to be the leader. He swallowed hard, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his aura vanished instantly. These assassins from the Liu family had poison hidden in their mouths. Once captured, they would commit suicide without hesitation. Seeing this, the remaining 3 gritted their teeth and followed suit, swallowing the poison. In mere moments, all 4 were dead. Their lifeless bodies floated in the air, and Han Zhan's face darkened. For dranked superhumans had taken their own lives, right in front of him. It was clear they were up to no good. What angered him even more was that these individuals were dressed in the uniforms of the Demon Suppression Division. Sensing something amiss, Han Zhan descended to the entrance of the stone cave. "Minister Han, Jun Hao greeted with a slight bow. Was it you who fought them just now? Hanjin asked in a deep voice. Jun Hao explained. I was training in the cave when these 5 tried to kill me. I managed to take one down, but the other 4 fled. I owe it to Sister Xiao Xiao's spirit spear. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing the Thunder Spirit Spear. Hanjin studied Jun Hao for a moment before glancing into the cave. As an E-ranked superhuman, he immediately noticed a small spiritual spring within the cave, explaining why Jun Hao had chosen this location for training. Who sent them? Hanjin pressed. From their conversation, it seems they were working for Lu Xiao. Jun Hao replied calmly. Lu Xiao, the Lu family. A chilling light flickered in Hao Yu's eyes. The young master of the Lu family. Anger also rose in Han Zhan's expression. I'll handle this matter. Minister Han, how you handle it is your business. But he sent people to kill me twice today. One day, I will return the favor will die. Jun Hao smiled faintly and turned to enter the cave. Twice. Hao Yu's fury erupted. The Lu family has gone too far. You err. He will die. A cold voice declared. Hao Yu then left without another word. Hanjin looked at the small stone cave, then in the direction Hao Yu had gone. A glint of frost appeared in his eyes. The Demon Suppression Division needs a thorough cleansing. With that, he turned and left. Inside the cave, Jun Hao resumed his training. Despite the attack, his resolve remained unshaken. At this moment, strengthening his abilities was paramount. If he could reach the level of an E-ranked superhuman, even Lu Xiao would have to kneel before him. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for training for 5 hours. Settlement complete 50,000 evolution points awarded. System notification. Host's evolution points have exceeded 100,000 and evolution can now proceed. Jun Hao's stats displayed 134, 417, 100,000. System, evolve. Jun Hao commanded with determination. The system responded. Host has consumed 100,000 evolution points to initiate evolution. Moments later, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host. Evolution successful. New skill acquired. Berserker Sword Domain. Jun Hao opened his personal stats panel. Name, Jun Hao. Status, Human Form Beast Form 3 hours. Rank, 4-star E-class. Skills, Lock-on, Death Fong, Deadly Bind, Unyielding, Bloodlust Eye, Tracking, Shape-shifting, Golden Domain, Life Domain, Berserker Sword Domain. Evolution points, 34, 4172000000. Spiritual weapons, Life Dragon Ring, Thunder Spirit Spear. Overall combat power, 130,000. With his strength further enhanced, Jun Hao knew it was still far from enough. Against truly powerful superhumans, a 4-star E-class level was inadequate. He needed to at least reach D-class, especially with his imminent enrollment at Xiangnan University, a haven for superhumans, where talent was abundant and elite individuals were commonplace. I'll head back for breakfast first. After that, I'll continue training, Jun Hao thought to himself. Having found an F-class spiritual spring, he was determined to make full use of it. With his current rate of 10,000 evolution points per hour, he could evolve again within a day and reach the 5-star level. With less than 6 days until the second spiritual energy resurgence, Jun Hao knew he had to grow strong enough to seize the resources and opportunities it would bring. Mom, what are we going to the Demon Suppression Division for? Jun Hao asked curiously, still digesting his meal as he heard Hao Yu's abrupt call. Hao Yu's eyes burned with barely contained anger as she replied coldly, the Lu family may be the second most powerful clan in Xiangyang City, but what happened yesterday cannot be left unresolved. Just come with me. As a mother, she couldn't suppress her fury knowing her son was nearly killed last night by a Lu family esper. If Jun Wei had been home, she might have stormed the Lu household already. All right, Jun Hao nodded, complying without hesitation. He pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message to Han Xiao. Cousin, my mom's heading to the Demon Suppression Division. Last night, Lu Xiao sent people to kill me. He worried his mother might face difficulties, as the Lu family was not to be trifled with. But retreating in the face of such provocation wasn't an option either. Little cousin, I already know. Grandpa told me everything last night. It's my fault, I shouldn't have. Han Xiaoxiao's reply was filled with guilt, but Jun Hao cut her off. It wasn't her fault, it was an unintended consequence. Besides, she had provided him with a crank spirit gun for protection. As they left Xiangyang village, Jun Hao noticed Wang Meng organizing the villagers for evacuation. He felt a sense of relief and quickly sent a message to Wang Shui. Snow, don't worry. The villagers have started relocating. What level are you at now? I've reached 5-star rank. Am confident I'll advance to rank within 2 days. Once I do, I'll refine the spiritual weapon and hurry back. Wang Shui replied. No rush, but I miss you. Jun Hao's words made Wang Shui, stationed at the Demon Suppression Division's headquarters, blush deeply. Her heart fluttered with warmth as she silently vowed to help Jun Hao obtain the divine cauldron in the passage. In their previous lives, Jun Hao's defensive talent had delayed his acquisition of the Shrank spiritual weapon, the divine cauldron, by 10 years, costing him dearly on his path to the throne. On the 109th floor of the Demon Suppression Division, Han Zhan glared furiously at the kneeling Lu Xiao. "You ungrateful fool! You dared provoke someone tied to that lunatic?" Lu Xiao stammered in defense, though his heart seethed with resentment. He hadn't expected the 5 Drank fighters he sent to run into Han Zhan, nor had he anticipated Jun Hao's connection to the Han family. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing Hao Yu, Jun Hao, and Han Xiaoxiao stepping out. Jun Hao's attention was immediately drawn to Han Ming, whose stats on his interface showed him to be a crank powerhouse with combat strength exceeding 3 million second only to Han Xiaoxiao in talent. "Aunt." Han Ming greeted Hao Yu with respectful deference. "I'm not here today on behalf of the Han family," Hao Yu declared icily, her gaze locking onto Lu Xiao and Lu Qing. As a 2-star rank demon suppression marquis, she wasn't one to mince words. "Old Lu, get out of my way," she demanded sharply. Before Lu Qing could even finish saying, "This is the Demon Suppression Division," Hao Yu unleashed her frenzied sword domain. A colossal blade of energy, spanning over 100 meters, cleaved down with overwhelming force. The sudden attack infuriated Lu Qing and left Jun Hao marveling at his mother's fiery temperament. The domain of life unfolded in an instant. Jun Hao no longer held back. Confronting the bullying aimed at the Jun family, he directly unleashed the domain of life, its energy rippling outward in a 10-meter radius. His figure came to a steady halt beside Hao Yu, the radiant glow of the domain enveloping her entirely. Bow. A soft hum resonated as a surge of powerful life energy flowed into Hao Yu's body. The enhancement from the domain of life took immediate effect. Though the blessing of life had its limits, Hao Yu's strength was boosted by at least 30% in an instant. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Han Zhan abruptly stood up, while Han Xiaoxiao stared at Jun Hao in disbelief, her mouth agape. "Domain of life? Isn't his awakened power the golden armor?" Han Zhan's eyes gleamed with surprise. Dual attribute awakening, something that has never occurred before the spiritual revival in Huagua. Jun Hao is the first. This level of talent integration, it must be Shrank. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled the scornful words she had once said to Jun Hao and wished she could disappear into the ground. She had told him he wasn't worthy of Wang Shui, claiming Wang Shui's Shrank talent was leagues above him. Who would have thought Jun Hao would turn out to be Huagua's first dual attribute awakener? Han Ming's eyes flickered with shock, but soon jealousy crept in. Even though neither of these attributes was offensive in nature, the potential of dual attributes was undeniably terrifying. Hao Yu, feeling the effects of the life enhancement, was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at Jun Hao. He, in turn, playfully winked at her. Revealing his life-based talent had been a calculated decision. There were only 2 ways to obtain resources within the Demon Suppression Bureau. Earn them through merit or gain priority development with exceptional talent. A single defensive attribute was far too common within the Bureau. "Grandfather, he has dual attribute talent," Lu Xiao exclaimed in shock, staring at Jun Hao as if he were seeing him for the first time. "I know," the elder snapped, casting a cold glance at his grandson. Internally, he cursed Lu Xiao for provoking someone like Jun Hao. Of all people to cross, why him? After all, Hao Yu was once infamous within the Demon Suppression Bureau as a fearsome demoness. Regardless of her opponent's identity, crossing her often meant facing her blade. Bang! A violent collision echoed as the elder was sent flying. Despite possessing a rank defensive attribute, he appeared utterly disheveled in the aftermath. While Hao Yu's strike hadn't caused serious harm, both the elder and Lu Xiao, whom he had been protecting, crashed heavily into the wall. Without his intervention, Lu Xiao would likely have perished on the spot. "Grandfather." Lu Xiao struggled to his feet, coughing up blood repeatedly. Lu Qing took a deep breath and positioned himself in front of Lu Xiao. Seeing him step forward only intensified the murderous glint in Hao Yu's eyes. While her rank had decreased, the combat prowess of a berserker like her remained formidable, capable of matching a rank combatant when fully unleashed. "Wait," Han Zhan hurriedly intervened. "Han Zhan, please, talk some sense into her," Lu Qing pleaded desperately. Lu Xiao was already paralyzed with fear from the killing intent radiating from Hao Yu. If not for Lu Qing shielding him, that earlier strike might have ended his life. "Yuer, this is my oversight," Han Zhan said solemnly. "He must die." Hao Yu responded coldly. "Yuer, I will ensure justice is served," Han Zhan assured her in a low voice. "Mom." Jun Hao stepped forward as well. He understood that while his mother was undeniably strong, Lu Qing was no pushover. More importantly, a fierce battle could exacerbate his mother's old injuries. Besides, there was no need to kill Lu Xiao here and now. Jun Hao would personally deal with him in the future. Seeing her son, Hao Yu's expression softened slightly. After a brief pause, she stepped back. "Ahem." Hanjin coughed awkwardly. Despite his attempts to mediate, Hao Yu had remained unmoved until Jun Hao spoke. As a father, his authority at this moment seemed non-existent. Lu Qing. All of this stems from the actions of your Lu family. Hanjin declared sternly, his gaze fixed on Lu Qing. Yes, Lu Qing lowered his head, forced to concede. He stared at Hao Yu in front of him, a chill running down his spine. This formidable and ruthless maniac, if he ignored the injuries within his body, definitely had the strength to take his life. At this moment, he dared not show even the slightest hint of disrespect. Lu Xiao has repeatedly sent people to assassinate Jun Hao, which has seriously violated the rules of the Demon Suppression Department, Hanjin said in a calm yet authoritative tone. According to the rules, his cultivation must be abolished, and he is to be permanently expelled from the Demon Suppression Department. Wait, Lu Qingshun exclaimed in shock, his face pale. Abolish his cultivation? That would make Lu Xiao a cripple. Grandfather, I don't want to become a cripple. Lu Xiao's face turned ashen, regret flooding his heart. If he had known Jun Hao's background was this significant, he would never have provoked him. Hanjin glanced at Jun Hao and coughed lightly. This puts me in a difficult position. He was calculating in his mind. Abolishing Lu Xiao's cultivation was clearly unwise. The Lu family, being the second most powerful force in Xiangyang City, had not only this level expert but also two others of the same level. If Lu Xiao were truly crippled, the Lu family would undoubtedly retaliate ferociously, putting Jun Hao in even greater danger. Lu Qing stepped forward and bowed deeply to Jun Hao. Young Master Jun Hao, my Lu family was indeed at fault today. I sincerely offer my apologies to you. That's it. Jun Hao's cold gaze swept over him. Lu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly meeting Jun Hao's eyes. Feigning hesitation, Jun Hao said, "How about this? I can plead with Minister Han on your behalf, but your sincerity." He had already made up his mind. While he couldn't kill Lu Xiao outright, extorting compensation was a necessity. What he lacked most right now were cultivation resources. With enough resources, his strength could be rapidly improved. As for Lu Xiao, there would always be opportunities to settle the score later. Young Master Jun Hao, please speak. Whatever you ask for, we will comply. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and responded. Jun Hao spoke unhurriedly. Here's the situation. Lu Xiao sent people to assassinate me twice. The first time, it was 2 level experts. The second time, he sent 5 level experts. If not for Minister Han's timely intervention, I would already be dead. These 2 assassination attempts have caused me severe psychological trauma. So, how about this? You compensate me with 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, 100 a level or higher spiritual herbs, and 10 level spiritual weapons, and we can consider the matter resolved. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, 100 a grade or higher spirit herbs, and 10 grade or above spirit artifacts. The moment these demands were voiced, the entire hall fell into a chilling silence. Han Xiaoxiao glanced nervously at Jun Hao, involuntarily swallowing hard. Such conditions were completely unreasonable. No one in the entire Demon Suppression Bureau could possibly meet them. The first 2 items might still be manageable, but grade spirit artifacts were as rare as phoenix feathers in the Xiangyang branch, let alone 10 of them. Lu Qing stared at Jun Hao in utter disbelief. The compensation he demanded was absurdly excessive. Even if the Lu family had such resources, they would be reluctant to part with them. What's wrong? Not willing to pay. Jun Hao raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. Behind him, Hao Yu's lips twitched slightly, though a faint smile crept onto her face. Young Master Jun Hao, your demands are far too steep, Lu Qing said after taking a deep breath. I can agree to the 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones and the 100 spirit herbs, but 10-grade spirit artifacts? That's impossible. No spirit artifacts, huh? Jun Hao feigned a troubled expression, though inwardly he was laughing with glee. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones alone were already an incredible haul, more than enough to significantly boost his cultivation. Not to mention the 100 spirit herbs on top of that. How about this? Lu Qing said through gritted teeth. The Lu family will compensate you with 1 7-star grade spirit artifact. Deal. Jun Hao agreed without hesitation. In truth, his demand for grade artifacts had been more of a bluff. He was well aware of how rare spirit artifacts were, especially anything grade or above, which could only be forged by the Bureau's headquarters. Lu Qing let out a quiet sigh of relief, but quickly turned a cold gaze toward Lu Xiao. The cost of this settlement was equivalent to securing the loyalty of a grade ability user for an entire decade. As the story unfolds, Jun Hao appeals to Han Jun, who grants Lu Qing the authority to handle the situation. Before leaving, Jun Hao delivers a chilling warning to Lu Xiao. Hao Yu declines the Han family's banquet invitation. Han Jun and his daughter discuss Jun Hao's rare dual attribute talent, and back home, Jun Hao interacts with Han Xiaoxiao and Wang Shui via communication devices while coordinating plans for the relocation of Xiangyang Village. The narrative maintains the original plot while enhancing its flow and tension. offering readers a more immersive experience through vivid details and dynamic character interactions. Jun Hao silently made a mental note to keep his guard up around both the Liu and Han families. For now, the most pressing matter was to strengthen his abilities. Mom, I'm heading to the back mountain for training. Jun Hao called out to Hao Yu. Be careful, kid. Hao Yu warned him, her expression serious. Jun Hao nodded in acknowledgement. After being ambushed twice by Lu Xiao's men, he had no intention of letting his guard down. Still, with his current strength, unless a D-level or higher expert showed up personally, he had little to fear. He calculated that once the spirit stones and medicinal herbs arrived tomorrow, his power would see a significant boost. Leaving home, Jun Hao made his way straight to the back mountain. Hao Yu also stepped out shortly after. Though she didn't climb the mountain, she sat cross-legged at its base, silently keeping watch over her son as he trained. Inside the stone cave, Jun Hao quickly noticed that the spiritual energy had grown noticeably thinner. He wasn't surprised after 2 consecutive days of intense training and the terrifying 200-fold acceleration effect of the heaven-shaking technique, compounded with other enhancements bringing the speed to 5,000 times normal. It was no wonder this small grade spirit spring couldn't keep up with such a voracious absorption rate. Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, you disgrace. Lu Qing's face darkened as he glared at Lu Xiao, who stood silently with his head bowed. You sent 2 level and 5 level experts to kill and level ability user, and yet Hanjin still found out about it? Grandfather, it's not my fault. Lu Xiao hurriedly defended himself. Hanjin just happened to be stationed at the Shangyang River. If not for him, that brat would already be dead. Lu Qing let out a cold snort. And you think that excuses you? After all this time, you're still stuck at 1-starred level, while even Han Xiaoxiao is nearing level. At this rate, forget about taking the Han family's grade spiritual weapon. You won't even be qualified to marry Han Xiaoxiao. Seeing Lu Xiao's aggrieved expression, Lu Qing pulled out a card and handed it to him. This is a training pass for a grade spirit spring. Use it wisely and improve yourself. Thank you, grandfather. Lu Xiao exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Lu Qing, however, seemed to be deep in thought. Did you say Hanjin is stationed at the Shangyang River? After receiving confirmation, he immediately ordered an investigation into the Shangyang River and the nearby Shangyang village. The night passed quietly. The system notification sounded, informing Jun Hao of his progress after 10 hours of training. With the various enhancements reaching 5,000 times the normal speed, he had earned 100,000 evolution points. Opening his eyes, Jun Hao checked his status panel. Evolution points 130, 000200000. He calculated he would need approximately 7 more hours to reach the next stage of evolution. As he descended the mountain to head home for breakfast, Jun Hao noticed Hao Yu still waiting at the base. Seeing the dew glistening on her hair, a warm feeling rose in his chest. He silently resolved to find a way to restore his parents' lost strength. If he succeeded, his mother's power could rise from her current level to level or even higher. Back at home, Hao Yu shared the latest update from the Demon Suppression Bureau. The southern region of Shangyang, including the Shangyang River area, had been designated as a danger zone, and all residents were to evacuate. It was clear that Han Zhun had confirmed the presence of a terrifying beast beneath the river, which was expected to emerge during the second wave of spiritual energy resurgence. As they discussed their relocation plans, a familiar voice called out from downstairs. Han Xiaoxiao appeared, dressed in a tight-fitting top and leather shorts that accentuated her curves. She carried a small chest filled with spirit stones and a jade box containing medicinal herbs. Little cousin, you've got some nerve, Han Xiaoxiao teased with a playful smile. Lu Qing has quite the reputation as a miser in the Demon Suppression Bureau, yet you managed to squeeze this much compensation out of him. Jun Hao gazed at the spoils before him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. These spirit stones and herbs were enough to significantly boost his strength, potentially allowing him to break through from a level to level. By the way, there have been quite a few mutant beasts appearing in Shangyang City recently. Want to go check it out together? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled something and extended an invitation to Jun Hao. A glimmer of interest flashed in Jun Hao's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to hunt mutant beasts right now. The spirit stones and herbs he had were sufficient for him to refine and absorb over time, and the evolution points gained during cultivation were also substantial. His priority was to enhance his strength. Mutant beasts are supposed to be rare in the safe zones. Have there really been so many appearing in Shangyang City over the past 3 days? Hao Yu asked with a hint of doubt. It's true. Normally, mutant beasts are scarce in safe zones, but since 3 days ago, not only has their number surged, but higher-level beasts, even above a level, have started appearing in some areas, Han Xiaoxiao replied, her expression grave. Jun Hao understood immediately this was undoubtedly linked to the second wave of spiritual energy resurgence. The surge in energy was causing the mutant beasts lurking in the safe zones to grow restless. Xiaoxiao, in a few days, we'll be moving to the northern outskirts of Shangyang City, Jun Hao informed Han Xiaoxiao. Hearing this, Han Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up momentarily, but she soon fell silent. She had initially thought Jun Hao might be returning to the Han family, but considering the harm the Han family had inflicted on Junwei and Hao Yu in the past, that was clearly impossible. Little cousin, be cautious of the Lu family, Han Xiaoxiao solemnly reminded him before departing. Jun Hao nodded in acknowledgement, and Hao Yu's expression grew serious as well. Despite her considerable combat prowess, both she and Junwei were currently injured, leaving their strength greatly diminished. Had they been in peak condition, Lu Xiao wouldn't have walked away alive yesterday. After Han Xiaoxiao left, Jun Hao hurried to the back mountain to train. Inside a stone cave near the spiritual spring, he began absorbing the spirit stones. The system notified him that he had gained a total of 1 million evolution points. Combined with what he already had, he now had 1.13 million points. Upon choosing to evolve, Jun Hao felt a surge of power coursing through his body. After about 10 minutes, he successfully advanced to a 5-star level ability user and unlocked a new skill, Concealment. This skill not only allowed him to completely hide his presence, but also boosted his speed by 300, making him undetectable to anyone below a level. Jun Hao stood up and threw a tentative punch. The violent tremor it caused made the stone cave seem on the verge of collapse. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, he smiled in satisfaction. This was just the beginning. Still had 930,000 evolution points left, enough for yet another evolution. A notification sounded in Jun Hao's mind. Detection shows the host's evolution points have reached 930,000, meeting the standard for evolution. Would you like to proceed with evolution? Proceed, Jun Hao responded calmly. Congratulations to the host for initiating evolution. Evolution in progress. With the system's prompt, a surge of immense power coursed through Jun Hao's body, beginning a comprehensive refinement of his physique. 20 minutes later, the system chimed again. Congratulations to the host for completing evolution. You have reached 6-star level and unlocked a new skill, Armor Break. A sharp glint flashed in Jun Hao's eyes. Armor Break, as an offensive skill, might have limited impact on ordinary ability users, but it could deal devastating damage to those with defensive powers. He quickly checked his status and noticed that his evolution points had decreased to 430,000, still 570,000 short of the 1 million required for the next evolution. However, his overall combat power had climbed to 170,000. If he could ascend to the 7-star realm, his combat power might surpass the 200,000 threshold. By analyzing the stats of other ability users, Jun Hao had deduced the basic power structure. Level ability users had combat power below 10,000, a level ranged from 10,000 to 100,000, and level exceeded 100,000. This meant that he had already entered the ranks of level ability users, and was even stronger than most in that category. Next, Jun Hao retrieved the jade box Lu Qing had compensated him with. As he opened it, a surge of rich spiritual energy filled the air. The box contained a collection of spiritual herbs, all of a level quality. Although none reached level, it confirmed Han Xiaoxiao's earlier remark about Lu Qing being stingy had clearly compensated with the bare minimum. Spiritual herbs detected. Would you like to devour them? The system inquired. Devour them, Jun Hao commanded decisively. The system immediately began reporting the results. Congratulations to the host for devouring 1-star level spiritual herb, Spring Spirit Fruit 3, gaining 3,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for devouring 1-star level spiritual herb, Vermilion Fruit 3, gaining 3,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for devouring 3-star level spiritual herb, Smiling Grass, gaining 9,000 evolution points. As the evolution points steadily increased, Jun Hao felt a surge of joy. Among the 100 spiritual herbs, approximately 30 were duplicates, while the remaining 70 were unique. Based on this distribution, he estimated that he could devour at least 80 of the herbs. He couldn't help but anticipate how many evolution points he would accumulate once the process was complete. Half an hour later, Jun Hao finally finished absorbing all the spiritual herbs. He took a deep breath and glanced at the data on his panel. His evolution points had skyrocketed to an astonishing 2.41 million. This incredible gain came from 100 spiritual herbs, including some high-quality 45-star herbs and even a few precious 7-star ones, though the majority were of the more common 12-star variety. Congratulations, host. Your evolution points have exceeded 1 million. You can now choose to evolve. Would you like to proceed? The system's prompt echoed within the stone cave. Jun Hao steadied his emotions. This would be his third evolution, advancing from 4-star to 7-star. At this rate, reaching the level was no longer a distant goal, and all of this had happened in less than 10 days since awakening his innate talent. Yes, Jun Hao confirmed firmly. Strength was the key to survival. As the system initiated the evolution process, Jun Hao felt a surge of overwhelming energy coursing through his body. His physical form was being torn apart and reconstructed, and a far more powerful force erupted from within him. Congratulations, host. Evolution complete. You have reached 7-star level and unlocked a new skill, Spatial Blink. Jun Hao immediately checked the description of his new skill. Spatial Blink allowed him to move silently and undetectably within a 30-meter radius. During the blink, he would be immune to tracking and interruptions. The cooldown time was 1 hour, but both the range and cooldown would improve with higher levels. Combined with my stealth abilities, this is the perfect assassination skill, Jun Hao thought to himself, though he couldn't help but lament the cooldown limitation. He then reviewed his updated panel. Name, Jun Hao. State, Human Beast Form 3 hours. Level, 7-star level. Skills, Lock-on, Deathfang, Fatal Constriction, Unyielding, Bloodlust Eye, Tracking, Shape Shift, Golden Domain, Life Domain, Berserker Domain, Stealth, Spatial Blink, Armor Break. Evolution Points, 1.41 million 2 million. Spiritual Artifacts, Life Dragon Ring, Thunder Spirit Spear. Overall Combat Power, 210,000. Looking at his combat power exceeding 200,000, Jun Hao felt a surge of confidence. If he were to encounter the 5th level ability users sent by Lu Xiao again, he was certain he could take them down without even needing to use the Thunder Spirit Spear. And this was just his power at 7-star level. Once he broke through to D level, his strength would become even more terrifying. Thinking of Wang Shui, Jun Hao took out his phone and sent her a message. Shuer, what level have you reached? Brother Hao, I just reached 6-star level. I should be able to hit D level by tomorrow. Wang Shui replied promptly. Although Shuer possessed Inscrade talent and had been granted Inscrade artifact and a grade spiritual spring by the headquarters, her progress still seemed slow compared to his. Jun Hao chuckled as he typed back, "Keep it up." Shuer quickly responded, "You too, Brother Hao. Work hard and break through a level soon." A sly grin spread across Jun Hao's face. Without the devouring system, even with the heaven-shaking technique, he would only be at most a 23-star level by now. He resumed cultivating with the heaven-shaking technique, knowing he still needed 590,000 evolution points to reach his next evolution. At his current cultivation speed, excluding time for eating and sleeping, it would take at least 3 days. As night fell, Jun Hao concluded a full day of training. Aside from a quick trip home for a meal, he had devoted nearly every moment to cultivation. 12 hours of intense focus had earned him 120,000 evolution points, bringing his total to 1.53 million, just 470,000 short of his next evolution. Just then, the system issued an alert. Grade Spiritual Spring has lost its effectiveness. Jun Hao stood up and scanned his surroundings. The spiritual energy in the cave had thinned considerably, and the once abundant energy above the spiritual spring was nearly depleted. It became clear that the combination of the small spirit gathering array and the heaven-shaking technique's devouring speed had drained the spring's energy almost completely. Shaking his head, Jun Hao realized he would have to revise his plans. He had hoped to remain here until his next evolution, but that was no longer an option. The effects of the Grade Spirit Spring left Jun Hao disappointed. This wasn't entirely his fault. His overwhelming absorption ability was simply too powerful. Not just the Grade, but even a Grade and Grade Spirit Springs were unable to withstand his insatiable energy consumption as his strength continued to grow. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed in at just the right time. Detected an unrefined Grade Spirit artifact. Would you like to refine it? This reminder jogged Jun Hao's memory of the Grade Spirit artifact that Lu Qing had given him as compensation. Refine it, he commanded without hesitation. Congratulations, host. Refinement successful. The system's voice was accompanied by a virtual panel appearing before Jun Hao, detailing the artifact's attributes. Item type, Spirit Artifact. Grade, 7-star, C grade. Name, Wings of Wind. Function, allows short-distance flight, grants wind attribute enhancements, double speed. Jun Hao's eyes lit up as he read the description of this flight-type artifact. Though it was clear Lu Qing had deliberately avoided giving him an offensive artifact, the Wings of Wind were invaluable to Jun Hao at his current stage. After all, among ability users, only those who had reached a grade cultivation could manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve flight. For those below a grade, flight was only possible with the aid of spirit artifacts, and flight-type artifacts were exceedingly rare, let alone one as exceptional as a 7-star grade item. Wings of Wind. At his soft command, a pair of azure wings unfurled from his back, seamlessly merging with his body. With just a thought, Jun Hao floated effortlessly into the air before soaring out of the stone cave. Under the veil of night, Jun Hao glided through the skies, gazing down at the expansive view of Xiangyang village and the Xiangyang River below. The majestic sight of mountains and rivers stretching endlessly stirred his emotions. I wonder when I'll be able to truly ascend into the heavens under my own power, he murmured to himself. Who's there? A sharp voice suddenly rang out from the riverbank, accompanied by a piercing gaze fixed directly on Jun Hao. Recognizing Han Jun, Jun Hao quickly descended. As Han Jun's eyes fell on the Wings of Wind on Jun Hao's back, A knowing smile crept onto his face. That old fox Lu Qinghe really went all out this time. The Wings of Wind are the top-tier flight artifact of the Demon Suppression Bureau in Xiangyang City. Fastest speed, unmatched agility, and almost impervious to interference during aerial combat. Thank you, Minister Han, for standing up for me, Jun Hao said with genuine gratitude. Han Zhen's expression turned somber. Kid, it's time for you to head back. The people of Xiangyang Village have already been evacuated, and tomorrow, you all need to leave as well. This area will be taken over by the Demon Suppression Bureau. A thought suddenly crossed Jun Hao's mind. Minister Han, if the second spiritual energy resurgence occurs, what impact will it have on Xiangyang City? You know about the second spiritual energy resurgence? Han Zhen looked at Jun Hao in surprise, scrutinizing him carefully. This was classified information, so tightly guarded that even Han Zhen himself had barely been granted access to it. Furthermore, strict orders had been issued to ensure it wasn't leaked. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the source. Jun Wei. It must have been Jun Wei who told you. Looking at Jun Hao, Han Zhen's tone grew serious. Your top priority right now is to strengthen yourself. Only those who reach a grade or higher will have the qualifications to compete for the opportunities brought by the second spiritual energy resurgence. Above a level? Jun Hao nodded slightly. Cultivators below a level could only remain within the safety zones. Venturing outside would expose them to the threat of ferocious beasts. However, those above a level at least possessed the basic ability to protect themselves. Thank you. Jun Hao expressed his gratitude briefly before turning to leave. Han Zhen watched his retreating figure, hesitating as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. After leaving the Xiangyang River, Jun Hao headed straight home. The entire Xiangyang village was eerily quiet. Every villager had already been relocated. Hao Yu was waiting in the main hall, surrounded by piles of items prepared for the move. With the second spiritual awakening imminent and the Xiangyang River becoming increasingly perilous, it was time to leave. We'll move out tomorrow morning, Hao Yu said steadily. Your dad has already arranged a new place for us, and someone will come to pick us up. Get a good rest tonight. Got it. Just as Jun Hao responded, a notification sounded from his phone. It was a message from his cousin Han Xiaoxiao. Little cousin, there are beasts in Nanyang village. Big cousin, with your strength, why would you be alarmed by a few beasts? Jun Hao replied casually. Over 100 level beasts, dozens of a level, more than 10 level, and 1 level beast. Han Xiaoxiao's response left Jun Hao stunned. Nanyang village was only about a 10-minute journey from Xiangyang village, and during the Demon Suppression Department's patrol just a month ago, no beasts had been detected. How could so many appear so suddenly? But this was an opportunity. For Jun Hao, level beasts not only provided significant evolution points, but also earned him credits to exchange for Spirit Stonisa win-win situation. Mom, I'm heading out for a bit. Jun Hao stood up and announced. Be careful. Hao Yu urged. Don't worry, your son only knows how to bully others, not the other way around. Jun Hao grinned, his aura flickering briefly before vanishing in an instant. Hao Yu froze in place. That was unmistakably the aura of an A-level cultivator. How had Jun Hao's strength advanced so rapidly in just a few days? Even with the help of an F-level Spirit Spring, this kind of progress was astonishing. Was this the terrifying potential of a triple attribute talent? Unfolding his wind wings, Jun Hao soared into the sky, racing toward Nanyang village. Big cousin, I'll be there in 3 minutes. Outside Nanyang village, Han Xiaoxiao stood in her warrior's attire, leading a group of a dozen Demon Suppression Department members. She had originally planned to earn some extra credits and share them with her little cousin, but his unexpected response had caught her off guard. Xiaoxiao, should we head in first? Suggested a 4-starred level man nearby. Waiting for someone, Han Xiaoxiao replied calmly, her tone sparking curiosity among the group. After all, she was a prominent figure in the Xiangyang City Demon Suppression Department, someone who had reached the brink of breaking into B-level in just 5 years. It was rare for her to interact closely with others. Look, there's a beast in the sky, someone suddenly shouted. Han Xiaoxiao glanced upward, only to see a figure descending gracefully with wings outstretched. In the sunlight, the young man's sharp, handsome features carried a confident smile. It was Jun Hao, who had arrived in just over 3 minutes thanks to his wind wings. Those are the wings of wind. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd as all eyes turned to the glowing, spirit-infused wings behind Jun Hao. The sudden appearance of the 7-star C-class spiritual artifact, Wings of Wind, left everyone present visibly stunned. As a rare flight artifact nearing B-class in value, the Wings of Wind were irresistibly alluring to any ability user below A-class. Who wouldn't dream of soaring freely through the skies? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Jun Hao with sudden realization. So this was the 7-star C-class spiritual artifact that Lu Qing had entrusted her to deliver to him. Xiaoxiao Jia. Who's this? A man approached quickly, curiosity evident in his tone. This is Jun Hao. He joined the Demon Suppression Division just a few days ago. Han Xiaoxiao introduced calmly. Oh, I remember now. The man's eyes lit up. He's the one who stood up to young Master Lu Xiao at the division's entrance. Wait, is he Xiao Jie's boyfriend? The moment the words were spoken, all eyes turned to Jun Hao, and Han Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed instantly. The incident had already spread throughout the Demon Suppression Division, making it nearly impossible to clarify now. Ahem. Jun Hao cleared his throat lightly. You've all misunderstood. I'm Xiao Jie's younger cousin. The crowd broke into greetings directed at Jun Hao. Meanwhile, the man who had spoken first flashed a brief, dark look but quickly replaced it with a polite smile. Jun Hao, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Fa. Wang Ba. Jun Hao blurted out in surprise. Han Xiaoxiao immediately coughed to interrupt, while those around them stifled their laughter. Wang Fa, a 4-star D-class demon suppressor and a relative of the Lu family, had a name that indeed sounded very similar to Wang Ba, a term for turtle or an insult, but no one dared to call him that outright. You've misunderstood. Wang Fa corrected, his tone firm. It's Fa as in wealth. I heard you've been eager to earn points since you joined the division, but be careful, these beasts are dangerous. Brother Wang Ba, thanks for the reminder. Jun Hao grinned widely. Wang Fa's face darkened, and he looked ready to lash out, but Han Xiaoxiao quickly intervened. Enough. The group fell silent at once. Han Xiaoxiao scanned the crowd and warned. You're all aware of the situation in Nanyang Village. There are plenty of beasts. Stay alert once we're inside. Jun Hao, stay close to me within 10 meters. Got it. Jun Hao nodded earnestly. Jun Hao stood behind Han Xiaoxiao, noticing a fleeting, enigmatic smirk in Wang Fa's eyes. As Lu Xiao's cousin, Wang Fa's unusual behavior had long since caught Jun Hao's attention. At that moment, a clear voice resonated directly in Jun Hao's mind. It was a telepathic transmission. Jun Hao's eyes lit up. Only those with mental power reaching the B level could use such an ability. Cousin, have you broken through? Jun Hao asked in a low voice. Almost, Han Xiaoxiao replied coolly, casting him a brief glance. Though she remained at 7-star C level, her ability to use telepathy clearly indicated she was close to reaching B level. Suddenly, a low, guttural beastly roar shattered their conversation. All eyes turned toward Nanyang Village. What used to be a quaint settlement had now been reduced to rubble, with dense spiritual energy surging like waves. Its intensity far surpassed the Flevel spiritual spring behind Jun Hao's mountain by at least 100-fold. This must be at least a D-level spiritual spring. We've hit the jackpot. Reporting this will earn us a considerable share of the benefits. A D-level spring surely contains mid-grade spirit stones and D-level spiritual herbs. Excitement glimmered in everyone's eyes. Jun Hao, however, frowned. Since when did Nanyang Village harbor such a high-level spiritual spring? This transformation was undoubtedly linked to the second wave of spiritual energy resurgence. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Wang Shui for clarification. Her reply came swiftly. Jun Hao, are you at Nanyang Village? That's one of Xiangyang City's secondary outbreak zones for mutant beasts. Be extremely cautious. Besides the D-level spring, there's also a B-level or higher spiritual spring, which is connected to the undercurrent beneath the Xiangyang River. The revelation made Jun Hao's breath hitch. The passage below the Xiangyang River led straight to the East Sea, possibly harboring a level or even S-level mutant beasts. Xiao, stay close to me. If it gets dangerous, they'll fly us out of here. Jun Hao warned. Fly. Han Xiaoxiao gave him an incredulous look. Around them, the Demon Suppression Division experts couldn't help but chuckle. Almost B-level powerhouse. Needing someone to carry her to safety? Seizing the moment, Wang Fa sneered. Jun Hao, if you're scared, just wait outside. For Xiaoxiao's sake, I'll make sure you get a share of the rewards. Han Xiaoxiao's voice turned icy. Jun Hao is a life attributability user. His life domain can enhance the strength of Clevel fighters by over 30. Her words instantly changed the atmosphere. The others' eyes lit up with newfound respect. Life attribute awakeners were highly valued in any team. Wang Fa's expression grew awkward, and he silently regretted his earlier mockery. Jun Hao's life domain could easily double his combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Jun Hao continued messaging Wang Shui. At the Demon Suppression Division's headquarters, Wang Shui had halted her training, her expression grave. By all accounts, the second wave of spiritual energy resurgence shouldn't have happened yet. The mutant beast outbreaks shouldn't have occurred this early. The destruction of Nanyang Village and Xiangyang Village was originally predicted for the second resurgence phase, a time when even the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't have been able to respond in time. This time, the beast outbreak in Nanyang Village seems to have occurred earlier than expected. Jun Hao relayed the current situation to Wang Shui through a message. Shui, the strongest beast in Nanyang Village right now is a crank one. There are also over a dozen drank beasts, hundreds of E and frank ones, and at least one drank spirit spring. The specifics are still unclear. That few? Wang Shui frowned in thought. Beast outbreaks usually involve swarms numbering in the thousands or more. It's impossible for there to be so few. You must be careful. Don't worry, Schwer. Han Xiaoxiao is with me. We just encountered some beasts, so I'll update you later, Jun Hao replied. Hearing Han Xiaoxiao's name, Wang Shui's brows furrowed deeply. Of course, she remembered Han Xiaoxiao, the very person who had brought her into the demon subjugation division of Xiangyang City. In her past life, Han Xiaoxiao had come so close to claiming the throne but sacrificed her life for Haoge. It was also because of Han Xiaoxiao's actions that Jun Hao had eventually acknowledged the Han family in that lifetime. This time, I won't let Han Xiaoxiao die, Wang Shui vowed silently. My man shouldn't know anyone. I must return before the second spiritual resurgence. With that resolve, she returned to her cultivation. Meanwhile, in Nanyang village, a massive tiger over 100 meters long appeared before the group. Its back was covered in sharp, menacing spikes, and its eyes glowed with a dangerous light. A 7-star E-rank saber-toothed tiger, Wang Fa warned in a deep voice. Han Xiaoxiao quickly added, "Stay alert, everyone. This saber-toothed tiger's combat strength is already close to Drank. Judging by its condition, it's on the verge of evolving." The group immediately took defensive positions, while Jun Hao opened the saber-toothed tiger's attribute panel. Species: mutated saber-toothed tiger. Rank: 7-star rank. Abilities: Tiger's roar stunning effect. Strength claw can shred through steel. Ultimate skill: spiked spear launches deadly spikes upon death, capable of killing opponents in the same rank. Overall combat power: 99,981. This near 100,000 combat power meant it was close to the level of a Drank ability user. Just as Wang Fa was about to step forward to engage, Jun Hao suddenly called out, "Wait!" Before the words finished echoing, another, even larger saber-toothed tiger silently emerged. The smaller tiger immediately approached it affectionately, licking its fur. "It's a mated pair," Han Xiaoxiao exclaimed. The newcomer is a 2-star Drank saber-toothed tiger king. Wang Fa's expression grew grim. Even with his strength, facing a 2-star Drank beast was no trivial matter. While ability users had more versatile techniques, beasts of the same rank often held the upper hand in raw combat power. "Go on," Jun Hao teased with a smirk. Wang Fa stood rooted to the spot, his face dark and brooding. Facing a 2-star E-rank saber-toothed tiger king was no small matter. Even if he could defeat it, the cost would be significant, and injury was almost certain. But before he could act, more beasts emerged one after another. An agile 3-star Drank lightning leopard darted into view, followed closely by a 1-star Drank purple gold rat. And behind them, even more beasts stirred restlessly, ready to strike. The dozen or so ability users present collectively gasped. The situation in Nanyang village had far exceeded their expectations. The fact that so many Drank beasts had gathered together was alarming enough. What was even more unsettling was the clear sense of coordination in their movements, as if they had been lying in wait for Jun Hao and his team all along. Xiaoxiaji. All eyes turned to Han Xiaoxiao in unison. Han Xiaoxiao's expression was grave. Over 10 Drank beasts had already appeared, and beyond them were countless E-rank and Frank beasts. She had never encountered anything like this before. By all logic, E-rank and higher beasts were highly territorial and would never congregate in one place unless they had all been tamed by someone. Jun Hao took a deep breath, his sharp gaze piercing through the depths of Nanyang village. With his formidable mental strength, he could see far more than anyone else present. "Xiaoxiaji, prepare to call for reinforcements," Jun Hao suddenly said, his tone turning serious. "Reinforcements?" Xiaoxiaji is a crank ability user. No matter how strong these Drank beasts are, they can't stop us. Wang Fa retorted coldly. "Shut up," Han Xiaoxiao snapped, her voice laced with authority. Wang Fa's face grew even darker. Because of Jun Hao, Han Xiaoxiao had publicly reprimanded him, leaving him utterly humiliated. "Jun Hao, what else did you see?" Han Xiaoxiao asked, turning to him. "Crank beasts. At least this many." Jun Hao raised 5 fingers. 5 of them. And 2 have already cut off our retreat. Impossible. Wang Fa exclaimed in disbelief, his expression frozen. The others also tensed visibly. As the group reeled in shock, a soft, melodic laugh echoed through the air. A stunning figure suddenly appeared in front of Jun Hao, draped in a sheer, flowing fabric that revealed only hints of her form. Mental attack. Jun Hao instantly realized the danger. The life dragon ring materialized just in time, sending a cooling sensation into his mind and dispelling the illusion before his eyes. "Xiaoxiaji." Jun Hao quickly shook Han Xiaoxiao awake. "It's a Brank beast," Han Xiaoxiao said, her voice trembling with fear. At that moment, the beast horde parted to create a path, and a graceful, pure white fox emerged. Its fur gleamed with a silky sheen, and its sapphire blue eyes brimmed with charm, locking onto Jun Hao with an unrelenting gaze. "What a handsome young man," The fox's voice dripped with allure. It's the 7-star rank celestial fox. Han Xiaoxiao's face went pale. Without hesitation, Jun Hao grabbed Han Xiaoxiao's hand, unfurled his wind wings, and shot into the sky. Leaving so soon? The celestial fox chuckled softly, appearing in front of them in an instant, its claw slashing straight for Han Xiaoxiao. In the split second before impact, Jun Hao pulled Han Xiaoxiao into his arms, shielding her with his back as the fox's razor-sharp claws came down. Jun Hao! Han Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. The razor-sharp claws of the 7-star level powerhouse were about to strike Han Xiaoxiao when Jun Hao stepped forward without hesitation. In that critical moment, the life dragon ring on his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light, forming a protective shield in front of him. Bang! A dull impact rang out as Jun Hao was sent flying backward. Instantly, he activated his unlimited health bar, fully aware that the life dragon ring could only block one attack. However, the heavenly fox's speed was terrifyingly fast, and her second claw was already aiming for his back. At the last second, Jun Hao used teleportation, forcibly pulling Han Xiaoxiao 30 meters away. The energy within his body drained like a tidal wave, leaving him no time to catch his breath. Without hesitation, he unfolded the wings of wind and soared into the sky with Han Xiaoxiao. The heavenly fox looked up from the ground, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Despite her status as a 7-star level powerhouse, she was incapable of flight. What shocked her even more was that this human, whom she regarded as insignificant as an ant, had managed to evade her lethal attacks twice in a row. Jun Hao, are you okay? Han Xiaoxiao asked, her voice still trembling with fear as she noticed the blood dripping from the corner of Jun Hao's mouth onto her face. Jun Hao ignored her concern, focusing instead on quickly distancing them from Nanyang village. Unleashing his life domain, Jun Hao's injuries began to heal rapidly. He wiped the blood from his lips and gave Han Xiaoxiao a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, he teased, Xiaoxiaji, are you crying? I am not. Han Xiaoxiao hastily wiped her eyes, pretending to be indignant. Jun Hao felt a wave of relief. If it weren't for his arsenal of abilities, he might not have made it out of this ordeal alive. But now, his unlimited health bar and teleportation were on cooldown, and even the wings of wind were running out of power. Just then, Han Xiaoxiao pointed toward the sky. Look up there. Jun Hao raised his head and saw an enormous pair of hands slowly unfolding in the void, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Outside the hands, an immense force seemed to be constantly clashing against them. It's a god. A god is protecting Huagua, Han Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her voice filled with awe and excitement. A god. Jun Hao stared in shock at the 5 figures shielding Huagua with their colossal hands, which spread out like giant umbrellas. Could someone be attacking Huagua? At that moment, within the borders of Huagua, spiritual energy surged wildly in rivers and lakes, erupting from the forests in waves. The auras of countless mystical beasts pierced the heavens. The second spiritual energy revival had arrived much earlier than anyone had anticipated. A surge of intense spiritual energy suddenly filled the heavens and earth. Jun Hao stared in awe at the scene before him, realizing that the second awakening of spiritual energy had finally arrived. Across the entire Hua nation, countless spiritual springs erupted, and the concentration of spiritual energy rose dramatically. Han Xiaoxiao stood frozen, staring blankly at the sky. Only now did she understand that Jun Hao's earlier warning to be cautious was no joke. The second awakening of spiritual energy had indeed begun. At that moment, Jun Hao's phone rang, playing the tune Listen to Me, Thank You. He quickly answered the call from Hao Yu. Howard, where are you? Hao Yu's anxious voice came through. Mom, I'm fine. I'm with Sister Xiaoxiao. Are you okay? Jun Hao replied. That's good. The second awakening of spiritual energy has begun. I've already left Xiangyang village. The beasts beneath the Xiangyang River are becoming restless, and the Demon Suppression Division is on their way. Remember, do not go near the Xiangyang River. Got it, I understand, Jun Hao assured her. After hanging up, Han Xiaoxiao immediately asked what was going on. Jun Hao solemnly explained the situation with the restless beasts at the Xiangyang River. Just then, both of their golden demon suppression cards lit up, displaying an urgent notice from the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division. Second spiritual energy awakening, all members stand by. The safe zones might not be so safe anymore, Han Xiaoxiao said gravely. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the Xiangyang River. Following the roar, a surge of astonishing spiritual energy shot into the sky, condensing into countless spiritual stones that rained down. In the distance, they heard Han Zhan's furious shout. You wretched beast, how dare you? Though they were dozens of miles away, both Jun Hao and Han Xiaoxiao could feel the terrifying aura. A massive dragon-like head broke through the clouds, its size rivaling that of a small mountain. The waters of the Xiangyang River surged violently, rising thousands of meters into the air and spreading outward in a chaotic torrent. It's the E-rank beast, The wild desolation Jiao. Han Xiaoxiao said, her voice trembling. This terrifying creature, something she had only read about in books, was now appearing before her eyes. No wonder Wang Shui was evacuating Xiangyang village. The destruction this thing could cause is unimaginable. Both Nanyang village and Xiangyang village are facing powerful beasts. We need to head back immediately. Jun Hao decided without hesitation. Do you need me to carry you? Jun Hao asked, glancing at Han Xiaoxiao. Her car was still outside Nanyang village and was now inaccessible. Keep your hands to yourself. Han Xiaoxiao blushed as she warned him. Only now did she realize that during their earlier escape, Jun Hao's hand had pinched her waist a few times. The thought made her feel a little shy, as she had never been this close to a man before. Ahem, understood. Jun Hao replied, pulling her closer by the waist. With Han Xiaoxiao in his arms, he soared into the sky, heading toward the Demon Suppression Division. At the same time, he took out his phone to check it, only to find a flood of messages waiting for him. The second wave of spiritual energy revival struck without warning, and Jun Hao's phone was instantly flooded with messages. Among them, the most eye-catching were the continuous alerts from Hosey and Wang Shui. Hosey anxiously reported his situation. Brother Hao, my dad said the second spiritual energy revival has begun and won't let me leave the house. I heard something happened at the Xiangyang River. Are you okay? I'm only a 4-star Frank right now, and that's after my dad spent a fortune on spiritual medicine to help me level up. Wang Shui's messages were equally filled with concern. Brother Hao, the second spiritual energy revival has started earlier than expected. Whatever you do, stay away from the Xiangyang River. They'll be back within 3 days. Aside from these two, the class group chat was also buzzing with discussions about the spiritual energy revival. Faced with this sudden development, Jun Hao immediately set off with Han Xiaoxiao to the Bureau of Demon Suppression. However, when they arrived, the entire building was empty. Everyone had already been dispatched to handle the unexpected outbreak of exotic beasts. Let's go to my place. Han Xiaoxiao decisively suggested in front of the bureau's doors. Jun Hao nodded in agreement. This wasn't the time to risk their lives for resources. Survival was the priority, and Xiangyang City was undoubtedly the safest choice. Half an hour later, they arrived at Han Xiaoxiao's private villa in the northern district. The most striking feature of this house, where she lived alone, was the swimming pool that had been transformed into an E-rank spiritual spring. Looking at this luxurious setup, Jun Hao couldn't help but marvel at Han Xiaoxiao's financial resources as the daughter of the Demon Suppression Marquis. In all of Xiangyang City, there were likely only a handful of people who could afford such an installation in their homes. I just got a message from the bureau. I need to head out and deal with something, Han Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. I might be back tonight, but for now, stay here. As a Demon Suppression Marquis, she had to respond to the emergency caused by the exotic beast outbreak. Jun Hao nodded in understanding, watching as the young Demon Suppression Marquis quickly departed. In Han Xiaoxiao's villa, Jun Hao found a temporary place to stay. He immediately sent a message to Wang Shui. Shui, I'm safe. Xiangyang City is currently secure. However, an 11 beast, the wild flood dragon, appeared in the Xiangyang River. Thankfully, you warned the villagers to evacuate in advance, or the consequences would have been disastrous. Brother Hao, please be careful. The beast outbreak has just begun. It's best not to go outside. Wang Shui quickly replied. You take care too, Jun Hao responded briefly. At headquarters, Wang Shui let out a sigh of relief. The era of spiritual energy revival had arrived, and she needed to return within 3 days. She then sat cross-legged and began cultivating, as she was just one step away from breaking through to level. Meanwhile, Jun Hao was also not idle in the villa. He sat cross-legged next to Han Xiaoxiao's 11 spiritual spring, a sacred cultivation site far more effective than in Flevel Spring. As the earth-shaking technique circulated within him, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a tide, rapidly accelerating his cultivation speed. An hour later, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing cultivation. A level spiritual spring bonus, 100x. Earth-shaking technique bonus, 200x. Base evolution points, 3 hour. Combined multiplier, 20,000x. Total evolution points gained, 60,000. Why has the base evolution point rate increased? Jun Hao asked. The system explained, after the second spiritual energy revival, the concentration of spiritual energy has risen, significantly accelerating cultivation speeds across the board. Currently, it's enhanced by 50. Once the spiritual energy fully revives, it is expected to increase by more than 10-fold. After 8 hours of cultivation, Jun Hao accumulated 420,000 evolution points, bringing his total to 2.01 million. He had finally reached the threshold for another evolution. The system informed him that this would be a major evolution, requiring him to take on a beast form to proceed. For safety, Jun Hao sent a message to Han Xiaoxiao, saying he was returning home. He then left the city, flying over 50 miles to a small mountain near Xiangyang village. Under the system's guidance, Jun Hao transformed into a massive nether python, as large as a small mountain. At the moment the evolution began, a powerful force tore through and restructured his flesh and bones. 6 pairs of wings grew from his back, each spanning over 100 meters when fully extended. His black scales shed away, replaced by blood-red armor exuding a primal aura. The system finally announced, "Congratulations to the host for evolving into a 1-starred level beast. 6-winged blood python. Dragon bloodline awakening. 2. Gained the bloodline suppression skill, which exerts dominance over other beasts, especially those with dragon bloodlines. If the dragon bloodline fully awakens, the host will transform into a true dragon." Finally, the evolution was complete. Jun Hao couldn't wait to open his personal panel, and a stream of data appeared before his eyes. Name: Jun Hao. Status: humanoid beast form 4 hours. Level: 1-star D class. Skills: Death Fang, Fatal Constriction, Unyielding, Bloodthirsty Eye, Tracking, Form Shifting, Golden Domain, Life Domain, Berserker Domain, Concealment, Teleportation, Bloodline Suppression. Evolution points: 15 million. Spirit tools: Life Dragon Ring, Thunder Spirit Spear. Overall combat power: 800,000. The combat power data made Jun Hao's eyes light up. It was astonishing. Having just broken through to D class, he was already at the peak of D class, surpassing the standards of even 5-star practitioners. At last, I'm qualified to compete for the opportunities in the second spiritual energy awakening. His eyes glimmered with a cold, blood-red light as his massive form coiled atop the hill, making it appear twice as large. Just as he was about to leave, Jun Hao suddenly sensed a disturbance. A dozen or so beasts were charging in his direction, led by 3 familiar figures: the saber-toothed Tiger King, the lightning leopard, and a purple gold-furred rat he had encountered in Nanyang village. They seemed to be fleeing, pursued by several E-class beasts. Speak of the devil, Jun Hao sneered. Encountering these D-class beasts right after leveling up was like having evolution points and rewards delivered straight to his doorstep. With a low growl, all the beasts came to a halt. Jun Hao extended his mental energy to probe the surroundings, confirming that the near A-class Skyfox wasn't among them. Without hesitation, he activated his abilities. Lock. Track. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. Lock and Track have fused to form a new skill, Deathlock." Delighted by this unexpected skill fusion, Jun Hao quickly tested the mechanism further. Activating Unyielding and Golden Domain simultaneously, the 2 skills fused into an enhanced ability, Unyielding Armor, doubling their effects. The battle erupted instantly. Under the influence of Deathlock, the saber-toothed Tiger King's speed was drastically reduced. Jun Hao unleashed Death Fang and Fatal Constriction, taking down the Tiger King in just a few rounds and earning 200,000 evolution points. Sensing danger, the lightning leopard turned to flee. However, Jun Hao's sharp eyes caught sight of a figure standing in the distant void. It was Han Zhan. On the ground below him stood 5 B-class powerhouses, including Lu Qing, the man Jun Hao had once struck down with a single blow. Without hesitation, Jun Hao gave chase, activating Bloodthirsty Eye and tearing through the E-class beasts in his path. In quick succession, he took down the lightning leopard and the purple gold rat, rapidly accumulating 600,000 evolution points. His overwhelming performance caught the attention of Han Zhan and the others. Lu Qing recognized Jun Hao as the 6-winged blood python with a dragon bloodline. Immediately, he proposed contacting Xiao Xiao to eliminate this potential threat before it grew any stronger. The others agreed without hesitation, preparing to send out a message. In Nanyang village, Han Xiao Xiao was locked in a fierce battle with a group of exotic beasts when she suddenly received an urgent message. A 6-winged blood python, a dranked beast with dragon lineage, had appeared. She froze for a moment, then turned to her subordinates and gave a cold, decisive order. "Continue clearing this area. I need to leave for a while." The team responded in unison, acknowledging her command. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill, Jun Hao had just finished slaughtering over a dozen exotic beasts. Even the 3 dranked beasts stood no chance against him, let alone the weaker E-ranked ones. The aftermath of the battle brought him a surge of evolution points, pushing his overall stats to an impressive 1.2 million out of 5 million. Devouring exotic beasts really speeds things up, Jun Hao mused to himself. Compared to the painstakingly slow accumulation of 60,000 evolution points per hour through cultivation, taking down just 1 E-ranked beast yielded the same result. A dranked beast, on the other hand, granted him at least 100,000 points in one go. His gaze shifted toward the Shangyang River, where agents of the Demon Suppression Division were engaged in a large-scale assault on the exotic beasts in the area. With Han Zhan present, along with a formidable assembly of Demon Suppression elites, Jun Hao quickly dismissed any thoughts of heading there. Venturing into that battlefield would risk being mistaken for an exotic beast and killed on sight. Looks like Nanyang village is my best option. I wonder if that Skyfox is still there. he thought. Finding a secluded spot, Jun Hao transformed back into his human form, unfurled his wind wings, and sped toward Nanyang village with remarkable swiftness. At the same time, outside the Xiangyang River, several ranked powerhouses and Han Zhun, who hovered in the void, sensed something unusual. The six-winged blood python had vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Han Zhun issued a firm command. Forget the blood python for now. Focus on subduing the sky fox and the wild flood dragon. Do not let them escape. The 5 experts immediately sprang into action. When Jun Hao landed in Nanyang village, a stern voice rang out. Han Ming emerged from the shadows, and upon recognizing Jun Hao, his expression softened into a seemingly friendly smile. Ah, it's you, cousin Jun Hao. Despite his amiable demeanor, Jun Hao couldn't shake the feeling that something lay hidden beneath that smile. Nevertheless, since Han Ming hadn't shown outright hostility, Jun Hao decided to avoid unnecessary conflict. At that moment, another figure appeared, a man exuding an overwhelming aura. It was Han Etienne, another demon suppression marquis and a 2-star ranked powerhouse, known for his mastery of berserk swordsmanship. Facing someone second only to the demon suppression king, Han Zhun, in strength, Jun Hao remained vigilant. Under Han Ming's introduction and Han Etienne's request, Jun Hao presented his golden demon suppression card. The card displayed his title as a demon suppressor and a score of 7,381 points. This revelation left both Han Ming and Han Etienne visibly surprised. Han Ming, in particular, was astonished, knowing that Jun Hao had joined the demon suppression division less than 10 days ago. He couldn't help but wonder if Jun Hao had received secret assistance from a powerful elder. After learning about the current state of Nanyang village, Jun Hao's heart surged with excitement. The village was teeming with exotic beasts. 7 cranked beasts, over 100 E-ranked beasts, and thousands of franked beasts. The most powerful, a ranked peak sky fox, had already led a portion of the beasts toward the Xiangyang River. For Jun Hao, this was a golden opportunity. As long as he avoided the cranked beasts, he could focus on eliminating dranked and E-ranked ones to amass evolution points. With some luck, he might even break through to cranky or higher. Once Jun Hao departed, Han Etienne turned to inquire about Han Ming's score. Upon learning that his son was only 10,000 points away from qualifying as a demon suppression marquis, Han Etienne made a promise. If Han Ming met the requirement, he would petition the family patriarch to allow Han Ming to attempt fusing with an strength spirit artifact. Han Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation at this prospect. Stay alert, everyone. Jun Hao just came in. Warning shouts echoed throughout Nanyang village. The entire village was crawling with members of the demon suppression division, numbering over 100. Their strength varied, ranging from E-rank to crank, with many forming small squads, ready for action. Jun Hao silently plotted his path deeper into the village. Taking advantage of a moment of inattention, he slipped away down a secluded trail, disappearing without a trace. Han Etienne and Han Ming, who were following closely behind, froze in place. Where did that kid go? How did he just vanish? Han Ming asked in confusion. Ignore him, Han Etienne replied indifferently. Yes, sir. Han Ming took a deep breath, calming himself. Han Etienne continued. If you become a demon suppression candidate this time and fuse with that strength artifact, you'll undoubtedly gain more opportunities during this era of spiritual awakening. You might even advance to a rank within 2 years. A rank? Han Ming's eyes lit up with fiery ambition. In all of Xiangyang City, while rank experts were not uncommon, there was only one rank powerhouse, the current demon suppression king, Han Zhun. Father, that artifact is mine and mine alone. A hint of pride flashed in Han Ming's eyes. As the 3rd member of the Xiangyang Demon Suppression Division to earn a golden demon suppression card, he was highly confident in his spatial talent. With an overall aptitude rated at A, it was only a matter of time before he claimed the title of Demon Suppression King. Meanwhile, Jun Hao had already used his concealment ability to infiltrate the depths of the village. This skill allowed him to completely mask his presence. Unless he actively used another ability, he had no fear of being detected. When he reached the heart of Nanyang village, the sight before him made him gasp in shock. The mountain behind the village had collapsed, revealing a massive underground cavern. A torrent of ferocious energy emanated from its depths. So this is the cavern Schwerer mentioned, the one connected to the dark river of Xiangyang River? Jun Hao took out his phone and sent a message to Schwerer. Schwerer, how are you doing? Moments later, he received a reply. Hauga, I've advanced to Drank and am in the process of refining the Shrank artifact. I'll return to Xiangyang City soon. When I do, let's seize those opportunities together. Wang Shui responded. Impressive and Shrank talent indeed. Jun Hao silently marveled at Wang Shui's rapid progress before replying. I'll be waiting for you. After putting his phone away, Jun Hao activated his system and transformed into his beast form. In an instant, a massive 6-winged blood python appeared in the depths of Nanyang village, its ferocious aura sweeping across the area. As a being with 2 dragon lineage, Jun Hao exerted an inherent bloodline suppression over all other beasts. The surrounding beasts, engaged in fierce battles, abruptly turned their attention toward Jun Hao. Though they had never encountered such a creature before, the oppressive aura he exuded filled them with unease. Wasting no time, Jun Hao launched an attack, swallowing an E-rank beast in one gulp. A system notification promptly sounded. Congratulations, host. You have devoured an E-rank beast and gained 30,000 evolution points. Jun Hao's actions quickly drew the attention of more beasts. Abandoning their fights with the Demon Suppression Division members, they converged on him. Just then, Wang Shui sent one final warning message. Haoga, be careful. There are beast kings beneath Nanyang Village and Xiangyang River. They're incredibly powerful and can command all the other beasts. Stay away at all costs. Unfortunately, Jun Hao didn't see her message, as he remained fully focused on the battle. He attacked again, using his bloodthirsty eye ability to crush a 7-star E-rank beast with a single bite, gaining 100,000 evolution points. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression Division members at the village's perimeter noticed the unusual retreat of the beasts. What's going on? Why are the beasts withdrawing? They exclaimed. Amid their shock, a colossal 6-winged blood python appeared in the village's depths. Its immense body stretched hundreds of meters, and its gaping maw seemed capable of devouring a mountain. Han Tian, witnessing the scene, immediately recognized the creature as a legendary ancient species. He quickly sent a message to Han Xiaoxiao. Return immediately. An ancient 6-winged blood python has appeared in Nanyang Village. At that moment, Han Xiaoxiao was just outside Xiangyang River. Upon seeing the message, she was puzzled. She had been searching for the 6-winged blood python near Xiangyang River to no avail, only to hear of its appearance in Nanyang Village. She promptly replied, I'm on my way. How exactly does this 6-winged blood python manage to take down other mutant beasts? Han Ming asked, his expression filled with suspicion and curiosity. Han Yiyan furrowed his brows, replying in a grave tone, let's observe first before jumping to conclusions. Over 100 onlookers halted in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the battle unfolding in Nanyang Village. Jun Hao unleashed his bloodline suppression, his massive frame surging forward as he activated the unyielding armor. The golden armor instantly enveloped the 6-winged blood python, making it appear as imposing as a towering mountain. Charging forward like an unstoppable force, Jun Hao sent weaker grade mutant beasts flying with ease. Even the more formidable grade beasts struggled to withstand his assault. Though he had only recently stepped into the grade, Jun Hao already felt invincible. A giant bear charged at him, its massive fist slamming into Jun Hao with tremendous force. Yet, the unyielding armor remained unscathed, its defense so impenetrable that Jun Hao was convinced only a grade powerhouse could hope to breach it. Without hesitation, Jun Hao activated his bloodthirsty eye and netherworld domain. The giant bear let out a furious roar as its speed and strength were simultaneously reduced by 30%. A system notification chimed in his two skills had merged into the nether god domain, granting both mental intimidation and weakening effects. In a swift attack, Jun Hao unleashed his death fang and lethal constriction. He sank his fangs into the giant bear and coiled tightly around it. Despite the bear's attempt to bolster its defense with the heavenly mountain armor, it was no match for Jun Hao's berserk strength. The bear was crushed with a sickening crunch, its blood and entrails splattering everywhere. A system notification confirmed the kill. A 7-star grade mutant beast had been defeated, earning Jun Hao 700,000 experience points. Witnessing this gruesome display, the surrounding mutant beasts recoiled in fear. Outside Nanyang Village, Han Ming was stunned. What incredible power! That 6-winged blood python just took down a 7-star grade mutant beast. Even a grade expert from the Demon Suppression Division would struggle to achieve such a feat, and yet, this python is only a 1-star grade. Han Xiaoxiao returned, her expression grave as she spoke of the python's terrifying potential. I've seen records at the Demon Suppression Division's headquarters. A grade 6-winged blood python once fought against 5 grade powerhouses, with the support of 10 grade experts. Though it was eventually slain, it left 1 grade severely injured and 3 grades dead. This creature's lineage is utterly horrifying, as over 100 mutant beasts closed in one weaker than a grade, with many grade among them. Han Ming predicted certain death, but Han Xiaoxiao, understanding the true extent of the 6-winged blood python's power, withheld judgment. Jun Hao, however, pressed forward fearlessly. Activating his life domain in tandem with the unyielding armor, he tore through the horde as if it were nothing. Within just 10 minutes, the system notified him. He had accumulated 5 million evolution points. Without hesitation, Jun Hao chose to evolve, acquiring the area effect skill Windblade and advancing to 2-star grade. Simultaneously, his dragon bloodline's awakening increased by 2%. The ancient aura of the dragon surged within him, foreshadowing the emergence of even greater power. Jun Hao opened his personal interface, and the data unfolded before him. Name, Jun Hao. Status, human form beast form 4 hours. Rank, 2-star D class. Skills, venomous fangs, deadly constriction, indomitable armor, deathlock, transformation, life domain, berserk blade domain, concealment, teleportation, bloodline suppression, infinite vitality, underworld god domain, wind blade. Evolution points, 300, 00010, 000. Spirit weapons, life dragon ring, thunder spirit spear. Overall combat power, 1,600,000. As Jun Hao's eyes scanned the interface, a spark of exhilaration lit up his gaze. His overall combat power had surpassed 1.6 million, signaling his strength was now nearing 2-star C class. This meant he could challenge more formidable opponents beyond his current level. If his progress continued at this rate, ascending to C class would only be a matter of time. Meanwhile, outside Nanyang village, Han Ming and his companions stood frozen in astonishment, watching the six-winged blood python wreak havoc on the battlefield. Despite being besieged by over 100 beasts, the python remained unscathed. On the contrary, its power seemed to grow stronger with every passing moment. This six-winged blood python strength is already approaching C class. Han Yiyan muttered in a low, grave tone. Han Xiaoxiao immediately issued a command. Stay alert. Wait until it wears itself out before engaging. The group quickly retreated, reorganizing their stance. Deeper within the village, Jun Hao let out a thunderous roar and charged back into the fray. Under the crushing force of his bloodline suppression, many E-class beasts howled in despair, with some even collapsing to the ground in submission. When Jun Hao noticed Han Xiaoxiao's arrival, he grew wary, deciding to end the fight swiftly and make his escape. Activating his wind blade ability, he fused it with his berserk state, creating a new skill, Gale Blade. Countless azure blades of wind materialized and swept across a radius of 1,000 meters around him, shredding every beast in their path. Half an hour later, the battlefield was littered with the remains of countless slain beasts. Jun Hao's evolution points surged rapidly. As soon as his evolution points reached the threshold, he chose to evolve without hesitation. His physique underwent a violent reconstruction, becoming even more powerful. In the process, he acquired a new skill, Life Weakening, and his dragon bloodline purity increased by 2. His overall combat power soared to over 2.1 million, with remaining evolution points reaching 1.3 million 2,000,000. Having vanquished nearly 40 D-class beasts and over 100 E-class beasts, Jun Hao shifted his focus toward the abyss in the rear mountains. According to Han Yiyan, even more beasts were waiting for him there. By maintaining the original plot elements while refining the structure and descriptions, the narrative flows more smoothly and vividly. This means the remaining exotic beasts have all gathered within that cave. Low, guttural growls echoed continuously from inside, clearly indicating the presence of class beasts lurking within. Yet, not a single class beast had appeared in Nanyang village, an abnormality that immediately put Jun Hao on high alert. At this moment, Nanyang village was awash with blood, and the ground was littered with the corpses of exotic beasts. The terrifying power displayed by the six-winged blood python left the demon suppression division's elites utterly stunned. Han Ming's face turned ashen as he stared at the scene. Is this the strength of an ancient lineage? He murmured. Suddenly, a beast's roar broke through the air. Jun Hao warily scanned Han Xiaoxiao and the others. Han Yiyan and Han Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves as a shield between Jun Hao and the demon suppression division. They had all witnessed Jun Hao's ferocious combat prowess firsthand. If he were to attack the division, very few would survive. Just over 2 hours left, Jun Hao thought to himself. With my current strength, comparable to a class beast, I should be able to escape even if I encounter a class 1. With that, he turned and sped off towards the depths of Nanyang village. Watching Jun Hao's retreating figure, Han Ming exhaled deeply, but his relief was short-lived. His brow furrowed as he recalled the six-winged blood python's gazite seemed strangely familiar. It wasn't just any look, it was disdain. Could it be that the six-winged blood python found me unworthy of killing? He wondered. With Jun Hao gone, the members of the demon suppression division finally began to recover from their shock. As they took in the sight of the countless exotic beast corpses strewn across the ground, a collective chill ran down their spines. Xiao Xiao, the six-winged blood python has retreated to the depths of Nanyang village. Taking it down won't be easy, Han Yiyan said gravely. Uncle, are you suggesting? Han Xiaoxiao frowned. We should stay on guard at the perimeter for now. Once your grandfather finishes his battle, we'll deal with the six-winged blood python together. Han Xiaoxiao seemed to ponder this. Uncle, did you notice that the six-winged blood python seemed to grow stronger as the fight went on? Han Yiyan looked surprised for a moment but quickly responded. Even with the second wave of spiritual energy resurgence, it wouldn't be so easy for it to level up. The battle at Xiangyang River should resolve soon. At that moment, Han Ming suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, Jun Hao was here earlier too. He glanced around. Where is he now? My cousin was here? Han Xiao Xiao asked, startled. But didn't he say he was heading home? Han Ming sneered. He charged straight in earlier. Maybe he ran off the moment he saw the six-winged blood python. Inwardly, he scoffed, thinking Jun Hao was nothing more than a weakling with a golden armor and life-blessing talent. Useful in a team, perhaps, but acting alone? That was a death wish. Shut up. Han Xiaoxiao snapped sharply. Han Ming's face darkened. Though his relationship with Han Xiaoxiao was decent and his talent even surpassed hers, making him the most promising candidate in the Han family to fuse with its class artifact, he hadn't expected her to scold him so fiercely for Jun Hao's sake. The story of past grievances between Han Yiqian and Jun Wei began to surface. It dated back to less than a decade after the first spiritual energy resurgence, when Jun Wei and Hao Yu discovered its class artifact in an exploration zone. To claim it, Hao Yu was gravely injured and fled into a swarm of exotic beasts, alerting its class beast. At the time, everyone but Jun Wei abandoned Hao Yu. As Jun Wei charged in, he famously declared, "The blood of the Han family runs cold." Though he managed to save Hao Yu, both sustained irreparable damage to their foundations. From that day forward, Hao Yu and Jun Wei never set foot in the Han family again, to the extent that Jun Hao himself had no idea who his maternal grandfather was. I hope he's okay, Han Xiaoxiao said icily before turning to head deeper into Nanyang village. Xiaoxiao, stop, Han Yiqian called out urgently. The depths of Nanyang village were fraught with danger, and the six-winged blood python's strength was particularly fearsome. Even though Han Xiaoxiao was close to being a class fighter, entering recklessly would be perilous. That fool must have rushed in without thinking, Han Ming said coldly. Silence, Han Yiqian barked. Members of the Demon Suppression Division exchanged uneasy glances. Vice Minister Han, what should we do? One of them asked. Han Yiqian sighed. Had I known, I would have stopped him from entering and creating more trouble. Han Xiaoxiao turned back, her tone biting. Uncle, wasn't it you who abandoned my aunt back then? If not for my unclean law risking his life, how would my aunt have survived? She was right, the Han family is too cold-hearted, with blood as icy as snow. With that, she resolutely turned and sprinted towards the village's depths. Dad, what do we do? Han Ming asked anxiously. The sudden upheaval deep within Nanyang village had caused the faces of the seasoned fighters from the Demon Suppression Bureau to darken. Ignoring all danger, Han Xiaoxiao had rushed in. If she were to encounter a pack of class beasts or even a class beast, the consequences would be catastrophic. Everyone, stop right there. No one is allowed to go in. They'll contact the minister right now. Han Yiqian commanded in a grave tone, his expression stern. He hadn't expected Han Xiaoxiao to not only disregard his warnings, but also accuse him of being cold-blooded. Pulling out his phone, he quickly called Han Jun. Yiqian, what's the matter? Han Jun's voice came through the line. Dad, there's trouble. Jun Wei's son, Jun Hao, went deep into Nanyang village, and Xiaoxiao rushed in after him. What? Xiaoxiao and Jun Hao? Han Jun's voice instantly rose. What are you standing there for? Get in there and bring them out immediately. Dad, the depths of Nanyang village likely harbored class beasts. Rushing in blindly could lead to heavy losses. Han Yiqian took a deep breath, trying to explain. Losses? Han Jun paused for a moment before roaring. Go in. Get in there now. No matter the cost, bring them out. His eyes turned red, memories from years ago surging to the forefront of his mind. It was his greatest regret, one he would trade his life to undo if given the chance. Meanwhile, outside the Xiangyang River, attack with full force. Drive the wild python back and head straight to Nanyang village. Han Jun barked as he slammed the phone down. At the entrance of a cavern deep within Nanyang village, Jun Hao had shrunk his massive body down to just over 10 meters, cautiously sensing the area below. The low growls of beasts echoed from deeper within. Without hesitation, he leapt into the cave. 100 meters down, he landed in an expanse of water. Though he moved effortlessly in the aquatic environment, he remained vigilant, activating his unyielding armor. Suddenly, the system alerted him to the presence of a threatened, entire swarm of menacing piranhas with razor-sharp teeth. Their eyes locked on him. Individually, the piranhas posed little threat, but their coordinated attacks were as formidable as a class powerhouse. When hundreds of them simultaneously activated their blood-burst ability, Jun Hao found himself besieged. Just then, Han Xiaoxiao arrived and saw the scene. Her face turned pale. Even as a 7-star class fighter, she knew that facing such a vast swarm of piranhas meant certain death. Moments later, Han Yiqian and his reinforcements arrived, but the sight before them made their hearts sink. It's over. The six-winged blood python is surrounded by hundreds of those piranhas. We need to retreat. Once they're done with the python, we'll be next, Han Ming said, his face ashen. In the depths of the dark river, hundreds of piranhas swarmed together, creating a truly terrifying scene. The expressions of the Demon Suppression Division's warriors turned pale in an instant. Piranhas, as one of the most fearsome pack-hunting beasts, were creatures even Brank warriors preferred to avoid at all costs. How could such a horrifying pack of beasts exist beneath Nanyang Village? Even the six-winged blood python is doomed now, Han Etian said gravely, his face dark with concern. Silence, all of you. Han Xiaoxiao's cold command cut through the rising panic. The group immediately fell silent, their fear palpable. Deep within the dark river, Jun Hao was surrounded and bitten by countless piranhas. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for devouring a 3-star E-rank piranha. Evolution points earned, 30,000. Congratulations to the host for devouring a 4-star E-rank piranha. Evolution points earned, 40,000. Though Jun Hao's unyielding armor was durable, the relentless attacks of the piranha swarm began to take their toll. Eventually, one piranha managed to pierce through the armor, and blood immediately spread through the water. Heh, crossing paths with me, Jun Hao, is your misfortune. Jun Hao sneered coldly, activating 3 powerful skills: Life Domain, Bloodline Suppression, and Gale Blade. While the power of Gale Blade was diminished underwater, it was still more than enough to obliterate the piranhas. Under the influence of Life Domain, Jun Hao's unyielding armor quickly repaired itself, restoring him to peak condition. As he continued devouring the piranhas, his evolution points finally surged past 20 million. Evolution. With the system's notification, Jun Hao unlocked a new skill, Water Shift, allowing him to instantly teleport within water up to a range of 50 kilometers, uninterruptible by anything below rank. His overall combat power skyrocketed, surpassing 3 million, equivalent to a 3-star crank warrior. The Gale Blade swept through the water, shredding hundreds of piranhas in an instant. Blood stained the entire river, turning it into a crimson expanse. On the riverbank, the warriors of the Demon Suppression Division stared in stunned silence. Even Han Etian couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying strength of the 6-winged blood python. This is just a small pack. If you encountered tens of thousands or even millions of them in the deep sea, not even an E-rank warrior would stand a chance, Han Etian muttered under his breath. Jun Hao, however, wore a look of satisfaction. To him, these piranhas were nothing more than small fry, perfect for grinding experience. After wiping out the entire swarm, his evolution points reached 30.33 million, just shy of the next evolution, which required another 20 million points. Glancing at the time, Jun Hao saw that 2 hours remained. Determined, he decided to continue hunting beasts in the dark river, aiming to break through to crank before leaving. His massive form rampaged through the water, leaving devastation in his wake. Every beast he encountered was swiftly slain, with the system's notifications chiming incessantly. It's gone. The 6-winged blood python is gone. Han Ming exclaimed in shock. The surface of the dark river was stained a deep crimson, a grim testament to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. The terrifying strength displayed by the 6-winged blood python had left everyone present shaken. Xiao, we should leave for now, Han Ming said cautiously, his voice low and alert. This cave system is home to schools of carnivorous fish, and there could very well be Blevel or even stronger beasts lurking in the shadows. Han Etian quickly added, he's right, Xiao. Let's retreat for now. No, you go ahead. I'm going after it to take a closer look. Han Xiao took a deep breath, her resolve unwavering, and without hesitation, she leaped into the water. A layer of spiritual energy enveloped her body, allowing her to glide through the dark river as gracefully as a fish, heading deeper into its depths. Father! Han Ming's face turned pale with worry. You all retreat. I'll follow her. Han Yishan's voice was firm and commanding. The other elite members of the Demon Suppression Division obeyed and began withdrawing, leaving him behind. Fixing his gaze on the direction where Han Xiao had disappeared, Han Etian wasted no time and dove into the dark river to follow her. Meanwhile, Jun Hao was in the water, relentlessly devouring every beast he encountered. The system's notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for consuming a 2-star level beast. Evolution points gained, 200,000. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and the beasts he encountered became progressively stronger. From a level beasts at the start to the more formidable level beasts now, their numbers had decreased, but their quality had significantly improved. Suddenly, Jun Hao sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning to look, he was startled to see Han Xiao clad in a sleek, form-fitting outfit, her movements in the water as graceful as a mermaid. He was taken aback. This dark river was rife with danger, and Blevel or even a level beast could appear at any moment. Han Xiao noticed the 6-winged blood python watching her, yet, strangely, it made no move to attack. Its gaze carried an inexplicable familiarity, as though she saw a trace of Jun Hao within those blood-red eyes. But she quickly dismissed the absurd notion. At that moment, a thunderous roar shook the dark river, reverberating through its depths. Jun Hao's crimson eyes locked onto the source of the disturbance ahead, sensing an immense surge of spiritual energy. The system notified him of the discovery of a spiritual spring approximately 50 kilometers away. His heart leaped with excitement. If it was indeed a high-grade spiritual spring, level or above, it would undoubtedly be surrounded by abundant resources. Letting out a guttural roar in Han Xiaoxiao's direction, Jun Hao swiftly reduced his size to just over 10 meters and activated his concealment ability. He decided to scout the spiritual spring first. If there were no Clevel or higher beasts guarding it, he could return to harvest evolution points with ease. Han Xiaoxiao, though puzzled by the six-winged blood python's seemingly warning gesture, resolved to press on. As a near-level combatant, she was confident that unless she encountered a level beast or a swarm of carnivorous fish, she could handle herself and retreat if necessary. As she drew closer to the spiritual spring, the concentration of spiritual energy skyrocketed, increasing by dozens of times. From nearly a kilometer away, Han Xiaoxiao marveled. This spiritual energy density rivals that of a Clevel spring. It might even be a Blevel or a level spring. However, what puzzled her even more was the sudden and complete disappearance of the six-winged blood python's presence. Seat had slipped entirely out of her perception like a shadow vanishing into the void. The stealth skills effect left Jun Hao pleasantly surprised. As long as he refrained from using any abilities, the other exotic beasts were completely unaware of his presence. Cautiously, he swam deeper into the dark river. Suddenly, a low, ancient, and ferocious growl echoed from the depths. A system notification chimed. Crate exotic beast detected. Jun Hao looked ahead and spotted a massive octopus-like creature emerging into view. The mutated octopus was enormous, spanning several hundred meters, its body radiating a faint, eerie blue glow underwater. The system interface promptly displayed its details. Species: mutated octopus. Grade: 3-star crate. Abilities: energy blast, stun. Combat power: 3.2 million. Staring at this bona fide crate exotic beast, Jun Hao quickly calculated in his mind. Defeating it would likely reward him with at least 1 million evolution points. Yet, he refrained from acting recklessly. This area was already near the Spirit Spring region, and the spiritual energy here was hundreds of times denser than that of his grade Spirit Spring. There was a strong possibility of other crate exotic beasts lurking nearby. His caution was soon validated. Not far ahead, another intimidating presence appeared, a 5-star crate giant shark, exuding an overwhelming aura. Its combat power was a staggering 7 million, far surpassing Jun Hao's capabilities. As he ventured further, the sight before him made him gasp. At least 30 crate exotic beasts and 3 grade exotic beasts roamed the area. Strangely, they seemed to be guarding something, yet there was no conflict among them. With utmost care, Jun Hao stealthily approached a massive underground cavern. He noticed that the weaker grade and a grade exotic beasts had completely vanished from the vicinity. Even the formidable grade and grade creatures dared not advance within a kilometer of the cavern. The intense spiritual energy he felt was emanating from within. The moment he stepped into the cavern, the system notified him of the discovery of spirit stones. The entire space glimmered with a blue radiance, and the ground was littered with spirit stones. Without hesitation, Jun Hao began collecting them, acquiring 380,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As he delved deeper, an even more astonishing sight unfolded before him. 9 small mountains formed entirely of spirit stones. At the base of each mountain, new spirit stones continuously emerged. The system identified these as 9 A-grade spirit springs, capable of producing 100 mid-grade spirit stones daily while providing a 50,000-fold boost to cultivation. However, as Jun Hao attempted to claim the spirit springs, the system alerted him that an ancient formation needed to be deciphered first. At the heart of the 9 spirit mountains, spiritual energy coalesced into a pool of liquid, shrouded in mist. The system issued another notification. Spiritual artifact detected. Jun Hao cautiously approached the mist-covered center, his guard fully raised. Deep within the cave, a translucent crystal coffin shimmered faintly, emitting an eerie, icy glow. Jun Hao opened his system interface, and detailed information immediately appeared before his eyes. This was an S-class spiritual artifact, the Ice God Coffin. Not only could it help ice element ability users comprehend the laws of ice, but it also possessed multiple powerful functions. A 1-month absolute freeze ability capable of covering a 3,000 meter radius, freezing all life within. A staggering 1,000 enhancement for ice element users, and a unique ability named Zero Space, which could preserve dying creatures in their current state indefinitely. Jun Hao's blood-red eyes fixed on the crystal coffin, and he couldn't help but swallow. Though he wasn't an ice element ability user, this was an extremely rare S-class artifact. For Schwer, who had an S-class ice element talent, it was nothing short of priceless. System, collect it. Jun Hao commanded urgently. Collection failed. The area is under the influence of an ancient formation. The system cannot retrieve the item. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed. An ancient formation again. Jun Hao took a deep breath, transformed into his human form, and cautiously approached the ice coffin. Meanwhile, far beyond the Xiangyang River, a massive celestial fox revealed its true form, its body spanning 1,000 meters. Its blue eyes glimmered with a chilling, murderous intent. Celestial fox, compared to your ancestor, the nine-tailed fox, you're far inferior. The wild flood dragon sneered coldly, flinging a class ability user aside as he taunted. The celestial fox let out a dismissive snort, unwilling to continue the fight, and darted swiftly toward Nanyang village. Celestial fox, what is the meaning of this? If you help me repel them and awaken our king will surely aid you in reviving your ancestor. The wild flood dragon roared furiously. The celestial fox ignored him, her mind consumed by a single thought. Something has gone wrong. Dozens of class beasts and 3 class beasts guard the ancestral resting place. Even in a class powerhouse shouldn't be able to approach it. Who could possibly have the ability to break through? A fierce battle was unfolding just outside the great river of Xiangyang. Minister Han, the Sky Fox has left, reported an anxious Brank warrior to Han Zhan. Though the Sky Fox, a 7-star Brank beast, isn't as terrifying as the desolate Jiao, her mental strength is formidable and has a significant impact on the battlefield. She's headed for Nanyang village. Finish this quickly. Han Zhan's voice was icy and commanding. Having just received a call from Han Etian, and now witnessing the Sky Fox's retreat to Nanyang village, a trace of unease crept into his heart. What exactly was happening in Nanyang village? The Brank warriors of the Demon Suppression Division immediately sprang into action. Beneath the great river, the massive, desolate Jiao let out a low, resonant roar. Behind it, several Brank beasts stared menacingly at the warriors of the Demon Suppression Division. Retreat. The desolate Jiao ordered coldly. Without the Sky Fox's assistance, it knew it stood no chance against Han Zhan in the void above. Even with the Sky Fox present, defeating an E-rank warrior was nearly an impossible task. Meanwhile, in the dark river of Nanyang village, Han Xiaoxiao's expression turned pale the moment she spotted the Brank beasts. She dared not venture further. The river wasn't just home to Brank beasts. Dozens of crank beasts lurked within its depths. She quickly retreated and soon encountered Han Etian. As a fellow Brank warrior, Han Etian could sense the chilling aura emanating from the depths of the dark river even more acutely. Fall back. Exchanging a glance, the two immediately withdrew. Inside a hidden cave, Jun Hao was meticulously examining the situation before him. System. What is this ancient formation? Faced with 9 mid-grade spirit stone mountains and an S-rank spiritual artifact, he was reluctant to walk away empty-handed. The system responded, the ancient formation contains laws of power exceeding S-rank. With the host's current abilities, it cannot be unraveled. Just as disappointment began to set in, Jun Hao noticed something unusual within the ice god's coffin. Approaching it for a closer look, he peered through the crystal coffin, glowing faintly with a blue light, and was struck by the sight of an incomparably beautiful face. Her beauty transcended the limits of words like breathtaking or ethereal. Human, how dare you stare at this emperor? A cold voice suddenly pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, the stunning beauty within the coffin vanished, replaced by a small, snow-white fox with 9 tails. The system instantly alerted him. A deity has been detected. Jun Hao was stunned. Through the system's interface, he learned that this was a super divine beast on the brink of death. The system promptly unlocked the divine pet space feature, giving Jun Hao the chance to claim this divine creature as his own. Just as Jun Hao was about to speak, the fox's voice, laced with a mix of irritation and allure, resounded again. How strange. I cannot hear your thoughts, nor can I sense any trace of your aura. Human, who are you? Could you be a descendant of the ancient emperor? Jun Hao was about to explain the revival of spiritual energy in the outside world when, all of a sudden, an overwhelming aura surged toward him. It felt as though he had been transported to a desolate, primordial wilderness. Above him, in the skies that stretched millions of feet high, the roars of ancient beasts reverberated, shaking him to his core. At that moment, Jun Hao felt an unprecedented, terrifying pressure. Even an A-level powerhouse would seem as insignificant as an ant in its presence. Just then, the life dragon ring on his finger began to tremble. A faint ripple spread out, instantly cooling his mind, and the oppressive force dissipated. The ancient emperor's ring. A mysterious voice echoed once again. What is the ancient emperor's ring? Jun Hao frowned and asked. The cave fell into silence. Jun Hao stared at the ice god coffin in front of him, pondering in his heart. This fox clearly knew many secrets. Can you really help me? The voice came again. Of course. If I couldn't, why would I bother saying so much? But I'll be honest, with Yumi method is a bit unconventional. You must fully open your mind and spirit without any resistance. For me to help you, Jun Hao said, his eyes glinting with cunning. Open my mind and spirit? Oomph. You humans are always so deceitful. Jun Hao cleared his throat. If you're unwilling, then I'll just leave. He reluctantly glanced around the cave. His intuition told him that if he could form a contract with this fox, the ancient formations would no longer be an obstacle, and he could take all these spirit stones. Just how much could these spirit stones elevate his cultivation? After waiting 3 minutes without receiving a response, Jun Hao turned to leave. If not for the system's assurance that a divine pet could not harm its master, he wouldn't have dared to try this at all. The gap in their power was simply too vast. Wait. As Jun Hao was about to leave, the voice suddenly called out. I agree. As soon as the words fell, a mystical aura emanated from the ice god coffin. A snow-white nine-tailed fox emerged from within, standing tall. She opened her ice-blue eyes and gazed coldly down at Jun Hao, as if he were nothing more than an ant. If you dare deceive me, even if you are a descendant of the ancient emperor, you will not escape death. Her 9 tails swayed gently behind her. Open your mind and spirit, Jun Hao commanded in a deep voice. The 9-tailed fox let out a cold snort but then complied, releasing her mental defenses. System, bind as divine pet, Jun Hao immediately ordered. Detected remaining mental resistance at 30. Binding unsuccessful, the system prompted. You still don't fully trust me. Jun Hao frowned deeply. This fox was indeed holding back. A faint blue light flickered in the 9-tailed fox's eyes as she silently marveled. She hadn't completely opened her mind, and yet Jun Hao had noticed. Though she regarded him as weak and insignificant, his method had caught her off guard. Fine, the 9-tailed fox said in a low voice. Standing within the ice god coffin, a trace of complexity flashed in her gaze. As the once mighty heavenly emperor of the demon race, she had never laid herself bare to anyone like this. Jun Hao was the first. If not for the devastating battle that had shattered her essence years ago, she would never have bowed to a mere human. But now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, this was her chance. In her current state, without a heaven-defying opportunity, she couldn't escape the ice god coffin, let alone reclaim countless fortunes or restore her peak power. System, try again, Jun Hao commanded. System prompt. Confirm binding the supreme divine beast, the 9-tailed heavenly fox, as your divine pet? This decision is irreversible. Confirm. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the 9-tailed heavenly fox. You have obtained the shared divine ability, listening. This ability allows you to perceive the thoughts of any being within 2 levels above your current rank, undetected. Jun Hao's eyes lit up. A divine ability far surpassed ordinary skills. This power to eavesdrop on the thoughts of beings 2 levels higher was game-changing. At his current 4-starred level rank, he could now read the minds of any being below 4-star level. Congratulations to the host for a successful contract. The divine pet may now freely enter the divine pet space, the system announced. The figure of the 9-tailed fox vanished instantly. Inside the divine pet space, the 9-tailed fox was astonished to find her shattered essence beginning to mend and recover. After countless years, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Even more surprising was the dense spiritual energy within this space, which could accelerate her cultivation by 100-fold. This was a mysterious space. The 9-tailed celestial fox gazed at the scene before her, an unusual light flickering in her icy blue eyes. What had started as a tentative attempt, driven by her overwhelming desire to restore her essence, had unexpectedly become reality. Outside, Jun Hao called out to the 9-tailed fox through their telepathic connection. Come out for a moment. Ever since the 9-tailed fox had become his divine companion, this unique bond had formed between them. No time. The fox replied curtly. Jun Hao sighed in exasperation. Just moments ago, she had been reluctant and evasive, but now that she was in the celestial companion space, she refused to leave. He tried calling her again, this time with a firmer tone. Come out now. I need to ask you something important. But the 9-tailed fox remained silent, giving no response for a full 3 minutes. Jun Hao resisted the urge to let out a string of curses, taking a deep breath to calm himself. This divine companion seemed a bit disobedient. He opened the celestial companion space on his personal interface, and the detailed information about the 9-tailed fox appeared. Divine companion type, 9-tailed celestial fox. Potential, primordial god level. Condition, barely better than near death. Engaging in external activities may pose a life-threatening risk. Affinity with host, 60 out of 100. 60 is the minimum passing score for a divine companion's affinity with its host. Seeing these stats, especially the condition description, Jun Hao took another deep breath. As for the barely passing affinity score, he could only work on improving it gradually. After all, this divine companion couldn't harm him, so there was no need to worry too much. By the way, what's your name? Jun Hao suddenly remembered this crucial question. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox was fully focused on her recovery and ignored his question. It wasn't until a minute later that a succinct answer came through. Qingqiu. Just as Jun Hao was about to ask more, an icy chill crept over him. He felt the piercing gaze of cold eyes fixed on him. Turning around, he saw a pure white fox standing not far away. It was the same 7-star rank exotic beast he had encountered earlier, the three-tailed fox. The sudden appearance of the 7-star Class B beast, the three-tailed heavenly fox, sent a chill down Jun Hao's spine, making his hair stand on end. A powerful sense of danger instantly enveloped him. In the entire city of Xiangyang, aside from Class A warriors, such a nearly Class A entity was practically invincible. System, collect everything now, Jun Hao shouted urgently. Collection complete. The system's voice responded. In an instant, 9 spiritual mountains and the S-class spiritual artifact, the ice god coffin, vanished without a trace, leaving the massive cave completely empty. The three-tailed heavenly fox stared at the barren cave in utter disbelief. Moments ago, she had sensed the ripple of the heavenly spirit array from the Xiangyang River and rushed back immediately, only to find that the divine tier heavenly spirit array and the ice god coffin, which housed the demon emperor of the beast clan, had completely disappeared. As a guardian by birthright, her eyes erupted with a terrifying fury. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the three-tailed heavenly fox. Her once blue eyes deepened into an intense navy, and the chilling cold around her began to spread at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. Damn! This fox is losing it. Jun Hao trembled as he felt the bone-chilling cold creeping toward him, cold enough to trap someone forever. Without a second thought, he activated his teleportation ability. Buzz! Jun Hao vanished from the cave, and the raging frost instantly engulfed the entire space, spreading outward and freezing everything in its path. Currently, Jun Hao's teleportation range was limited to just 300 meters, which brought him to the cave's entrance. The system notified him that teleportation had entered a half-hour cooldown, already reduced from the initial 1-hour limit. Outside the cave, a massive toad over 1,000 meters in size gazed curiously at the ant-sized Jun Hao. As a Class B beast, it was puzzled as to how such a tiny creature had managed to emerge from a forbidden zone even it dared not enter. Hi there. Jun Hao greeted the toad with a wave and activated his divine listening ability to catch the toad's naive and curious thoughts. Goodbye. Jun Hao waved again and immediately activated his water escape technique. His body merged with the flowing water, transforming into a streak of blue light that disappeared from the toad's sight. An enraged roar echoed behind him, and a menacing aura surged through the waters. Jun Hao fled all the way to the depths of Nanyang village, with the dark river behind him teeming with the presence of various beasts. Without hesitation, he unfurled his wind wings and soared into the sky. At that moment in Nanyang village, Han Zhan had arrived with 5 other Class B warriors. Upon learning that the Class A beast from the Xiangyang River had only been repelled and not killed, he inquired about the whereabouts of Jun Hao and Han Xiaoxiao. When Han Ming subtly suggested that Jun Hao might have fled out of fear, Han Xiaoxiao was about to refute him. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of Nanyang village. A figure shot into the sky, with massive wind wings spanning several meters unfurled behind him. It was Jun Hao. Deep within Nanyang village, a sudden commotion broke the tranquility, drawing everyone's gaze in the same direction. A figure darted out at an astonishing speed. Appearing outside the village within moments, it was Jun Hao. It's my little cousin. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with excitement. It's Jun Hao. Han Zhan also recognized him, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he noted the speed of Jun Hao's wind wings, rivaling that of an average rank combatant. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of shock. Han Ming's face darkened. He had just accused Jun Hao of fleeing in fear of the mutant beasts, yet here Jun Hao was, emerging from beneath the dark river. How could this kid have made it out of there? Even I wouldn't dare linger in that place, he muttered to himself. Whispers rippled through the crowd. It's him. The guy who had his arm around Xiaoxiao's waist in front of the Zenmosi headquarters last time. Jun Hao descended slowly from the air, his urgency evident as he called out the moment he saw Han Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, run. Get out of here. Spotting Han Zhan nearby, Jun Hao felt a slight relief, but his worry lingered as he thought of the rampaging 7-star rank Sky Fox. Minister Han, you must evacuate immediately, he urged. Han Ming sneered dismissively. Jun Hao, do you even realize that grandfather is in a rank powerhouse? He's invincible in all of Xiangyang City. A mere mutant beast isn't enough to make him retreat. Quietly activating his divine listening ability, Jun Hao tuned into the thoughts of everyone present, everyone except Han Zhan. He caught Han Ming's greedy desire for the Shrank's spiritual weapon and Han Xiaoxiao's genuine concern for him. The clarity of their thoughts startled him, and realizing the invasive nature of the ability, he quickly deactivated it. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from deep within Nanyang village. A colossal three-tailed sky fox, its body stretching over 1,000 meters, revealed itself. Its three tails flared wide, and its blazing blue eyes radiated fury. The piercing howl it unleashed seemed to summon something unseen. It's the three-tailed sky fox, a peak-rank mutant beast. Han Etienne cried out in terror. Son, run! Han Ming, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the beast's aura, stood frozen in fear. Han Jun had no choice but to step in and drag him away. Meanwhile, from the Xiangyang River, a 1,000-meter-long wild flood dragon emerged, leading a pack of rank mutant beasts as they charged toward Nanyang village. Why is the three-tailed sky fox so enraged? Han Xiaoxiao asked, her voice trembling as she turned to Jun Hao in disbelief. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Jun Hao waved his hands frantically, all the while calling out in his mind to Qingqiu. Xiao Qing, tell me how to make this fox retreat. However, Qingqiu remained unresponsive, fully engrossed in absorbing spiritual energy within the divine pet space. Qingqiu could feel the essence within her body slowly gathering, her energy gradually recovering. She was overwhelmed with shock, recalling the devastating state of her shattered essence when she was gravely injured, a condition even the most powerful emperors could not remedy. The Heavenly Spirit Array and Ice God Coffin were merely steps she followed based on the guidance left by her mother. Her mother had exhausted countless years of her lifespan to divine a path of survival for her, foretelling that Qingqiu would one day encounter an extraordinary opportunity. Could it be? Jun Hao is my destined chance. Qingqiu murmured to herself. Hey, stop playing dead. If you don't answer soon, I'll kick you out of the divine pet space. Jun Hao's voice suddenly rang out. What is it? Qingqiu paused slightly, her voice calm but firm. Jun Hao felt a wave of relief. Finally, you responded. I need to ask, what's the deal with this three-tailed celestial fox? She went berserk when I took something from the cave. Is there any way to calm her down? Let me out for a moment, Qingqiu said in a low voice. Out? Are you sure you won't, die? Jun Hao asked, his worry evident as he recalled the warning in Qingqiu's status description. Relax. My essence has recovered slightly. I'll be fine for an hour. You all leave this place to me, she reassured him. With a faint hum, a small, pure white fox appeared in Jun Hao's arms. Her fur was silky smooth, and her ice blue eyes exuded an air of pride. Wow, what an adorable fox! Han Xiaoxiao exclaimed, reaching out to pet her. Foolish human! How dare you think you're worthy of touching me, the great emperor? Qingqiu scornfully dodged her hand, slapping Jun Hao's hand away as well. After Qingqiu swiftly departed, Han Xiaoxiao looked at Jun Hao in astonishment. Little cousin, that fox can talk? Could it be an E-rank beast? Xiaoxiao, let's head back first, Jun Hao said with a smile, changing the subject. 5 minutes later, above Nanyang village, the three-tailed celestial fox suddenly knelt. Ancestor. At the village entrance stood a majestic nine-tailed white fox, Qingqiu herself. Her gaze was icy as she commanded, Celestial fox, retreat immediately. Without my orders, you are not to act. Qingqiu's voice pierced through space, reaching the ears of the wild flood dragon in the Xiangyang River. Spicy snack, you retreat as well. Qingqiu, the great emperor. You have awakened. The wild flood dragon exclaimed in shock, transmitting its thoughts. Get back to the Eastern Sea at once, or I'll personally pay you a visit. Qingqiu's tone carried undeniable authority. In an instant, the beasts in the Xiangyang River retreated like a receding tide, and the creatures beneath Nanyang village scattered as well. Ancestor, if there's anything, I'll contact you through the transmission talisman, Qingqiu said. As it finished speaking, a rune slipped from its claw and landed on the ground. Its figure quickly vanished from sight, leaving only the celestial fox to walk slowly to the entrance of Nanyang village. With great reverence, it knelt down and picked up the rune. Dad, the beasts have retreated. Excited voices echoed one after another. The beasts at the Xiangyang River have also pulled back. The experts from the Demon Suppression Division finally exhaled in relief. If the beasts from both the Xiangyang River and Nanyang village had attacked simultaneously, the entire Xiangyang City Demon Suppression Division would have struggled to hold them off. A flicker of doubt crossed Han Jun's eyes. What's going on? Why did they suddenly retreat? Dad, what should we do next? Han Etienne asked in a serious tone. Han Jun decisively gave the order. Designate a 100-kilometer radius around the Xiangyang River and Nanyang village as a danger zone. Station at least 3 rank experts to guard the area. No one is allowed to approach, and no beasts are permitted to leave. Understood. Han Etienne responded immediately. Han Jun muttered under his breath, strange. The beasts launched an attack and then retreated just as suddenly. It feels like someone is orchestrating this. But if there's a stronger beast behind the scenes, why hasn't it shown itself? At that moment, a golden demon suppression card appeared in Han Jun's hand, displaying a notification from the headquarters. Congratulations to Xiangyang City on the emergence of a new demon suppression marquee. A smile spread across Han Jun's face. Throughout Huagua, the title of demon suppression marquee commands immense respect. Whenever someone is promoted to this rank, the system immediately reports it to the headquarters, which then announces it across the network. Xiangyang City only has 13 demon suppression marquises in total. Who could this newly promoted demon suppression marquee be? Han Jun pondered silently. It must be Ming'er or perhaps one of the senior members of the demon suppression division. Almost simultaneously, all the members of the Jinma division in Xiangyang City pulled out their Jinma cards. Each card displayed the same notification. Xiangyang City had a newly appointed Jinma marquee. This was a significant event for a prefecture-level city, as only a handful of such cities could boast having a Jinma marquee. According to the regulations, all members were required to return and participate in the Jinma Assembly, an event aimed at inspiring other ability users. At that very moment, in a car just outside Xiangyang City. Wow, a new Jinma marquee in Xiangyang City. Han Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Jun Hao, sitting beside her, also took out his Jinma card. However, the message on his card was different from everyone else's. Mr. Jun Hao, congratulations on becoming a Jinma marquee. Would you like to make your identity public in Xiangyang City? Yes, no. Seeing his astonishing score of 100,011 points, Jun Hao didn't hesitate to select no. For now, staying low-key was the wisest choice. His priority was to strengthen himself at least to reach Class C before drawing too much attention. I wonder who became the Jinma marquee? Han Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Maybe it's me. Jun Hao replied with a playful grin. Huh. Han Xiaoxiao shot him a skeptical glare. If you're the Jinma marquee, I'll do a live stream where I stand on my head and chop it off. To her, the idea was utterly absurd. How long had Jun Hao been an ability user? He had only joined the Jinma division a few days ago and was, at best, an E-class. The notion of him being a Jinma marquee was laughable. Jun Hao glanced at Han Xiaoxiao, and an amusing mental image of her attempting such a stunt popped into his mind. He couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Wang Shui, inquiring about the identity of the newly appointed Jinma marquee in Xiangyang City. After a brief exchange, Wang Shui mentioned that she had nearly finished refining her class spiritual artifact and would return within 3 days. When Jun Hao brought up the situation in Nanyang village, Wang Shui's tone abruptly turned serious. She only relaxed slightly after learning that Jun Hao had merely captured a fox named Xiaoqing. In her previous life, Wang Shui knew all too well how perilous that place was after all. Even the ancient demon Emperor Qingqiu had ties to it. Later, Han Xiaoxiao invited Jun Hao to join the internal group chat of Xiangyang City's Jinma division. The chat instantly came alive with excitement. Many members recognized Jun Hao as the strikingly handsome young man who had been seen with Han Xiaoxiao outside the Jinma division's headquarters. Even Monkey, a member of the group, greeted Jun Hao warmly. The chat was flooded with messages, all speculating about the identity of the new Jinma marquee. Watching the frenzy unfold, Jun Hao simply smiled faintly. All this fuss over a Jinma marquee? How amusing, he thought to himself. Who is this demon suppression marquee? Inside a luxurious car, Han Ming furrowed his brows in frustration. Sitting beside him, Han Etian looked equally puzzled. Just moments ago, they had gone through every possible candidate in the Demon Suppression Division who could have been promoted to Marquee, but they were left with no leads. In the Demon Suppression Division group chat, messages were updating rapidly. It's definitely young Master Han Ming. He was just 10,000 points away from being promoted to Marquee before. Exactly, he must have hit the mark when hunting beasts in Nanyang village. Han Ming's points are the closest. It has to be him. However, Han Ming's expression grew darker. By all reasoning, the new marquee should indeed be him, given his points were the closest to the promotion threshold. Yet, the truth was, this new demon suppression marquee wasn't him. In another car, Han Xiaoxiao said confidently, it must be Han Ming. Not necessarily, Jun Hao replied with a slight smirk. You know who it is? I said, it's me. Yeah, right? The convoy continued heading toward Xiangyang City. The group chat remained lively, while Jun Hao temporarily settled into Han Xiaoxiao's small villa. After getting situated, he called Hao Yu to let her know he was safe and asked for her new address after moving. Then, he went into the room Han Xiaoxiao had prepared for him. Suddenly, a notification sounded from his demon suppression card. It was a private message. Ahem, this is Han Jun, Minister of Xiangyang City. May I ask for your esteemed name? Jun Hao paused, slightly surprised it was his grandfather, Han Jun. It seemed Han Jun had used special channels to obtain his contact information. Approaching him as the minister of Xiangyang's Demon Suppression Division, he had sent this message without knowing Jun Hao's true identity. Minister Han, is there something you need? Jun Hao replied. In the villa, Han Jun looked at the reply on his demon suppression card with a helpless expression. The headquarters had informed him earlier that a new demon suppression marquee had appeared in Xiangyang City, yet as the minister, he still had no idea who it was. His phone had been ringing off the hook all day with inquiries. If he hadn't pulled strings with the headquarters tech team to forcibly retrieve Jun Hao's ID, he wouldn't even have been able to send a private message. Even so, confidentiality rules prevented them from disclosing any specifics about Jun Hao. It's nothing major, just trying to find out who in Xiangyang City has been promoted to marquee, Han Jun responded. If it's nothing urgent, then never mind. Han Jun's face darkened at the reply. This newly promoted marquis was ridiculously arrogant, not even showing respect to him, the minister. Speak plainly. Jun Hao sent another message. Well, 3 days from now, the headquarters will hold a demon suppression conference. You're required to attend in person, Han Jun replied. A conference? Can I skip it? No, it's mandatory whenever a new marquee emerges in Xiangyang City. By the way, you'll receive a grade spiritual artifact as a gift, along with plenty of cultivation resources. Deal. Jun Hao agreed immediately. Upgrade spiritual artifact? No way he would pass that up. Besides, in 3 days, his level should reach at least grade, and the benefits he gained from Nanyang Village would be fully absorbed by then. He'd have no problem establishing himself within the Demon Suppression Division. Just then, a flash of white appeared outside the window, darting into the room. Xiao Qing, you're back? Jun Hao's eyes lit up. Although she had been gone for over an hour, it was still within their agreed-to-hour time frame. Qingqiu glanced at Jun Hao with a haughty expression. She was about to enter her spirit beast space, but suddenly failed. She stumbled, nearly falling, and glared at Jun Hao angrily. Did you close off the passage to that space? That's right. Jun Hao stood up and grabbed Qingqiu in one swift motion. Hiss! Qingqiu struggled and clawed at him, but couldn't harm Jun Hao in the slightest. She could only let him hold her, leaving her pristine white fur in complete disarray. Human! How dare you mess up this emperor's fur? Qingqiu fumed, her fur bristling. Jun Hao smirked. Xiao Qing, I think it's time we had a proper talk. Ridiculous. Is there such a thing as a disobedient divine pet? Qingqiu asked coldly, her voice laced with disdain as a flicker of contempt crossed her eyes. Jun Hao remained composed, a faint smirk playing on his lips. I believe if you still wish to enter that space, we need to have a proper conversation. Otherwise, feel free to leave. I don't enjoy dealing with unruly cats. I am not a cat. I am the divine nine-tailed heavenly fox. Qingqiu immediately straightened her posture, correcting him with pride. Close enough, Jun Hao replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Qingqiu raised her head arrogantly. Return my ice god coffin and those spirit stones, and ill leave. Ice god coffin? Spirit stones? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Jun Hao responded with an innocent yet clearly feigned expression. Qingqiu's fury ignited as she glared at Jun Hao, her anger barely contained. If not for the binding contract that prevented her from harming him, she would have struck him down already. Besides, without the ice god coffin and the heavenly spirit array, returning would only mean facing death. Taking a deep breath, she finally asked, what do you want? Under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. They'll set the rules, Jun Hao stated leisurely. Speak. Qingqiu turned her head away, her pride as a royal-blooded member of the demon clan burning with indignation. Even the dragon emperor of the Eastern Sea and the ancient human emperors dared not provoke her. Yet here was Jun Hao, brazenly attempting to impose rules on her. Jun Hao raised a finger and began listing. First, you must do whatever I ask without question. Second, in front of others, you're not allowed to speak unless I give you permission. And third, most importantly, his gaze lingered meaningfully on Qingqiu's soft, luxurious fur. If my wife comes back and happens to like you, you cannot resist her. Otherwise, I'll shave you bald. Absolutely not. Qingqiu snapped, unable to hold back her outrage any longer. Losing her freedom to speak was one thing, but being treated as a mere pet and having her body touched at will? Unacceptable. She would rather return to the ice god coffin and embrace death than endure such humiliation. Jun Hao's sly grin widened. The divine pet space not only helps you recover your peak strength, but also provides 1,000-fold training acceleration. It might even awaken and evolve your bloodline. 1,000-fold training acceleration? A flicker of hesitation appeared in Qingqiu's eyes. Come on, Xiao Qing, go back. Jun Hao said smugly as he opened the divine pet space. Don't call me Xiao Qing. Qingqiu shot him a venomous glare. In the end, Qingqiu let out a cold snort before vanishing into the divine pet space, leaving only an icy silence behind. In the divine pet space, Qingqiu was astonished as she felt the incredible speed of cultivation in this place. It was not just 1,000-fold increase, it could be even higher. Her eyes sparkled with fiery determination. When she first entered the space, she had only noticed its remarkable recovery abilities. She hadn't expected the cultivation speed to be so astonishing. This meant she could not only regain her strength quickly, but also surpass her previous self, paving the way to avenge her mother. All right, kid. I'll listen to you for now. A hint of pride flashed in Qingqiu's eyes before she focused intently on her training. Jun Hao lay on the bed, watching Qingqiu's behavior with an amused smirk. Little one, trying to outwit me and still acting so proud. He chuckled to himself before opening his personal stats panel to review his recent gains. The personal stats panel displayed the following. Name, Jun Hao. Status, Human Form Beast Form 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Level, 4-star D class. Skills, Death Fang, Fatal Bind, Unyielding Armor, Deathlock, Transformation, Life Domain, Berserk Sword Domain, Concealment, Instant Teleportation, Bloodline Suppression, Infinite Health Bar, Underworld God Domain, Armor Break, Life Weakening, Water Escape Technique, Gale Blade. Evolution Points, 46.88 million 50 million. Artifacts, Life Dragon Ring, Thunder Spirit Spear. Overall combat power, 3 million. Reviewing the data, Jun Hao immediately noticed he was only a little over 3 million points away from his next evolution. The trip to Nanyang Village had been highly rewarding. Not only had he advanced from 1-star D class to 4-star D class, but he had also obtained the S-class artifact Ice God Coffin and 9 Spirit Stone Mountains. System. Devour all the low-grade Spirit Stones. The system quickly responded, Congratulations, host. You have devoured 380,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, gaining 38 million evolution points. Jun Hao's evolution points soared to 84.88 million. The system then prompted him about initiating evolution, and he chose to evolve without hesitation. A surge of immense power coursed through his body, transforming and strengthening his physique. The new evolution granted him the Dragon Scale Armor skill and increased his Dragon Bloodline purity by 2. His level advanced to 5-star, and the next evolution would require 100 million evolution points. Jun Hao then ordered the system to calculate the total value of the 9 Spirit Stone Mountains. The system quickly provided the results. Each mountain contained 20,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, totaling 180,000 from the 9. Adding his existing reserves brought the total to 190,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. Such a quantity was so immense that even Han Zhan of Xiangyang City's Demon Suppression Division would likely be astonished. Jun Hao decided to keep 10,000 stones and have the system devour the rest. After gaining 1.8 billion evolution points, he underwent multiple evolutions in succession, ultimately reaching 7-star D class and acquiring new skills such as Earth Escape Technique. The final stats were as follows. Level, 7-star D class. Overall combat power, 8 million. Evolution points, 1.5 billion 500 million. The system indicated that further evolution was possible, but it required him to shift into beast form for a major evolution, which might unlock a bloodline talent. Late at night, Jun Hao got out of bed, feeling the surging power within him. He glanced at the Demon Suppression Group card, noting that the Xiangyang City Demon Suppression Group's chat was flooded with messages, most of them inquiring about the newly appointed Demon Suppression Marquis. As he leapt out of the window, intending to find a secluded spot for his evolution, 2 suspicious figures caught his attention. By reading their thoughts, Jun Hao learned they were Lu Xiao's men, sent to report that he had left Han Xiaoxiao's villa. Lu Xiao just doesn't learn, does he? Losing a few D-class fighters last time wasn't enough for him? A cold glint flashed in Jun Hao's eyes. If that's the case, let's settle this once and for all. The young master of the Lu family dared to provoke him? Jun Hao let out a cold chuckle, feeling the surging power coursing through his body. His combat strength had already surpassed the 8 million mark, and once he completed this major evolution, it would break through 10 million, rivaling that of a Class B powerhouse. In all of Huagua, Class B powerhouses were figures of significant influence. And in Xiangyang City? Aside from Han Zhan, Jun Hao could practically walk unchallenged. Afraid of what? Worst case, they'll take down the son, then the father, and if the father comes, they'll take down the grandfather to tear apart the entire Lu family. Jun Hao thought to himself with a sneer. He had initially planned to activate his wind wings and leave immediately, but noticing that Lu Xiao's men were tailing him, he deliberately slowed his pace, strolling leisurely out of Xiangyang City. Inside a villa in Xiangyang City, Han Ming was speaking to Lu Xiao. See? I wasn't lying. Jun Hao is staying at Han Xiaoxiao's villa. Ever since the incident in Nanyang Village, Han Ming's hostility toward Jun Hao had grown stronger by the day. His instincts told him that Jun Hao had to be eliminated quickly, or he might interfere with his plans to seize the S-class artifact. In the Han family, I'm the only one qualified to wield that S-class artifact. Jun Hao may have awakened his powers only recently, but he's a threat. He must be dealt with. A cold gleam flashed in Han Ming's eyes. Hearing that Jun Hao was cohabiting with his fiancée, Han Xiaoxiao, Lu Xiao was furious. If word of this got out, How could he ever show his face at the Demon Suppression Bureau? Brother Han Ming, thank you for the heads up. That brat hell die for sure. Lu Xiao growled through clenched teeth. Han Ming cautioned, don't underestimate him. His abilities are strange and unpredictable. You'd better send plenty of skilled fighters. Don't let him slip away again. Don't worry. This time, they'll personally take care of him. Besides, I've brought in a classy ability user. Shadow Ghost, step forward. At Lu Xiao's command, a figure emerged from the shadows, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Cloaked in a black robe and shrouded in a sinister aura, the figure exuded an air of menace, with only a pair of deep, chilling eyes visible. After Han Ming left, Lu Xiao spat on the ground. That scumbag. The shadowy figure rasped, Master Lu, have you prepared the spirit stones? Don't worry. Once the job's done, you'll get every last one of them. An hour later, at the base of a small hill on the outskirts of the city, Jun Hao came to a halt, observing the two D-class fighters tailing him Wulong and Fengchu. Loyal to Lu Xiao, the two were completely unaware that a massive python had silently crept up behind them. Its blood-red eyes glinted ominously in the dark. Amateurs, trying to tail me? Jun Hao scoffed inwardly. His stealth abilities were unparalleled. Even after transforming into a giant python, he remained undetected, looming directly behind them. By the time Lu Xiao arrived with Shadow Ghost, Wulong and Fengchu were just about to raise the alarm. But then they noticed something strange. The small hill behind them seemed to have grown taller. What was even more terrifying were the two glowing red orbs piercing through the darkness, locking onto them with an unrelenting, predatory gaze. Young master, what's wrong? Wulong asked anxiously, stepping forward, only to be stopped by a sharp command from Lu Xiao. Stop right there. In the dim light of night, sweat poured down Lu Xiao's back, his legs frozen in place. Though the darkness obscured the exact form of the mountain before him, he could see two blood-red glows clearly eyes. They were unmistakably eyes. Is there something on the mountain? Wulong and Fengchu exchanged uneasy glances. Just then, the shadowy figure beside Lu Xiao let out a startled cry. A beast. There's a beast. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao raised his hand, unleashing his powers. A burst of radiant blue light illuminated the night sky. But as the scene before him came into focus, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. It wasn't a mountain at all, it was a massive coiled serpent. Its sheer size was terrifying enough, but the creature bore 6 pairs of wings, and its blood-red eyes radiated a savage, unrelenting malice. A 6-winged blood python. Lu Xiao stammered, his voice trembling as he struggled to stand. A drank ability user himself, he was paralyzed with fear. Before Wulong and Fengchu could react, a gigantic snake head suddenly loomed inches from their faces. Its rancid saliva dripped onto them, and before they could even scream, the creature struck. In one swift motion, it clamped its jaws around them, tearing them apart in an instant. Disgusting, the serpent spat, casting aside the shredded remains of the two men. Its gaze then locked onto Lu Xiao. A mechanical voice echoed in the creature's mind. Congratulations to the host for devouring a 3-star drank ability user. Evolution points, 300,000. Devouring a 2-star drank ability user. Evolution points, 200,000. It's the 6-winged blood python. I've seen it before near Nanyang village. Young Master Lu, we need to run. The shadowy figure grabbed Lu Xiao by the arm, attempting to haul him to safety. Well, a crank ability user? The serpent's sinister laughter rumbled from above. With terrifying speed, its enormous body lunged toward the fleeing pair. The shadow figure's heart sank as he realized the truth: this was no ordinary beast. It was at least a brank creature, and worse, it could speak. But it was too late. The serpent's tail whipped through the air with devastating force, sending them both flying. Lu Xiao hit the ground hard, coughing up blood as his internal organs shifted painfully. The shadowy figure, meanwhile, was caught in the serpent's jaws. Despite wielding dark energy powers, he was utterly outmatched against the monstrous beast. Please spare me. No. The figure's pleas were cut short by a sickening crunch as the serpent crushed his skull. The voice returned. Congratulations to the host for killing a 2-star crank ability user. Evolution points, 2 million. The serpent turned its attention back to Lu Xiao, who lay trembling on the ground, his body betraying him in his terror. You're Jun Hao? This can't be. You're supposed to be an ability user, he stammered in disbelief. Some mistakes can't be made more than twice. I gave you 2 chances, Lu Xiao, and you squandered them both. From this moment on, Shangyang City will know your name no more. Jun Hao's voice was cold, his sharp teeth glinting menacingly. No, it wasn't me. It was Han Ming. He's the one who told me about you and Han Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiao's desperate explanation was cut short by a blood-curdling scream. Moments later, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The mechanical voice chimed in once more. Congratulations to the host for killing a 1-star drankability user. Evolution points. 100,000. Jun Hao's massive form shifted, shrinking and twisting until he returned to his human shape. He swiftly collected the demon suppression cards and belongings from the fallen. Though the low and mid-grade spirit stones and artifacts were of little value to him now, he saw no reason to leave them behind. Sensing the approach of Demon Suppression Bureau patrols, he vanished into the night. Moments later, the patrol team arrived at the grisly scene, immediately reporting the shocking massacre that would send ripples through Xiangyang. Meanwhile, Jun Hao was already 100 miles away. As he prepared to advance his evolution, a notification from the Demon Suppression Card Network appeared, announcing the deaths of the 3 ability users. The group chat erupted in chaos. Jun Hao's lips curled into a smug smile. The blame for this incident had been pinned on a mysterious beast, and no one would ever suspect it was his doing. This realization sparked an idea in his mind: if he ever needed to handle something discreetly in the future, he could simply take the form of the giant serpent. After all, who would connect the serpent to Jun Hao? Even if rumors spread, people would only see it as the work of a wild beast. In the Demon Suppression Division's group chat, messages were coming in rapidly. Han Idihan Xiaoxiao's father was the first to speak up. I've arrived at the scene. Preliminary assessment indicates this was caused by a class beast. Vice Minister Lu Qing is also here, and we both agree on this conclusion. Vice Minister Lu Qing, my condolences. Shortly after, an image was shared. Lu Qing cradling the lifeless body of Lu Xiao, tears streaming down his face in anguish. Jun Hao seized the moment and sent a message. Vice Minister Lu Qing, please take care of yourself. While your strength is formidable, the Demon Suppression Division in Xiangyang City has already lost 4 key members. We cannot afford to lose you as well. The moment this message was posted, the group chat fell into an eerie silence. A shared suspicion crept into everyone's mind. Could Lu Xiao's death be linked to one of the 2 major families? Those who had been preparing to speak up hastily deleted their messages, unwilling to risk getting entangled in the brewing turmoil. In a car speeding away from the scene, Lu Qing's fury was palpable. Beside him sat Lu Xiao's father, Lu Xiangwen. Father, the Han family is clearly reveling in our misfortune, Lu Xiangwen exclaimed angrily. Launch a full investigation, Lu Qing commanded sharply. Find out exactly who Lu Xiao interacted with recently. But father, the scene undeniably points to a beast attack. Even if we investigate. I said investigate. Lu Qing roared, cutting him off. Why, sir? Lu Xiangwen stammered, quickly agreeing. Meanwhile, in Han Ming's private villa, Han Ming stared at his phone screen, his brows furrowed in thought. Lu Xiao had been sent to kill Jun Hao, so how had he ended up being killed by a beast? And in such a gruesome manner? Something about this didn't add up. What puzzled him even more was the fact that 4 people had died. Yet Lu Xiao had only taken 2 others with him. The other 2 must have been with Jun Hao. So how had Jun Hao managed to escape unscathed? A class fighter had perished. How could Jun Hao, of all people, survive? It must be the wings of the wind, Han Ming murmured to himself. Outside Xiangyang City, Jun Hao sneezed. The drama had been entertaining enough, but now it was time to evolve. Even if the investigation eventually pointed to him, he wasn't worried. The Lu family only had 3 class fighters. Once this evolution was complete, his combat power would reach new heights, potentially surpassing the class level. Finding a secluded mountain area, Jun Hao reverted to his true form. The system notification chimed in immediately. Evolution points have reached the required threshold. Begin evolution? Begin. Jun Hao replied decisively. Congratulations, host. Major evolution initiated. Upon completion, you will ascend to a class beast and gain new abilities and talents. A tremendous surge of power erupted within Jun Hao, tearing through and reconstructing every cell in his body. Minutes later. Congratulations, host. Evolution complete. The system's voice resonated, announcing Jun Hao's successful transformation. He had acquired the rare bloodline of the ancient Thunder Dragon Serpent, elevating the concentration of dragon blood within him to 25. Alongside this, he awakened the innate ability to control lightning, and his dragon's roar now carried an even greater power to intimidate and suppress other beasts. Jun Hao's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Ancient dragon scales emerged slowly from beneath his skin, and an aura of primal wilderness surged from deep within him. At that moment, the dormant bloodline inside him finally awakened in its entirety. Congratulations, host. On growing dragon claws, the system chimed again. You have also unlocked a new skill, Sky Thunder Summon. This formidable lightning controlling ability can deal widespread damage or focus on a single target. It can integrate with domains and combine with other skills, making it incredibly powerful. Please use it wisely. Jun Hao lowered his gaze. He saw the dragon scales on his abdomen suddenly split apart, and a razor-sharp dragon claw emerged. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. She was finally starting to resemble a true dragon. At that moment, Jun Hao realized that his mind had become perfectly attuned to the world around him. With a single thought, the sky erupted with a deafening clap of thunder as a lightning bolt as thick as an arm crashed down. Boom! The crackling sound echoed as the lightning obliterated a massive tree, leaving a crater over 10 meters deep in the ground. Impressive power. Jun Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. This was just a casual strike, yet its destructive force was immense. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he immediately activated his gale blade technique. Gusts of wind swirled around him, condensing into sharp wind blades that hovered in his vicinity. Sky Thunder Summon? Jun Hao called forth the power once more, and thunder roared in response. Congratulations, host, on successfully combining Sky Thunder Summon and Gale Blade to create a new skill. Storm Thunderblade. The system promptly informed him. In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flickered, and countless blades of wind and thunder encircled Jun Hao. With pinpoint precision, they struck his intended target, guided by his will. Brothers, what bloodline would you like to see in the next evolution? Leave your suggestions in the comments. Your ideas might just make it into the story. Jun Hao gazed at the wind thunder blade in his hand, its surface flickering with arcs of lightning, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. This weapon was not only razor-sharp but also capable of unleashing a thunderous explosion after piercing an opponent's defenses, making it several times more powerful than an ordinary wind blade. He lowered his eyes to examine his body. Under the moonlight, his purple-black dragon scales shimmered with an eerie glow, a new defensive ability gained from his recent evolution. Coupled with the indomitable armor he wore, his defense had reached an entirely new level. Suddenly, waves of energy fluctuations rippled from a distance. A faint blue light flashed in Jun Hao's eyes as he quickly suppressed his aura and activated his concealment skill, morphing into his human form. In an instant, his presence vanished without a trace. Minutes later, a vehicle pulled up nearby. Hanidi stepped out, accompanied by 4 cranked operatives, all dressed uniformly. Deputy Minister Ed. This beast's power seems to have reached Brank, one of her subordinates remarked gravely. Hanidi scanned the surroundings. The aura has completely dissipated. It must have already left. Could it be the same beast responsible for the earlier attack? Another asked. Impossible, Hanidi replied in a low voice. The site where Lu Xiao and his team were killed reeked of blood, while here, the energy is purely electric. They'll send a message to the group first. You all continue searching the area. Meanwhile, Jun Hao had already spread his wind wings and slipped away silently. As he flew, he thought to himself, the patrols in the safe zone are getting too dense. For my next evolution, I'll need to find a more secluded location. Otherwise, the commotion might expose my identity. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a notification chimed in the Shinma Division's group chat. Hanidi had sent a message. Attention, everyone. A Branked lightning attribute beast was just detected. It may have breached the perimeter and entered the vicinity of Xiangyang City. Stay on high alert. The group chat erupted in activity. Members bombarded the chat with questions, expressing concern about the potential threat to the city. Minister Han Zhan himself stepped in, instructing Hanidi to lead a team to search a 100-kilometer radius around Xiangyang City overnight. Just then, another notification appeared in the group. Han Zhan had invited Wang Shui to join. Jun Hao's eyes lit up. Wang Shui was his former classmate from Xiangyang High School, a prodigy who had been taken to headquarters after her awakening. The chat was immediately flooded with welcome messages. As the first rank talent to emerge from Xiangyang City, Wang Shui's arrival caused a wave of excitement. Even Han Ming took the opportunity to curry favor, secretly scheming for his own benefit. At headquarters, however, Wang Shui remained focused on her training, her thoughts briefly drifting to Jun Hao, wondering if he had joined the Shenma division as well. Suddenly, someone in the group tagged Jun Hao. Jun Hao, your girlfriend's here. The word girlfriend caused a stir in the chat, with members erupting into laughter and speculation. Han Ming, however, was visibly irked and immediately confronted the member. Nicknamed Monkey, amid the chaos, Jun Hao calmly sent a message. Schwer, long time no see. Wang Shui quickly replied, her excitement palpable. Jun Hao, you're here too? Have you joined the Shinma division? Yeah, got lucky and made it in. Jun Hao responded nonchalantly. Watching the exchange, Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. She knew full well that Jun Hao's dual attributes and exceptional spiritual potential could easily qualify him as ranked. But his low-key nature meant only a handful of people in the Xiangyang branch were aware of his true strength, and she just so happened to be one of them. The group chat suddenly exploded with messages, all because Schwer had replied to Jun Hao's message. Everyone began speculating whether she was truly his girlfriend. At that moment, Jun Hao's demon suppression device chimed with a notification. It was a friend request from Wang Shui. Without hesitation, he accepted it. Brother Hao, you joined the demon suppression division too? Wang Shui eagerly asked. Got lucky and passed, Jun Hao replied with a laughing emoji. Congratulations, Brother Hao. Wang Shui exclaimed. As she read the message from the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, her thoughts drifted. This timeline was slightly different from her past life. She remembered that in her previous life, Jun Hao had only joined the division after reaching a rank at Xiangnan University and had taken 5 years to become a demon marquis. Shui, how's your spiritual weapon refinement coming along? Jun Hao asked. Almost done. I should finish it by tomorrow. It'll be back within 3 days. Wang Shui replied. It'll wait for you, Jun Hao responded, attaching a bashful emoji. Ugh. Wang Shui's cheeks flushed, but a smile crept onto her face. Jun Hao joining the Demon Suppression Division earlier this time was a good signet meant he could gain more opportunities and advance his cultivation faster. It seemed the changes in the history of Xiangyang village had already started to alter Jun Hao's fate. She silently vowed to stand by Jun Hao's side at the pinnacle of power in this lifetime, leaving no regrets. Meanwhile, in Han Ming's villa in Xiangyang City, that useless nobody. Why him? Han Ming's face darkened. He had sent Wang Shui countless messages, all of which he ignored, yet Jun Hao's single message received an immediate response. What stung even more was the possibility that Wang Shui might truly be Jun Hao's girlfriend. The group chat buzzed again, this time discussing the identity of the newly promoted demon marquis. Could it be Wang Shui? It has to be her. She's got strength talent, and I heard she'll receive the demon marquis title as soon as she returns from headquarters. Congratulations to Wang Shui. The chat was flooded with messages once more. Members of the Demon Suppression Division in Xiangyang City breathed a collective sigh of relief, thinking they'd finally identified the mysterious figure. However, Han Zhan, after checking the division's contact directory, discovered that the Demon Marquis ID didn't belong to Wang Shui. Han Ming, upon hearing this, felt a strange sense of relief. As someone closest to becoming a Demon Marquis himself, he didn't want anyone surpassing him. If it were Wang Shui, however, he could grudgingly accept it. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he thought of a plan. If he leaked the news of Liu Xiao being hunted to the Liu family, they wouldn't let Jun Hao off the hook, even if Jun Hao wasn't the culprit. With this scheme in mind, Han Ming left his villa. Back in the group chat, Wang Shui clarified, everyone, it's not me. She explained that she was still an ordinary demon suppressor and would only earn the Demon Marquis title after refining her strength spiritual weapon. She, too, was curious about the identity of the mysterious Demon Marquis. The discussion in the group chat raged on for over an hour before finally dying down. Meanwhile, Jun Hao arrived at his new home using the address his mother had given him. He decided not to go to Han Xiaoxiao's villa. Ringing the doorbell, he was greeted by a young girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her delicate features were framed by a sleepy expression as she eyed him warily. Isn't this Hao Yu's house? Jun Hao asked. Did you come to the wrong place? Are you looking for Sister Hao Yu? Who are you? The girl asked, her tone cautious. Sister-in-law? Jun Hao echoed, confusion written all over his face as he looked at the girl in front of him. It's Hao. He's back. A delighted voice broke the tranquil silence of the courtyard. Hao Yu quickly stepped out, her face radiating the unique joy of a mother. Standing beside Hao Yu was a young woman, who curiously studied Jun Hao. A flicker of amazement flashed in her eyes. Sister-in-law Hao Yu. Is this your nephew, Jun Hao? Jun Hao was indeed striking. The evolution of his ancient Thunder Jiao bloodline enveloped him in an aura of masculinity. His handsome features and vibrant energy made him the kind of person who would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Hao, come on in. Hao Yu called out warmly. Jun Hao glanced at the unfamiliar young woman with a hint of confusion. Mom, who is this? He instinctively activated his system interface. The panel instantly displayed detailed information. Name, Jun Changxi. Level, 3-star C-class. Skills, Illusory Spirit, Moon's Domain, Dance of the Moon Goddess. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Divine Bloodline. Divinity, Not Awakened. Overall combat power, 10.7 million. The data left Jun Hao secretly stunned, especially the mention of the Ancient Emperor Bloodline and Divine Bloodline. What on earth did this signify? Hao, this is Jun Changxi, your aunt. Hao Yu quickly introduced. Aunt. Jun Hao was utterly baffled. He found it hard to believe that the woman, who appeared to be about his age, was actually his aunt. By the way, where's Dad? Third brother is back home. Jun Changxi answered eagerly. Yes, Wei is home, Hao Yu added, though a trace of worry flashed across her face before she returned to her usual demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Jun Hao felt a surge of questions well up inside him. Dad has a hometown? And I have an aunt? Changxi will be heading to Xiangnan University tomorrow for registration. You can go together, Hao Yu said, pointing to a room inside. That's your room. Seeing that he'd been assigned the smallest room in the farthest corner, Jun Hao couldn't help but complain. Mom, am staying in the corner? Am I really your biological son? Jun Changxi chuckled. Nephew, you haven't even greeted me properly yet. Jun Hao muttered silently to himself. This so-called aunt, who wasn't much older than him, was really playing the part. My dear nephew, since it's our first meeting, here is a little something for you to play with. A flash of light appeared in Jun Chang's hand, and she revealed a small doll. The system immediately issued a prompt. Spirit artifact detected. The artifact panel displayed. Name: Illusory Spirit Puppet. Grade: B class. Effect: a one-time use spirit artifact capable of creating an identical clone of the host. Undetectable by anyone below S class and capable of taking one fatal attack on behalf of the host. Seeing the description of the B-class spirit artifact, Jun Hao's eyes lit up. This ant of his seemed more intriguing than he had imagined. Jun Hao entered the room briskly, carrying his belongings. The door shut behind him with a loud bang. Outside the room, Jun Changshi gazed at the closed door, a faint smile tugging at her lips. That little tsundere refused to call her aunt. Yet the artifact he carried was rather impressive. Turning to Hao Yu, her expression grew more serious as she spoke in a low voice. Third brother will be back soon. Hao Yu nodded in agreement. Jun Changshi sighed softly. If we could find the spring of life, it would heal both your injuries and third brother's. Hao Yu shook her head, her voice tinged with regret. Over the years, Wei and I owe far too much to the Jun family. She knew all too well that both her injuries and Jun Wei's had damaged their very essence. Without inscribed or higher spiritual elixir, there was little hope for recovery. Inside the room, Jun Hao's mind was racing. It seems mom and dad kept a lot of things from me. That Jun Changshi, she looks about my age, yet she's already reached crank, with combat power rivaling a rank warrior. Ancient Emperor bloodline? Divine bloodline? Is this what the power of bloodlines truly means? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. It was the nine-tailed fox. Kid, I can sense the aura of the ancient Emperor bloodline. What exactly is the ancient Emperor bloodline? Jun Hao asked urgently. The nine-tailed fox explained, the ancient emperors were the 5 ancestors who established human civilization. Though they were not gods, their power surpassed that of the divine. Sadly, when the age of decline arrived, they left behind only their will. If awakened, humans would undoubtedly rise as the rulers of all races. Incredible. What about the divine bloodline? Jun Hao pressed further. The divine bloodline originates from the countless descendants of the gods. When the age of decline came, the gods sealed their divinity within their bloodlines, passing it down through generations, waiting for the chance to awaken. That little girl does indeed carry the ancient emperor bloodline, but my essence is not yet restored, so I can't determine which emperor she is connected to. Jun Hao's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he muttered to himself. This world is far more complex than I imagined. For now, I must focus on improving my own strength. The nine-tailed fox interrupted his thoughts. Kid, I noticed you can transform into an ancient thunderjiao? You've been spying on me? Jun Hao's expression froze. As if I need to spy. That ancient thunderjiao may possess dragon blood and might one day evolve into a true dragon, but it's still a minor path, the nine-tailed fox remarked haughtily. Jun Hao smirked and muttered. The thunderjiao may be insignificant, and true dragons might not be extraordinary either. But what if I keep evolving? Perhaps one day, even this world won't be able to contain me. Arrogant brat. No one in history has ever achieved such a thing. The nine-tailed fox scoffed coldly. Jun Hao chuckled mischievously. Oh, Shaoqing, spying on me isn't a great habit. By the way, I'm about to take a bath. Care to watch? And from now on, call me Brother Hao. Ugh. The nine-tailed fox spat in disgust before hastily withdrawing its consciousness. Jun Hao ignored the fox and opened his system interface. Various stats appeared before him. Name, status, level, skills, evolution points, bloodline power, and more. His overall combat power had reached a staggering 15 million, surpassing the threshold for a 1-star rank warrior. Noticing that the system indicated he could evolve, Jun Hao immediately initiated the process. After just over 10 minutes, he successfully advanced to 2-star rank, gaining a new skill called Spatial Lock, which allowed him to block spatial teleportation within a 100-meter radius. Additionally, his dragon bloodline increased by 5. Lying on the bed, Jun Hao decided to take a break for the night and get some proper rest. Tomorrow, he would report for his next assignment. For today, cultivation could wait. The morning sunlight streamed into the room as Jun Hao opened his demon suppression card and saw an urgent message from Monkey. Bro Hao, someone called me to report to Xiangnan University. Are you coming? I have something important to tell you. Jun Hao shook his head lightly and replied briefly, see you at school. Just as he got out of bed, Jun Changshi stood there, smiling as she studied him. Today, she was dressed in a light blue gown, her every movement exuding a certain graceful charm. Little nephew, looking pretty energetic this morning. Her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Jun Hao. You're looking good yourself, Jun Hao responded calmly. Nearby, Hao Yue reminded him, Hao, make sure to listen to Changshi at school. Jun Hao silently grumbled to himself. Why? Just because she has a couple more pounds on her chest? I outweigh her by half a pound anyway. But outwardly, he simply said, Auntie, let's go. After all, seniority mattered, and this younger aunt of his was indeed remarkable. Perhaps through her, he could learn more about his father and the Jun family. Changxi smiled with squinted eyes, her gaze like crescent moons. When they reached downstairs, Jun Hao summoned his wind wings and soared into the sky. Not to be outdone, Changxi spread her moon wings, their golden feathers glittering brilliantly in the sunlight. The two of them flew toward Xiangnan University, covering in half an hour what would take ordinary people a full day by car. At the entrance of Xiangnan University, a crowd of students had already gathered for registration. Suddenly, Monkey's voice called out, Bro Hao. Seeing Changxi, Monkey's eyes lit up. Wow, Bro Hao, who's this stunning beauty? My aunt, Jun Hao replied flatly. Monkey nearly choked on his own saliva, pulling Jun Hao aside to a corner, looking all mysterious as he started undoing his waistband. What are you doing? There are people everywhere. Jun Hao glared at him. Boss, look, I've grown fur. Monkey pointed to the hair sprouting on his waist. And last night, my power suddenly skyrocketed. I reached 4-star rank. This morning, I even found a fiery red staff under me that can talk. Jun Hao noticed that Monkey's face and hands were now covered in golden fur, making him look uncannily like a golden monkey. Don't tell me you've reverted to some ancestral form? Boss, don't scare me. I haven't dared to tell anyone. I've been shaving the hair on my face like crazy, otherwise people would think him some kind of beast. So, where's this staff you're talking about? Monkey pulled a flaming staff out of his pants. Strangely enough, the flames didn't harm him or burn his clothes. I come from the underworld. The staff suddenly spoke. I come from hell. A hoarse, low voice echoed through the air. Jun Hao seemed to see a figure slowly rising from an endless inferno of hellish lava, its body ablaze with hellfire. The sheer power of the aura sent a shiver down his spine. This staff was no ordinary object. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a myth he had encountered in his past life. Hauga, what should I do? Monkey asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Jun Hao took a deep breath. What can I do? Xiaoqing, are you there? I'm here. The response came almost instantly. Damn, spying on me again? Jun Hao smirked. This so-called supreme mythical beast clearly had a peculiar penchant for eavesdropping. Evidently, she had been observing in secret, responding with unnatural speed. In the pet space, Xiaoqing realized her reaction had been too quick. Her icy blue eyes flickered as she replied, maybe I was a little too fast. Just ask what you need to ask. I'm busy recovering and couldn't care less about what's going on outside. Yeah, right? Keep pretending, Jun Hao said with a hint of disdain. If you're spying, just admit it. What's the big deal? Anyway, tell me what's going on with Monkey? This is a divine awakening, Xiaoqing explained. Judging by his state, it's not a weak one either. It seems to be the divine nature of a deity from hell. Jun Hao thoughtfully opened Monkey's attribute panel. Name, Lu Chongo. Nickname, Monkey. Level, 4-star. Rank D. Skills, Power of Hellfire, Power of Darkness. Bloodline, Divine Bloodline, Hell God, First Awakening Destroyer. Combat Power, 1.3 million. The data revealed that Monkey had undergone a divine awakening, significantly boosting his combat power to a level equivalent of 1.3 million. The Destroyer title in particular caught Jun Hao's attention, raising questions. Xiaoqing continued. Divine awakenings have 9 levels. The higher the level, the stronger the divine power. He's only at the first level of awakening, so his rank isn't very high yet. What does this mean for Monkey? Jun Hao asked urgently. Of course, it has an impact. In the future, he might inherit certain divine traits. For example, if he awakens as a monkey god, he might develop monkey-like features. Other than that, there's nothing too concerning. Jun Hao nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Monkey with a grin. Monkey, I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Hauga, the good news first, Monkey said eagerly. The good news is, this awakening will grant you immense power. You've got a bright future ahead, and you won't have to worry about petty stuff anymore. And the bad news? Monkey asked nervously. The bad news is, your appearance might change. For instance, you might grow more hair, maybe a lot more. But hey, men with a bit of hair are no big deal, right? Worst case, you can always wear stockings, Jun Hao teased with a mischievous smirk. Hauga, save me. I don't want to wear stockings. I'm not a pervert. Monkey wailed, grabbing Jun Hao in desperation. Get off me. I'm not interested in you. Jun Hao nearly kicked him away. Boss, I don't want the staff anymore. Take it. Before Monkey could finish, the staff suddenly glowed and darted straight into his pants. Jun Hao's expression froze as he stared at the rather awkward placement. If Monkey ever got a girlfriend, it would certainly be confusing for her to figure out which staff she was dealing with. And who knew if the two staffs might even clash in his sleep. Boss, what are you screaming for? Worst case, just shave the hair off every day. Jun Hao said coldly. Monkey was still wailing when Jun Chang's voice rang out. What's going on with you two? Still dawdling over there? Seeing Jun Changshi, Monkey instinctively hid behind Jun Hao. Jun Hao gave him a pat on the shoulder, and the two stepped forward together. What were you talking about? Jun Changshi asked curiously. Activating his listening ability, Jun Hao caught her inner thoughts. What the heck are these two up to? Two grown men huddled in a corner whispering. Should I tell Andy how you? Seems like this isn't the first time either. What nonsense are you thinking about? Jun Hao shot a cold glance at his overly imaginative aunt. Jun Changshi froze, her cheeks flushing as her heart raced. How did Jun Hao know what she was thinking? Could he actually read her mind? Let's go inside, Jun Hao said, giving her a quick look before leading the way. Moments later, the three of them entered Xiangnan University. Compared to Xiangyang High School, Xiangnan University, as one of the four major martial arts universities in Huaguo, boasts an impressive scale that leaves many in awe. As the only martial arts school in Xiangnan province, every graduate here achieves at least an E-rank combatant level. On campus, streams of freshmen were arriving for registration. Lu Changgo, nicknamed Monkey, darted his quick, observant eyes around while unconsciously scratching his hiata gesture that suited his nickname perfectly. He seemed to be gradually coming to terms with his new identity. Xiangnan University, being one of the top 4 martial arts institutions, naturally attracts a lot of early arrivals, Jun Hao explained calmly. He continued, although the number of A and rank talent in Xiangyang City is limited, on a national scale, there's no shortage of exceptional individuals. The 4 major martial arts universities recruit from all over the country, gathering the best and brightest talents from every corner of Huaguo. As he spoke, a sweet voice interrupted. Are you two here to register as freshmen? Jun Hao looked up to see a vibrant young woman standing ahead. She wore a Jake-style skirt, her long socks accentuating her graceful figure, and her face was adorned with a warm, inviting smile. Monkey immediately sprang to life. Hello, senior. My name is Lu Changgo, but everyone calls me Monkey. Hey, race my demon suppression card and we add each other as friends. Jun Hao shook his head slightly in disapproval. Despite awakening a new talent, Monkey's personality remained unchanged. If it weren't for Jun Changshi being his aunt, this guy probably wouldn't have been able to hold himself back. Lin Sasa, a student from Class S, the girl introduced herself with a smile. Follow me, please. Wow, Class S. Monkey's eyes lit up with excitement. Jun Hao also raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Xiangnan University traditionally only had 3 class tiers. A, B, and C. Class A required an E-rank talent, Class B A-rank talent, and Class C A-rank talent. Class S? Was this a new addition? Curious, Jun Hao quickly pulled up Lin Sasa's profile. Name, Lin Sasa. Rank, 4-star crank. Skills, Mountain Strength, Earth's Domain, Swamp. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Divine Bloodline First Awakening of Mountain God. Comprehensive Combat Power, 12 million. A glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Jun Hao's eyes. Yet another individual with both the Ancient Emperor Bloodline and a Divine Bloodline. Including Jun Changshi, this was now the 2nd Ancient Emperor Bloodline holder and the 3rd Divine Bloodline possessor had encountered. Xiangnan University truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering place for the nation's most gifted prodigies. This is also the bloodline of an ancient emperor. Xiao Qing's voice echoed in Jun Hao's mind. It seems that with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the ancient emperor bloodlines are benefiting the most. Xiao Qing, can you stop eavesdropping? Weren't you supposed to be recovering? Jun Hao asked teasingly. Humph. Qing Qiu snorted coldly, standing up with an air of pride. She walked away with a haughty stride and lay down in a new spot to continue restoring her essence. Jun Hao's playful remarks clearly displeased the once mighty emperor. As Qing Qiu worked on her recovery, she kept a watchful eye on the changes in the outside world. She noticed that the resurgence of spiritual energy had already brought about significant transformations in this realm. The emergence of ancient emperor bloodlines and the awakening of divine attributes hinted that the world might soon return to an era of gods. Countless deities could begin to return one after another. I must recover as quickly as possible so I can seize the opportunities brought by the resurgence of spiritual energy. Not only must I return to my peak, but I must also reach that legendary realm Mother once spoke of, Qing Qiu thought to herself. Meanwhile, outside, Jun Hao stepped forward with a smile and asked, Senior Sasa, could you tell us more about Xiangnan University? Lin Sasa's eyes immediately lit up. Standing before her, Jun Hao exuded a sunny and handsome charm, making her involuntarily take a few extra glances. What's your name, Junior? She asked. My name is Jun Hao, and I'm from Xiangyang High School, he replied. Ah, so you're Jun Hao from Xiangyang High School. I've heard of you before. Is it true that Wang Shui, the one with the Shrank Awakened talent at Xiangyang University, is your girlfriend? Lin Sasa asked curiously. She now understood why someone like Wang Shui would choose Jun Hao. This young man wasn't just a little handsome, he was striking. Miss Lin Sasa, you're quite well informed, Jun Hao responded calmly. He couldn't help but marvel at how quickly news spread. But then again, it wasn't surprising. Wang Shui's strength talent was far too remarkable, and her public declaration of their relationship in front of so many people at Xiangyang University had naturally caused a stir. Quietly, Jun Hao activated his ability to listen to inner thoughts and caught a glimpse of Lin Sasa's mind. Wow, this guy is seriously good-looking. The quality of freshmen this year is insane. But ugh, Lu Chongo looks like a hairy monkey, and he's even growing fur. How dare he try to hit on me? I really want to add Jun Hao as a friend. I wonder what his talent is. Hearing her thoughts, Jun Hao glanced sympathetically at the monkey. Poor guy probably had no idea that Lin Sasa had already seen through his attempts to hide his furry appearance. At that moment, a wave of exclamations erupted around them. That's Sasa goddess. She's ranked 3rd on the Xiangnan University campus beauty list, and she's personally welcoming the new students. As they ventured deeper into Xiangnan University, Jun Hao noticed that the spiritual energy here was 10 times denser than in the outside world. Certain buildings were especially brimming with energy. Through conversations, he learned that the university was divided into 8 departments. The warrior department had the most students, while the support department had the fewest. Each department had an elite class A. The wealthiest department was the artifact refining department, followed by the space department, whose space-time axes were incredibly rare and valuable. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, a familiar voice called out, Miss Sasa. Jun Hao looked up to see Han Ming approaching. He was dressed in a blue robe embroidered with a 5-star magic array and wore a gentlemanly smile as he walked toward them. Han Ming from Space Department Class A appeared amidst the crowd. Known as the undisputed male god of the Space Department, his arrival immediately caused quite a stir. Students around him whispered among themselves, discussing how he wasn't just a rare A talent in spatial abilities, but also the president of the Space Society. Moreover, rumors had been circulating that he was pursuing Lin Sasa. With a smile on his face, Han Ming walked toward Lin Sasa. However, when Lin Sasa noticed him, she frowned slightly. Beside her, Jun Hao's lips curled into a smirk, clearly recognizing this prominent figure from Xiangnan University. Boss, this guy's trying to steal my girl, Monkey said coldly. Jun Hao gave Monkey a sidelong glance. Your girl? Monkey, you're dreaming. She doesn't even know you exist. He noticed that Monkey seemed more irritable than before, no longer the restrained person he used to be. Jun Hao couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with his awakening of divine powers. Boss, I think I'm in love, Monkey said seriously, looking Jun Hao in the eye. Lin Sasa is exactly my type. I've decided to pursue her. You're willing to give up the entire forest for one tree? Jun Hao asked calmly. Yes, I am. You know, there are still some rare wildflowers outside the forest. None of them compare to Sasa, not even close. I'm telling you, I'm in love, Monkey declared with conviction. Hearing Monkey's lovesick tone, Jun Hao couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Sasa was trying to fend off Han Ming's advances. Sasa, Han Ming began. President Han, I'm sorry, but I have something to do, Lin Sasa interrupted flatly. Sasa, there's no need to turn me down so quickly. I just wanted to invite you to dinner. Our society has developed a new spatial array, and I said, I have something to do. Lin Sasa repeated firmly, her brows furrowing even more. Seeing Lin Sasa being pestered, Monkey couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. Hey, Han Ming, right? Sasa's already made it clear she's not interested in you. Why are you still following her around like a clingy shadow? Han Ming's brow twitched at the remark. At Xiangnan University, his status as the president of the Space Society alone commanded respect. Who dared to talk to him like this? He silently calculated his next move. Once he acquired that steer artifact and harnessed its power to master even stronger spatial skills, he just might ascend to the rank of Demon Suppression King. The entrance of Xiangnan University was abuzz with chatter. Whoa, who is this guy? He actually dares to go up against Han Ming, the president, someone exclaimed from the crowd. A scoff followed. Ha, just some clueless newbie. Don't forget, last year, a freshman got his leg broken by Han Ming for chasing after Lin Sasa. He was bedridden for a whole month. This kid's in for it. Jun Hao stood off to the side, frowning. He had planned for a calm and uneventful first day, but now it seemed he had already crossed paths with Han Ming. To make matters worse, Han Ming was a space element prodigy, already at 1-star level strength. At that moment, Jun Hao stepped forward, his voice calm but deliberate. Han Ming, little brother, long time no see. Memories of their days at Xiangyang High School flashed in his mind, the fights they'd been in together, the times they'd been chased by street thugs, their unwavering bond. To Jun Hao, Han Ming had once been a brother he'd trust with his life. When Han Ming saw Jun Hao, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Through his ability, Jun Hao caught Han Ming's inner thoughts. So this guy didn't die after all. What a cockroach. Lu Xiao failed 3 times to finish him off. At the Demon Suppression Tournament in 2 days, the Lu family will definitely target him again. Even with Jun Wei and how you backing him, it won't matter. Once he's dead, that glass artifact will be mine. A cold smile crept across Jun Hao's face. So it had been Han Ming pulling the strings behind Lu Xiao's attempts on his life, all for its glass artifact. As for the Demon Suppression Tournament? Heh, I won't even give you the chance to show up, Jun Hao thought, a glint of menace in his eyes. Han Ming, however, plastered on a fake smile. Ah, if it isn't my dear cousin Jun Hao. He then turned to Lin Sasa and said, Miss Sasa, why don't you take my cousin to complete his registration? I won't keep you. Lin Sasa let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had heard all the rumors about Han Ming, how he used his position as president to toy with senior girls, and even force them into horrible situations. Yet, because of his talent in the space element, the university had always turned a blind eye. Damn, that guy chickened out. Monkey muttered under his breath. Jun Hao warned in a low voice, be careful around him. He's a 1-star level space elemental. He's cunning. Monkey snorted. Ha, I'll take him down with one strike. That was just how Monkey was defiant in the face of pressure. It was both his strength and his flaw, Jun Hao thought. Lin Sasa turned to thank Jun Hao, and Monkey quickly jumped in with an overly eager response. As Han Ming walked away, Jun Hao once again picked up his thoughts. That punk monkey dares to steal my woman? They'll find a chance to get rid of him. And Jun Hao? He won't survive either. A chill flickered in Jun Hao's gaze. He made up his mind. The next time Han Ming left campus, he would put an end to this threat. Han Ming's family ties didn't matter. Nothing was more important than protecting his brothers. So, what are your abilities? Lin Sasa asked as they walked. I've got the power of darkness and Monkey hesitated, reluctant to mention his Hellfire ability. Jun Hao stepped in to smooth things over. I've awakened dual attributes, golden armor and life. Lin Sasa's eyes lit up. Wow, that's impressive. But, Jun Hao, you'll have to choose one attribute as your specialization. As for you, Monkey, you'll be in the dark element department. She explained that Xiangnan University had 8 departments, with the warrior department being the most populated, but also the most ordinary. Rare attributes like life and space were part of elite departments. Jun Changshi. The same as you, said a soft voice. Jun Changshi, her expression gentle, smiled at Lin Sasa, a fellow member of the Jun family. Lin Sasa returned the smile warmly. Your sister mentioned you. Come with me to register for the S-class program. My sister. Jun Chang's eyes sparkled with delight. This is the entrance to the Dark Arts Division, Lin Sasa said, turning to Lu Changgo. Just head straight in and report. The school assigns everyone a small villa as their dormitory. But remember, earning the qualification to cultivate with the Spirit Spring depends entirely on your own efforts. Senior Lin, they'll work hard, I promise. Lu Changgo assured her eagerly. He then turned to Jun Hao. Boss, they'll head in first. They'll catch up with you tonight. Go ahead, Jun Hao said with a casual wave of his hand. After Lu Changgo left, Lin Sasa looked seriously at Jun Hao. Jun Hao, this way leads to the defense division. You've awakened dual attributes, and your life attribute is even rarer than the golden armor attribute. Plus, it's an E-rank talent. I suggest you join the support division. Support division? Defense division? Jun Hao pondered for a moment before breaking into a broad grin. I'm fine with either, but as a man, standing behind others to heal them isn't really my thing. They'll go with the defense division. All right then. Head on in, Lin Sasa said with a slight shake of her head. She thought to herself that by choosing the defense division, Jun Hao's potential in the life attribute would inevitably be limited. But there was nothing she could do. While dual attributes were powerful, they also had their drawbacks. It's difficult to balance both. Thank you, Jun Hao replied as he turned and walked toward the cluster of buildings nearby. Deep in thought, he reflected. Those who've awakened the ancient emperor bloodline are placed directly into the strength classes. Take Jun Changshi, for example. She went straight into the strength class. Meanwhile, despite my dual attributes, I can only choose between the divisions. It just goes to show how incredibly rare the ancient emperor bloodline is, not just in Xiangnan University but in all of Huagua. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered his train of thought. Boom. Instinctively, Jun Hao dodged as a massive object barreled past him and crashed heavily into the ground. The thing quickly rose, revealing a figure that left him utterly speechless. A towering woman, standing at least 3 meters tall. Her body seemed to merge with the earth itself, her muscles bulging in a way that exuded an immovable, unyielding strength. What the muscle-bound Barbie? Jun Hao stared, dumbfounded, at the woman in front of him. Her face was delicate and beautiful, but her muscular physique made her look like a walking tank. The woman spoke. Hello, I am Ouyang Miao Miao, the Deputy Dean of the Defense Division. Jun Hao took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Ouyang Miao Miao, utterly stunned by the sight before him. You must be the new recruit. Come in. Ouyang Miao Miao greeted him with a faint smile. As she spoke, her body began to undergo a startling transformation. Her muscles contracted slowly, and within moments, she had morphed into a woman with a perfectly proportioned figure and long, slender legs. Curious, Jun Hao immediately accessed Ouyang Miao Miao's profile, and a stream of information appeared before him. Name, Ouyang Miao Miao. Level, 7-star B class. Title, Demon Suppression King. Skill, Diamond Body. Combat Power, 60 million. The numbers left Jun Hao inwardly astonished. Once someone reached B class, their combat power typically surpassed 10 million. A 7-star B-class individual could even exceed 100 million. However, Ouyang Miao Miao specialized in defense, which explained why her combat power was comparatively lower than someone like Hao Yue, who excelled in lightning and spatial attributes. Still, her defensive capabilities were likely unparalleled. Big Sis Miao Miao, one more round. A cheerful voice interrupted Jun Hao's thoughts. A blur of movement rushed toward him, and Jun Hao's eyes sharpened as he activated his unyielding armor. Golden Domain. With a thunderous boom, Jun Hao stomped the ground, causing it to tremble. Layers of dark golden, dragon scale-like armor materialized on him as he braced for impact against the incoming figure. Careful! Ouyang Miao Miao shouted in alarm. The one charging at him was a prodigy in the defense category, gifted with an A talent for Earth Armora Force, even she dared not underestimate. Yet Jun Hao remained unmoved. Channeling his internal energy to its peak, he infused his raging heaven art into his armor, effortlessly absorbing the blow. Stop it, Pippi! Ouyang Miao Miao commanded firmly. The figure that had collided with Jun Hao turned out to be a petite girl with a high ponytail, no older than 12 or 13, standing barely 5 feet tall. Jun Hao frowned and quickly pulled up her profile. Name, Ouyang Pippi. Level, 6-star C class. Title, Demon Suppression Marquis. Bloodline, Divine Bloodline First Awakening of Earth God Bloodline. Guardian. Active. Combat Power, 5 million. Unfazed by her failed attack, the little girl pouted and rammed her head into Jun Hao's stomach again. I'll knock you over. Just you wait. But Jun Hao stood like an immovable mountain, his B-class combat power and the Imperial-grade defensive raging heaven art rendering her efforts laughable. You're completely fine? Ouyang Miao Miao stared in disbelief. Moments ago, she herself had been sent flying by that very same attack when caught off guard. Jun Hao calmly grabbed the girl by the head and pushed her aside. Enough. You're bullying me? I'll knock you over. Pippi snarled, her face scrunched in defiance. Pippi, stand down, or no dinner for you. Ouyang Miao Miao's voice carried a stern edge. I'm sorry, Big Sis Miao Miao. Pippi immediately wilted, casting a pitiful glance at her elder sister. Jun Hao let out a quiet sigh of relief. This feisty little girl might have been amusing, but without Miao Miao's intervention, he might have been tempted to teach her a lesson. Ouyang Miao Miao quickly shifted gears, leading Jun Hao on a tour of the defense division. Along the way, she spoke enthusiastically. You've made the right choice joining our defense division. We're ranked in the top 8 at Xiangnan University. But Jun Hao couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The entire division seemed eerily deserted. Not a single soul crossed their path. Activating his listening ability, he caught snippets of Ouyang Miao Miao's inner thoughts. It's already noon. Should I just eat first and handle the paperwork later? This kid looks so skinny. Is his family struggling? I should apply for extra meal allowances from the dean? Jun Hao's expression grew stiff. He hadn't expected the vice dean of the defense division to be so preoccupied with food. Finally, Ouyang Miao Miao handed him an identification badge and a set of clothing. No need to call me vice dean. Just call me Big Sis Miao Miao. Hey, race your ID badge, it has your dorm information on it. From now on, you're officially part of the defense division. I have other matters to attend to, so we'll leave you to it. Jun Hao inspected the clothing, and a system notification popped up. Item discovered. Spirit artifact. Type, support. Grade, 5-star E-class. Effect, can transform into any shape or size, ranging from 1 meter to 500 meters. This artifact was perfect for Jun Hao's shape-shifting needs. Finally, he wouldn't have to worry about constantly changing outfits. At noon, Jun Hao's stomach suddenly growled. At that moment, his demon suppression card lit up, displaying 2 new messages. The first one was from Monkey. Bro Hao, have you finished checking in? Let's grab a meal together. I've invited Sasa, and she said she'll only come if you come. Otherwise, she's not coming. The second message was from Wang Shui. Bro Hao, I'm almost done refining the spiritual artifact here. I should be back in 2 days. By the way, I heard Xiangnan University has started its enrollment. Did you go? I joined the defense department, Jun Hao replied briefly. Wang Shui immediately reassured him. Don't feel discouraged, Bro Hao. Even though the defense department ranks lower, with your talent, you'll definitely rise to the top in the future. Jun Hao asked curiously, I heard Martial Arts University has opened an S-class. Do you know anything about it? At the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, Wang Shui was startled upon hearing this, her eyes widening. The S-class has started already? Based on my memory, it shouldn't open for another year. The S-class is full of top-tier talents, people with ancient emperor bloodlines, those who've awakened divine powers, or prodigies with S-level gifts. She silently made up her mind. She had to return as soon as possible and help Bro Hao join the S-class. That way, they could access grade spiritual springs for cultivation, obtain the best resources, and even have a chance to enter the ancient emperor's tomb. Bro Hao, wait for me to come back. We'll join the S-class together. Wang Shui messaged confidently. All right. Jun Hao nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation for the mysterious S-class. Just as he walked a few steps further, a man radiating a profound life force blocked his path. Excuse me, are you Jun Hao? The man asked. And you are? Jun Hao scrutinized the stranger. Hello, I am Fu Yuan, the deputy dean of the support department. I heard you've awakened the life attribute, but chose the defense department, the man said. Jun Hao silently opened the man's profile. Name, Fu Yuan. Level, 6-star B class. Title, Demon Suppression Marquee. Skills, Life Domain, Life Blessing, Life Weakening. Overall combat power, 40 million. Although this combat power was 2 levels below average for his rank, Jun Hao knew exactly what a 6-star B-class life attribute awakener meant in Wagwo could multiply an entire team's combat effectiveness several times over. That's correct, Jun Hao replied quietly. Fu Yuan's smile instantly vanished. Come with me. Defense department? Nonsense. How dare they take someone meant for the life department? Do they think I'm easy to push around? Next time they get injured, I swear I'll hit them with life weakening. He grabbed Jun Hao, ready to leave. The defense department erupted in chaos. What's happening? Is the life department stealing our recruit? Who is this guy? Even Deputy Dean Fu Yuan came personally. At that moment, Ouyang Miao Miao appeared, letting out a cold snort. Fu Yuan, what do you think you're doing? Golden Boy, are you trying to steal someone from the life department? Fu Yuan snapped. Golden Boy? You sissy. He joined the defense department of his own free will. So what? Ouyang Miao Miao retorted, her face turning red with anger. Huh. Do you even know what it means for someone to awaken the life attribute? Xiangnan University hasn't had a life attribute awakener in 3 years. Fu Yuan shouted. Before his words had fully landed, Fu Yuan activated life weakening. A powerful life force formed a domain, enveloping a 100-meter radius. Ouyang Miao Miao's aura immediately weakened by 30, but she quickly transformed, growing to nearly 9 meters tall and radiating an imposing, mountain-like presence. As tension escalated between the two factions, a deep voice rang out, Stand down. A figure stepped through the air. It was Dean Xiao Tian. Jun Hao discreetly checked Xiao Tian's profile. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 3-star A-class. Bloodline power, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Divine Bloodline 5th Awakening of the Water God Protector. Overall combat power, 300 million. This was the strongest ability user Jun Hao had ever seen. With both an Ancient Emperor Bloodline and a Divine Bloodline, Xiao Tian was truly terrifying. After understanding the situation, Xiao Tian turned to Jun Hao, a faint smile on his lips. Neither the defense department nor the life department has produced an S-level talent, or anyone capable of joining the S-class, correct? Correct. Both deputy deans replied in unison. Then let him join the S-class directly, Xiao Tian said calmly. Ouyang Miao Miao and Fu Yuan stared at Xiao Tian in shock. The S-class? That newly established, special class? As level peak cultivators, they were well aware of the extraordinary nature of the S-class. It was a gathering place for those gifted with S-level talents, or the rare descendants of ancient emperors. At Xiangnan Martial Arts University, among its 8 major departments, all but the support and defense departments already had students with S-level talents. Dean Xiao Tian, if I remember correctly, you're in charge of the S-class, aren't you? Fu Yuan asked in a low voice. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? Xiao Tian replied, his tone calm yet unyielding. No, not at all. Fu Yuan quickly denied it. While his life attribute made him fearless against Ouyang Miao Miao, Xiao Tian was a different story. This formidable figure wouldn't give him a chance to recover, could be annihilated in an instant. I'm taking him with me. Disperse, Xiao Tian said, his hand waving slightly. A powerful force enveloped Jun Hao, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the scene. Ouyang Miao Miao and Fu Yuan exchanged glances, then shook their heads and left. This was clearly a case of someone coming to claim a talent. Dual attributes? Jun Hao is currently the first in Xiangnan University with such a gift. Perhaps this was one of the changes brought about by the second spiritual energy resurgence. Dean Xiao Tian, where are we going? Jun Hao asked curiously. The heart of Xiangnan Martial Arts University, Xiao Tian replied. Within minutes, the two descended onto a massive plaza. The air was rich with spiritual energy, so dense it was almost tangible. Jun Hao's system buzzed with notifications. Spiritual springs, spiritual artifacts, spiritual herbs, even the grass underfoot had transformed into spiritual plants, and the surrounding buildings emanated the aura of spiritual tools. At the center of the plaza, Jun Hao noticed an A-class spiritual spring. The system displayed its details. It could produce 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 1 high-grade spirit stone, and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones daily, while enhancing cultivation speed by 50,000 times. Dean, you're back? A light, cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Jun Changshi and Lin Sasa appeared, their gazes falling on Jun Hao with surprise. Little cousin, you're here too. Jun Hao, it's you. Both of them had entered the S-class after awakening their ancient emperor bloodlines. Jun Changshi, in particular, had been specially invited by the dean from the Jun family to help establish the S-class. Xiao Tian instructed Lin Sasa to help Jun Hao with his enrollment procedures, and the three left together. Moments later, an elder emerged from behind Xiao Tian. That boy may have dual attributes, but his talent still falls short of a true S-class. Let's hope he doesn't crumble under the pressure of competing with prodigies. Otherwise, he'd be better off staying in a regular A-class, the elder said gruffly. Lin Han, he's also from the Jun family, Xiao Tian stated calmly. The elder scoffed. So what if he's from the Jun family? Not everyone awakens the ancient emperor bloodline. Look at Jun Weihe's proof of that. The ancient emperor bloodline is powerful, but in a world this vast, there are other gifts capable of standing toe-to-toe with it. Xiao Tian replied evenly. Xiao Tian, you know the purpose of the S-class. I won't tolerate mediocrity, Lin Han said before turning and walking away. Xiao Tian sighed inwardly. What a pity he didn't awaken the ancient emperor bloodline. If he had, paired with his life and defense attributes, he might have had the potential to reach duel's level or even beyond. But perhaps this is for the best. The ancient emperor bloodline comes with immense responsibility. With great power comes great burden. Under Lin Sasa's guidance, Jun Hao completed his enrollment, receiving his uniform, an A-class spiritual tool, the keys to a villa equipped with a C-class spiritual spring, and access to the 9th floor of the library. Just then, a message from Hosey arrived, congratulating him and expressing his determination to work hard and join the S-class as well. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing suddenly sensed the aura of an ancient emperor and, surprisingly, the presence of her mother. Overcome with excitement, she wanted to chase after it. Jun Hao stopped Xiaoqing, his mind racing. The S-class was established during this critical period of spiritual energy resurgence. It must have a deeper purpose. The ancient emperor aura, could it be connected to the creation of the S-class? My mother. She might still be alive. Xiaoqing's voice trembled as she spoke, her ice blue eyes shimmering with a spark of hope. At the moment, she was nestled in Jun Hao's arms, too overwhelmed by her emotions to even notice that he was gently stroking her fur. This is Xiangnan University. While I can't be sure if there are any S-rank powerhouses here, there are definitely plenty of E-rank ones. Once I find my footing, I'll do everything I can to help you trace your mother's presence, Jun Hao said softly, his tone full of reassurance. Thank you. Xiaoqing looked up at Jun Hao with gratitude glistening in her ice blue eyes. But in the very next moment, her fur bristled all over, and she leapt out of his embrace, glaring at him fiercely. Don't touch me without permission. Seriously? You were just thanking me a second ago. Jun Hao's lips twitched in exasperation. This legendary divine beast was certainly proud and temperamental, but he wasn't worried, was confident he'd eventually win her over and get to pet her as much as he wanted. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Little nephew, go back," Jun Hao commanded sharply. Xiaoqing snorted in annoyance before retreating to her spiritual pet space. Inside the spiritual pet space, Xiaoqing rested with her ice blue eyes half closed, deep in thought. As the Qingqiu sovereign of the demon race, allowing a mere human man to hold her like that was utterly unbecoming. And yet, he seemed different from the men her mother had warned her about. What's the matter, Aunt? Jun Hao asked with a smile as he turned to face Jun Changshi, who exuded an air of ethereal grace. I sense the presence of a mystical beast, Jun Changshi said slyly, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Jun Hao's heart skipped a beat. The bloodline of the ancient emperor was indeed formidable. She had detected Xiaoqing's presence so quickly. Of course, it didn't help that Xiaoqing had been too agitated to conceal her aura. Otherwise, a mere crank like Jun Changshi would never have noticed her. A mystical beast? I didn't see anything, Jun Hao replied, feigning surprise. Congratulations on joining the S-class, little nephew. By the way, let's grab a meal later. Sasa will be joining us too, Jun Changshi said with a smile. Jun Hao nodded in agreement and immediately pulled out his phone to message Monkey. Don't say I never did anything for you. Meet us at the campus gate later. Sasa will be there too. Just then, Jun Hao's demon suppression card chimed with a notification. Opening it, he saw a message from headquarters. a 15th demon suppression marquee had emerged in Xiangyang City. The group chat exploded with excitement as everyone speculated about the identity of the newly appointed marquee. Before long, Hanjin posted an official announcement. Wang Shui had awakened in rank talent, advanced to a rank ability user, and obtained in rank artifact, earning her the direct title of Demon Suppression Marquee from headquarters. When Monkey casually mentioned in the group chat that the previous Demon Suppression Marquee was Jun Hao, the chat erupted again. Many voiced their disbelief, with one even brazenly declaring, "If Jun Hao can become a Demon Suppression Marquee, I'll boil water and scald myself." Meanwhile, the Liu family was closely monitoring the developments. Upon learning that his son's death might be connected to Jun Hao, Lu Qing's expression turned dark as a storm cloud. "That old fossil Han Jun is clearly targeting the Liu family," he muttered through clenched teeth. "Dad, Jun Hao has already enrolled at Xiangnan University. With his talent, he's bound to get into Class B." Lu Xiangwen eagerly reported to his father. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Qing's eyes as he replied in a chilling voice, "Send a message to Lu Changming. Find an opportunity to eliminate Jun Hao." "Yes, sir." Lu Xiangwen responded immediately. Inwardly, he thought to himself, "Jun Hao, you'll pay the price for TSAT the Demon Suppressing Tournament." Meanwhile, the group chat was abuzz with activity. "I think the marquee of Demon Suppression from the last tournament has to be none other than young Master Han Ming. He awakened an 11 spatial talent. Who else in Xiangyang City's Demon Suppression Bureau could possibly take on such a role?" Exactly. Young Master Han Ming has always been low-key, so it's no surprise he wouldn't admit it. At that moment, in Xiangnan University, Han Ming held his Demon Suppression card with a bitter expression. He longed to be the Marquis of Demon Suppression, but reality left him feeling frustrated and powerless, unable to even voice his desires. Hanjin sent a message in the group chat. "Once Miss Wang Shui returns, the Demon Suppressing Tournament will officially begin. Xiangyang City has gained 2 new Demon Suppression candidates, a significant achievement. Everyone must attend." The announcement sparked an immediate response in the group. "Understood. Salute to Minister Han." "Understood. Dad, you're amazing." "Understood. Grandpa, you're the best." Jun Hao put away his Demon Suppression card as he walked out of Xiangnan University's central building. Lin Sasa and Monkey were waiting for him. When other students noticed Jun Changxi walking alongside Lin Sasa, their eyes lit up. Lin Sasa was ranked 3rd on the campus beauty list, and Jun Changxi's elegance and appearance were equally captivating. "That's Goddess Sasa. I heard she got into Class S." Class S is for those with S-level talents or awakened ancient bloodlines. They only accept 12 students. Jun Changxi just arrived today and already got into Class S. She'll probably make it onto the campus beauty list in no time. The crowd buzzed with conversation, though Jun Hao and Monkey were mostly ignored. However, Jun Hao still caught the attention of several girls, while Monkey drew awkward stares as he kept scratching himself, shedding fur in the process. "Monkey, can you stop scratching?" Jun Hao said with a tone of disgust. "Do you know how unappetizing it is to shed fur while eating?" "Boss Hao, I don't mean to. It's just a habit." Monkey replied with an embarrassed laugh. At the same time, in the Spatial Talent Department office, "Vice Dean Wang, have there been any updates?" Han Ming asked respectfully. The elderly man before him was Wang Qingming, the Vice Dean of the Spatial Talent Department and one of Xiangnan University's top-tier level experts. Wang Qingming sighed. "Han Ming, I've submitted your application. Our university support and defense departments don't have any S-level talents, and your talent is the next best thing. You were the most promising candidate for Class S. Unfortunately, the last spot has already been taken." "Who is it?" Han Ming asked, unwilling to accept the outcome. As someone with an A spatial talent, he couldn't imagine anyone other than its level talent being more qualified than him. "That's not for you to worry about," Wang Qingming replied, shaking his head. "The person is from the defense department. Although they don't have its level talent, they've awakened dual attributes. Focus on your training." Hearing dual attributes and defense department, Han Ming immediately thought of Jun Hao. But then he sneered. "That loser? There's no way he got into Class S. He's probably not even at level yet. The golden armor talent is the weakest level defensive ability, and even with the addition of a life attribute, it's still impossible." Frustrated, Han Ming left the office, his mind filled with resentment. Wang Qingming watched as Han Ming's figure disappeared into the distance, a sigh escaping silently from his heart. He hadn't told Han Ming a harsh truth. The application he had just submitted had been outright rejected by Dean Xiaotian. The dean had only said one sentence: "Keep him? To fetch Li Zhou's shoes?" The meaning of those words couldn't have been clearer. Li Zhou possessed inscrayed talent in the spatial discipline, while Han Ming, despite his talent, was ultimately just a supporting act when compared to inscrayed prodigy. Dean Xiaotian believed that allowing Han Ming into this class would be nothing more than a waste of a precious spot. Han Ming, oblivious to these behind-the-scenes decisions, was at this moment walking out of the Spatial Division building, frustration bubbling within him. Who stole my spot? He muttered angrily to himself. Just then, a graceful figure appeared before him. It was Lin Sasa. She was standing alongside Jun Changxi, and the presence of the two immediately drew the attention of everyone around. Han Ming straightened his uniform, distinctive to the spatial division, and quickly approached them. Miss Sasa, he called out. Lin Sasa paused slightly upon seeing Han Ming, but Jun Changxi's expression remained calm and indifferent. To him, someone like Han Ming, with merely an A talent, might be considered exceptional at Xiangnan University. However, for someone like Jun Changxi, who carried the bloodline of an ancient emperor, only those with grade talent were worth noticing. Miss Sasa, are you heading to lunch? Why don't we go together? Han Ming asked with a gentlemanly smile. Are you blind? Can't you see we've already made plans with Miss Sasa? A voice interjected as Monkey stepped forward, his tone laced with irritation. You again. Han Ming's face darkened instantly. He recalled the earlier scene of Lin Sasa accompanying Jun Hao and Jun Changxi during registration. What stung even more was that Lin Sasa had agreed to join them for lunch. As the so-called male star of the spatial division, Han Ming had pursued Lin Sasa for a long time, asking her out countless times, only to be rejected every single time. Yet these two newcomers had effortlessly secured the privilege of dining with the girl he admired. The realization filled Han Ming with a mix of resentment and fury. Han Ming, a space element user, strode purposefully toward Lin Sasa, his gaze locked on her. The surrounding students turned their attention toward Jun Hao and Monkey, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Han Ming, I've already agreed to have lunch with Jun Hao and the others. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now, Lin Sasa said with a polite smile, her tone calm yet firm. Han Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the anger simmering within him. If they weren't on the Xiangnan University campus, he might have already made a move. His eyes flickered with hostility as he glanced at Jun Hao and Monkey. Jun Hao, Han Ming said, feigning composure. I heard you've joined the defense division? Your information network is impressive. Jun Hao replied with a faint smirk, his tone light. Internally, he was amused. Han Ming clearly had no idea that he had already been recruited by Xiao Tian of the Life Division. Han Ming stepped closer, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Last night, Lu Xiao and Ghost Shadow were sent to kill you, weren't they? Yet neither of them made it back. Now, if this news were to reach the Lu family, what do you think would happen? Huh? Jun Hao feigned alarm, his voice trembling slightly. How do you know about that? And Lu Xiao's death has nothing to do with Methi were killed by a rogue beast. Han Ming's expression twisted into a smug grin, convinced that this so-called E-rank waste was finally panicking. Jun Hao, take your little friend and leave now. If you do, I might just keep this information from the Lu family. Otherwise, what? What did you say? The wind's too strong, I can't hear you. Jun Hao leaned closer, cupping a hand to his ear in an exaggerated gesture. Han Ming's face darkened, his composure slipping. Jun Hao, however, merely gave him a disdainful glance before turning to join Lin Sasa and Jun Changxi. With his heightened hearing ability activated, Jun Hao clearly picked up the furious roars of frustration echoing in Han Ming's mind. As they walked away, Jun Hao turned back with a wide grin. Careful out there. Han Ming, it's a dark and windy night. You wouldn't want to run into any rogue beasts. He winked, leaving Han Ming standing there, fuming in silence. Be cautious around Han Ming, Lin Sasa warned as they continued on. He may seem refined and composed, but he's a vindictive person. I've heard that several people who've crossed him have mysteriously disappeared off campus. Don't worry, Miss Sasa, Monkey said with a cocky grin. He's in Space Division's A class, and I'm in Dark Division's A class. I'm not afraid of him. Jun Hao observed Monkey thoughtfully, recognizing his strength. After a moment, he turned to Xiao Qing, his inner guide. Xiao Qing, which is stronger divine awakening or an ancient emperor's bloodline. The ancient emperor's bloodline belongs to the descendants of ancient emperors, carrying their will and power. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the talent and strength, Xiao Qing explained. As for divine awakening, it depends on which god's divinity is awakened. In ancient times, divine emperors were no weaker than ancient emperors. After their meal, the group parted ways. Jun Hao deliberately left with Jun Changxi first, giving Monkey the opportunity to spend time with Lin Sasa. Returning to the villa district in the heart of Xiangnan University, Jun Hao surveyed the area. 12 villas stood in a circle, each protected by barriers so impenetrable that even E-rank powerhouses would struggle to breach them. These villas housed the 12 prodigies of the prestigious S-class. As Jun Hao stepped into his villa, a system notification echoed in his mind. Crank Spirit Spring detected. In the center of the front yard of the villa stood a Crade Spirit Spring, a privilege exclusive to S-class students. The system interface appeared shortly after. Spirit Spring attributes. Quality, Crade. Daily output, 100 low-grade Spirit Stones, 1 medium-grade Spirit Stone. Special effect, 5000x cultivation boost. As Jun Hao was reviewing the attribute panel, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Monkey. Bro Hao, check the forum quick, it's blowing up. Clicking on the link, a trending thread on the Xiangnan University forum came into view. The headline was jaw-dropping. Shocking campus belle Lin Sasa rejects space talent Han Ming, chooses a junior instead. The post had garnered tens of thousands of replies and even included photos of Jun Hao and Monkey, along with detailed personal information about the two. The comments section was dripping with sarcasm, but Jun Hao couldn't care less. Scrolling further, another post caught his attention. S-Class roster revealed with over 100,000 replies. As a newly admitted S-Class member, Jun Hao was curious to see who the other 11 students were. The list prominently featured the profiles of Li Zhou and Lin Sasa. Li Zhou, grade space talent, 1-star grade. Lin Sasa, ancient emperor bloodline. When it came to Jun Hao, however, his entry was strikingly minimal. Talent, a grade. Level, unknown. The comments section erupted. A grade talent made it into S-Class? Even Han Ming with his a talent got rejected. How did this guy get in? Is he the dean's illegitimate son or something? With each refresh, hundreds of similar doubts and criticisms poured in. Meanwhile, Han Ming, the space talent, sat in his villa, staring at the list with a darkening expression. His voice trembled with anger as he muttered, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Grinding his teeth, he growled, "Anyone in S-Class is fine. Anyone but that trash Jun Hao. How could he possibly compare to me? Why does it have to be him?" Han Ming's heart was ablaze with anger and resentment. He couldn't accept the fact that Jun Hao had been admitted to Class S. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Jun Hao had stolen the spot that rightfully belonged to him. Without Jun Hao, that position would undoubtedly have been his. Meanwhile, Jun Hao was lounging in his villa, completely unaware of Han Ming's grudge. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care if Han Ming dared to act recklessly. Jun Hao wouldn't hesitate to make him disappear for good. As he scrolled through the forums, Jun Hao noticed that posts about his admission to Class S were still gaining traction. He was about to put his phone down and begin his training when his demon suppression card chimed. It was a message from Schwerer. "Hauga, my scrade artifact has been fully refined. It'll be back tomorrow." Jun Hao's eyes lit up. Though Schwerer hadn't been away for long, so much had happened during that time. Another message from her popped up. "Hauga, once I'm back, it'll help you awaken your scrade talent. Then we'll join Class S together." "Isn't Class S already full?" Jun Hao asked. "Don't worry, Hauga," Schwerer replied. "Class S isn't set in stone. After the roster is announced, there are always those who refuse to accept it. Within 3 days, the academic department will declare that any student who has awakened within the last 5 years can issue a challenge." Jun Hao fell into thought. This meant that even the prodigies of Class S couldn't afford to slack off. Being kicked out of Class S would be a massive humiliation. "Looks like trouble will come knocking after tomorrow," Jun Hao muttered, feeling a slight headache. He had hoped to quietly develop his skills in the defensive division, but now he had no choice but to face the challenges ahead. Still, he made up his mind. For every challenger, he would crush them thoroughly after that. No one would dare to come again. "Hauga, wait for me." Schwerer messaged again. "Your Majesty, please don't spare me." Jun Hao teased in response. At that moment, over at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, Schwerer's cheeks flushed, though her hands carefully cradled a glowing white lotus emanating golden lighten, scrade spiritual herb known as the Tianshan Snow Lotus. She had prepared this for Jun Hao. Memories of her past life surfaced. Jun Hao had only awakened his strongest defensive S talent, the Star Armor, during the second spiritual energy revival when he reached his peak. This time around, she was determined not to let him miss any opportunities and would help him awaken his scrade talent as soon as possible. As Schwerer gingerly placed the Tianshan Snow Lotus into a jade box, her mentor, Xia Ling, entered the spiritual spring chamber. This elegant woman, who still radiated a mature charm, was not only Schwerer's mentor in both her past and current life, but also the benefactor who had helped her acquire the Tianshan Snow Lotus. "Schwerer, are you really going back to Xiangyang City?" Xiaoling asked, her tone serious. To her, the headquarters was the true hub of strength, offering far superior cultivation resources compared to Xiangnan University. "Master, I've made up my mind," Wang Shui said firmly. Xiangyang City was where her lifelong love, Jun Hao, awaited her. Other than her father, Wang Ming, Jun Hao was her only attachment in this life. Their shared experiences of life and death in her previous life had forged an unbreakable bond between them. Xiaoling's face softened into a warm smile. "If that's the case, I've already made arrangements with Xiangnan University. It's the closest martial arts university to Xiangyang City, and you'll receive the best training there." "Thank you, Master," Wang Shui said, deeply moved. In her past life, she had reached the pinnacle of power thanks to Xiaoling's meticulous guidance. This debt of gratitude was one she would never forget. "You can use the Yi family's teleportation array to return. It'll save a lot of time," Xiaoling suggested. Wang Shui nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She was finally about to meet Hauge. Deep down, she wondered what level Hauge had reached by now. With his mastery of the earth-shaking technique, even if his golden armor talent wasn't exceptionally high, he should be close to breaking through to a level by now. Meanwhile, in the villa, Jun Hao was lost in thought. Schwer would be returning soon, and he had already prepared the ice god coffin as a gift for their reunion. With Schwer's level talent, combined with the enhancement of the ice god coffin, her future cultivation path would remain competitive. A faint smile appeared on Jun Hao's lips, though there was a trace of helplessness in his heart's level talent, in his eyes, was only barely acceptable. Even with the assistance of an 11 spirit spring, Schwer had yet to reach Clevel. Without proper nurturing, she would inevitably fall far behind in the future. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Xiao Tian has sent you a friend request. It was an invitation from Xiao Tian, the head of this class cohort. Without hesitation, Jun Hao accepted the request. Immediately after, another notification popped up. Ding! Xiao Tian has invited you to join this class group chat. As soon as he entered the group, the chat buzzed with activity. Xiao Tian, everyone, please welcome our 12th member, Jun Hao, to this class. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome, Jun Hao, my little nephew. Welcome, Jun Hao. Among the 12 members in the group, aside from Jun Changxi and Lin Sasa, 3 or 4 others also chimed in to greet him. Including Xiao Tian, 7 people extended a warm welcome, while the remaining 5 stayed silent. I'm Jun Hao. I look forward to working with you all. Jun Hao introduced himself briefly. The conversation in the group continued. Jun Changxi. No worries, I've got your back from now on. Lin Sasa. Jun Hao, let me know if you need anything. Yi Tian. Jun Hao, are you from the Jun family? Jun Changxi quickly replied. Yi Tian, Jun Hao is indeed from my Jun family, but he hasn't gone back to Awaken yet. Yi Tian responded nonchalantly. The group chat of Xiangnan University erupted into chaos. A game-changing announcement from the Academic Affairs Office spread like wildfire. Any student who had awakened their abilities within the past 5 years could challenge members of the prestigious S-class. The loser would be eliminated. Challenge? Huh. We're all steer talents. Do you think we'd be afraid of a little competition? Xiao Tian was the first to speak up, his tone dripping with confidence. The long silent lurkers in the group chat began surfacing one by one. Ji Shui coldly pointed fingers, her words cutting like ice. Controversy? If there's any, it's probably because of Jun Hao. Among the S-class, his talent is undeniably the weakest, barely above a tar. Ji Shui, do you have a problem with the Jun family? Jun Changxi immediately stepped in to defend her younger relative. Lin Sasa tried to mediate, her tone filled with reason. We're all classmates in the S-class. Unity is what matters most. In the future, we might need to form a team to explore the safety zones together. Team up? Ji Shui scoffed with disdain. The Ji family would never lower itself to join forces with someone who lacks an ancient emperor's bloodline or even in steer talent. What if he drags the entire team down? She's got a point. Li Zhou quickly chimed in, backing Ji Shui. The rest of the group, all possessing either the ancient emperor's bloodline or top-tier level talents, remained silent. None spoke in defense of Jun Hao. In a villa on Xiangnan University's campus, Xiao Tian sighed as he glanced at the heated discussion in the group chat. He had carefully considered his decision to admit Jun Hao into the S-class. While Jun Hao's auxiliary and defensive abilities might not measure up to individual steer standards, their combined potential could rival that of an average steer talent. More importantly, Xiao Tian understood that in Huagua, teamwork was the ultimate strength. Venturing into the development zones alone was tantamount to suicide, and auxiliary and defensive talents were indispensable for any team. However, the moment Jun Hao's name appeared on the list, it triggered a storm. The vice deans of every department except auxiliary and defensive specialties had approached the Academic Affairs Office to protest. Among them, the vice dean of the Spatial Abilities Department was particularly vocal, openly claiming that Jun Hao was inferior to their own prodigy, Han Ming. If that kid wants to stay in the S-class, it's going to be an uphill battle, Xiao Tian muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Jun Hao stared at the group chat, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Underestimating me? Huh? To him, these so-called steer talents were nothing special. Jun Changxi sent him a private message to console him. Don't lose heart, nephew. Defensive and auxiliary abilities may not be steer on their own, but together, they're every bit as powerful. Thanks, Aunt. Jun Hao felt a warmth in his chest. At least Jun Changxi and Lin Sasa were on his side. Without hesitation, he boldly declared in the group chat, whoever gets kicked out will be the loser for life. This sparked an immediate verbal war. Li Zhou and Ji Shui unleashed a barrage of insults, but Jun Hao countered each one with biting wit, silencing the group entirely. In Villa 1, Ji Shui was seething with rage. As a member of the Ji family, blessed with the ancient emperor's bloodline, she had always held a grudge against the Jun family. Being publicly humiliated by Jun Hao only fueled her fury. Over in Villa 3, Li Zhou sneered. An entire talent acting so cocky? If this weren't Xiangnan University, I'd have beaten him to a pulp by now. At the same time, Han Ming received a call from the Vice Dean of the Spatial Abilities Department. Upon hearing about the opportunity to challenge S-class members, he was ecstatic. Understood, Vice Dean. They'll go after that weakling Jun Hao. An entire talent who's only been awakened for half a month? If I don't kick him out of the S-class, who will? Han Ming's voice brimmed with confidence. As an ace spatial talent, he was certain he could challenge above his level. Though the Vice Dean cautioned him to exercise restraint, Han Ming had already made up his mind. If he could eliminate Jun Hao in the process, all the better. There was something about Jun Hao that unsettled him, a vague sense of threat he couldn't quite place. Setting down the phone, Han Ming sat cross-legged, a cold smile on his lips. He was already envisioning the moment he would publicly defeat Jun Hao and take his place in the S-class. By then, his reputation would undoubtedly surpass all his peers in the elite group. The top priority is to enhance his strength. Jun Hao carefully placed the demon suppression card into his pocket. The matters within the group were nothing more than a minor distraction for him. Currently at Xiangnan University, though temporarily unable to venture out and hunt exotic beasts, as an S-class student, he had access to the school's finest resources. Among them, the most valuable was this C-class spiritual spring. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the spring, Jun Hao began channeling the earth-shaking technique. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the spring surged into his body like a tidal wave. This energy far surpassed what he had experienced while cultivating in the F-class spiritual spring of the small cave in the back mountain. His thoughts drifted to the 9 A-class spiritual springs beneath Nanyang village, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If not for the protection of the three-tailed celestial fox, Shaoqing, Xiangyang City would likely have faced disaster. Resolving himself, Jun Hao vowed not to risk entering the dark river beneath Xiangyang River until his cultivation level reached B-class. Suddenly, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. The surrounding spiritual energy has reached the threshold. The host's talent, Golden Armor, is about to undergo its second awakening. Jun Hao opened his eyes to find himself completely enveloped in spiritual liquid. The liquid was frantically tempering his body, causing the scales on his surface to tremble faintly. Even more astonishing, his spiritual consciousness seemed to detach from his physical body, ascending endlessly toward the heavens. From above, he could see the entirety of Xiangnan Martial Arts University couples in the small forest. The elderly guard patrolling the campus. Everything was vividly clear. His spiritual consciousness continued to rise until it touched the sky. From this vantage point, Jun Hao saw 5 immense hands covering the skies above Huagua. Among them, one aura felt particularly familiar and comforting. These were the guardian deities of Huagua. The moment his spiritual consciousness grazed one of the hands, the entire nation trembled. At the same time, within the forbidden grounds of the 5 ancient imperial families, particularly in the Jun family sanctuary, numerous elders stared at the central statue that was faintly trembling. They could feel its vast energy connecting with all of Huagua. Someone is colliding with the will of the ancestor, one elder said gravely, though they were unable to pinpoint the exact source. As Jun Hao's spiritual consciousness passed through the guardian deity's hands, the sight before him left him in awe. A colossal 6-winged blood python, an enormous golden-eyed dire wolf, and countless other S-class exotic beasts far more terrifying than A-class experts were, all glaring menacingly at Huagua. Without the protection of the 5 guardian deities, Huagua would have long since fallen. Just then, Jun Hao sensed a subtle disturbance. Looking up, he saw a brilliant star emitting a beam of starlight that landed directly on his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, his body pierced through the 5 hands and began plummeting rapidly. Bang! Jun Hao's divine sense abruptly returned to his body, and a radiant starlight surged around him, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, the skies above Hua Nation erupted with celestial phenomena. Countless stars twinkled simultaneously, their light cascading down like a shimmering waterfall, blanketing the entire land. At the very heart of this starlit brilliance, 9 dazzling stars aligned in a peculiar formation, creating the rare and extraordinary spectacle of the 9 stars in a row. At the center of Xiangnan University, an elderly man, who had been sweeping the grounds, set down his broom and gazed solemnly toward the heavens. He understood the gravity of such a rare celestial phenomenon. It could either signify the advent of a monumental event or herald the rise of an unparalleled prodigy. If it were the latter, it would be a welcome occurrence. But if it were the former, it might spell unpredictable consequences for the entirety of Hua Nation. This phenomenon immediately alarmed the 5 ancient imperial families and the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Coupled with the earlier disturbance of the ancient imperial will, none of these factions dared to take the matter lightly. They swiftly mobilized to investigate the cause of this extraordinary event. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Jun Hao was immersed in an indescribable sensation. It felt as though his entire body were submerged in a warm spring, while a vast and boundless power coursed through him, transforming his physique and rapidly elevating his strength. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for awakening the dual strength talent, Starry Armor. Immediately, detailed information about Starry Armor appeared in Jun Hao's consciousness. Talent name, Starry Armor. Talent grade, SS rank. Divine ability, not yet awakened, can be unlocked upon reaching SSS rank. Number of stars harnessed. 1. The talent will grow stronger as more stars are harnessed. Effect, armor forged from the essence of the stars, forcing attackers to face the power of the entire universe. Overall evaluation, a defender whose offensive strength must not be underestimated. Schwer was about to return, and the demon suppression tournament was on the horizon. As for the identities of the 5 ancient imperial families, the answer lies hidden within the story. At the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau, within an E-rank spiritual spring, Wang Shui suddenly opened her eyes. The scene before her left her utterly stunned. 9 stars aligned. This rare celestial phenomenon sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. She recalled her past life. When Jun Hao awakened the S-talent, the armor of the stars, only a mere 3-star alignment had occurred, yet it was enough to alarm the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau and the 5 ancient imperial clans. That phenomenon had led Jun Hao to be sent to the headquarters, where his rise to prominence began. And now, a 9-star alignment, far more extraordinary than the 3-star alignment, had appeared. This kind of phenomenon either signifies the emergence of an S-rank or higher beast, or the awakening of a talent beyond S-rank. Issue the order immediately. Every Demon Suppression Bureau across the country must investigate whether it's an awakened individual or a beast. Wang Shui decisively commanded. At the top floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, a late-night emergency meeting was convened with 12 senior officials in attendance. The elder presiding over the meeting spoke in a low, grave tone, while the expressions of those present grew increasingly serious. The Jun family has reported that the ancient imperial will has been shaken. The Yi family's ancient imperial will has also been disturbed. The Lin family, the Xiao family, and the Ji family are all reporting the same. The successive reports from the 5 great families deepened the tension in the conference room. If this phenomenon was caused by a beast, it would signify a threat capable of endangering the entire nation of Huagua. Meanwhile, in an unassuming office buried deep within Xiangnan University, the elderly dean, Ouyang Ming, dressed plainly and wearing slippers, was presiding over a meeting. As one of the first awakened individuals in Huagua, his talent had reached a formidable level after more than 30 years of cultivation. Headquarters has issued an order. Our university is responsible for investigating the southern region of Huagua. If no S-rank or higher talent has awakened within our borders, then it must mean an S-rank beast has appeared beyond the safety zones. Ouyang Ming scanned the room. Xiao Tian, the talent investigation will be your responsibility. Understood. Xiao Tian immediately accepted the task. As the only martial arts university in the southern region, Xiangnan was well equipped for such an investigation. By the way, Ouyang Ming continued, shifting the topic, I've heard that the matter regarding Class S has stirred up quite a bit of controversy. Even the deputy deans of the 6 major departments have voiced their dissatisfaction to the Academic Affairs Office. Xiao Tian frowned slightly, glancing at the elder from the Ji family not far away. He remembered when Jun Hao was first brought back. This very elder had declared that an E-rank talent had no place in Class S. The Ji family had always prided themselves on their ancient imperial bloodline, dismissing anything outside of their lineage or S-rank talents as unworthy. You are in charge of handling the Class S matter, but don't forget they will eventually have to enter that place, Ouyang Ming said with a meaningful look. Understood, Dean, Xiao Tian replied solemnly. After the meeting adjourned, Ouyang Ming instructed everyone to publicly declare the phenomenon as a sign of good fortune to maintain public morale. As the others departed, Ji Tianqing approached Xiao Tian with a smile. Xiao Tian stood in his office, listening to Ji Tianqing's words. Ji Tianqing had a smile on his face as he brought up his grandson, Shuizheng, who had awakened in S-level talent. However, since Shuizheng was currently enrolled at North China Martial Arts University and their S-class quota was already full, Ji Tianqing was subtly hinting at the possibility of a transfer. As the person in charge of the S-class program at Xiangnan University, one of the 4 elite martial arts universities, Xiao Tian was more than familiar with the rules of this prestigious class. S-class students not only enjoyed the top resources Xiangnan University had to offer, but were also nurtured as the school's most promising prodigies. Xiao Tian quickly saw through Ji Tianqing's intention. She wanted his grandson to transfer and directly join the S-class. He would still need to pass a challenge to join the S-class, even if he transfers, Xiao Tian said in a low voice. Jun Hao, despite having only an A-level talent, is already a member of the S-class. Unless someone defeats him here at Xiangnan University, no one can take his place. With that, Xiao Tian turned and walked away. How arrogant. Ji Tianqing sneered coldly. A level trash like him has no right to stay in the S class. Even if you don't agree, do you think you can stop Shuezheng from getting in? He's transferring here tomorrow, and I'd like to see how that boy can stand against Shuezheng, who's already reached 3-star level. Meanwhile, at Jun Hao's villa, after an intense session of cultivation, Jun Hao could feel the surging power within him. When he opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of starlight flickered in his gaze. Just as he was about to get up, he noticed Xiaoqing standing not far away, watching him silently. Geez, Xiaoqing, could you give me a heads up next time? You scared me, Jun Hao said with a grin. Xiaoqing tilted her head haughtily, but soon, a look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. From the inherited memories of her demon clan's heavenly emperor, she recognized the significance of the Star Armora rare S-level talent that had been exceedingly rare even in ancient times. According to legend, the only practitioner who had ever mastered this supposedly flawless talent had ascended to the position of the Star Emperor, a figure even the demon clan's heavenly emperor deeply revered. Looking at the young man before her, Xiaoqing had to admit that his talent far exceeded her expectations. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Jun Hao teased with a playful grin. Though he could have easily restricted Xiaoqing's movements by shutting down the divine pet space, he chose to trust her. After all, they had already signed the contract. They were teammates now. Jun Hao had confidence in himself. Even if Xiaoqing was a supreme divine beast, she would eventually listen to him. I'm not staring at you, Xiaoqing retorted before darting straight into the divine pet space. Once inside, she mused to herself, following this kid. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. A faint smile crept onto her lips. Initially, she had seen Jun Hao as just an ordinary A-level talent. Even his ability to transform into an ancient thunder flood dragon didn't seem all that impressive. But the more she interacted with him, the more she realized his potential was boundless, as if he had no limits. Lying on the ground, Xiaoqing's thoughts drifted to her mother. Her mother had left with the human Emperor Jun 10 years ago and never returned, her whereabouts unknown. Since Jun Hao was a member of the Jun family, perhaps he could help her find her mother. With that hope in mind, Xiaoqing slowly fell asleep. In the miraculous divine pet space, she didn't even need to actively cultivate. Just resting was enough to heal her injuries and restore her strength. Jun Hao opened his personal stats panel, and the data immediately displayed. Name, Jun Hao. Status, Human Form Beast Form 5 minutes. Level, 2-star C class. Talents, Life Attribute, Berserk Mode, Starry Armor. Skills, Unyielding Armor, Deathlock, Concealment, Teleportation, Infinite Life Bar, Armor Break, Water Escape, Wind Thunder Blade, Space Lock. Evolution Points, 10,000,002 billion. Bloodline Power, Dragon Bloodline 30 upgradable, Ancient Emperor Bloodline locked. Spiritual Artifacts, Life Dragon Ring, Wind Wings, Illusion Puppet. Overall Combat Power, 30 million. With the Starry Armor talent, Jun Hao's combat power had nearly doubled. Though he was only at 2-star C class, he could already rival a 3-star B class opponent. He calculated inwardly as he advanced to B class or even A class, he would undoubtedly dominate opponents of the same rank. With dual attributes and the S-level talent Starry Armor, his strength had skyrocketed. Just then, his demon suppression card buzzed with a message from Schwer. Brother Hao, the 9-star convergence phenomenon has appeared. Be careful, it might bring an S-level beast. Schwer went on to explain the situation in detail. Jun Hao immediately realized that this phenomenon was triggered by his awakening of the Starry Armor talent. The two agreed to meet at Xiangnan Martial Arts University at 9 a.m. the next day. Schwer also mentioned that they would be participating in the Demon Suppression tournament the day after. Jun Hao readily agreed, knowing he had a B-class spiritual artifact and plenty of points to exchange for spirit stones. Inside the C-class spirit spring, Jun Hao began cultivating the heaven-shaking technique. After an hour, the system notified him that he had gained an astonishing 1 billion evolution points thanks to the base evolution point boost from his S-level talent 1000 points hour, the 5000x multiplier from the C-class spirit spring, the 100x multiplier from the heaven-shaking technique, and the 200x comprehensive boost for defense-based cultivation. This incredible cultivation speed filled Jun Hao with excitement. It meant he was well on his way to advancing to B class, and even A class was within reach. Little did he know, this extraordinary progression was due to him being the first in Huagua to awaken an S-level talent, combined with access to top-tier S-class resources and the unprecedented Imperial heaven-shaking technique. Seeing the benefits of successfully joining Class S, Jun Hao couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corners of his lips. He sat cross-legged, preparing to continue his cultivation. If not for the fortunate opportunity to join Class S, awakening the Star Armor would have taken much longer. Without the assistance of an S-level talent and a Class C spiritual spring, his cultivation progress would have been significantly slower. As the earth-shaking technique began to circulate, spiritual energy from the surroundings surged toward Jun Hao. That night, while the entire Hua nation remained restless, Jun Hao was fully engrossed in his cultivation, seizing this rare chance to enhance his strength. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on awakening from cultivation. In the first hour after awakening his talent at 8 p.m. the previous night, Jun Hao had earned 10 billion evolution points. From 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. a span of 9 hours of cultivation accumulated an additional 90 billion points. The system promptly indicated that evolution was now possible. Reviewing his personal stats panel, Jun Hao saw his evolution points at 100 billion, far exceeding the 20 billion required for evolution. Without hesitation, he issued the evolution command. 10 minutes later, the system notified him of the successful evolution. Congratulations, host, on advancing to 3-star Class C. You have acquired a new skill, Wood Release Technique. Dragon Bloodline Purity has increased by 5. The Wood Release Technique boasted a range of 50 kilometers, which would expand further with higher levels. Jun Hao's overall combat power surged to 35 million, putting him on par with peak 3-star Class B warriors. The system then indicated another opportunity for evolution. Jun Hao immediately initiated the second evolution. Consuming 50 billion evolution points, his physique was once again transformed, bathed in the radiance of the star armor. Congratulations, host, on advancing to 4-star Class C. You have acquired a new skill, Frenzied Sword Formation. Dragon Bloodline Purity has increased by an additional 5. The Frenzied Sword Formation granted a 200 increase in sword aura potency and a 50 enhancement in berserk effects. At this point, Jun Hao's combat power had surpassed 40 million, rivaling that of 4-star Class B warriors. Though there was still a gap between him and Class A warriors, at this pace, reaching Class B seemed within reach. While Jun Hao was reviewing his updated personal stats, his demon suppression token suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message in the Class S group chat. Yi Tian, everyone, an S-level prodigy from headquarters is arriving at Xiangnan Martial Arts University today via the Yi clan's teleportation array. This individual is a disciple of Vice President Xiaoling and might challenge our Class S. The group chat quickly became lively. An S-level talent? What's their name? Jun Changxi inquired. Looks like the second wave of spiritual energy resurgence has indeed brought more S-level talents, Lin Sasa remarked. Ji Shui sneered. Heh, if they're going to challenge someone, it won't be us. They'll definitely go for the easy targets. Jun Changxi's voice carried a sharp and menacing tone. Ji Shui, do you have a problem with my family, the Jun clan? How about we settle this on the simulation battlefield? I guarantee, your grandfather Ji Tiancheng will have to come collect your remains. Lin Sasa, standing nearby, couldn't help but admire her. Sister Changxi, you're so fierce. Ji Shui snorted coldly. This little aunt of mine is truly domineering. Jun Hao glanced at the demon suppression card in his hand, a faint smirk forming at the corner of his lips. He was certain the person coming from the Yi family must be his wife, Shuer. Though Shuer only had level strength, as long as she had the ice god coffin, it would be enough to make Ji Shui suffer a crushing defeat. Looking at Ji Shui's proud demeanor, Jun Hao thought to himself, a woman like her deserves to be stomped into the ground, her arrogance shattered into pieces. By then, she'll probably be calling me daddy in submission. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was Shuer messaging him. Hauga, I just activated the Yi family's teleportation array. I'll arrive at Xiangnan Martial Arts University in an hour. All right, I'll come pick you up. Jun Hao's face lit up with a look of anticipation. Just then, Monkey also messaged him, asking if he was awake. Jun Hao immediately inquired about the opportunity he had set up for Monkey the previous day. Monkey awkwardly replied, saying that while watching a movie, he had planned to hold Lin Sasa's hand. However, due to an involuntary scratch, he ended up leaving a handful of fur on her hand. To make matters worse, his level had increased, causing even more fur to grow on his face. Reading this, Jun Hao couldn't help but feel speechless for Lin Sasa. Such an incident would likely leave her with a lasting psychological scar. At that moment, Monkey sent another urgent message. Hauga, you're in trouble. The Academic Affairs Department issued a notice last night saying S-class students can now be challenged. This morning, over 100 people are looking for you. Jun Hao's expression darkened immediately. That many people. Looks like they think I'm an easy target. Fine. It's time to show them exactly what I'm capable of. The news spread like wildfire, causing a stir among the vice deans of all the major departments. Yet, aside from Fu Yuan from the Life Department and Ouyang Miao Miao from the Defense Department, no one spoke up for Jun Hao. The news was brought by Haozi. It all stemmed from the commotion caused by the S-class. Jun Hao, with his A-level talent, joining the S-class had naturally ruffled feathers at Xiangnan University. After all, the university was not short of individuals with S-level or A-level talents. Heh, let's see who dares to mess with me. Jun Hao sneered as he stood up. There was still an hour left before Shuer arrived, so he wasn't in a rush to train. Someone causing trouble? Jun Hao was not one to be easily bullied. After getting ready, Jun Hao stepped out of his villa. Just as he exited, Jun Changxi from Villa 11 approached. She was dressed in a flowing blue gown, exuding an ethereal charm. Her bright, expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes. Little aunt, Jun Hao greeted her with a faint smile. At that moment, Lin Sasa from Villa 10 also emerged. Although she appeared gentle and reserved, in this era of spiritual awakening, every girl seemed to harbor a hint of latent fierceness. Of course, compared to the Iron Dolls from the Defense Department, she was far more refined. Senior Sasa, how about inviting Hosey to join us for a meal? Jun Hao suggested with a playful grin. After all, having two stunning beauties as neighbors was certainly easy on the eyes. I have something to take care of. Lin Sasa's face turned pale, clearly still shaken from the stunt Hosey pulled the previous day. Seeing her reaction, Jun Hao smirked mischievously. Just then, a cold laugh came from Villa 9. A fiery figure stepped out, a woman in tight leather shorts, her long legs accentuated, her delicate face strikingly beautiful, with finely arched brows. However, her eyes carried a haughty and unyielding glint. Jun Hao opened his status panel to check her details. Name, Ji Shui. Rank, 3-star C level. Title, Demon Suppressor Marquis. Bloodline, First Awakening of Ancient Emperor Bloodline. Skill, Ancient Emperor Sword Technique Lower Chapter. Combat Power, 6 million. This was none other than Ji Shui, who had frequently targeted Jun Hao in the group chats. At that moment, Li Zhou, an S-level talent from the Space Department, walked out of Villa 8 and immediately struck up a conversation with Ji Shui. Miss Ji Shui, would you do me the honor of joining me for breakfast? Not interested. Ji Shui replied curtly before turning her gaze to Jun Hao. The main entrance of Xiangnan Martial Arts University is completely blocked right now. Are we supposed to sneak out like cowards? Li Zhou also looked at Jun Hao. I may not understand why Dean Xiao allowed you into the S-class, but since this mess revolves around you, you should be the one to handle it, instead of hiding here. Li Zhou, are you blind? Which eye of yours saw Jun Hao hiding? Jun Changxi snapped, stepping forward angrily. Miss Changxi, Li Zhou stammered awkwardly. He had hoped to impress Ji Shui, but found himself immediately rebuked. Jun Changxi, don't think I'm afraid of you. Ji Shui retorted coldly. Ha, just because your shorts are shorter, you think you're in the right? Why don't we settle this in the school simulation arena? Sign a life and death contract, and I guarantee your grandfather, Ji Tianqing, will be collecting your corpse. Jun Changxi mocked with a smirk. Ji Shui's face flushed with anger, but she didn't dare respond. Once a life and death contract was signed, even if she died, the Ji family would have no grounds to retaliate against the Jun family. And on the simulation arena, Jun Changxi was certain to show no mercy. At that moment, a deep voice broke the tension as Dean Xiaotian entered the scene. Everyone immediately greeted him with respect. Fixing his gaze on Jun Hao, he said, Jun Hao, you have two choices: either face them heat-en or withdraw immediately. Xiaotian couldn't help but regret his decision. Early in the morning, hundreds of people had gathered at the central entrance of Xiangnan Martial Arts University. It was clear that Ji Tianqing was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Xiaotian knew all too well that this decision, though bound to spark discontent among other students, was unavoidable. As he looked at Jun Hao standing before him, he felt utterly helpless. Asking this student to withdraw was the only way to protect him. Despite Jun Hao's defensive golden armor and impressive vitality attributes, pitting him against a crank powerhouse within a grade talent was nothing short of a fool's errand. And outside, there were more than a dozen crank powerhouses with talents waiting to strike like predators stalking their prey. Heh, see that? Some people are destined to be kicked out sooner or later, Ji Shui sneered, her tone dripping with mockery. Shut up. Jun Changxi stepped forward abruptly, her eyes instantly transforming into an eerie shade of gold. The sudden change startled Ji Shui, who instinctively stumbled backward. Even Xiao Tian's expression shifted slightly. Changxi, Xiao Tian barked in a low voice. Jun Changxi let out a cold snort, and the golden hue in her eyes gradually faded. Yet in that fleeting moment, Jun Hao distinctly sensed an overwhelming power converging within Hera force that could only be described as divine. Both Jun Changxi and Lin Sasa turned their gazes toward Jun Hao. Deep down, they both hoped he could stay in Class S, but they also understood that, in the end, his place here would depend entirely on his own strength. Dean Xiao, what if I refuse to leave? Jun Hao asked calmly, his tone steady. Kid, this is my oversight, Xiao Tian replied gravely. Even if you withdraw, I'll arrange for you to have a new villa with a D-level spirit spring. It may not compare to the resources of Class S, but this is a privilege once reserved only for those with grade talents. Thank you for your kindness, Dean, but Jun Hao is no pushover. Jun Hao's voice carried a steely resolve. Since I'm here, I have no intention of leaving. You can let them know I'll be waiting for them in the simulation arena. Whoever they send, I'll take them on. As he spoke, a glint of crimson flashed in his eyes, and a menacing, blood-tinged aura began to emanate from him. But be sure to warn them challenges are welcome. But if anyone dares to cross the line, In that moment, the young man seemed to transform into a fearsome god of death, shrouded in an aura of lethal intent. What an intense killing aura! Xiao Tian's eyes gleamed sharply as he fixed his gaze on Jun Hao standing before him. As the dean, he knew everything about Jun Hao, awakened for less than 20 days and had never even slain a beast. So where did this overwhelming aura come from? In the spirit beast space, Xiao Qing opened her eyes. She could feel the boy's anger. Although she hadn't been with Jun Hao for long, she understood that this usually easygoing and humble young man was genuinely furious now. You really intend to? Xiao Tian began, but was interrupted by Jun Hao. Dean Xiao, I'll leave it to you. Jun Hao replied calmly. Very well. I'll relay the message, Xiao Tian said with a blank expression. Today, all members of Class S must head to the simulation square. Anyone dissatisfied can challenge the members of Class S. After today, challenges will require prior approval. The crowd agreed one after another. After Xiao Tian left, Jun Changxi asked urgently, Nephew, are you confident about this? Jun Hao's face broke into a smile, as if the upcoming challenges were trivial. And indeed, at his current level of 4-star crank, with combat power rivaling that of a 4-star rank, he could dominate regular students and even had the confidence to face off against the deputy deans of various departments. Ji Shui and Li Zhou sneered as they returned to their respective villas, waiting for Xiao Tian to send out the official notice. A few minutes later, the Demon Suppression Card Class S group chat buzzed with Xiao Tian's announcement. The Class S challenge will commence today. All members are required to report to the Central Simulation Arena. Students from Xiangnan University who have awakened crank or higher talents in the past 5 years are eligible to challenge. Class S members are not allowed to refuse challenges. Assemble in 10 minutes and confirm your attendance. The 12 members promptly replied. Shortly after, Monkey sent a message asking about the situation, mentioning that forums were already speculating Jun Hao would be the first one kicked out. Jun Hao didn't care and was slightly surprised to hear Monkey planned to join the challenge, clearly influenced by Lin Sasa. However, a drank challenging a crank would be extremely difficult. Wang Shui also messaged Jun Hao, saying she wanted to participate in the challenge. Jun Hao didn't reveal that he was already in Class S and instead told her he had a gift for her when she returned. He planned to give her the Ice God Coffin, which, combined with the Shrank artifact from headquarters, would be enough to handle Ji Shui. When Jun Hao learned that Wang Shui had arrived at the Jun family residence and mentioned that his father might have awakened the ancient emperor bloodline, a flicker of joy crossed his face. But there was no time to dwell on it. The members of Class S were already leaving their villas one by one. Apart from Lin Sasa and Jun Changxi, the others looked at Jun Hao with undisguised provocation in their eyes. To them, this was a Jun Hao elimination match. Outside the central simulation arena of Xiangnan Martial Academy, thousands of people had already gathered. Xiao Tian stood on the field alongside Ji Tianqing and 7 other deans. Ji Tianqing chuckled, remarking that Shui Zheng would arrive within the hour, implying that Jun Hao would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. Xiao Tian snorted coldly, knowing full well that today's ambush was tied to this old schemer. But there was nothing he could do. Shui Zheng was likely to join Class S. Jun Hao stood in the simulated arena, his expression betraying a hint of disdain for Ji Tianqing's actions. A challenge was meant to be fair, and just why resort to such urgency to force someone into a fight? This approach was tantamount to cutting off someone's future. If he were eliminated today, how could he maintain his footing at Xiangnan Martial Arts University in the days to come? At that moment, the students from Class S began to arrive one by one. Ji Shui, ranked second on the campus beauty list, made her entrance with a graceful demeanor. As a direct descendant of the Ji family, she carried the ancient emperor's bloodline in her veins. Following closely behind her was Lin Sasa, ranked third, and the newly crowned 5th-ranked campus beauty, Jun Changxi, whose popularity was soaring. Like Jun Hao, Jun Changxi also hailed from the Jun family and shared the same ancient emperor's lineage. As more people poured in, the area outside the simulated arena buzzed with excitement. Though the venue could hold 100,000 people without feeling cramped, at the rate the crowd was growing, it seemed the entire student body of Xiangnan University might show up. Even such a massive space could prove insufficient. Jun Hao glanced at the surging tide of people outside and couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. What he didn't realize was that most of the crowd had come to witness his likely defeat. His entry into Class S with an A-grade talent had already earned him the dubious nickname of the Dean's illegitimate child within the university. Jun Hao, it's me, Monkey. A sudden, excited shout came from the front row. Jun Hao squinted and saw a small, furry figure waving enthusiastically at him. It was Monkey. After just a single night, the fur on his body had grown even thicker. If he ventured outside, he might be mistaken for a wild beast. The nearby crowd pointed at him and muttered, some complaining about the possibility of his fur sticking to them and moving away. Monkey, however, seemed accustomed to such reactions, baring his teeth with a mischievous grin as his eyes glinted with a fierce light. The chatter among the crowd was relentless. Look, that's Jun Hao, only a grade talent in Class S. With that scrawny build, I could knock him to tears with one punch. I'm a grade 2. I could take his spot any day. I bet he'll be the first one eliminated. Rumors swirled that posts on the campus forum had already dubbed today's simulation as Jun Hao's elimination match. Despite having only enrolled a day ago, Jun Hao's popularity had skyrocketed across the entire campus, albeit for all the wrong reasons. His talent level had become the talk of the university. Just then, Xiaotian stood up and barked, "Everyone, quiet down." The arena fell silent in an instant. Monkey sent Jun Hao a link via his phone. Clicking on it, Jun Hao was greeted by a pinned, highly upvoted post on the campus forum. Jun Hao's elimination match today. Place your bets on how long he'll last. In just 30 minutes, the post had garnered hundreds of thousands of replies, and the number was climbing rapidly. Its momentum was even poised to surpass the campus beauty rankings, making it the forum's most popular thread. Heh, underestimating me, are they? Jun Hao chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping across the audience. In the front row sat the vice deans of the university's 8 major departments. Among them, Ouyang Miao Miao and Fu Yuan offered him friendly smiles, while Pai Pai, still bitter about losing to him in the past, glared with hostility. Han Ming of the Space Department, however, had a trace of cold malice in his eyes. He was determined to humiliate Jun Hao in front of the entire student body. With Jun Hao out of the picture, Han Ming was confident that his space talent, arguably the strongest among the A talents, would secure him a spot in Class S. Finally, Xiao Tian's voice rang out again. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's Class S challenge will be personally overseen by me, Xiao Tian. To ensure fairness and impartiality, we have invited 8 deans and 16 vice deans to serve as judges. Now, allow me to announce the rules." On the simulated battlefield, all eyes were fixed on Jun Hao at the center. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he felt a ripple of emotion within. This would be his first time showcasing his true strength. Originally, he had planned to keep a low profile and wait until he advanced to Class A to make a stunning debut. But now it seemed that his plans needed to change. Dean Xiaotian stood in the arena, meticulously announcing the competition rules. Students from Class S must accept one challenge. They can either rest for half an hour afterward or have their condition restored by the Life Department's dean. Challengers must be individuals who awaken their talents within the last 5 years, not a day more. The fight ends when one yields or is severely injured and loses the ability to continue. No external interference is allowed. Violators will face execution by the senior dean. The use of disposable spiritual artifacts is strictly forbidden. Each battle is limited to 30 minutes, and if no winner emerges by then, the defense and support classes will be declared the victors. After finishing the announcement, Xiao Tian pulled out a list, and his lips twitched slightly as he glanced over it. The challenge list, with over 1,000 names, had one glaring detail: every single challenger was targeting Jun Hao. Not one had chosen anyone else. Ji Tianqing, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Dean Xiao Tian, please announce the start." As he spoke, he cast Jun Hao a meaningful glance. Clearing his throat, Xiao Tian handed the list to Jun Hao. "You can choose your opponent yourself. It looks like today has turned into your personal elimination round." Jun Hao scanned the list, his brows furrowing slightly. Among the challengers were many with Class C talents, clearly underestimating him as an easy target. The most prominent name at the top of the list was none other than Han Ming. "Dean Xiao Tian, among these names, who has the strongest combat power?" Jun Hao asked calmly. Xiao Tian replied in a serious tone. "While there are several 2-star and 3-star Class C talents, in terms of raw combat power, the Space Element A talent is the strongest. After all, among the 8 major elements, space has always been regarded as the king. If space is the king..." Jun Hao's gaze landed on Han Ming, and a faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. "Then I choose Han Ming. Space, the king? Ha! More like the king of fools." The entire arena fell into a dead silence, with every gaze fixed on Jun Hao. Everyone present knew all too well that in Class S, Jun Hao was the easiest target to challenge. Their plan was simple: eliminate Jun Hao from Class S first, and as for who would ultimately take his place, that would depend on their own abilities. "Dean Xiao, may I say something?" Jun Hao asked in a calm, steady voice. Dean Xiao nodded his approval. In his eyes, it was inevitable that Jun Hao would be eliminated today. Even though he held a certain degree of admiration for this support-type student with defensive abilities, capable of protecting himself, Jun Hao picked up the microphone and tested it with a tentative, testing. His voice echoed across the arena. "Hello everyone. I'm Jun Hao. To be honest, getting into Class S was mostly a stroke of luck. My best life attribute talent barely qualifies as grade A." He paused briefly, his tone suddenly turning provocative. "Seeing me standing here, does it make you uncomfortable? Do you want me out? Sorry, but you're not even qualified. In my eyes, you're all trash." With that, he gave a thumbs-up gesture. only to flip it upside down in disdain. The crowd of nearly 20,000 erupted in fury, their numbers still growing. Jun Hao's words were nothing short of declaring that everyone at Xiangnan University, apart from himself, was worthless. "You arrogant brat, get off the stage." A warrior-class student roared, his powerful aura surging forth. Soon, chants of "get off the stage" reverberated throughout the arena. Dean Xiao was stunned, and Jun Hao's companions, Jun Changxi and Lin Sasa, were equally shocked. They couldn't comprehend why Jun Hao was choosing to provoke everyone in such an audacious manner, seemingly inviting elimination. "Ha, who do you think you are? You think you have what it takes to make me leave? Come on, I'm right here. Come at me." Jun Hao taunted again, his tone dripping with arrogance. A man named Li Tianming finally lost his composure. Flames erupted around him, and wielding a fiery blade, he charged onto the stage. Jun Hao opened his status panel for a quick glance. 2-star grade, Fire Element Awakened Talent, proficient in Flame Blade Technique and Blazing Triple Strike, with a total combat power of just 2.88 million. Too weak, Jun Hao sneered dismissively. His words further enraged the audience, as Li Tianming was widely regarded as a warrior-class prodigy with an A-level talent. At this moment, Jun Hao's gaze suddenly locked onto someone in the crowd. Han Ming. "Han Ming, get up here," he shouted, throwing the arena into silence once again. Han Ming was a spatial element prodigy with an A talent, so powerful that even 4-star combatants from other classes struggled to stand against him. Recognizing the futility of his challenge, Li Tianming wisely stepped down. After all, he had suffered a crushing defeat at Han Ming's hands before. But Jun Hao wasn't done. He called out once more, "Han Ming, get up here." "Brother Hao, you're amazing." Monkey's excited shout rang out, standing out awkwardly amidst the crowd. However, the majority of the onlookers responded with mocking glances and disdainful smirks. To them, Jun Hao challenging Han Ming, a prodigy with an A talent, was nothing short of walking into his own doom. "I'll grant you your wish." Han Ming's deep voice carried a tinge of anger. Twice now, Jun Hao had taunted him, ordering him to get on stage, and he could no longer suppress his fury. Clenching his fists tightly, Han Ming focused his mind. In an instant, his figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing the next moment in the simulation arena. This was one of the spatial abilities he had mastered: spatial teleportation. While the cooldown time was brief for a space attribute genius like him, it wasn't entirely without limits. Otherwise, he'd truly be invincible. "Wow, he's so handsome. That's spatial teleportation. I want to marry Han Ming." Honestly, I think Jun Hao is pretty cool too. The female students outside the arena chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Standing confidently in the arena, Han Ming addressed Jun Hao with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Jun Hao, I'll go easy on you." But the cold glint in his eyes betrayed his true intention. She was carefully calculating how to maintain his refined image while ensuring Jun Hao met his end here. "Go easy? Seal the space. Kneel." Jun Hao wasted no time on words. With a sudden dash, he launched himself forward, aiming a powerful punch straight at Han Ming's face. Spatial teleport Han Ming was just about to activate his ability when his expression drastically changed. To his horror, the spatial energy he usually wielded so effortlessly now felt impenetrable, completely beyond his control. "Heh." Jun Hao flashed a devilish smirk. "The king of space? In a space locked by me, even a king has to bow down. This entire space has been sealed." Of course, Jun Hao's space-locking ability wasn't invincible either. If Han Ming were at a level or even a level strength, Jun Hao wouldn't have been able to lock down the space. "Dean, he's cheating." Han Ming barely managed to utter before Jun Hao closed the distance. Without any unnecessary flair, Jun Hao delivered a heavy punch to Han Ming's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Yarg." Han Ming's agonized scream echoed across the arena. The simulation arena echoed with Jun Hao's arrogant voice. "So, you're the king of space, huh? Ha. More like a little brother." As he spoke, Han Ming's agonized screams filled the air. Under Jun Hao's spatial locking ability, Han Ming was completely unable to use any of his spatial skills, as though he had been rendered utterly powerless. This scene caused all 8 deans, including Xiao Tian, to rise from their seats. The spectators outside the arena stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to get a better view of what was happening. They were baffled. How could the formidable Han Ming be so helpless against Jun Hao's attacks? "Go Hao bro." Monkey cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines, jumping up and down with excitement. His furry appearance made the nearby crowd instinctively keep a 3-meter distance from him. By now, Han Ming had been beaten beyond recognition. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and Jun Hao had stuffed a shoe into his mouth, leaving him to mumble incoherently. The vice dean of the spatial department finally snapped out of his daze and stood up to intervene. "Stop this at once." Xiao Tian stepped forward, his tone calm. "Vice dean, is there something you need?" Dean Xiao, I suspect that Jun Hao is violating the competition rules, the vice dean said urgently. Really? Xiao Tian sneered. And which rule has he broken? If you can't name one, I might just suspect you and Han Ming of colluding to cheat. Shall we take this up with Dean Ouyang? The vice dean was left speechless. The truth was, Han Ming had voluntarily chosen not to use his spatial skills, so there was no question of Jun Hao cheating. Under Xiao Tian's stern gaze, the vice dean had no choice but to sit back down. Meanwhile, Jun Hao began exposing Han Ming's disgraceful deeds one after another. From Nalan Shuling of the support department, to Jiang Yinyan of the warrior department, to Ouyang Jujia of the defense department, one appalling revelation after another was laid bare. The crowd fell into a stunned silence before the arena erupted with sobs. The female students who had once admired Han Ming now looked heartbroken and furious, their disillusionment written all over their faces. Using his auditory perception ability, Jun Hao could hear Han Ming's inner turmoil. Han Ming was seething with anger over his inability to use his spatial skills, terrified that his secrets had been exposed, and filled with regret for not taking Jun Hao out sooner. Han Ming, do you yield? Jun Hao asked with a sly smile. Han Ming could only nod furiously. At this point, his strength was almost completely depleted, and all he wanted was to escape this nightmare as quickly as possible. Outside the arena, Ji Tianqing and the others whispered among themselves. They were torn, worried that Han Ming, with his talent, might actually be beaten to death, yet deeply intrigued by Jun Hao's mysterious abilities. However, no one could figure out exactly how Jun Hao had managed to render Han Ming so utterly helpless, unable even to use the most basic of his spatial skills. This scum deserves to die 10,000 times over. Ouyang Jujia's classmate shouted furiously. She revealed a shocking truth. Not long ago, Ouyang Jujia had nearly committed suicide, and the culprit behind it was none other than Han Ming. This revelation was like a bombshell, causing an uproar outside the simulation arena. The crowd's attitude shifted instantly. Those who once praised Han Ming now wished to tear him apart. Even the vice deans of the various departments frowned, tacitly agreeing with the harsh judgment of him as a scumbag. The faculty and students of the space department felt deeply embarrassed, enduring the judgmental stares and whispers from those around them. Jun Hao, stop! Ji Tianqing stepped forward, speaking calmly. Jun Hao turned to look at Ji Tianqing. Seeing this, Han Ming, as if grasping at his last straw, looked at Ji Tianqing with tear-filled eyes, shaking his head desperately to signal his desire to surrender. Dean Ji, Jun Hao said with a playful smile, you're just a referee. The host is Dean Xiaotia. Do you want to intervene in the fight? Oh, by the way, let me remind you, Li Zhou is also in the space department. You might want to warn your granddaughter Ji Shui to be careful. The simulation match must remain controlled. Ji Tianqing said coldly. Ji Shui's face turned pale, while Li Zhou glared at Jun Hao with a vicious expression. Jun Hao's words were a clear insinuation. Li Zhou and Han Ming were cut from the same cloth. Han Ming, that worthless trash. Li Zhou growled through gritted teeth. This battle had utterly disgraced the space department. Dean Ji, I think you're mistaken, Jun Hao said mockingly. A referee only has the right to speak after the fight is over. Controlled? That's for Dean Xiaotian to decide. You don't have the authority. Besides, Han Ming clearly hasn't admitted defeat. Don't believe me? Ask the students outside. The crowd outside immediately responded. That's right. Han Ming isn't conceding. Finish off this scum. Ji Tianqing's face turned red with anger, his mustache trembling. As an A-level powerhouse and a dean, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet Jun Hao's words left no room for rebuttal. At that moment, Xiao Tian cleared his throat and stepped forward. Jun Hao, stop. Before Xiao Tian could finish his sentence, Jun Hao's foot had already descended toward Han Ming. Han Ming's eyes widened in terror, and in the next instant, Jun Hao's foot came crashing down on his head. The head exploded. A sickening squelch echoed beneath Jun Hao's foot, followed by the grotesque sound of something bursting. Han Ming's head, crushed under immense force, exploded in a spray of red and white, spattering the surroundings. Jun Hao's shoes were now smeared with filth. Han Ming's body convulsed a few times on the ground before going completely still, lifeless, in front of the stunned crowd. The entire simulation arena descended into an eerie silence. Eyes were fixed on the young man standing in the center. A serene smile on his face, a smile that contrasted starkly with the brutality of what had just occurred. He had, with a single step, crushed the skull of Han Ming, a prodigy with an spatial affinity. Oh dear, my apologies. Jun Hao took a few steps back, frowning slightly at his now soiled shoes. He silently regretted not choosing a cleaner spot to step, especially since he hadn't brought a spare pair with him. The news spread like wildfire through the crowd. Han Ming is dead. The president of the Spatial Society, the idol of the spatial affinity users, is dead. Whispers erupted everywhere. His talent was second only to the Shrank, and yet Jun Hao killed him. Isn't Jun Hao supposed to have awakened life and defense attributes? He didn't even seem to use them. Serves that scumbag right. Jun Hao is so cool. The deputy deans of the 8 divisions exchanged uneasy glances, particularly Ouyang Miao Miao and Fu Yuan, ranked 7th and 8th respectively, who were often ridiculed by the spatial division. Now, seeing this unexpected turn of events, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. The deputy dean of the spatial division rose to his feet, his voice cold and sharp. Did you kill Hanming? Ah, sorry about that, Deputy Dean, Jun Hao replied, feigning remorse. As someone with a defense and life attribute, my strength is naturally limited. I could kick 1,000 times without anything like this happening. Who would have thought your spatial division couldn't handle one? His words sent Ouyang Miao Miao and Fu Yuan into fits of laughter, their mirth unrestrained. For once, they were basking in the spotlight, reveling in the moment. By the way, no need to compensate me for the mess on my shoes, Jun Hao added casually. Ha ha ha. Jun Hao, you're too generous. Monkey chimed in from the sidelines, laughing uproariously. If it were me, I'd demand compensation. Han Ming's brain was full of crap. It's ruined your shoes for good. Ji Tianqing, his expression icy, demanded to know why Jun Hao had ignored Xiao Tian's attempts to stop him. But Jun Hao turned the question back, asking Xiao Tian if he had truly tried to intervene. Xiao Tian, caught off guard, awkwardly offered to pay for the ruined shoes. When Ji Tianqing accused Jun Hao of cheating, Jun Changshi stepped forward, invoking the name of the Jun family patriarch. The mention of this legendary powerhouse of Huagua instantly silenced Ji Tianqing. At that moment, Xiao Tian stepped forward. Xiao Tian's voice echoed across the simulated battlefield. The results of this simulation battle are in. Although Jun Hao accidentally killed Han Ming, considering his sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, he will be spared from punishment this time. Jun Hao is the victor and will remain in Class S. Now, Jun Hao will have a 30-minute break. Anyone who wishes to challenge him must wait. The audience outside buzzed with discussion. Someone muttered, even though I'm not entirely convinced, that Jun Hao is pretty impressive. At least he got rid of a scumbag for us. Another voice questioned, don't you find Jun Hao a little strange? Would Han Ming really lose so easily? This Jun Hao might be more terrifying than the rest of Class S. In the arena, Jun Hao grinned and sat cross-legged. Sorry, everyone, just pure luck, he said with a casual shrug. Ji Tianqing stood nearby, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before quickly regaining his composure. Confidence returned to his face as he thought to himself, once Shuizheng arrives with his strength talent, Jun Hao will undoubtedly lose. Xiao Tian announced again, during Jun Hao's break, anyone who wishes to challenge other students in Class S may now step forward. The winner will replace the defeated and join Class S, while the loser will be directly eliminated. This announcement sent a wave of silence through the crowd. While there were many students with a talent at Xiangnan Martial Arts University, they were well aware of their own limitations. Challenging someone with strength talent seemed like an impossible task. Their true target was clear Jun Hao, who possessed an E-rank talent. Just then, a clear, melodious voice broke the stillness. A graceful figure stepped into the air, her every step leaving a trail of blue frost in the void. Snow-white lotus flowers bloomed around her as she moved, exuding an ethereal aura. She resembled a celestial being from the icy realms, detached from the mortal world. Everyone held their breath, waiting to hear whom she would challenge. In the midst of the arena, a sudden chill swept through the air. All eyes were drawn to a captivating figure, Wang Shui, who approached with graceful steps. Her long, jet-black hair was loosely tied, her delicate features seemed almost otherworldly, and her light blue gown accentuated her slender waist. The ensemble was completed with white stockings and marten boots, exuding an air of noble elegance. However, it was her cold, commanding gaze that struck the deepest, deterring anyone from daring to approach too closely. She was a vision to be admired from afar. Wow, she's stunning, Monkey muttered in awe. The Wang Shui before them now was a far cry from the school belle of Xiangyang High School that he remembered. This transformation was a result of her awakening the memories of a great emperor. Jun Hao's gaze met hers, locking onto those icy yet mesmerizing eyes. Beneath her frosty demeanor, there was a tenderness reserved only for him. Haoga, Wang Shui softly called, her voice resonating with a familiarity that seemed to transcend lifetimes, recalling the days they had fought side by side in a previous existence. Jun Changshi and Lin Sasa instinctively took a step forward, unable to resist the immense pressure emanating from her presence. To them, Wang Shui felt like an ice queen, a figure of awe and intimidation. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and the others were visibly thrilled. Wang Shui, the steer talent, had finally arrived. The members of Class S, including Li Zhou, were utterly entranced. Her arrival instantly overshadowed everyone else in the arena. Grandfather, who is she? Ji Shui asked, her voice tinged with jealousy. Ji Tianqing calmly explained, she is Wang Shui, an steer talent with an S potential. She may even reach S tier in the future. Though she lacks an ancient emperor's bloodline, she is a key focus of the headquarters. The crowd outside buzzed with speculation, their reverence for this ice phoenix talent palpable. Amidst the commotion, a breathless voice called out, "Miss Wang Shui, wait for me." Shui Zheng appeared, his admiration for her written plainly across his face. Wang Shui responded with a disdainful glance. Shui Zheng, who had followed her relentlessly from the Jun family's teleportation array, now seemed like an unwelcome shadow. With a graceful nod at the invitation of Dean Xiaotian, Wang Shui descended elegantly onto the arena. Jun Hao gave her a playful wink, and Wang Shui rewarded him with a dazzling smile. As Shui Zheng tried to approach, she walked straight to Jun Hao's side without hesitation. "Shui, my beautiful wife." Jun Hao teased with a grin, opening her status panel. It read, "Bloodline of the Divine, Ice and Snow God Emperor, Second Awakening, Guardian Status, Comprehensive Combat Power, 28 million. Her strength was already comparable to that of a 3-star tier powerhouse. At that moment, Shui Zheng, clearly displeased, stepped up to Jun Hao. "Move aside, kid," he demanded, his voice laced with jealousy. After tirelessly chasing after Wang Shui without earning so much as a word from her, his frustration had finally boiled over. Jun Hao cast a brief glance at Shui Zheng, who stood before him with an air of arrogance, looking down at him dismissively. Casually, Jun Hao pulled up Shui Zheng's profile data. Name, Shui Zheng. Rank, 2-star, Class C bloodline, First Awakening of the Ancient Emperor lineage. Talent, Strength Flame God Tiger. Overall combat power, 4.5 million. 4.5 million combat power, and he dares to act so cocky? Jun Hao smirked inwardly. All because of an strength talent? What is it? A glorified roasted house cat? "Kid, I am," Shui Zheng began. But before he could finish, Principal Xiaotian interrupted sharply. "Someone has violated the rules by trespassing into the simulation arena." Clearing his throat, Xiaotian addressed him directly. "Shui Zheng, if you want to challenge someone, you need to follow the proper procedure and line up. Entering the arena without permission is against the rules. However, since it's your first offense, I'll let it slide this time." Though Xiaotian recognized Shui Zheng, he wasn't above using this opportunity to irk Ji Tianqing, who had been flaunting his smugness. After all, what was in strength talent worth? "Step back and wait your turn. Don't come forward unless you're called," Jun Hao said with a faint smile. "Grandfather," Shui Zheng quickly turned to Ji Tianqing for help. Ji Tianqing let out a cold snort. "Useless brat. Instead of coming to me, you went to Wang Shui? What a waste." "Principal Xiaotian, why is he allowed to be here?" Shui Zheng asked indignantly, pointing at Jun Hao. "Jun Hao is a member of my S-class," Xiaotian replied flatly. "Naturally, he has every right to be here." "S-class?" Wang Shui's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jun Hao. The S-class was reserved for those with ancient emperor bloodlines or strength talent true prodigies. "Shui, I'll be waiting for you in the S-class," Jun Hao said with a playful smile. "Jun Hao, you're so mean. You joined the S-class and didn't even tell me," Wang Shui replied. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her tone carrying a hint of teasing reproach. She vividly remembered that in her previous life, Jun Hao had only joined the S-class half a year after the second awakening of spiritual energy. But now, he had made it in so early. "Wang Shui, who do you plan to challenge?" Xiaotian asked with a smile. The crowd below broke into a flurry of discussion. Most assumed Wang Shui would challenge Jun Hao, whom they saw as an easy target. "Huh, that's hilarious. No way is she going to challenge Jun Hao." A boy nicknamed Monkey laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "Y'all are dreaming if you think that'll happen. Who the hell is the monkey?" "You're the monkey." The crowd erupted into a noisy debate. Meanwhile, Wang Shui's gaze landed on Ji Shui, a glint of disdain flashing in her eyes. In her previous life, Ji Shui, an S-class member, had relentlessly targeted Jun Hao and nearly caused his death. This time, Wang Shui was determined to eliminate this obstacle first. Ji Shui froze, stunned that Wang Shui had chosen to challenge her fellow ancient emperor bloodline holder. Facing Wang Shui's strength Frost Phoenix talent, a sense of unease crept into her heart. "Wang Shui, are you sure you want to challenge Ji Shui? Have you considered anyone else?" Xiaotian asked, glancing briefly at Jun Hao. "I've made my decision, Principal Xiaotian," Wang Shui replied confidently. In her eyes, anyone below the seventh awakening of the ancient emperor bloodline was merely coasting on the strength of their ancestors. "Wait," Jun Hao called out, stopping Xiaotian. "I need to have a word with Shui." Without waiting for a response, he gently took Wang Shui's hand and led her to a quieter corner. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. "My goddess! My heart is shattered." Even Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, finally understanding why Wang Shui hadn't chosen to challenge Jun Hao. Shui Zheng's expression darkened. Ever since he first met Wang Shui at the Jun family estate, he had been infatuated with her. To see her now so close to Jun Hao filled him with jealousy and anger. In the corner, Wang Shui stood quietly by Jun Hao's side, her usual frosty demeanor melting away. Only in front of him did this ice queen reveal such a gentle side. Shuer, be careful during the fight. If you get hurt, you'll be heartbroken, Jun Hao said earnestly. As he spoke, he handed her the ice god coffin, his fingers brushing against her soft hand. He paused, then added with a teasing smile. What do you use on your hands? They're so smooth and soft. The moment Wang Shui laid eyes on the ice god coffin, her body visibly trembled, and she instinctively took a step back. What's wrong? Jun Hao immediately asked with concern. Before she could respond, a furious voice echoed in Jun Hao's minded was Shao Qing. That's my ice god coffin. Give it back to me. In the spirit pet space, Shao Qing bared her teeth, her ice blue eyes blazing with anger. She couldn't believe Jun Hao had given her ice god coffin to another woman. What's with the yelling? That's my wife. What's wrong with me giving her something? Jun Hao retorted without hesitation. It's just an ice god coffin. They'll give her billions more in the future. You're not my wife, so why do you care? Billions? What is that? Shao Qing was momentarily stunned, but hearing the phrase "you're not my wife" stirred a strange feeling in her chest. Then, she recalled her mother's warning. Never trust men, especially those from the Jun family. Your human billions mean nothing to me. Shao Qing snorted coldly. Jun Hao smirked. Oh, look at you. You don't even know what billions are. Just a little brat. I'm not a brat. What's so little about me? Shao Qing bristled, her fur standing on end. To avoid further drama, Jun Hao decisively muted the spirit pet space, leaving Shao Qing to stew in her frustration. Inside the space, she paced angrily, muttering to herself, so what if it's billions? Why don't I understand? That stupid man only likes pretty women, huh? If I transform, I'll show him I'm no less beautiful than her. This is a divine artifact, Wang Shui exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. An austere spiritual weapon, also known as a divine artifact. Isn't this the ice god coffin of the Qingqiu demon emperor? Did you go to Nanyang village? Jun Hao chuckled, effortlessly spinning a tale. My clever Snow. A few days ago, I happened to pass by Nanyang village and needed to relieve myself. I saw this beautiful transparent coffin lying at the village entrance and thought it looked nice, so I brought it back. Jun Hao, your luck is incredible. Beneath Nanyang village lies the ancient Qingqiu demon emperor, a truly terrifying figure. Wang Shui warned him earnestly. Then I'll make sure to steer clear of it from now on, Jun Hao replied with a light laugh. But inwardly, his thoughts churned. Qingqiu demon emperor? Could it be Shao Qing? If that's true, taking the Qingqiu demon emperor out for a stroll in the future would be quite the flex. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted their conversation. Miss Wang Shui was Shao Tian. Jun Hao, once I deal with Ji Shui, we can talk more in depth, Wang Shui said with a teasing smile. Wang Shui playfully scolded as Jun Hao grinned mischievously. Compared to her past life, he was even more roguish now. Yet, she couldn't help but adore this side of him. She silently vowed to herself that as long as she was there, she would never let him suffer harm again. As the two stepped outside, Jun Hao held Wang Shui's hand, drawing a wave of envious stares from the men present. None looked more resentful than Shuizhang, whose gaze burned with jealousy. Ji Shui, get up here. Wang Shui's demeanor shifted entirely as she left Jun Hao's side. Her aura turned icy and forbidding, exuding an unapproachable chill. Ji Shui stepped forward defiantly. Wang Shui, so what if you haven't steer talent? I have the bloodline of an ancient emperor. Do you think? You talk too much. Absolute ice seal. Wang Shui interrupted, striking without hesitation. A surge of ferocious cold erupted, engulfing the area. Behind her, an endless expanse of snowy mountains appeared, and an ice-blue phoenix materialized, gazing down upon the world with regal disdain. Ji Shui's heart quaked. She almost dropped to her knees. She raised her ancient emperor's sword to counter, but the overwhelming frost froze the entire central arena in an instant, trapping her in place like a statue. Not good. Ji Tianqing rushed forward in alarm. Snow, watch out. Jun Hao's eyes flashed with icy determination. How dare you harm someone from the Ji family? Ji Tianqing roared, shattering the ice with a single strike. But as the frost broke apart, Ji Shui's body crumbled with it, shattering into countless crystalline fragments. Her frozen figure glimmered with a tragic, haunting beauty. A dazzling blue light surged in Wang Shui's eyes, and an ancient nine provinces divine cauldron materialized behind her. This sight instantly darkened Ji Tianqing's expression. Shao Tian immediately stepped in front of Wang Shui, his voice cold as he demanded, Ji Tianqing, what is the meaning of this? Ji Tianqing's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he sneered, little girl, the ancient emperor clan is not something you can shake. Ji Shui is already dead. Jun Hao stepped forward, adding, and what about me? A flash of frostiness crossed Ji Tianqing's eyes. At that moment, Jun Changxi also stepped forward, holding the demon suppression token, ready to summon the Jun family at any moment. Ji Tiancheng's expression grew even darker at the sight of Jun Changxi. Ji, unexpected events in a challenge are normal, Xiao Tian began, but Ji Tiancheng angrily interrupted him. Jun Hao smirked mockingly at Ji Tiancheng. Ding Xiao announced the result. And as for Ding Ji, who barged into the simulation arena without authorization, he violated the rules and should be dealt with accordingly. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare continue participating. In a rank? Impressive? Give me 10 days and I'll crush this old fossil, Xiao Tian said in a low voice. I will personally report this to Dean Oing. Outside the simulation arena, the crowd erupted into chaos. Ji Shui died in just one move? That ice ceiling attack was terrifying. I felt like I was plunged into an ice abyss. The ancient emperor bloodline from S-class just fell like that? Wang Shui is too powerful. The audience buzzed with discussion, their gazes toward Wang Shui now filled with awe. That graceful figure seemed to hold back only for that young man, while showing no mercy to anyone else. Xiao Tian announced, according to the rules, Wang Shui is now a member of S-class. Cheers erupted from the crowd, echoing loudly, Wang Shui, goddess. Next, does anyone else wish to challenge? Xiao Tian's voice rang out again. Shui Zheng's eyes glinted coldly as he stepped forward. I will. I challenge Jun Hao. Although Ji Tiancheng couldn't take action against Wang Shui in the simulation arena, he could use Shui Zheng to eliminate Jun Hao and restore the Ji family's honor. Brothers, who's the monkey going to take down now? Outside the competition venue, the once lively crowd fell silent the moment they learned that Shui Zheng, an S-level talent with the Flame God Tiger, was the new transfer student. Everyone knew all too well S-level talent guaranteed a future as at least an A-level peak powerhouse, with the potential to ascend to S-level status. Wang Shui's delicate face turned icy cold as she silently vowed that anyone who dared to harm Jun Hao would pay with their life. If she had known earlier that Shui Zheng intended to challenge Jun Hao, she would have ensured his disappearance long before now. Jun Hao gently held Wang Shui's soft hand, reassuring her with a calm voice, Shui'er, don't worry. The surrounding students, witnessing this tender moment, were seething with jealousy. They couldn't comprehend why the goddess like Wang Shui would choose someone like Jun Hao. Shui Zheng and Ji Tiancheng, on the other hand, had murder written in their eyes. Shui Zheng, I accept your challenge, Jun Hao said with a faint smile. I heard you got kicked out of the S-class at North China Martial Arts University. Guess you're just someone else's reject, huh? This jab hit Shui Zheng right where it hurt, and his rage nearly boiled over. The crowd erupted into whispers, discussing how embarrassing it was for Xiangnan Martial Arts University, ranked 4th, to accept a student discarded by another school. Seeing Shui Zheng provoked, Wang Shui stepped forward, her figure backed by the illusory image of a snow-capped mountain radiating freezing cold. Jun Hao pulled her back, holding her hand. Shui'er, no need to waste your energy on this piece of trash. Ji Tiancheng stepped in, emphasizing the rules. The S-class challenge prohibits substitutes. If Jun Hao doesn't dare to fight, he should get out of the S-class. Who said I wouldn't dare? Jun Hao replied coldly. Shui'er, step back. Today, I'll end this filthy mutt myself. Wang Shui handed Jun Hao the 9 provinces cauldron, sparking protests from Ji Tiancheng and Shui Zheng, who cried foul. However, Monkey and several others defended Jun Hao, pointing out that the rules didn't forbid the use of spiritual artifacts. Jun Hao, I'm worried about you, Wang Shui whispered softly. Oh, how about a kiss for courage, then? Jun Hao teased with a grin. Blushing furiously, Wang Shui leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek before stepping back, stomping her feet in embarrassment. In that moment, Jun Hao felt the strength and resolve in Wang Shui's kiss, fueling his determination for the battle ahead. The simulation arena fell into stunned silence as the crowd watched Wang Shui, who moments ago exuded icy arrogance, now lean in and plant a gentle kiss on Jun Hao. The stark contrast sent shockwaves through the audience, igniting an uproar. Jun Hao's lips curled into a faint smirk as he took a step forward, his voice dripping with disdain. Shui Zheng, right? Get up here. S-class talent? Bloodline of the ancient emperor? Impressive, isn't it? Kid, they'll give you credit for being bold. Jun Hao sneered, completely unfazed by Wang Shui's divine artifact. Shui Zheng's eyes glimmered with excitement. Without an artifact, Jun Hao seemed like a dead man walking. Dean Xiaotian, let's begin. Jun Hao turned to the dean with an air of calm authority. The third challenge match, Shui Zheng versus Jun Hao. Let the battle commence, Xiaotian announced. In an instant, a towering, 100-meter flame tiger materialized behind Shui Zheng, its fiery aura surging across the arena. Wang Shui and the others couldn't help but worry for Jun Hao, while the audience erupted into heated discussions. Surprisingly, many began to root for Jun Hao, their fellow schoolmate, over the elite S-class Shui Zheng. Come on, kid. Show me your golden armor. Shui Zheng taunted, his tone dripping with contempt. Sorry, killing you doesn't require golden armor, Jun Hao replied coolly. With a wave of his hand, a life domain expanded outward, enveloping a 100-meter radius and instantly suppressing Shui Zheng's attributes. Even under the crushing pressure, the flame tiger roared and lunged at Jun Hao under Shui Zheng's command. Jun Hao let out a cold laugh. A sickly cat dares to strike at me? Bloodline suppression. With 40 of his draconic lineage unleashed, the flame tiger's charge faltered. But the massive beast quickly broke free of the suppression and lunged again. At that moment, the sky itself seemed to change. Under the bright daylight, stars appeared in the heavens. A radiant blue glow surrounded Jun Hao as he ascended into the air, looking every bit like a deity commanding the cosmos. Talent stellar armor. Ji Tianqing gasped in shock. Shuizheng, retreat now. But it was too late. Like a god descending to earth, Jun Hao seized the flame tiger by its skull and, with sheer force, tore it apart. Shuizheng spat blood. His face drained of all color. As Jun Hao prepared to strike again, Ji Tianqing suddenly appeared behind him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The others finally realized the gravity of the situation and rushed toward the arena. Heh, you old bastard. I've been waiting for you. Jun Hao sneered, pulling out a golden ring, the Jun clan's heavenly emperor ancient ring. Ji Tianqing froze in shock, but before he could react, his palm struck Jun Hao, only to be neutralized entirely by a shimmering protective barrier. Shuizheng, die. Jun Hao vanished in a blur, reappearing before Shuizheng. A flicker of mockery flashed in his eyes before he delivered the final blow. The moment Shuizheng laid eyes on Jun Hao, a flicker of fear flashed across his face. Without hesitation, he activated his grade protective artifact. A faint blue glow enveloped his body, a last line of defense for someone hailed as a prodigy with class talent. Jun Hao, however, didn't hesitate. His claw struck the barrier with immense force. A deafening boom echoed as the artifact, capable of withstanding an attack from a 2-star grade powerhouse, shattered instantly. Despair consumed Shui Zheng. Wasn't Jun Hao only supposed to possess defensive and life-based abilities? How could a single strike destroy a grade artifact? Your journey ends here, Jun Hao said coldly, his fist aimed straight for Shuizheng's chest. Grandfather, save me. Shuizheng's plea was abruptly silenced as Jun Hao's fist pierced through his chest. His heart, obliterated by the overwhelming force, turned to dust. The simulation arena fell into a stunned silence. Then, an enraged roar shattered the stillness. You brat, how dare you? Ji Tianqing's voice thundered across the arena. Two of the Ji family's most promising talents, Shuizheng and Ji Zhu, had met their ends at the hands of Jun Hao and Wang Shui, respectively. Xiao Tian stepped forward, blocking Ji Tianqing's path. Meanwhile, Wang Shui controlled the 9 provinces cauldron, sending it hurtling toward Ji Tianqing. The impact sent him flying, and he landed heavily on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Director Xiao Tian, my apologies, Jun Hao said with a polite smile, casually wiping blood from his hands. My defensive abilities are a bit lacking. I couldn't control my strength properly, and, well, the audience erupted into chaos. Female students turned pale at the gruesome scene, with some fainting on the spot. Even Hosey, initially shocked, soon found his fighting spirit ignited by the scent of blood in the air. Wang Shui approached Jun Hao, her beautiful eyes glinting with curiosity. Brother Hao, you've awakened this class talent, star armor, and didn't think to tell me? She asked, her mind already scheming to uncover all of Jun Hao's secrets. Ouyang Miao Miao, however, was unable to contain her excitement. Star armor? You awakened star armor? She exclaimed. Behind her, Ouyang Pippi's face mirrored her curiosity. At that moment, 2 elderly men hurried onto the scene, one in a security uniform, the other a logistics manager. Xiao Tian and the others immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Through his system interface, Jun Hao identified one of them as Ouyang Chengkuan, a 7-star A-grade powerhouse with the divine bloodline of Earth God, awakened to the 4th level. His combat power surpassed 7 billion. Ouyang Chengkuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Jun Hao. Well done, kid. Xiao Tian. Anyone who dares to mess with him will have to deal with me first. He introduced himself warmly and invited Jun Hao to leave with him. But Jun Hao, wary of the elder's intentions, couldn't shake a sense of unease. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. A commanding voice echoed from above. Chengkuan, he is not yours to deal with. A figure descended from the heavens, stepping through the air with an imposing presence. Master Wei. Both Ouyang Chengkuan and the Academy's elder director, Ma, gasped in shock. A tall, imposing figure stepped through the air, exuding an aura so powerful it sent chills down everyone's spine. Countless students tilted their heads upward, whispering among themselves in hushed tones. To walk through the air like that, he must be in a level powerhouse. Seeing how respectfully Headmaster Ouyang greets him, his status must be extraordinary. As the figure slowly descended, Jun Hao's eyes lit. It was none other than his father, Jun Wei. Third brother. Jun Changshi exclaimed with joy, rushing to greet him. Changshi, are you behaving yourself at school? Jun Wei's expression softened with a faint smile before he turned his gaze to Ouyang Chengkuan and Fu Yuan. The two old headmasters hurried forward. Brother Wei, a call would have sufficed. There's no need for you to come in person. The scene left the crowd utterly stunned. Two seasoned headmasters of Xiangnan Martial Arts University treating Jun Wei with such deference. Suddenly, Ouyang Miao Miao seemed to recall something. I remember now. He's the first-level powerhouse in Huagua with the life attribute Jun Wei, also known as the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life, Jun Wei? And the infamous Demonist Swordmaster, Hao Yu? Fu Yuan swallowed hard. He founded the life attribute branch back in the day, but then he vanished without a trace. No one knew where he went. He was the first with S-level talent, and the second safe zone was established by him. The entire simulated battleground erupted in shock. While the students might not know much about Jun Wei, the vice headmasters and headmasters present were visibly shaken. The ultimate healer, the Fountain of Life. Fu Yuan trembled with excitement. Legend has it that as long as Jun Wei is around, even death itself struggles to claim lives. Jun Hao stepped forward and called out, Dad. At the same time, he opened Jun Wei's profile to check. Name, Jun Wei. Level, 1-star S-class. Skills, Life Blessing, Life Domain, Life Weakening, Life Deprivation, etc. Bloodline, 6th Awakening of the Ancient Emperor Bloodline. Special Identity, Reincarnator Memory not yet recovered. Overall Combat Power, 3 billion. The staggering stats made Jun Hao gasp. 3 billion combat power, the highest in the room. More importantly, Jun Wei wasn't just in a class powerhouse. He was in class legend. Power, Jun Wei said seriously, looking at his son. The star armor suits you. When you reach class, come with me to the Jun family. At that moment, Jun Wei's gaze shifted to Ji Tianqing. Was it you who just tried to kill Hauer? Ji Tianqing's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Before he could stammer a defense, Jun Wei's voice turned icy. Life. Deprivation. A life array instantly enveloped the entire simulation arena. Ji Tianqing let out a blood-curdling scream as his life force was forcibly drained. His youthful appearance rapidly aged. His hair turned white, and his aura became feeble to the extreme. Spare me. Ji Tianqing collapsed to the ground, reduced to a helpless old man. Everyone watching was filled with terror. Jun Wei stood there like the master of life itself, a being to be feared and revered. Kneel. Ji Tianqing fell to his knees with a heavy thud. Please return my life force. It was my fault. I shouldn't have attacked Jun Hao. I swear I'll avoid him at all costs from now on. At this moment, Ji Tianqing felt as though death itself loomed behind him, and standing before him was both the giver of life and the harvester of souls, Jun Wei. Brother Wei. He's from the Ji family. Ouyang Chengkuan quickly stepped forward, lowering his voice as he spoke, his face marked with unease and apprehension. Jun Wei glanced at Ouyang Chengkuan with a calm expression, though a flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. They had both been among the first wave of awakened individuals. Back then, Ouyang Chengkuan had been full of ambition and confidence. Yet now, he cowered at the mere mention of the Ji family. It was no wonder his cultivation had stagnated, unable to break through the final barrier. The first batch of awakened grade talents by current standards, they were at least equivalent to Scrade. They should have had the potential to ascend to the Steer realm. Ouyang Chengkuan lowered his head in shame, his face flushing bright red. He couldn't help but recall the days when he followed Jun Wei with pride. Back then, whenever someone doubted Jun Wei for his lack of an awakened ancient emperor bloodline, he would always be the first to defend him. Jun Wei, please, return my life force to me. Ji Tianqing's words were cut short as a mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. He collapsed heavily to his knees, 10 meters away from Jun Wei, his breath fading rapidly. Just like that, an grade powerhouse of the Ji family, a descendant of the ancient emperor bloodline, fell lifeless. The entire simulation arena descended into an eerie silence. No one could believe it. An grade powerhouse was dead just like that. Chengkuan, the S-class challenge continues, Jun Wei said evenly, his tone devoid of emotion. Xiao Tian, you handle the arrangements for the challenge? Ouyang Chengkuan hurriedly led Jun Wei to his seat. Once Jun Wei was seated in the audience area, the entire arena was deathly quiet. Not a single person dared to make a sound. Jun Hao activated his listening ability, and the whispers of the crowd flooded his mind. Damn, Jun Wei is way too domineering. That was Jun Hao's dad he just killed. Thank goodness I didn't challenge Jun Hao. Jun Wei is so handsome. I wonder if he likes girls like me. Xiao Tian glanced at Jun Wei, and after receiving a nod of approval, he announced, the rules remain the same. Anyone who wishes to challenge the S-class may step forward. The victor will join the S-class, and the defeated will be eliminated. The arena remained silent. No one dared to step forward. Chengkuan, these students are quite unimpressive, Jun Wei remarked nonchalantly. You're absolutely right, Brother Wei. Ouyang Chunkuan quickly agreed, though he smiled bitterly to himself. Moments earlier, the arena had been buzzing with excitement. But as soon as Junwei arrived, everyone became as timid as frightened birds. Just as Xiao Tian was about to declare the challenge over, a timid voice broke the silence. We'll give it a try. A figure resembling a monkey sprang out from the crowd. It was Lu Chongo. Even this usually spirited character seemed unusually restrained at the moment. Which S-class member do you wish to challenge? Xiao Tian asked, relieved that someone had finally stepped forward. I challenge him. The monkey-like Lu Chongo pointed toward the last-rank member of the S-class, Li Zhou. At that moment, Li Zhou was filled with regret over having mocked Jun Hao earlier. He silently cursed himself for not befriending this terrifyingly well-connected classmate sooner. Beside Jun Hao, Wang Shui whispered, the Hellfire Ape Emperor. The Hellfire Ape Emperor? Jun Hao asked, curiosity piqued. Brother Hao, this Lu Chongo will become one of your closest brothers in the future. Of course. He already is, even now. Jun Hao replied with a cheerful smile. Lu Chongo strode confidently onto the arena. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he reached down and pulled out a fiery red staff from beneath him. The staff crackled with layers of dark, flame-like demonic energy, radiating a fearsome aura. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Jun Hao's mind. Artifact detected. A flash of golden light streaked through the air, and the artifact's data instantly appeared. Hellfire Artifact, the companion of the Hell Ape Emperor, the ultimate artifact that wields the laws of the underworld. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the monkey shamelessly pulled the artifact out from his waistband. Lin Sas's face turned beet red, while Jun Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. Li Zhou, take this strike. The monkey roared, charging forward with fury. Li Zhou had barely regained his composure when he saw the staff coming straight for his head. Without hesitation, he activated the space overlap technique. Layers upon layers of spatial energy enveloped him, making it appear as though he stood within countless overlapping dimensions, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed as the monkey was sent flying by the force of Li Zhou's power. Jun Hao's eyes gleamed sharply as he quickly checked the panel. The monkey's level had increased, but he was still only at a 7-star D rank, not yet reaching the C rank threshold. However, his Hell God's power had awakened to the second stage. You cannot defeat me, Li Zhou declared arrogantly, standing tall as a true crank powerhouse. Kihihi. The monkey let out an eerie laugh, planting the staff firmly into the ground. A murderous glint rose in his eyes, as if something terrifying was on the verge of awakening. Hellfire. Transform. With a low growl, the monkey's body began to expand violently. His arms grew monstrously thick, and his entire form swelled to a towering height of over 10 zhong. Even more shocking, a pool of blood-red magma surged beneath his feet, as though it had erupted from the depths of hell. Now, the monkey roared ferociously, blood-colored magma dripping continuously from his form. The aura emanating from him had reached the peak of C rank, and his combat power had far surpassed his previous self. Holy crap, the monkey transformed. What is this? That power is insane. The spectators outside the simulation arena gasped in astonishment. Even Jun Hao was left dumbfounded. At that moment, Shao Qing's voice echoed in his mind. This is the divine awakening of the God Emperor. The divine power of the God Emperor. Jun Hao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. In his understanding, the God Emperor was as powerful as the ancient emperors of the human race. Yet, the monkey before him was now exhibiting the awakening force of the Hell God Emperor. The transformed monkey was shrouded in hellfire. With a single leap, it raised its flaming staff, aiming directly at Li Zhou. Li Zhou's expression changed drastically. He attempted to teleport away but quickly realized he was surrounded by boiling magma. The space around him had been reinforced by some unknown power, rendering his teleportation useless. Spatial Blade. Li Zhou gritted his teeth and launched an attack, shouting, I surrender, as he turned to flee toward Xiao Tian and the others. Trying to run? Perish. The monkey effortlessly swept away the spatial blade with its staff and immediately thrust it forward. Aya! A blood-curdling scream echoed across the arena. The blazing staff pierced through Li Zhou from behind, the searing pain twisting his face in agony. The students in the simulated arena instinctively clenched their legs together. Even Jun Hao froze in place. This transformed monkey seemed to have a penchant for targeting vital areas. Xiao Tian finally reacted, stepping in front of Li Zhou to shield him. As the staff was pulled out, Li Zhou's pain intensified. The monkey, seemingly consumed by madness, swung its staff at Xiao Tian without hesitation. Monkey! Jun Hao's low voice cut through the chaos. Brother Hao! The monkey's body trembled, the blood-red glow in its eyes fading. Its aura calmed, and its form gradually returned to normal. Several female students quickly turned their heads away, and only then did the monkey realize its embarrassing situation. Brother Hao, help me. Jun Hao handed over a set of clothes, and the monkey accepted them with profound gratitude. Brother Hao, you're my savior. Call me Dad, Jun Hao teased. Dad. On the arena floor, Li Zhou was still writhing in pain, the area behind him scorched black. If not for Xiao Tian's timely intervention, the consequences would have been disastrous. Xiao Tian turned to Jun Wei for assistance, but his request was coldly declined. Vice Dean Fu Yuan also found an excuse to lead the Life Department students away, clearly unwilling to get involved. In the end, the challenge concluded with the monkey and Wang Shui successfully advancing to Class S. When it came to living arrangements, Wang Shui boldly proposed sharing accommodations with Jun Hao, leaving everyone stunned. Ouyang Chengkuan attempted to use the opportunity to secure a place for his granddaughter, Ouyang Miao Miao, but Jun Wei decisively rejected the idea. After all, she was the iron baby of the defensive department. Ouyang Miao Miao stomped her foot. Her face flushed red and ran off. As a formidable defensive deputy dean with an A talent rating, she had always looked down on ordinary men. But today, her grandfather had blatantly tried to promote her, practically pushing her toward Jun Hao. This left her both embarrassed and flustered. Sure, Jun Hao was undeniably handsome, and his talent was extraordinary, but shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Ouyang Miao Miao quickly walked away. Miao Miao Jia, why are you running so fast? Ouyang Pippi called out, chasing after her. Jun Wei turned to Ouyang Chengkuan, his tone steady. Chengkuan, we're both adults. You should understand this kind of pain. Ouyang Chengkuan's expression darkened as he hesitated. Actually, Pippi could also. That little girl? She's only 12, Jun Wei interrupted calmly. Let the young ones handle their own matters. Ouyang Chengkuan let out a heavy sigh. The star armor. Where would he find another grandson-in-law like this? If Jun Hao weren't Jun Wei's son, he would have already come up with countless schemes to secure him. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian quickly turned to Wang Shui. Miss Wang Shui, have you considered? Considered what? Wang Shui replied calmly. I enjoy living with Hao Gu. We're husband and wife. Why wouldn't we live together? At the mention of the word husband and wife, everyone present sighed inwardly. Wang Shui had clearly fallen for him completely. Just then, Lu Changguo interjected anxiously, I want to live with Sasa. Before he could finish, Lin Sasa cut him off hurriedly. No way. I have a cleanliness obsession. With that, she stomped her foot and left in a huff. Jun Hao watched the monkey-like Lu Shangus' disappointed expression and cleared his throat. He could sense Lu Shangus in her thoughts. No way. I need to ask Hao Gu if there are any security patrols in the S-class dorms. Patrols? Jun Hao let out a cold chuckle. Hao Gu, what are you talking about? Lu Changguo jumped in fright but secretly thought, could it be that Hao Gu thinks the same as me? He must be on my side. Xiao Tian finally clapped his hands to settle the matter. All right, Lu Changguo will move into Li Zhou's villa. Since no one is challenging this arrangement, the rest of the S-class students can return for now. They'll notify everyone in the group if anything comes up. Shortly after, a system notification popped up in the group chat. Ding! Welcome Lu Changguo and Wang Shui to the group. At the same time, Ji Shui and Li Zhou were removed from the chat. The group atmosphere was now much livelier than when Jun Hao first joined. No one dared to mock him anymore. Lu Changguo sent Jun Hao a link. Opening it, Jun Hao found the Xiangnan Martial Arts University forum flooded with posts about him. Hidden Master of the S-Class, S-Talent, Star Armor, the Spatial Type Han Ming's death, Wang Shui defeats Ji Shui, and more. Just as Jun Hao was about to close the page out of boredom, Lu Changguo sent him another link, this time to the Martial Arts Forum, the largest forum in Huagua, managed by the Zhima Division headquarters. The top pin post read, Huagua Youth Talent Rankings Updated. Jun Hao replaces Shuizhang at rank 87, soaring to rank 47. The post had over 100,000 replies, a mix of support and skepticism. As Jun Hao was about to exit the page, Wang Shui's voice rang out from villa number 12. Hao Ge. Turning around, he saw Wang Shui standing there, her long hair flowing and her face tinged with shyness. Hao Ge, aren't you going to take a shower? She asked softly. In that moment, the reborn Wang Shui looked like a young girl completely smitten with love. Shuier, wait for me. Jun Hao turned and walked into the bathroom. Although his current abilities allowed him to cleanse his body of dust with a mere surge of spiritual energy, he still maintained the habit of taking a shower. Today is a great day. Everything I wish for will come true. He hummed a tune, enjoying the warmth of the shower. Meanwhile, in the Academic Affairs Office of Xiangnan Martial Arts University, a tense conversation was unfolding. Brother Wei, are you serious about this? Ouyang Chengkuan's expression was grave as he stared at Jun Wei. Jun Wei replied in a deep voice, when I awakened the ancient emperor bloodline, I briefly merged with the ancient emperor's will. I saw that outside the safety zone, there are countless glass beasts, and even stronger presences are approaching. Has this information been reported to headquarters? It has. The investigators sent by headquarters went missing a day after leaving the safety zone. Jun Wei's words made both of their expressions even more somber. At the same time, in the Demon Suppression Bureau of Xiangyang City, shocking news was spreading. Han Jin stood pale-faced, watching footage of the Xiangnan Martial Arts University Challenge on the big screen. Father. Han Ming was the #1 prodigy of the Han family, destined to merge with the Space Godblade and advance to its class talent. Now he's dead at the hands of that useless nobody. Han Etian roared in fury. Han Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, Uncle, cousin Jun Hao isn't a nobody. He awakened the S-class talent of the Star Armor and is a member of the S-class team at Xiangnan Martial Arts University. This revelation caused an uproar within the Demon Suppression Bureau of Xiangyang City. After all, such a prodigy had never before emerged in the city. In the Lu family residence, Lu Xingwen was reporting this news to his father, Lu Qing. Meanwhile, Han Etian's visit quietly set the stage for a new round of schemes between the two families. Back at Villa number 12 of Xiangnan Martial Arts University, just as Jun Hao finished his shower and was about to step out, a knock echoed through the door. Hey, open up, Dad? Jun Hao froze in place, while Wang Shui tactfully retreated to her room. After getting dressed, Jun Hao opened the door to find Jun Wei standing there. Jun Wei snorted coldly, Kid, did I come at a bad time? Dad, just say what you need to say and leave when you're done. Jun Hao grinned. Jun Wei's mouth twitched in disbelief. Was this really his own son? He straightened his expression and said seriously, Before you awaken the ancient emperor bloodline, you must not lose your pure yang energy. It will determine whether you can successfully merge with the ancient emperor's source will. What? No fun allowed? Ancient emperor bloodline? Can I just not have it? Jun Hao asked hurriedly. Kid, with the ancient emperor bloodline. Bang. Jun Hao slammed the door shut and shouted through it. Go back and have another kid with Mom. Just tell her I'm a lost cause. Jun Wei rubbed his reddened nose, his anger bubbling inside. He almost stormed in to give Jun Hao a good beating. How dare this brat reject the family's ancestral bloodline. Remember this. Jun Wei snorted coldly, turning to leave. He muttered under his breath, Have another kid? Do I look like an idiot? Who understands the struggles of a middle-aged man? Only a fool would go through that again. Inside the hall, Jun Hao sneered disdainfully. Ancestral emperor's bloodline? Do I need it? No, I don't. You're hyping yourself up and talking to me about the so-called emperor's original will? Schwer. Jun Hao gently pushed open the door. Has Uncle Jun left? Schwer's voice came from inside. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Outside stood a monkey-faced man, looking furtive, his voice lowered to a whisper. Seriously? Jun Hao frowned in annoyance. Brother Hao, you should go check it out, Wang Shui suggested. Jun Hao got up and opened the door. Before the monkey-faced man could step in, Jun Hao landed 2 punches on him. Ow, ow, ow. Brother Hao, why are you hitting me? The man looked at Jun Hao with a pitiful expression. Jun Hao gave him a look of disdain, keeping the door half closed as he blocked the entrance. Spit it out if you have something to say. If not, get lost. The man's face lit up with a flattering smile. Brother Hao, now that you're living with sister-in-law, your quality of life must be through the roof. Don't forget about your brothers, all right? Take a left at the main gate, Jun Hao said coldly. Come on, Brother Hao, I'm an honest man. I'd never go to places like that. The man argued earnestly, then lowered his voice. I just wanted to ask, do you happen to know where to get something that even the ancestral emperor's bloodline couldn't resist? Got any connections? Jun Hao stared at him, speechless. Go ask Dean Xiaotian or Elder Ouyang. They're more familiar with that kind of thing. With that, he slammed the door shut. Back inside, Jun Hao carefully washed his hands before heading to Wang Shui's room. Brother Hao, I have an ancient auxiliary cultivation technique that could benefit both of us, Wang Shui said softly. Then teach me. Jun Hao's eyes lit up in excitement. Meanwhile, in the divine pet space, Xiao Qing's icy blue eyes were filled with resentment. Every day, it's just dog food. The system's notifications followed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient Yin-Yang Sutra. Cultivation speed increased by 100 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving the pure Yin spiritual energy infusion. Host's life attribute is about to evolve once again. Immersed in cultivation, Jun Hao completely ignored the notifications echoing in his mind. His life attribute was on the brink of its second awakening. The system's voice echoed again, announcing that Jun Hao's life attribute was about to undergo its second awakening. Awaken if you must, just don't disturb me. Jun Hao replied impatiently. His consciousness, just like last time, detached from his body and floated above Xiangnan Martial Arts University. Looking down at the campus, he noticed Monkey and Ouyang Chunkuan standing by a small tree near the main gate, suspicious smiles on their faces as if plotting something. Is it going to be the same as last time? Jun Hao pondered. Last time, he gained the star armor. What would it be this time? Thinking about the incredible effects of dual cultivation with Wang Shui, his mind began to wander. Suddenly, an ancient and primal aura swept over him. Jun Hao's consciousness passed through the massive hand looming above Huagua and arrived outside the safe zone. Before him were countless ancient beasts, each at least a rank in strength, some even surpassing that level. Their deafening roars shook the heavens. In the far depths of the danger zone, an even more vast and ancient aura emanated, terrifying in its presence. Inside the spirit pet space, Xiao Qing felt an unprecedented weakness and couldn't help but curse, "Damn man." At the same time, the ancient wills of the 5 great imperial clans of Huagua trembled once more. Numerous peerless experts looked toward the heavens with grave expressions, trying to comprehend this sudden change. Outside Xiangnan Martial Arts University, Jun Wei and Jun Shiha were conversing. Jun Shiha, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura, radiated a spiritual energy even more intense than Jun Changshi's. "Third brother, should we return to the Jun family first?" Jun Shiha asked. "Shiha, let's check on your sister-in-law first." Jun Wei shook his head. "We haven't been back in days, and she's scarier than a beast when she's angry." Outside the safe zone, Jun Hao's spirit continued to ascend until he reached a mysterious sea suspended above the sky. The water gently surrounded him, and from its depths emanated a powerful life force. Life's sacred spring, contract. An overwhelming surge of life energy poured into Jun Hao's body, and his spirit instantly returned to his physical form. In the sky, an endless ocean hung upside down, with a sacred spring at its center, radiating the purest laws of life. This phenomenon caused an immediate uproar. Ouyang Chengkuan and the others looked up in awe, while Jun Wei and Jun Shiha were equally stunned by the sight. "A celestial phenomenon, the life sacred spring," Jun Shiha exclaimed. "This is an S-grade talent, the life sacred spring." News of the event quickly spread, mobilizing major forces. The Demon Suppression Bureau headquarters, the 4 major martial arts universities, and the 5 great imperial clans all began searching for the awakened individual. Inside a villa, Jun Hao's body was enveloped in a radiant glow of life. Beside him, Wang Shui felt her spiritual energy rapidly recovering, and her internal power becoming increasingly refined. "What's happening to Haoga?" Wang Shui asked in surprise. Standing up, the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. "Congratulations to the host for awakening a new life attribute talent. Life Sacred Spring. Talent name, Life Sacred Spring. Talent level, S-grade with a certain probability of evolving into the Life Divine Tree. Evaluation. In this world, the Grim Reaper holds no power over you." Another S-level talent? Jun Hao paused briefly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he quickly composed himself. Deep down, he mused, S-level talents seem fairly common these days. When will I awaken a 3S-level talent? Now that would be something. Still, a faint smile lingered on his face as he mentally evaluated his current ability. Stellar armor combined with the sacred spring of life. Even in a level powerhouse would struggle to pose a threat to me now. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Should I spar with my old man? See whether his life drain ability is stronger than my sacred spring of life? June. Yunga. Wang Shui's voice abruptly pulled him from his thoughts. Turning toward her, he found her staring at him with wide eyes, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Shuer, what's wrong?" Jun Hao asked with a warm, teasing smile. "Yunga, was that the S-level talent, spring of life, just now?" Wang Shui took a deep breath as she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Jun Hao hesitated for a moment, quickly piecing together her assumption. So she thinks it's the spring of life, an S-talent. But what I've awakened is the sacred spring of life, an S-level talent. Both are life-based, but the gap between them is enormous. He smiled faintly and replied vaguely, "Something like that." Wang Shui's mind was in turmoil. Not only has Jun Hao awakened the stellar armor ahead of time, but now he's also unlocked the sacred spring of life? This is beyond anything I could have imagined. Her curiosity got the better of her. "How did you manage to awaken it?" she pressed. "Maybe, just luck," Jun Hao replied with a light chuckle. "Luck?" Wang Shui looked at him incredulously, clearly unimpressed by his nonchalant answer. Meanwhile, outside, "Brother Wei, you must have made a mistake. In the life department of Xiangnan Martial Arts University, even A-level talents are rare, let alone an S-spring of life," Fu Yuan said, shaking his head as he finished gathering the students from the department. Ouyang Chengkuan offered a helpless smile as he added, "Brother Wei, we've accounted for all the life attribute awakeners here. I didn't make a mistake. It's here, at Xiangnan Martial Arts University." Jun Wei said firmly, his brows furrowed in frustration. "Is everyone here?" "Brother Wei, everyone with life-related attributes is here except for Jun Hao. That kid is currently in the S-class dorms, rooming with Shuer. Their door is locked." "Enough." Jun Wei cut Ouyang Chengkuan off mid-sentence, his patience clearly wearing thin. He couldn't help but recall Jun Hao's flippant remark, just go build another one. The memory alone made his blood boil. Is this really something a son should say to his father? He clenched his fists. Keep searching. I want this person found. The next morning, the system's voice echoed in Jun Hao's mind. Congratulations, host, for training for 12 hours. Base evolution points earned, 1000 hour. Clevel Spirit Spring Acceleration, 5000x. Ancient Cultivation Technique Boost, 100x. Grand Spirit Gathering Array Multiplier, 2x. Total evolution points calculated, 12 billion. The following includes character attribute panels and system notifications, as well as the final group message received. Maintain the original format as provided. Early in the morning, the group chat of Class S suddenly became lively. I slept like a log and just woke up. I suspect someone drugged me in my villa. Jun Changshi was the first to speak. I also fell asleep, but when I woke up, nothing was missing and I felt fine. Xiaoyan quickly followed. Same here. Li Yong chimed in. Even Dean Xiaotian had experienced the same strange occurrence. One by one, everyone in the group chat shared that they had inexplicably fallen asleep last night and only woke up this morning. Jun Hao scrolled through the messages, noticing that only he, Wang Shui, Monkey, and Lin Sasa had remained silent. His lips twitched as a thought crossed his mind. Could Monkey really have gone to buy the drug? With his IQ, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Just then, a loud yelp shattered the morning calm. Jun Hao hurriedly opened his window and saw Monkey scrambling out of Lin Sasa's villa in a disheveled state. The sight left Jun Hao utterly dumbfounded. Could Monkey have actually been the one who drugged everyone? And did he seriously sneak into Lin Sasa's villa? Moments later, a message from Monkey popped up. Hauga, I failed. What happened? Jun Hao quickly asked. Monkey explained, yesterday, I followed your suggestion and went to see the dean. I ended up finding the old dean, Yang. Turns out, he carries something called soul-scattering powder with him. I suspect he's used it quite a few times. He chatted with me for a long time and, seeing my sincerity, taught me a few tricks. Last night, I really did drug all the villas except yours, Hauga. But when I entered Sasa's room and saw her stunningly beautiful face, I just couldn't go through with it. Hearing this, Jun Hao put away his demon suppression token. Wang Shui, curious, asked what was going on. So Jun Hao explained everything. It's time to pack up and head to Shangyang City, Wang Shui reminded him. The demon suppression tournament is about to begin. My dear Snow Empress, I'm looking forward to seeing you shine at the tournament. Jun Hao teased with a grin. Wang Shui rolled her eyes. Hauga, stop joking around. You've already proven your strength by defeating Shuizheng. Reaching Crank and becoming a demon suppression marquee is only a matter of time. Besides, once headquarters learns you possess the star armor, they might just grant you the title outright. Jun Hao smirked to himself. He was already a demon suppression marquee but had chosen not to mention it. 10 minutes later, the two of them had packed up and left Xiangnan Martial Arts University. Meanwhile, at the demon suppression division in Shangyang City, Han Yi was pressing her father, Han Jun, for information about another mysterious demon suppression marquee. Using the demon suppression token, Han Jun contacted the hidden figure and invited him to attend the tournament. Outside Shangnan City, Jun Hao, flying through the air, received Han Jun's message. The man had addressed him as little brother, which left Jun Hao feeling awkward. This was his future father-in-law, after all. But with Han Jun's insistence, Jun Hao reluctantly responded with a, brother Han, let's just hope mom and dad don't visit the demon suppression division. Jun Hao muttered to himself, wondering what kind of reaction Han Jun would have when they finally met face-to-face. In front of the Zenmosi headquarters in Shangyang City, Han Yi urgently questioned his father, Han Jun. Dad, besides Miss Wang Shui, who is the other Zhima marquis? It's my brother Hao, Han Jun replied calmly. Brother Hao? The term left everyone present momentarily stunned, but they all tactfully remained silent. It was clear that Han Jun already knew the other party's identity and was addressing him affectionately. At that moment, a car pulled up in front of the Zenmosi. Hao Yu and Junwei stepped out. Upon seeing the two figures, the expressions of everyone present grew solemn. Aunt! Han Xiaoxiao quickly hurried forward to greet them. Uncle! Hao Yu stood next to Junwei, who wore a stoic expression, while Hao Yu's gaze landed on Han Jun, who stood at the forefront. This was her first visit to the Zenmosi in Shangyang since the last incident. Once upon a time, this place was her home. Back then, as a berserk awakened individual, she was known as the Demoness. Minister Han, Hao Yu said softly. Your error. Han Jun hesitated. Her presence alone was already a rare occurrence. As for hearing the word father from her again, he knew it might never happen in his lifetime. Just then, two figures descended from the sky. Jun Hao, carrying Wang Shui in a flowing gown. Jun Hao wore a warm, sunny smile, while Wang Shui exuded a commanding presence. The crowd immediately erupted. It's Miss Wang Shui. That's Jun Hao, isn't it? The class talent with the star armor. They're such a perfect couple. Han Jun personally stepped forward to greet them. Miss Wang Shui, welcome to the Zenmosi in Xiangyang City. Minister Han, Jun Hao said, clasping his hands politely. As Han Jun used his Zhenma communicator to ask if Brother Hao had arrived, Jun Hao broke into a cold sweat, suddenly realizing that he was the Brother Hao Han Jun had been referring to. The misunderstanding left Han Jun's face flushed with embarrassment, eventually turning a deep shade of crimson. When the truth was revealed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who could have imagined that the 14th Zhenma Marquis of Xiangyang City was none other than Jun Hao? And even more shocking, had assumed the title well before the second spiritual energy resurgence. Wang Shui glanced at Jun Hao beside her, her lips slightly parted as she silently calculated. Class talent with the star armor, the fountain of life, and now the identity of a Zhenma Marquis. Just how many secrets is Hao hiding? Is there something on my face? Jun Hao teased with a playful smile. Ugh. Wang Shui huffed, feigning annoyance, but silently vowed to herself. I'll uncover every single one of Hao's secrets. Hao Yu's expression froze slightly. She hadn't misheard. Han Jun had indeed called Jun Hao little brother. Judging by Han Jun's demeanor, this wasn't a casual slip. She thought to herself, this kid dares to address Han Jun as his equal now? So what does that make me? His elder? I'll have to set him straight when we get home. Jun Wei stood nearby, one hand resting on the wolf-engraved belt at his waist, his expression calm and indifferent. Suddenly, something clicked in Hao Yu's mind, and she quickly asked, when did Hao become a Demon Warden Marquis? This boy never ceases to surprise me, Jun Wei replied evenly. I came here to retrieve the spatial divine blade, only to find that he's already been promoted to Demon Warden Marquis. It works out can take it with him. Brother Wei, back then, Hao Yu hesitated, her words trailing off. There's no need to dredge up the past, Jun Wei interrupted in a low voice, taking her hand in his. Who hasn't made mistakes? Besides, he's grown old now. Feeling the warmth of Jun Wei's palm, Hao Yu's eyes welled up with tears. Over the years, her resentment toward Han Jun had gradually faded, and she had come to terms with many things. Let's go inside, Jun Wei said softly. Hao Yu smiled, her face lighting up, and followed him in. Meanwhile, Jun Hao and Wang Shui had arrived at the highest floor of the Demon Warden Division headquarters in Xiangyang City. Thousands of Demon Warden members ranked E and above were gathered there, forming the city's strongest force. Han Jun spoke in a deep voice. Today's Demon Warden Assembly is to welcome Miss Wang Shui and Jun Hao as newly promoted Demon Warden Marquises. First, let's invite Miss Wang Shui to give a speech. He glanced at Jun Hao, his lips twitching slightly, while Jun Hao forced a smile to maintain composure. In moments like these, if you didn't feel awkward, the awkwardness naturally shifted to others. Minister Han, why don't we have Brother Hao speak with me? Wang Shui suggested tactfully, defusing the tension and passing the spotlight to Jun Hao. Swear, Jun Hao began. Brother Hao, I'm counting on you, Wang Shui said with a playful wink. Jun Hao sighed helplessly and made his way to the stage. The crowd instantly fell silent. Using his heightened sense of hearing, Jun Hao could clearly discern the thoughts running through their minds. How did Jun Hao rise so quickly? Didn't he just join the Demon Warden Division? Life really is unfair. What kind of ridiculous luck does this guy have? And then, from another corner, Miss Wang Shui, my goddess. Seeing the mix of begrudging smiles and concealed envy on their faces, Jun Hao's lips curved into a faint smile as he began his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, becoming a Demon Warden Marquis is an achievement I owe, first and foremost, to my parents. He turned to look at Hao Yu and Jun Wei. Upon hearing this, Hao Yu immediately straightened her posture. At her age, nothing brought more pride than her children's accomplishments. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for giving me such a brilliant mind and unparalleled talent. Combined with my relentless effort, I stand here today because of you. The crowd collectively grimaced. Is that supposed to be gratitude? Unparalleled talent. Seriously? Hao Yu, though muttering under her breath. This cheeky kid. What kind of thanks is that? Couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her face. Secondly, I must thank my swearer. Jun Hao gazed at Wang Shui with heartfelt affection. Thank you for choosing such an exceptional boyfriend. I promise to spend my life cherishing you and protecting you. A wave of groans swept through the audience. Another serving of PDA. Why don't I have a girlfriend like that? Finally, Jun Hao continued. In the end, talent is just a matter of luck. If you're unlucky, accept it. Of course, if you work twice as hard, you might achieve in a month what I can accomplish in a day. This remark drew exasperated looks from everyone present, including Han Jian and Hao Yu. Well, that's all I have to say, Jun Hao concluded, flipping his hair dramatically. Keep working hard, everyone. Even if you're not born into greatness, you can still persevere. Until the end of your days. With that, he stepped off the stage. The crowd, thousands strong, including Han Xiaoxiao, collectively seethed. He's too arrogant. I want to smack him with my shoe. I can't take it anymore. Swear, how did I do? Jun Hao asked Wang Shui with a smug grin as he rejoined her. Brother Hao. Wang Shui murmured, I swear, if anyone else said what you just did, they'd get beaten up the moment they stepped outside. She thought to herself, this version of Brother Hao is even more confident and mischievous than in my past life. He frustrates the crowd, yet they can't help but smile along. In the crowd, Lu Qing leaned toward Han Etienne and whispered, Deputy Minister, with this guy now a demon warden marquis, he might cause some trouble. He must die. Han Etienne replied coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Lu Qing fell silent. Jun Wei and Hao Yu were both present today, legendary figures in Huagua. Though both had been severely injured in the past, Lu Qing dared not underestimate them. What he didn't know was that Jun Wei had fully recovered and reached strength. If he had known, he wouldn't have dared entertain any reckless thoughts. A flicker of madness crossed Han Etienne's gaze. Minger, I will avenge you. The spatial divine blade belongs to the Han family, and I will reclaim it. As for Jun Hao, Jun Wei, and Hao Yu, they all must die. In the grand hall of the Demon Suppression Conference, Han Zhan's deep voice resonated. Everyone, aside from the joyous news of Wang Shui and Jun Hao being promoted to Demon Suppression Marquis, I have one more important matter to announce publicly. All the members of the Demon Suppression Division in the hall turned their attention toward him. Minister Han, please speak. We are all listening, one member said respectfully. The room quickly filled with voices of agreement. Yes, Minister Han, whatever instructions you have, just let us know. A faint smile appeared on Han Zhan's face. The Xiangyang City Demon Suppression Division had been his life's work, a place where he had poured all his efforts and dedication. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Today, I have decided to step down from the Xiangyang City Demon Suppression Division. The words hit like a thunderclap, plunging the entire hall into a stunned silence. As the only Demon Suppression King in Xiangyang City and the Solar Rank powerhouse, Han Zhan's decision was completely unexpected. After a brief pause, the hall erupted into chaos. Minister Han is stepping down? How is that possible? What will happen to Xiangyang City without Minister Han? Han Edi immediately rushed to her father's side. Dad, I don't agree with this. Meanwhile, a glimmer of calculation flashed in Han Yishan's eyes. He realized this was an opportunity among the 15 demon suppression marquises. A new minister would likely be chosen. If he could secure the position, dealing with Jun Hao would become much easier. Han Zhan's gaze shifted toward the corner of the hall, where Hao Yu and Jun Wei were seated. You err, he said, his voice trembling. I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I promise I will find the newly emerged S-rank gifted individual with the life-sacred spring and help you recover. It turned out that last night, he had learned from his old friend Xiao Tian that someone possessing an extraordinary life attribute talent had appeared in China, causing a world-shaking phenomenon. At that moment, Han Etienne urgently asked, Dad, have you decided who will take over the leadership of the Demon Suppression Division? The question immediately drew everyone's attention. They all understood that without Han Zhan, the Demon Suppression King, overseeing things, the situation could become complicated. Jun Hao quietly activated his heightened listening ability. Han Zhan's decision surprised him, but what shocked him even more was that Han Zhan intended to find him to heal Hao Yu. The hall quickly descended into chaos once more. Some proposed Lu Qing, others supported Han Etienne, and still others nominated Han Edi. As the situation spiraled out of control, Han Zhan's cold shout rang out, Enough! The entire hall fell silent once again. Han Zhan stood in the center of the Demon Suppression Division's main hall in Xiangyang City, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His voice was steady and authoritative. Before I leave the division, all matters have been arranged. The barrier against the beasts in Nanyang Village and Xiangyang River will remain under Etienne's watch. Everything else will remain unchanged. Han Edi will serve as acting director. Until a new Demon King emerges, the entire division will follow Edi's directives. No way. Lu Qing and Han Etienne stood up almost simultaneously. Lu Qing spoke urgently, Director, please reconsider. While Deputy Director Edi is capable, I don't believe he's the right fit for this position just yet. Father, Edi still needs more experience, Han Etienne added, echoing Lu Qing's sentiment. Han Zhan frowned slightly. Then, in your opinion, who is more qualified? Lu Xiangwen stepped forward. Director Han, my father Lu Qing and Deputy Director Han Etienne have scores closest to the Demon King standard. Both of them are strong candidates. Just as Han Zhan was about to respond, a low voice suddenly came from the shadows in the corner. Jun Wei stepped forward, emerging from the darkness, his presence instantly changing the atmosphere in the room. Jun Wei. Han Zhan exhaled deeply. Jun Wei fixed his gaze on Han Zhan. The aura of death around you is overwhelming. If my judgment is correct, you have less than a month left. Even I cannot restore your life force. His words caused a stir in the hall. How is that possible? Director Han looks perfectly fine. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Standing nearby, Jun Hao's expression grew grave. He could clearly see the deathly energy swirling around Hanjun. In his mind, Jun Hao began to contemplate, perhaps I can change this outcome. He attempted to draw the death energy away from Hanjun. It was difficult, but he found it feasible, suggesting he might be able to extend Hanjun's life. Father, is this true? Hanidi asked anxiously. Hanjun nodded bitterly, confirming the truth. After a brief silence, Hanjun turned to Jun Wei. If you're willing, Xiangyang City. I'm only here for the spatial divine blade. Jun Wei interrupted coldly. Once I take it, I will leave. The rest is none of my concern. The room buzzed with whispers and speculation. Some wondered what secrets lay hidden in the Xiangyang River, while others noted the unusual simultaneous activation of the East Sea Passage and the ancient Emperor's Tomb dungeon. Many began to speculate about Jun Wei's true identity, suspecting he might be someone who had been reborn. Spatial divine blade. The moment these three words were spoken, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone knew the origin of this artifact. It was brought back at great cost by Hao Yu and Jun Wei years ago. Both were gravely injured in the process, which is why the blade remained in the custody of the Zenmosi in Xiangyang. According to the rules, any Han family disciple who reached the rank of Jinimoho was eligible to attempt to fuse with it. Whoever succeeded could claim it as their own. However, over the years, from Han Xiaoxiao to Han Yidi, Han Yitian, and even Hanjun himself, none had succeeded. This won't do. Han Yitian was the first to speak, his expression grim. In his eyes, the spatial divine blade had long been considered Han family property. He had hoped that Han Ming, upon ascending to the rank of Jin Mo, would be able to fuse with the artifact. But to his dismay, Han Ming had died at the hands of Jun Hao. Now that Jun Wei wanted to take the artifact, how could he allow it? Han Jin hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. After all, the artifact had indeed been retrieved by Jun Wei and Hao Yu, so taking it away wasn't entirely unreasonable. Minister Han, the spatial divine blade was something Weiga and I risked our lives to obtain. Hao Yu stood up and declared, risked your lives? A flicker of resentment flashed in Han Yitian's eyes. Hao Yu, during that encounter with this glass beast, over 100 of our Zenmosi members perished. Does their sacrifice deserve to be overlooked? This artifact carries their contribution as well. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Qing interjected. Exactly. Even at their peak, Jun Wei and Hao Yu didn't have the authority to simply take it. Let alone now, when both are nothing but has-beens. Who are you calling a has-been? Hao Yu's anger surged, and a dangerous glint appeared in Jun Wei's eyes as well. Lu Qing, oblivious to the peril he was courting, continued to provoke its glass powerhouse. As the argument escalated, Jun Hao suddenly spoke up. Let me try. Hower. Jun Wei and Hao Yu both turned to look at him. Dad, trust me. Jun Hao replied with a confident smile. Han Yitian sneered. The spatial divine blade is no ordinary artifact. All 13 of our Jinimo Ho have attempted to fuse with it, and none have succeeded. Without its glass spatial talent, it's simply impossible. After some deliberation, Han Jun instructed Han Yidi to retrieve the spatial divine blade. Everyone present held their breath, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. All eyes were fixed on Jun Hao, each person silently calculating the potential ownership of the spatial divine blade. As a space-type divine artifact, the spatial divine blade required S-level spatial talent for fusion, while Jun Hao's talent lay in defensive abilities with his stellar armor. Many shook their heads inwardly, convinced that this artifact was destined to elude Jun Hao's grasp. Standing nearby, Jun Wei's eyes gleamed with a determined light. Meanwhile, members of the Lu family harbored even grander ambitions, already envisioning the artifact as their own. These thoughts, however, were clear as day to Jun Hao, yet he responded with nothing more than a calm, knowing smile. Minister Han, the Demon Suppression Division in Xiangyang City needs you. Jun Hao said sincerely, turning to Han Jun. A trace of weariness crossed Han Jun's face. My time is running out. With or without me, Xiangyang will be the same, he replied, his voice tinged with faint sadness. Having dedicated his entire life to the Demon Suppression Division, he now faced a bitter farewell, watching others scramble for the minister's position, including his own son. Few truly cared for him, and he was all too aware of it. Jun Hao sighed inwardly. People need to understand this simple truth. No place in this world will cease to function because of the absence of one person. But as a man, beyond work, one must never neglect their family. Otherwise, they are bound to end up as a failure. Just then, Han Yidi appeared before everyone, holding a jade box in his arms. He carefully placed the box on the platform, and immediately, a mysterious spatial ripple emanated from within. A spiritual artifact has been discovered. Kid, it's the spatial divine blade. Two voices simultaneously echoed in Jun Hao's mind, one belonging to Shao Qing, and the other from the system. Wang Shui, standing beside Jun Hao, also stared intently at the jade box. She vividly remembered that the spatial divine blade had once been the treasure of the spatial god emperor. More importantly, this very artifact had controlled Han Ming, who possessed an spatial talent, leading him to leave the safety zone, where he ultimately perished. Jun Hao, go for it, Junwei said calmly. A confident smile curved Jun Hao's lips. Don't worry, it's mine. Shaoqing, do you recognize this space divine blade too? Jun Hao asked eagerly. Shaoqing immediately explained, of course. This is the life-bound artifact of the space god emperor. Kid, if you confuse with this blade, you might just find the space god emperor's hidden realm. It's rumored to be a small world filled with countless treasures. The space god emperor's artifact? Jun Hao's eyes lit up as he quickly opened the interface on the jade box. Detailed information appeared on the panel. Item name, Space Divine Blade. Grade, SSS Class Artifact. Functions, 1. Divine Spirit Formation. Gathers spiritual energy. 2. Key to Minor Heaven Realm. Unlocks the Space God Emperor's inner realm. 3. Void Traversal. Enables travel through chaotic spatial currents. 4. Spatial Immunity. Grants immunity to spatial abilities. Full immunity to S-Class and below. 80 damage reduction for above S-Class. 5. Infinite Teleportation. Moves 50 kilometers per use, with distance increasing as the artifact levels up. 6. Space Divine Blade Attack. Unleashes a powerful original divine slash. A system prompt followed. Host, would you like to acquire the artifact? Acquire. Jun Hao responded without hesitation. In an instant, the jade box vanished, reappearing in Jun Hao's hand. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. Jun Hao opened the box and grasped the Space Divine Blade, which was no larger than a thumb. The artifact was exquisitely crafted, resembling a slender, razor-sharp scalpel. This can't be happening. Hanjin, Hao Yu, and Junwei were utterly dumbfounded. They vividly remembered the lengths they went to seal the blade in the jade box. It had been nearly impossible to contain. The blade would evade anyone who dared to approach it. Han Etien's face twisted with rage as he watched the artifact, meant for his son, fall effortlessly into Jun Hao's hands. His fury was palpable. The system chimed again. Host, would you like to fuse with the Space Divine Blade? Fuse. Jun Hao smirked. With the system's assistance, the Space Divine Blade merged seamlessly with him, offering no resistance. In the Divine Pet Space, Shaoqing was in awe. As one of the Space God Emperor's most powerful artifacts, the blade was said to be unyielding to anyone except the Emperor or his bloodline. Yet Jun Hao had effortlessly claimed it. What kind of monster is this kid? The star armor with S-Class talent, the life sacred spring, and now even the Space Divine Blade has recognized him. Shaoqing thought, overwhelmed by shock. While everyone was still reeling, Han Etien suddenly erupted in anger. This is impossible. He must have cheated. He killed Minger just to steal the Space Divine Blade. Han Etienne, Hanjin roared. Stand down immediately. From this day forward, the Demon Suppression Department of Xiangyang City will be overseen by ED as acting minister. Huh. Father, I've always known you favored the second son. Han Etienne laughed maniacally. All these years, my son and I worked ourselves to the bone just to earn your approval. But you still gave all the healing pills earned by our contributions to Hao Yu. You ungrateful child. Han Jun slapped Han Etienne so hard he was sent flying. Han Etienne's face contorted with hatred. Fine, then don't blame me for what happens next. Do you really think the beasts outside the defense zone of Xiangyang City and Nanyang Village are still quietly staying put? Huh. Xiangyang City, prepare to be destroyed. In the highest tier meeting room of Xiangyang's Demon Suppression Division, a shocking revelation struck like lightning among the gathered officials. Deputy Minister Han Etienne had recalled every single member from the defense zone, leaving it completely unguarded. The room fell into stunned silence. Jun Hao's eyes narrowed sharply, while Hao Yu and Jun Wei's gazes turned icy with an unmistakable edge. Just then, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the distance. Through the towering glass windows, they could see the Xiangyang River in the distance. A colossal, ancient flood dragon, stretching over 1,000 meters, was hurtling toward the city. Behind it, an overwhelming surge of ferocious energy followed. A horde of deadly creatures, including the class Ice Jiao and the infamous three-tailed celestial fox from Nanyang Village, were descending upon them. You fool! You've opened the defense zone. Han Jun roared, his fury palpable. Han Etienne turned to Hao Yu with a chilling smirk. Ha ha ha, Hao Yu. Do you even know why you were ambushed by an class beast all those years ago? It was the Ji family. They ordered me to lead you into that trap and paid me with an A-class spiritual artifact for my trouble. It was you and the Ji family. Jun Wei's eyes blazed with fury, while Hao Yu stared at Han Etienne in utter rage. Han Jun's face turned crimson with anger. She's your sister. How could you do this, you disgraceful son? Father, if you're looking for someone to blame, don't look at me, Han Etienne sneered, raising a golden orb in his hand. She and I are equally talented, yet you funneled all of the Demon Suppression Division's resources to her spirit stones, spirit springs, and elixirs. And what did she do? She gave them all to Junwei. Junwei, an outsider. He becomes the new Demon King. And you think there's still a chance for me to become the minister of Xiangyang's Demon Suppression Division? Seize him. Now. Han Jin barked, his voice thundering with authority. The golden orb in Han Yiqian's hand erupted with searing flames, catching everyone off guard and injuring those nearby. Seizing the opportunity, he bolted toward the elevator, only to find Junwei blocking his path. Junwei's fury boiled over. The revelation that Hao Yu's suffering was a direct result of Han Yiqian's betrayal was too much to bear. As the only direct descendant of the Jun family, he had always been the Ji family's true target. Hao Yu had merely been collateral damage. That fateful incident had nearly cost Hao Yu her life. Junwei, are you courting death? Han Yiqian sneered, his gaze gleaming with malice as he assessed Junwei's injured state. Tell Muho and the Ji family contacted you? Junwei demanded, his voice colder than ice. You don't deserve to know. Before Han Yiqian could finish, Junwei struck. Life drain. A powerful life force array enveloped Han Yiqian, and he felt his vitality being rapidly siphoned away. Within mere breaths, he collapsed to his knees, his once dark hair now stark white, his body frail and aged. You've reached glass? Han Yiqian stammered, terror flooding his pale face. The surrounding officials of the Demon Suppression Division were equally stunned. An's class life ability meant immortality, a feat almost unheard of. I'll ask you one last time. Who in the Ji family? Junwei's voice was devoid of emotion, his gaze piercing. No need to ask. It was Ji Bei, Jun Hao interjected calmly. Han Yiqian's head snapped toward Jun Hao in shock. How do you know? It had indeed been Ji Bei, who had personally approached him with promises of an A-class artifact in exchange for luring Junwei to Death Valley. I know not only about Ji Bei, but also that you met Lu Qing of the Lu family last night. Together, you disabled all the defense zone barriers, Jun Hao stated with chilling composure. Pathetic. First, you were a pawn for the Ji family. Now, you're being used by Lu Qing. You're nothing but a fool. Panic overwhelmed Han Yiqian. How could Jun Hao know about his secret meeting with Lu Qing? Even the deal with Ji Bei had been kept hidden for years. Han Yiqian, your crimes are unforgivable. Life extraction. Junwei's voice thundered as Han Yiqian's remaining vitality was mercilessly drained. Father, why let him die so easily? Jun Hao said, stepping forward. With a flick of his hand, he activated a life force array. Life array blessing. Under Jun Hao's spell, Han Yishin's vitality was instantly restored to its peak. Even Junwei, An's class life wielder, was momentarily stunned as his life extraction failed to keep up with Jun Hao's life blessing. Spatial blade. This strike is for my mother. Jun Hao's voice was filled with quiet fury. A piercing scream tore through the air, echoing into the night. The spatial divine blade sliced through the air with a chilling flash, severing Han Yiqian's arm with lightning precision. The joy of his recently regained peak state was short-lived, instantly replaced by the searing agony of this unexpected assault. Life extraction. Junwei struck again, and Han Yiqian let out a blood-curdling scream. The crowd around them stood frozen in shock, watching the father and son take turns unleashing their powers. The alternating use of life extraction and life blessing kept Han Yiqian oscillating between the brink of death and peak vitality. This extreme torment pushed him to the edge of insanity. Life blessing. Jun Hao murmured, his tone calm and deliberate. This strike is a gift from my dad. Each time his life force was extracted, Han Yiqian was consumed by excruciating pain that threatened to drive him mad. And each time Jun Hao applied life blessing, it was only to immediately sever another limb. Within moments, Han Yiqian's arms and legs had all been removed. Kill me. Please, just kill me. The relentless torture, though brief, completely broke the once mighty warrior. He begged for death, his spirit shattered. This strike is for the people of Xiangyang. Jun Hao's words were cut short as the spatial divine blade flashed once more. Han Yiqian's body collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief as life left him. Jun Hao and Junwei simultaneously dismissed their life force arrays, signaling the end of the punishment. Though they had the power to revive Han Yiqian, it was clear they saw no reason to do so. The hall fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone stared at the father and son duo, swallowing hard. These two were not merely masters of life, they were merciless harbingers of death. In that moment, a silent vow echoed in every heart. They could afford to offend anyone, but never this terrifying pair. Suddenly, distant roars pierced the silence. Beasts were approaching Xiangyang. Prepare for battle. Han Zhen commanded sharply. Thousands of members of the Demon Suppression Division sprang into action, taking up defensive positions. Amid the tension, Junwei's intense gaze fell upon Jun Hao. Jun Hao, what's with that look, Dad? You're scaring me. Jun Hao responded with a mischievous grin. The awakener of the sacred spring of life. It's you? Junwei's voice trembled. Yep, that's me, Jun Hao replied casually. Why didn't you tell me? You never asked. Jun Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Junwei was momentarily speechless. It was true he had thoroughly investigated every life-based student at Xiangnan Martial Arts University, yet it never occurred to him to suspect his own son. Could it be that Jun Hao awakened the sacred spring of life after he had left? With the starry armor combined with the sacred spring of life, Junwei couldn't help but marvel. What kind of monster had he raised? Dad, things are looking bad. Jun Hao's eyes were fixed on the scene outside Xiangyang City as he spoke in a low, steady voice. In the distance, an enormous class, a wild flood dragon loomed, coiled menacingly in place. Surrounding it were over a dozen Class B beasts, while countless Class C beasts swarmed the outskirts like an ominous tide. Worse still, deep within the Xiangyang River, there might be other Class A beasts lurking in silence. Move in and assist, Junwei ordered decisively. Wang Shui and Hao Yu stood beside Jun Hao and Junwei, and without hesitation, the four swiftly descended toward the battlefield. Inside Xiangyang City, panic had already gripped the civilians. Why are there so many beasts? Is that a dragon? Is Xiangyang doomed? The sight of the terrifying creatures rendered ordinary people helpless. Only those with awakened powers had the strength to stand against such a threat. At the city's defensive line, Han Zhan raised his voice, commanding with authority, Demon Suppression Division, form ranks. Over 1,000 members surged forward to form a defensive line. Leading the charge, Han Jin and a dozen Class B fighters broke through the front lines. However, 3 figures members of the Lu family remained rooted in place, unmoving. Dad, should we go too? Lu Xiangwen asked anxiously. The Lu family's trio Lu Qing, Lu Xiangwen, and Lu Lanqing were all Class B defensive specialists, known as Demon Suppression Lords. Lu Qing sneered. Go? Why should we? Han Yiqian made everything clear before his death. If we help the Demon Suppression Division now, do you think that old fool Han Zhun will spare us once he figures things out? Dad, are you saying? A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiangwen's eyes. Lu Qing's face darkened with malice. Well, take this chance to get the Lu family out of Xiangyang. With so many beasts, the Demon Suppression Division doesn't stand a chance. Well, align ourselves with the Ji family and report Han Zhan to headquarters for negligence, blaming him for letting the beasts invade Xiangyang. As the 3 turned to leave, Jun Hao and his group arrived on the scene. Drawing from Han Yishan's memories, Jun Hao already knew the truth. The Lu family's 3 Class B fighters had played a critical role in the beast's rapid breach of the city's defenses. Scum, Hao Yu spat in fury. Xiangyang is cursed to have the Lu family. Dad, hold the line. They'll be right back, Jun Hao said to Junwei with a sly, almost wicked smile. What are you planning? Junwei frowned. While he too despised the Lu family's betrayal, the immediate priority was dealing with the beast invasion. A gentleman holds no grudges because he doesn't let them last overnight, Jun Hao quipped, grinning. After ensuring that Wang Shui and the others were headed to reinforce the battlefront, Jun Hao activated his teleportation ability and began trailing the Lu family trio. Lu Xiao had attempted to kill him 3 times in the past, and now, the Lu family's betrayal had endangered countless lives. Their fate was sealed. In no time, Jun Hao arrived outside the Lu family villa. Inside, over 100 Lu family members had already gathered under Lu Qing's instructions. Dad, we're here, Lu Xiangwen said, his voice tinged with relief. Big brother, what if the Demon Suppression Division finds out we fled? Lu Lanqing muttered nervously. Worried about what? Lu Qing interrupted. There's still a half-step S-class subdragon lurking beneath the Xiangyang River. Without the Lu family's help, that lot just 1 Class A fighter and barely 10 Class B fighters has no chance of holding the line. A subdragon? Both Lu Xiangwen and Lu Lanqing's faces darkened. A subdragon's strength was comparable to an S-class fighter, a level of power that only a handful in Huagua could hope to contend with. Don't forget, Junwei is an S-class fighter, Lu Lanqing reminded cautiously. Huh, an S-class life specialist? He can't stop it either. Lu Qing scoffed, his expression smug. Outside the villa, Jun Hao's eyes burned with icy resolve. The Lu family must be eradicated. He knew time was of the essence, needed to eliminate the Lu family swiftly and return to aid his father and the others against the subdragon. With steely determination, Jun Hao prepared to act. Jun Hao activated his listening ability, effortlessly capturing the thoughts hidden in the hearts of the people inside. The actions of the Lu family stirred a chilling coldness within him. Dad, we need to leave with the Lu family members immediately. If the Demon Suppression Division fails to hold back the beasts, escaping Xiangyang City will be impossible, Lu Xiangwen urged, his voice filled with urgency. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Outside the villa, Jun Hao stood silently, a faint, mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Tonight, the ancient Thunder Jiao would deliver judgment for the Lu family's sins. System, transform into beast form. With a guttural growl, Jun Hao's body began to expand wildly. In mere moments, he transformed into a colossal ancient thunder jiao, stretching over 1,000 meters long. His body was encased in dark, glimmering scales, exuding an overwhelming and ferocious aura that reverberated across the area. Inside the villa, Lu Xiangwen and the others froze in terror, their legs giving way beneath them. Their villa, situated in the heart of Xiangyang City, was surrounded by Lu family territory for kilometers. How could such a massive ancient thunder jiao appear here? This is an ancient thunder jiao with dragon blood. Lu Lanqing stammered, his voice trembling. With a body this immense, its bloodline must be incredibly potent. Why would it appear in the city center? Before they could process the situation, Jun Hao's massive tail swept across the area. With a deafening crash, buildings crumbled into rubble, and countless Lu family disciples were obliterated on the spot. The system's notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for devouring a rank combatant. Evolution points earned, 30,000. Jun Hao's eyes burned with a destructive light. If he was going to act, he would ensure the Lu family was erased completely. Run. That beast is terrifying. Members of the Lu family screamed, scattering in panic. Dad Lu Xiangwen's legs buckled, his voice trembling. Despite Jun Hao's crank power, his combat strength was already at a brank level. Follow me. Well, hold him off. Steel body. Lu Qing roared as he charged forward, positioning himself in front of Jun Hao. Jun Hao paused, his massive form coiling as he gazed down at Lu Qing with disdain. A mere brank defensive awakener posed no threat to him. The three men stood side by side, their flying artifacts glowing as they prepared to fight Jun Hao together. Lu Qing, the ancient thunder jiao rumbled, its voice deep and resonant. Do you remember Lu Xiao? You killed Shower? Lu Qing's eyes glinted with a chilling light. He brought it upon himself. Jun Hao sneered, activating his lightning technique. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the air crackled with raw energy as lightning danced around him like a divine storm. With a deafening roar, a bolt of purple lightning as thick as an arm struck Lu Xiangwen. Despite activating his steel body ability, the lightning's armor-piercing effect shattered his defenses. The bolt pierced through him in an instant, snuffing out his life. Xiangwen. Lu Qing's voice cracked with anguish as he watched his son fall. Brother, what should we do? This ancient thunder jiao's power is nearing a rank. Lu Lanqing's face was pale, his voice trembling with regret. He cursed himself for leaving the demon suppression division. Wind blades, Jun Hao declared coldly, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades crackling with lightning. The devastating attack shredded everything within a 100-meter radius, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. The system's voice chimed again. Congratulations to the host for killing a brank combatant. Experience points earned, 1 billion. Launching run Lu Qing rasped, his voice hoarse with desperation. He dared not approach Jun Hao, knowing even his steel body would crumble in minutes against the beast's power. Brother, what about the Lu family? Lu Lanqing asked, his voice shaking. To hell with the Lu family. As long as we survive, we can rebuild. If we die here, the Lu family is finished for good. Now go. Lu Qing barked, his tone commanding and resolute. Big brother. Lu Lanqing's entire body trembled as he and Lu Qing swiftly retreated. At this moment, the safety of the Lu family was the last thing on their mind. Survival was all that mattered. Run? Lu Qing, do you really think you can escape? Jun Hao sneered, his expression twisted with malice as he pursued them relentlessly. Wherever he passed, the land within several kilometers was reduced to rubble. His intent was clear within the Lu family's territory. Lu Qing was as good as dead. Brother, save me. Lu Qing cried out in terror. Despite being defensive-type powerhouses, both Lu Lanqing and Lu Qing found themselves paralyzed by fear, unable to harness their strength. Jun Hao's dragon claws gleamed menacingly as he lunged forward, seizing Lu Qing with ease. Second brother. Lu Lanqing shouted in desperation, quickening his pace to flee. But in the next instant, Jun Hao tore him apart with brutal force. A cold, mechanical notification echoed in Jun Hao's mind. Congratulations, host, for killing a 2-star level powerhouse. You've gained 2 billion evolution points. His evolution points now totaled 8 billion out of the 20 billion needed for his next transformation. Lu Qing struggled frantically, sending out a desperate distress signal using his demon suppression card. An ancient thunder jiao has appeared in Xiangyang City, right in the Lu family villa district. Assistance urgently needed. But the group chat remained eerily silent. All members of the Demon Suppression Bureau were preoccupied with fighting off other beasts, unable to spare anyone to help. Jun Hao gazed coldly at Lu Qing. There are always people in this world who think too highly of themselves. Ignore them, and they only grow more arrogant. I only intended to deal with Lu Xiao, but your family insisted on pushing me to this point. As Jun Hao revealed his true form, Lu Qing finally recognized the seemingly unassuming but striking young man before him. When the spatial blade pierced through his body, Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, Jun Hao. Another system notification rang out. 2 billion evolution points gained. Outside Xiangyang City, Han Zhan stood locked in a standoff against a ferocious wild Jiao, accompanied by 6 other Blevel powerhouses. Behind the wild Jiao trailed dozens of Blevel beasts, creating a scene of overwhelming chaos and destruction. Amidst the carnage, a boy with blood-red eyes emerged. His head bore 2 horns, exuding an aura surpassing even a level Bangsa hybrid dragon's oppressive presence. Junwei, Hao Yu, and Wang Shui soon arrived at the battlefield. When Junwei activated his life formation, the combat strength of everyone within a kilometer surged dramatically. Such was the overwhelming potency of life-based support abilities. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Wang Shui's eyes, and her heart was filled with shock. That subdragon, according to her past life memories, was supposed to appear 3 years after Xiangyang City's destruction. By then, both she and Hauge would have already reached level strength or higher. But now, this half-steps class subdragon had shown up ahead of time. Get back, Junwei commanded coldly. A young man responded with an equally icy tone. The bloodline of the ancient emperor, we from the Eastern Sea only want what rightfully belongs to us from the ancient emperor's tomb. Weak life force. Junwei's eyes flashed with a chilling light as a formation instantly enveloped the young man. A powerful surge of vitality was forcibly drained from his body, driving him to retreat step by step. Class life attributes. The young man's gaze grew even colder. At that moment, a deep roar echoed through the air. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound and saw an ancient thunder WIRM, stretching over 1,000 meters long, tearing through the skies. It charged directly into the horde of beasts, its ferocious aura sweeping across the battlefield. An ancient thunder WIRM? Han gasped in shock. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly warned, wait, something's off everyone. Check the group chat. Lu Qing just sent a message saying an ancient thunder WIRM has attacked the Lu family. The group hastily opened the chat and discovered that Lu Qing's profile picture had turned black, signifying his death. The chat erupted in chaos. What happened to the Lu family? How did Lu Qing die? Was it the thunder WIRM that killed him? Why didn't he defend against the beasts and instead ran back to the Lu family? Young Master Jun Hao was right. The Lu family colluded with Han Etian to weaken the defense zones, letting the beasts invade Xiangyang City. Scum like him deserved to die. In the void, Han Xiaoxiao and the others seethed with anger, but also felt a growing sense of confusion. Why had the ancient thunder WIRM appeared in the Lu family's territory? How did it get there? At that moment, Jun Hao let out a furious roar, unleashing his bloodline suppression. A tremendous pressure bore down on the beast horde, forcing many Blevel and Clevel beasts to whimper in submission, some even prostrating on the ground. The dragon bloodline within Jun Hao had reached nearly 50, a terrifying force that even surpassed the bloodline of the subdragon. The wild thunder WIRM roared in defiance, but was pushed back 100 meters. Despite being a level, it couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear and awe in the face of Jun Hao's overwhelming dragon bloodline. The young man stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you?" But before he could finish, his face had already turned pale. As a subdragon himself, even his bloodline was no match for Jun Hao's. Brothers, it looks like I'm about to ascend to a true dragon. In the distance, a massive silhouette suddenly appeared on the horizon, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What kind of beast is that? How can it be so enormous? That's an ancient thunder jiao. It's even more terrifying than the 6-winged blood python. Legends say it wields the power of storms, controlling wind, lightning, and thunder like the thunder dragon. Wait, didn't Lu Qing just send a message about an ancient thunder jiao breaking into his villa district? Could it be that this very beast killed Lu Qing? The scene was in chaos, with murmurs and exclamations filling the air. Among the crowd, Wang Shui and Hao Yu wore particularly grim expressions. They knew Jun Hao had gone to confront Lu Qing earlier, and now that Lu Qing and his 3-class experts had fallen, Jun Hao's safety was a pressing concern. Brother Hao. Wang Shui turned to leave, visibly anxious, but a familiar laugh stopped her in her tracks. From the direction of Xiangyang City, Jun Hao appeared, striding forward with his trademark mischievous grin. Brother Hao. How? Wang Shui and the others let out sighs of relief upon seeing him unharmed. The ancient thunder jiao, though exuding an overwhelming aura and possessing bloodline power akin to a subdragon, seemed less fearsome now that Jun Hao had returned safely. Hovering in the sky, the ancient thunder jiao's eyes glinted with amusement. Unbeknownst to the others, this Jun Hao was merely a projection created by his class spiritual artifact, the phantom puppet. Though seemingly unimpressive, it could flawlessly mimic Jun Hao's presence, making it nearly impossible for anyone below class to distinguish it from the real thing. Even someone as sharp as Junwei would need to scrutinize closely to notice the ruse. Han Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, wondering why Jun Hao hadn't used his wind wings, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Just then, Monkey arrived on the scene, riding his E-class flying artifact. Ever since the Demon Suppression Assembly concluded, he had been actively assisting in the defense against the invading beasts. The Thunder Jiao let out a low growl, its immense pressure forcing the surrounding beasts to cower in submission. Not to be outdone, Jun Hao responded with a roar of his own. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and streaks of lightning crackled ominously, radiating a destructive energy that sent the beasts scurrying backward in fear. My king, who is this man? His bloodline power is astonishingly strong. The Thunder Jiao urgently asked the young man beside it. The youth's expression darkened. Their incursion into Xiangyang City had been to locate the Dragon Pearl within the ancient emperor's tomb. Awakening the Dragon Emperor would allow them to dominate the planet from the East Sea. Who are you? The youth demanded warily. Such a powerful Thunder Jiao bloodline was unheard of, even among the aquatic dragon clans of the East Sea. I am Ao Tianxiang, Crown Prince of the East Sea Subdragon Clan. The youth declared solemnly. Grandson, it's your grandpa. Kneel. Jun Hao burst into laughter, raising his hand to summon a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel, which came crashing down toward the youth. Enraged, the young man revealed his true form. 100-meter-long golden-scaled tail swept through the air as his transformation began. The lightning struck him directly, causing his body to tremble violently. Though unscathed, he appeared thoroughly disheveled. Finally, he fully reverted to his true form, a 1,000-meter-long golden divine dragon. Despite his immense dragon aura, he lacked both dragon claws and horns. Jun Hao opened his status panel, which revealed the youth's details. Ao Tianxiang, a subdragon with only 18 bloodline purity, possessing half-steps class strength and a combat power of 3 billion in par with a true class entity. Kid, need me to step in? A familiar voice echoed in Jun Hao's mind. Was Xiaoqing. How are you doing? Have you recovered? Jun Hao asked eagerly, anticipation flickering in his eyes. If the demon emperor of the monster clan were to emerge, it would surely be a sight to behold. Within the pet space, Xiaoqing slowly opened her icy blue eyes. I'm just about ready. Who are you? Ao Tianxiang's thunderous voice roared through the air. I'm your grandpa. Call me grandpa. Jun Hao replied with a playful smirk, showing no fear before the colossal beast. Enraged, Ao Tianxiang lunged toward Jun Hao, his massive 1,000-meter-long body crashing forward with unstoppable force. But just as destruction seemed inevitable, Jun Hao calmly uttered 2 words, teleportation. With a soft hum, Jun Hao's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing amidst a cluster of ferocious beasts. The sudden shift left the creatures momentarily stunned, their movements frozen in shock. Spatial manipulation. It's teleportation, Hanjin exclaimed in disbelief. For a creature like this ancient Thunder Jiao, with a body spanning over 1,000 meters, the sheer spatial power required to execute such a move is unimaginable. Jun Wei, ever analytical, added gravely, among the spatial manipulators in our Huagua, perhaps only the one at headquarters could achieve something like this. Wang Shui, however, offered a different perspective. Don't forget, a spatial artifact could also produce such effects. Her gaze lingered thoughtfully on Jun Hao. She knew he possessed a spatial artifact, but she was certain there was no connection between him and the ancient Thunder Jiao. Shuera has a point, Jun Hao interjected with a quick smile, masking the slight unease in his heart. As speculation swirled among the group, questions about the ancient Thunder Jiao's appearance grew. Not only did it wield an S-class spatial artifact, but its actions were baffling. It refrained from attacking the humans of Xiangyang City and instead turned its wrath upon the beasts of the Xiangyang River. Seeing an opportunity, Jun Hao proposed, if this ancient Thunder Jiao is willing to help, why not let it wreak havoc among the beast horde while we focus on containing the Golden Jiao Dragon and the Savage Jiao? The suggestion lit up the group's faces with newfound determination. Under Junwei's command, the Demon Suppression Division's elite quickly formed a life force array in a triangular formation. Meanwhile, Jun Hao, now channeling the form of the ancient Thunder Jiao, dove into the fray, unleashing devastation upon the beast horde. Each fallen creature brought a system notification, awarding him evolution points. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Han Jin and the others successfully occupied the Savage Jiao's attention, while Jun Wei's life force array entrapped the Golden Jiao Dragon, Ao Tianxiang. Amid the chaos, Jun Hao rampaged through the beast horde, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. In the end, Ao Tianxiang, the Golden Jiao Dragon, was forced to retreat, ordering the remaining beasts to flee. Watching the disorganized retreat of the enemy, the warriors of the Demon Suppression Division finally exhaled in relief. Without the timely intervention of this mysterious ancient Thunder Jiao, today's battle would have come at an unimaginable cost. Curse it! I, Dong Hai, will never give up, roared Jin Jiao Yalong, its powerful cry shattering Jun Wei's protective formation. At the same time, the wild desolation Jiao broke through the blockade, and the two formidable beasts swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Jun Hao observed their escape, but chose not to pursue. Instead, he slipped away, heading silently toward Nanyang village. Back on the battlefield, Han Jin issued a cold command: rebuild the defensive line. No beast shall be allowed near. Understood. Han Yi responded immediately. Han Jun turned to Jun Wei, gratitude evident in his gaze. Jun Wei, thank you for your assistance. Without you, Xiangyang City would have fallen today. I've retrieved what I came for, Jun Wei replied calmly. Now, I'll be leaving with you. As for Xiangyang City, you should report this to headquarters. The appearance of a Yalong on par with its class threat will definitely prompt them to send reinforcements. Han Jin nodded in agreement. While the A-class Wild Desolation Jiao could be managed, the Jin Jiao Yalong far exceeded the city's defensive capabilities. Without its class warrior, Xiangyang's fall was only a matter of time. Go on then, Junwei said coolly. Where's Hao? Wang Shui suddenly realized Jun Hao was missing. Everyone glanced around, only to find he had vanished without a trace. Outside Nanyang village, Jun Hao muttered to himself in frustration, damn it, this puppet's range is too unreliable, can go beyond 50 kilometers. The connection to his phantom spirit puppet had been severed, meaning his avatar had disappeared. Quickly, he sent a message to Wang Shui via his demon suppression card. Shui, I stepped out for a bit. Head back to Xiangyang City first. How? Where did you go? Hee, found a little spirit spring. Tons of spirit herbs here, I'm grabbing some to bring back. The subsequent scenes, including discussions in the Demon Suppression Bureau's group chat, Han Xiaoxiao speculations, the gathering at Junwei's home, and Jun Hao summoning Xiaoqing, are all retained but presented in a more concise and vivid manner. This rewrite preserves all key plot elements while enhancing narrative flow and imagery. Would you like me to continue with the following sections? By the stream near Nanyang village, Xiaoqing stood alone, gazing at her reflection in the water and muttering to herself, you are the great emperor of the demon clan. How can you let a mere human bully you like this? Bite him, bite his finger until it's injured. With that, she huffed indignantly and dove into the water. Xiaoqing, a familiar voice called out. Jun Hao had appeared by the stream at some point, watching Xiaoqing as she scrubbed herself in the water. A playful smirk spread across his face. Despicable human. Xiaoqing instinctively used her tail to cover herself, hissing angrily at Jun Hao on the bank. She splashed her claws in the water, sending droplets flying everywhere, her feisty yet adorable demeanor only making Jun Hao find her more endearing. Hurry up, I don't have all day, Jun Hao urged. If we take too long, Shui and Junwei will start to worry. Xiaoqing shot him a venomous glare and channeled her spiritual energy to instantly dry the water off her fur. Let's go, she declared, lifting her head haughtily, exuding the authority of an emperor. Unfortunately, her imposing demeanor had no effect on Jun Hao, who scooped her up into his arms without hesitation. Xiaoqing struggled fiercely for a moment, but ultimately could only glare at him in frustration. It seemed her proud imperial aura always failed when it came to him. Your fur feels much better now, Jun Hao remarked, gently stroking her fur. Sensing her body tense up, he refrained from lifting her tail this time and simply gave her a comforting pat. Xiaoqing quietly let out a sigh of relief. I can walk on my own, Xiaoqing said stubbornly. Heh, do you think just anyone gets the privilege of being carried in my arms? Jun Hao teased with a smug grin as he carried her toward the heart of Nanyang village. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. Unfurling his wind wings, Jun Hao flew directly into the cavern, quickly reaching a familiar underground river. By the riverbank, several pairs of fierce eyes immediately locked onto Jun Hao. Leading the group was a three-tailed celestial fox, flanked by a massive toad-like beast at the peak of crank. Three-tailed fox, it's been a while. Jun Hao greeted with a grin. Though the fox was a 7-star rank powerhouse, he no longer felt any fear. Greetings, ancestor. The three-tailed fox's icy blue eyes filled with reverence as she knelt before Xiaoqing. Did you see that, boy? I am Qingqiu, the fox ancestor of the Fox clan and the celestial emperor of the demon clan. Xiaoqing leapt from Jun Hao's arms, her voice ringing with pride. The surrounding beasts immediately prostrated themselves, paying homage to the demon clan's celestial emperor. By Jing, take me to the forbidden grounds, Qingqiu commanded with imperial authority. Yes, ancestor. The three-tailed fox replied hastily, not daring to meet Jun Hao's gaze. She turned and barked at the other beasts. Back to your stations. Soon, only Jun Hao, Qingqiu, and Bai Jing remained in the cavern. Ancestor, are we really bringing this human to the ancestral grounds? Bai Jing asked cautiously. Silence. Kinkious ice-blue eyes flashed with cold fury, and her anger was palpable. Bai Jing, trembling, immediately dropped to her knees in submission. Ancestor, please calm down. Bai Jing trembled all over, utterly baffled by why the ancestor would lose her temper over a mere human. After all, The ancestor had always harbored a deep hatred for humans ever since the previous emperor of Qingqiu had gone missing because of them. Jun Hao gently stroked the smooth fur of Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing. Oomph. Xiaoqing let out a cold snort, the anger in her eyes gradually fading. After a brief pause, she spoke in a low, commanding tone. Remember this within Qingqiu. His status is equal to mine. A flicker of something unidentifiable flashed in her gaze. In all of Qingqiu, there was only one other being who had ever held a status equal to the Qingqiu Great Emperor, the human Emperor Jun Shaoyao, brought back by the previous Qingqiu ruler. He was hailed as the first heavenly emperor of the human race. And now, Jun Hao would become the second. Understood. Bai Jing quickly responded. Let's go. To the Forbidden Land, Xiaoqing ordered coldly. Without hesitation, Bai Jing dove into the water. Spiritual energy formed a protective barrier around her, carving a passageway beneath the surface. Jun Hao, holding Xiaoqing in his arms, followed closely behind as the three ventured deeper into the dark river. Meanwhile, in the underground river beneath the Xiangyang River, a savage flood dragon lay prostrate on the ground. Its massive form had shrunk to just over 10 meters. As a grade beast, it could freely adjust its size, but its smallest form could never be less than this. My king! The flood dragon greeted respectfully. Useless fools! Ao Tianxiong roared, smashing a crystalline goblet against the ground. The shards scattered in every direction. Below him, the other beasts cowered in silence, not daring to make a sound. They had been so close to claiming Xiangyang City, only to be thwarted by an ancient thunder dragon. Its bloodline was so fearsome that even the flood dragons and Ao Tianxiong himself were helpless against its oppressive might, let alone the lesser beasts. My king, what is the origin of that ancient thunder dragon? The flood dragon asked cautiously. How would I know? The boy's crimson eyes gleamed with a chilling light. The thunder dragon's bloodline was so overwhelmingly powerful that if it advanced to grade A, even Hestending on the threshold of grades might struggle to contend with it. My king, what should we do next? A glint of blood-red light flickered in the boy's eyes. If there's no other way, we may have to seek help from the G-clan. When the ancient emperor's tomb opens, the human prodigies will undoubtedly enter. That will be our chance to infiltrate and seize the dragon pearl. Brilliant, my king. The flood dragon quickly flattered him. Humph. Now, get out of my sight. Yais. The underground river beneath the Xiangyang River returned to its eerie silence. At the same time, in the underground river beneath Nanyang village, the trio arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. A three-tailed celestial fox stood watch solemnly at the entrance. No one is to approach. Xiaoqing commanded. Understood. Bai Jing responded immediately. Jun Hao carried Xiaoqing into the cavern, arriving at the spot where they had met before. The ground was piled with mid-grade spirit stones, not as many as last time, but still a considerable amount. Good stuff. Jun Hao exclaimed, wasting no time in collecting every last spirit stone. Xiaoqing scoffed derisively. Boy, these spirit stones are nothing. To someone who had once been an emperor, even high-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones were hardly worth mentioning. Easy for you to say. A well-fed person can't understand the hunger of those without, Jun Hao replied with a grin. To him, these stones were invaluable resources for his evolution. Continue rewriting the subsequent content in the same manner, maintaining all plot elements. The ancient city of Qingqiu lay desolate and forlorn, its once majestic aura now replaced by silence. Jun Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nestled in his arms, Xiaoqing also fell into a heavy silence. This was once her home, but now, not a single soul remained. Golden bones lay scattered across the ground, divine bones emanating a unique and sacred aura. Jun Hao struggled to imagine the ferocity of the battle that had taken place here, one so devastating it brought down countless gods. Mother! Xiaoqing suddenly leapt from Jun Hao's embrace and dashed toward the central square of the city. There, two statues stood tall. On the left, a man wielding a golden sword, his gaze piercing the heavens. On the right, a fox with 9 tails unfurled, exuding an overwhelming sense of power, even in its sculpted form. As she gazed at the statues, Xiaoqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Her expression turned complicated as her gaze lingered on the statue of the man. Xiaoqing, Jun Hao called softly as he walked to her side. After I fell into slumber, what happened to Qingqiu? Even if the Dragon Emperor himself came, he couldn't have reduced my homeland to this. Where are my clan's disciples? Where is my mother? Xiaoqing choked on her words, her voice trembling. In this moment, she was no longer the exalted great emperor but a forsaken daughter, alone and adrift. The age of decline had come, and the gods had vanished. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the entire Fox clan had dwindled to just her and the three-tailed celestial fox. Were the rest of her kin, and her mother, still alive? And if so, where were they? Xiaoqing, I'll help you, Jun Hao said, pulling her into his arms. Ugh, ugh. Xiao Qing sobbed quietly against his chest. Let's go. One day, Qingqiu will regain its former glory. You are the hope of the Fox clan's revival. Perhaps your people are waiting for you somewhere out there, Jun Hao said firmly, attempting to comfort her. Really? Xiao Qing's ice blue eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Trust me, Jun Hao replied with confidence. Humph. You're just a detestable human. Xiao Qing turned her head away, her tone haughty yet tinged with shyness. At that moment, a system notification rang out, alerting Jun Hao to the presence of a spiritual artifact. He turned to look and saw a glowing panel appear on the golden sword held by the statue of the man. Heavenly Emperor Sword. Level: 9-fold Divine Artifact. Status: Sealed. Abilities: 1. Contains the Heavenly Emperor Technique, a method to purify ancient imperial bloodlines. 2. Key to the Ancient Emperor's Tomb. 3. A tool that defies the natural order. 4. Enhances comprehension of universal laws by 100-fold. System: Retrieve it. Jun Hao commanded without hesitation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Heavenly Emperor Sword. Would you like to fuse with it? Fuse it. As the Heavenly Emperor Sword merged into his body, Jun Hao's life dragon ring glowed with ancient patterns before quickly dimming again. I've struck gold, Jun Hao thought, elated. This was one of the most powerful divine artifacts in Huagua. Let's leave, Xiao Qing said softly, clearly unwilling to linger in the ruins of her past. Wait, since this is where you grew up, why not explore a bit more? Jun Hao suggested with a grin, thinking that the former lair of the Fox clan's emperor might still hold more treasures. An hour later, Jun Hao had to admit his disappointment. Aside from the Heavenly Emperor Sword, there was nothing else of value to be found. Let's go. Time to leave, Jun Hao said to Xiao Qing as they stood at the city gates. Xiao Qing shot Jun Hao a glare before shifting her gaze toward the statue in the center of the city. Her eyes fixed on the sculpture of the man, her brows furrowing slightly as if something felt off. Suddenly, realization dawned on her. Wait, where's his sword? The statue of Emperor Jun Tian should be holding a golden sword, shouldn't it? A sword? Are you sure? Jun Hao asked, looking puzzled. Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. Jun Hao chuckled and said, Xiao Qing, you must be mistaken. 10 minutes later, the two of them returned to the cave. Jun Hao gazed at the spirit spring before them and asked, Xiao Qing, can we take this spirit spring with us? Spirit springs of grade A or higher are connected to the ancestral veins. It's impossible to take them away, Xiao Qing replied firmly. Jun Hao sighed inwardly. Since he couldn't take it, he resolved to return here for cultivation in the future. As they exited the cave, Xiao Qing's expression grew serious. She turned to Bai Jing and said, for now, avoid any contact with the people of the East Sea. She had noticed traces of dragon claw marks lingering on the ancient city of Qingqiu. Evidently, during her period of dormancy, the dragon clan from the East Sea had made a move against Qingqiu. Though her strength hadn't fully recovered and she couldn't investigate the truth, she was determined to sever any ties between the Fox clan and the East Sea. Understood. Bai Jing replied respectfully. Jun Hao added with a smile, if anything comes up, just come find me in Xiangyang City. Thank you. Bai Jing bowed in gratitude. On their way back, Xiao Qing returned to the divine pet space, while Jun Hao spread his wind wings and flew directly to Xiangyang City. He had initially planned to wreak havoc on the Great River in Xiangyang, but realizing his current cultivation level was too low, he decided to wait until he reached grade A before dealing with the exotic beast there. Back home, Jun Hao, holding a handful of Longbian grass, ran into Shuer and the others Heiden. Wang Shue's cheeks instantly turned crimson as she caught sight of him. Feeling awkward, Jun Hao greeted them. Why are you all here? Uncle Wang, you're here too. He quickly stashed the Longbian grass away. Wang Shue, flustered and annoyed, stomped off, thinking to herself that Hauge didn't need to show off just because he'd found some Longbian grass. How you let out a cold snort before turning away, though a faint smile lingered in her eyes. She mused inwardly that her son was making good progress at this rate. She'd soon be holding a grandchild in her arms. She glanced at Jun Wei, amused at how even Longbian grass seemed to have lost its effect on him. Jun Hao coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Jun Wei, however, gave him a meaningful look and said, Kid, if you don't pace yourself when you're young, you'll regret it when you're older. Wang Ming muttered under his breath, easy for you to say. You guys are like well-fed men who can't understand the hunger of the starved. I'd love to be reckless, but where's my chance? Once inside, Jun Hao turned to Jun Wei and said, Dad, I can help Mom recover from her injuries. Jun Wei froze for a moment, his body trembling as excitement filled his eyes. Over the years, his injuries had healed thanks to the awakening of his ancient emperor bloodline. However, Hao Yu's injuries were far more severe, and lacking a life attribute, her recovery ability was much weaker. She had been forced to suppress her injuries all this time. By the way, here's some Longbian grass for you. Once Mom recovers, I'll take Shuer back to school for cultivation. Jun Hao handed the Longbian grass to his father. Jun Wei's eyes flickered with a trace of irritation. You little rascal. Do you think so little of your old man? Back in my day. He broke off with a snort, turning to head downstairs to make the necessary arrangements. While Hao Yu's recovery was imminent, Jun Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry as he looked at the dwindling supply of Longbian grass in his hand. The atmosphere in the villa's grand hall was heavy with tension. Jun Wei fixed his gaze on Jun Hao and Hao Yu, who were sitting cross-legged, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Kid, are you confident about this? He asked. Father, with your life formation assisting me, I am. Jun Hao replied calmly. Jun Wei nodded in agreement and immediately activated the life formation. In an instant, a glowing formation spread out from beneath his feet, enveloping the entire hall. Waves of vibrant life energy surrounded everyone present. Jun Hao marveled quietly, sensing that all his attributes had doubled in strength. This was the power of an S-class life elemental expert. What seemed like a simple boost in attributes could, in reality, elevate combat strength by several levels. Life's sacred spring, Jun Hao shouted, as an ancient, mystical spring materialized behind him. Countless life laws intertwined above it. Wang Shui watched in astonishment. This wasn't just an S-class life spring. It was an S-class life sacred spring, a true testament to unparalleled talent. At Jun Hao's command, the sacred spring's energy enveloped Hao Yu. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood she had suppressed for years, and although her aura weakened momentarily, her face lit up with relief. Under the influence of the life sacred spring, her internal injuries began to heal rapidly, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her. With a booming sound, Hao Yu's cultivation broke through from the peak of class to class and was still steadily rising. Jun Wei finally let out a sigh of relief, seeing that his wife's injuries were indeed beginning to recover. When the spell was complete, Jun Hao's face was pale, clearly drained from the effort. He declined his father's offer to stay the night, instead choosing to return to school with Wang Shui, joking that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Back at Xiangnan Martial Arts University, Jun Changxi inquired about the situation in Xiangyang City. As they were chatting, the demon sealing card lit up with a message: "Eat, was the monkey still on its way?" Through Lin Sasa's response, Jun Hao learned that her attitude toward the monkey had softened, and he immediately shared the good news with it. At that moment, a notification came through this class group chat. 3 days from now, an intercollegiate exchange event would be held at Xiangnan Martial Arts University. The top talents from all 4 major academies would attend, and S-class members were instructed to prepare accordingly. Xiao Tian, will the S-class participate in this exchange meeting? Li Yong asked directly. Xiao Tian replied via message, you don't need to worry about the regular exchange meeting, but when it comes to the S-class exchange, make sure to crush North China Martial Arts University. In the Academic Affairs Office, Xiao Tian reported to Ouyang Chengkuan, Dean Ouyang, the message has been sent. Good. Ouyang Chengkuan said coldly. Forget about the other schools, but North China Martial Arts University must be defeated. Whoever accomplishes this will win the hand of my granddaughter. Ouyang Miao Miao. Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned, and Dean Ma quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Let's offer a different reward. Hey, race an idea. Our Xiangnan Martial Arts University has an S-class artifact, the Dragon Halberd. That will be the prize. Additionally, whoever takes first place will also receive 3 years of cultivation time in an A-class Spirit Spring. Everyone's eyes lit up. An S-class artifact paired with extended cultivation time in an A-class Spirit Spring. This reward was undeniably tempting. The group secretly admired Dean Ma's tactful handling of the situation, which was clearly a step up from Ouyang Chengkun's matchmaking proposition. Just as Xiao Tian was about to officially announce the plan, he suddenly remembered something. Dean Ouyang, is the person headquarters sent to support Xiangyang City Vice Minister Xiaoling? Yes, Ouyang Chengkuan confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Xiao Tian was overjoyed and quickly excused himself. Meanwhile, at Jun Hao's villa, Haoga, I have a gift for you, Wang Shui said softly. Oh, what kind of gift? Jun Hao asked with a smile. Don't move, Haoga. Wang Shui steadied herself, sitting upright. Her face flushed red as a soft glow appeared in her hand, revealing a jade box. The moment the box materialized, a wave of dense spiritual energy filled the entire room. The system immediately alerted. Artifact detected. Jun Hao examined the jade box's interface. Item name, Sealed Spirit Box. Grade, 7-star B-class. Function, seals spiritual energy. Although this B-class artifact was primarily used to seal spiritual energy, whatever it contained had to be extraordinary. Schwerer, what's inside? Jun Hao asked curiously. Open it and see, Haoga. It's my gift to you, Wang Shui said with a dazzling smile as she opened the jade box. A low hum resonated through the room as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy burst forth. A 9-petal lotus flower emerged from the box, each petal radiating pure, concentrated spiritual energy. The system chimed. Spiritual medicine detected. Item type: spiritual medicine. Name: Tianshan Snow Lotus. Grade: S-Class Divine Medicine. Wang Shui was just about to rest when she noticed something unusual about Jun Hao's condition. Alarmed, she quickly adjusted her sleepwear and got up to safeguard him. She watched as the energy within Jun Hao surged uncontrollably, like countless serpents slithering under his skin. His eyes had turned completely blood red. A system notification echoed in the air. Host's berserk talent is awakening again. Jun Hao could feel the violent and chaotic power coursing through his body. A mysterious force was relentlessly reshaping his physique. Just then, a thunderous dragon roar erupted across the skies of Hua Nation, reverberating through the heavens. A colossal, blood-red divine dragon coiled in the sky, its overwhelming aura enveloping the entire nation. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately alerted the 5 ancient imperial families, the Demon Suppression Division, and the 4 martial arts universities. Numerous powerful figures ascended into the sky, their expressions grave as they observed the spectacle. This is the ancient divine dragon phenomenon, Xiao Tian said solemnly. Ouyang Chengkuan analyzed the celestial phenomenon, the sacred spring phenomenon, and now this divine dragon phenomenon. These 3 events likely signify S-level talents, or perhaps even S-level. Meanwhile, in Xiangyang City, Jun Wei stood by his window, gazing up at the sky with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Behind him, Hao Yu, dressed in her sleepwear with a faint blush on her face, whispered softly, Wei Gu. Only an S-level awakener could trigger such a terrifying phenomenon. The blood-red dragon in the sky began to shift, transforming into a half-dragon figure, a man whose body was covered in dark golden dragon scales. His imposing presence was palpable. An S-level talent, the Dragon Blood Warrior, Hao Yu exclaimed in shock. This was the most powerful form of the Berserk talent, a legend that could transform a person into a half-dragon being, rendering them invincible among peers of the same level. The news spread rapidly among the 5 ancient imperial families, each of them scrambling to locate the Dragon Blood Warrior. Compared to the celestial armor and the sacred life spring talents, the combat prowess of a Dragon Blood Warrior was unparalleled. Beneath the great Xiangyang River, Ao Tianxiong and the Wild Abyss Flood Dragon stared in awe at the sky's phenomenon. Ao Tianxiong immediately decided to return to the East Sea to report the matter, instructing the Wild Abyss Flood Dragon to avoid crossing the defensive lines of Hua Nation's powerful figures for the time being. Back at the villa of Xiangnan Martial Arts University, Jun Hao was enduring immense pain. Dark golden dragon scales began to emerge on his skin, and his hands transformed into dragon claws, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The system's voice chimed in. Congratulations to the host for awakening the S-level talent Dragon Blood Warrior. Dragon Blood lineage increased by 5. Congratulations, host. Dragon Blood lineage has reached 50. Jun Hao opened his eyes, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him. It was as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Wang Shui, standing nearby, witnessed the transformation and was utterly stunned. In the divine pet space, Shao Qing reflected on ancient legends. It was said that a human emperor once bore the Dragon Blood Warrior talent, a being so powerful that even the heavenly emperor of the demon race bowed before him. This emperor could tear apart a supreme divine beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. The emperor's lineage, it was rumored, originated from the ancestral dragon itself. Observing Jun Hao's awakening of the Dragon Blood Warrior talent, Shao Qing pondered silently. This boy's potential might surpass even that of Jun Tiandi. The mysterious phenomena in the void gradually subsided, but the 3 consecutive days of celestial anomalies caused an uproar across Huagua. Strangely, despite such astonishing occurrences, no one managed to locate any trace of an S-level talent awakening. Inside the administrative office of Xiangnan Martial Arts University, the atmosphere was tense. Dean, where exactly did the divine dragon phenomenon occur? Xiao Tian asked anxiously. Ouyang Chengkuan frowned deeply. Roughly within the Xiangnan region, but the precise location is hard to pinpoint. Dean Ma immediately chimed in. Xiao Tian, dispatch a search team at once. If we can recruit this individual into Xiangnan Martial Arts University, our school will surpass the other 3 major martial arts universities and claim the top spot. Understood. Xiao Tian responded promptly. This extraordinary phenomenon had not only shaken Xiangnan Martial Arts University but also alarmed the other 3 major martial arts universities, the Demon Suppression Bureau headquarters, and the 5 ancient imperial families. In Xiangyang City, inside the Junwei Villa, Brother Wei, who could this awakened individual possibly be? Hao Yu asked in astonishment. Junwei stood up. The phenomenon occurred in Xiangnan, so the awakened one is likely there not far from Xiangyang. You err. I must return to the Jun family immediately. All right. It was destined to be a sleepless night. By early the next morning, inside a villa at Xiangnan Martial Arts University, a system notification rang out. Congratulations to the host for 9 hours of cultivation, earning 9 billion evolution points. Jun Hao's evolution points had reached 270 billion out of 200 billion, triggering the system's notification that evolution was now available. Begin evolution? Jun Hao commanded decisively. The system asked, would you like to consume 200 billion evolution points to advance to 6-star sea level? Yes. As the evolution commenced, a surge of immense energy coursed through Jun Hao's body, reshaping his physique. Moments later, his cultivation level advanced from 5-star sea level to 6-star sea level. The system also rewarded him with the wood release technique and increased his dragon bloodline purity by 5, bringing it to 55. Jun Hao reviewed his personal stats. Name, Jun Hao. Status, human form beast form 5 hours remaining. Level, 6-star sea level. Talents, Sacred Spring of Life SS level, Dragon Blood Warrior SS level, Starry Armor SS level. Skills, Deathlock, Concealment, Teleportation, Infinite Health Bar, Armor Penetration, Water Release, Wind Thunderblade, Spatial Lock, etc. Evolution Points, 200 billion 500 billion. Bloodline Power, Dragon Bloodline 55 upgradable, Ancient Emperor Bloodline not activated. Spiritual Artifacts, Life Dragon Ring, Wind Wings, Phantom Puppet, Space Divine Blade, Heaven Emperor Sword, etc. Combat Power, 80 million. At that moment, the system notified Jun Hao that he had received the inheritance technique, Heaven Emperor Art. This was the legacy of the Jun family's first great emperor, capable of increasing cultivation speed by 1,000 times, with an additional 10-fold boost for those with the Jun family's awakened ancient emperor bloodline. Without hesitation, Jun Hao began cultivating the Heaven Emperor Art. As soon as the technique activated, the spiritual energy in the entire villa district surged wildly toward him. He felt as though he were standing atop the heavens, overlooking all beings, with the universe itself under his command. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral hall of the Jun family, a crack suddenly appeared on the sculpture of Jun Tian Emperor. 10 elders guarding the ancestral shrine opened their eyes simultaneously and instantly appeared before the sculpture. The 10 elders of the Jun family gathered solemnly in front of the ancient emperor's statue, their expressions heavy as they stared at the sudden cracks that had appeared on the divine effigy. This anomaly was unprecedented since the revival of spiritual energy. The ancient emperor's statue had never shown any signs of damage. I've already consulted the Lin family elder. Their ancient emperor statue remains intact, one elder said urgently. The statues of the Shao, Ji, and Li families, those of the 3 other ancient emperor clans, are also completely unharmed, another elder added. As the group puzzled over the situation, one elder suddenly voiced a thought. Could this have something to do with the prophecy of the 7 emperors? At these words, a sharp glint appeared in the eyes of the gathered elders. The Jun family had produced 7 great emperors throughout its history. Jun Tiandi was the 6th. The 7th emperor, who rose during the era of decline, had perished during that tumultuous time. However, he left behind a prophecy. The Jun family's emperors would one day return. They were, in truth, still alive. This matter must be kept strictly confidential, especially from the Ji family, the Grand Elder commanded gravely. The others bowed respectfully and quietly dispersed. Meanwhile, at the central villa district of Xiangnan Martial Arts University, Jun Changxi stepped out of her villa, her brows furrowed in frustration. During her training just moments ago, she had noticed that the villa's once abundant spiritual energy had inexplicably drained away. The concentration had plummeted to the level of an A-grade spiritual spring, far below the standard grade level expected for class villas. Messages flooded the class group chat. The spiritual energy in my villa is gone. Same here. Principal Xiaotian, this is urgent. With the exception of Jun Hao and Wang Shui, the other 10 members of this class had all surfaced to report the issue. Principal Xiaotian, however, was currently at the administrative office, catching up with a graceful and charming woman Xiaoling. The two were immersed in reminiscing about old times when a phone call from Ouying Chengkuan abruptly interrupted the moment. After hastily arranging to continue their reunion with Xiaoling later that evening at a hotel presidential suite, Xiaotian hurried to the villa district, where the class members had already gathered. Meanwhile, one of the students, nicknamed Monkey, seized the opportunity to invite Lin Sasa to watch The Legend of the Great Sage, a film about the rise of a monkey king, a choice that seemed to carry an ulterior motive on his part. This adaptation retains all the original plot elements while enhancing the narrative flow and creating a vivid, engaging atmosphere. Why are Jun Hao and Wang Shui still not out yet? Li Yong asked anxiously, standing outside the villa. The others also looked toward Jun Hao's villa with puzzled expressions, noticing that the concentration of spiritual energy around it was significantly higher than in other areas. Inside the villa, Jun Hao had just finished an hour of cultivation when a system notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing 1 hour of cultivation. Base evolution points earned, 1000 hour. enhanced by Kraid Spirit Springs 5000x multiplier and augmented by the Heavenly Emperor Techniques 1000x multiplier. Though the Grand Spirit Gathering Array had no effect, the host has still gained 5 billion evolution points. 5 billion? Jun Hao was utterly stunned. The power of the Heavenly Emperor Technique far surpassed the earth-shaking technique, let alone the laughable life-breathing art. While he was still basking in the shock and delight, a thought about the group chat flashed through his mind. He quickly opened the demon suppression card to check. Messages were flooding in. Brother Hao, my villa is out of spiritual energy. What's the situation on your end? Jun Changshi. Hey, nephew, is there still spiritual energy in your villa? Monkey. The entire group was abuzz with discussions about the sudden disappearance of spiritual energy. Jun Hao glanced around and noticed the dense spiritual energy around him had condensed into spiritual liquid, swirling in the air. Its concentration was even greater than that of an A-grade spirit spring. This Heavenly Emperor technique is incredible. At this rate, I could reach the peak of Kraid within a day, he thought to himself. Just then, Wang Shui stirred and woke up. Brother Hao, why is the spiritual energy here so dense? She exclaimed in astonishment, realizing her cultivation had advanced from 1-star Kraid to 3-star Kraid in such a short time. Jun Hao smiled and encouraged her to continue cultivating, thinking to himself, your lack of spiritual energy is none of my concern. Blame it on not having an ancestor like Jun Tiandi. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at Xiangnan Martial Arts University. Xiao Tian, Dean Ma, and Ouyang Chengkuan inspected all the villas, confirming there was no issue with the spirit springs. However, the spiritual energy had mysteriously been siphoned away by an unknown force. Ouyang Chengkuan sternly warned Xiao Tian that the issue must be resolved before the upcoming exchange conference. As time passed, Jun Hao continued cultivating. The system informed him that he had accumulated 250 billion evolution points, bringing his total to over 300 billion. After a few more hours, his evolution points surged past 700 billion. With this breakthrough, he advanced to 7-star Kraid. The system unlocked a new ability for him. Execution. This skill allowed him to instantly eliminate any target within 300 meters whose health was below 5, bypassing all defenses. Additionally, his Dragon Clan bloodline saw 5 enhancement. By nightfall, Jun Hao's overall combat strength had reached a staggering 1 billion, rivaling that of A-grade powerhouses. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was still tirelessly searching the villa district for clues about the vanishing spiritual energy. Frustrated, he regretfully informed Xia Ling that he might have to break their plans. Jun Hao opened his personal interface, and a stream of data immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Jun Hao. State, Human Beast Form 5 hours. Level, 7-star C class. Talents, Holy Spring of Life SS class. Dragonblood Warrior SS class. Armor of the Stars SS class. Skills, Deathlock, Stealth Teleportation, Infinite Health, Armor-Piercing Water Technique, Wind Thunderblade, Spacelock Slash, and more. Evolution Value, 30 billion, 100 billion. Bloodline Power, Dragon Clan Bloodline, 60 upgradable. Ancient Emperor Bloodline not activated. Spiritual Artifacts, Life Dragon Ring, Wings of Wind, Phantom Puppet, Space Divine Blade, Heavenly Emperor Sword, and more. Overall Combat Power, 100 million. This level of combat power, comparable to an A-class powerhouse, could only be described as terrifying. At that moment, Wang Shui woke up from her cultivation. Brother Hao, I feel like it'll break through to 4-star within 3 days, she exclaimed. Jun Hao silently pondered to himself. Shui's S-class talent is already top tier in Huagua, practically S-level, making her one of the few elites in the entire country. But compared to me, the gap is still immense. My future Empress wife is probably going to be left so far behind, she won't even see my shadow. Brother Hao, why does the spiritual energy in this villa feel so dense? Wang Shui asked curiously. Maybe we just got lucky, Jun Hao replied with a sly smile, intentionally withholding information about the Heavenly Emperor technique to avoid discouraging her. Before long, Wang Shui noticed something unusual. Brother Hao, the group chat says the spiritual energy in other villas has completely disappeared. Jun Hao feigned surprise. Could it be that the spiritual spring at Xiangnan Martial Arts University is malfunctioning? Should we report it to Dean Xiaotian? Do you not like the dense spiritual energy here? Jun Hao grinned mischievously. Wang Shui quickly caught on to what he meant. Such an excellent cultivation environment was definitely worth keeping to themselves. In the group chat, messages poured in. Jun Hao claimed in the chat that his villa had also lost its spiritual energy, with Wang Shui chiming in to back him up. The others began calling on Dean Xiaotian to address the issue. Meanwhile, Xiaotian was inspecting the C-class spiritual spring, noticing that only the springs within a 1-kilometer radius of the university's center were affected. He suspected it might have something to do with the ancient emperor's tomb. When Jun Hao stopped cultivating, the spiritual energy in various springs began to recover. Xiao Tian immediately notified everyone, and the S-class students expressed their eagerness to return for training. Jun Hao realized that as long as he refrained from cultivating, the surrounding spiritual springs wouldn't be affected. In the group chat, he and Wang Shui pretended that the spiritual energy at their villa had returned to normal. Inside the divine beast space, little Qing observed everything with a complex expression in its eyes. It's the heavenly emperor technique of the Jun family. This is the strongest cultivation method in Huagua, renowned for its domineering nature since ancient times. No one has ever been able to rival it. Xiao Qing lay alone on the ground, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she murmured softly, "Mother, where are you?" The events that transpired in the ancient city of Qingqiu all those years ago remained an enigma. The disappearance of the Qingqiu disciples was something she could never fully comprehend. Were they still alive? And if so, where had they gone? Most of all, where was her mother, the one she missed so deeply? A thought crossed Xiao Qing's mind. Perhaps uncovering the tomb of Emperor Jun could unravel these mysteries. That day at Xiangnan Martial Arts University, she had briefly sensed her mother's presence, only for it to fade and be replaced by the aura of Emperor Jun. This convinced her that his tomb might lie beneath the university grounds. "I need to recover quickly," she murmured to herself before drifting into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the outside world was abuzz with heated discussions. Ping! A notification sound came from Jun Hao's phone. It was a message from Monkey, sending him a link to a martial arts forum. Clicking on the link, Jun Hao was greeted by a trending topic. The 4 major martial arts universities exchange. Which school will be last this time? The comment section was in an uproar. Huh. Xiangnan Martial Arts University has come in last 9 times in a row. Do we even need to ask? Exactly. I'm from Huabei Martial Arts University, and I look down on Xiangnan. Don't get cocky. What's so great about Huabei anyway? Amid the flood of comments, Jun Hao noticed a familiar username, Hellfire. That was Monkey, without a doubt. Hellfire fired back confidently. What's wrong with Xiangnan Martial Arts University? We've got this class prodigy Ice Phoenix and Jun Hao. Who's afraid of who? The debate grew even more intense as the rivalry among the 4 major martial arts universities Huabei, Xiangnan, Dongping, and Xiaxia played out online. Despite Xiangnan's low ranking, its supporters refused to back down. As Jun Hao continued scrolling, he spotted another recognizable username, Pikachu. It was Schwer. He hadn't expected even the Empress to join the online war of words. Just then, a breaking news post sent shockwaves through the forum. Ji Mingzhong of Huabei Martial Arts University had awakened an S-class spatial talent and was officially granted the title of Demon Suppression King by the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division. The announcement caused an uproar in the comments. An S-class spatial talent? That's practically god-tier. Could the recent anomalies have been connected to this? Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of a high-end hotel, Xiao Tian and Xiaoling were discussing the series of anomalies that had recently occurred. These anomalies have nothing to do with Ji Mingzhong, Xiaoling said calmly. The true wielder has yet to reveal themselves. Xiao Tian pondered her words. Speaking of the star armor, do you think Jun Hao from Xiangnan Martial Arts University could be? The thought made him draw a sharp breath. If it were true, then Xiangnan's strength would be far from negligible. After all, not even Ji Mingzhong's S-class talent had caused such phenomena. Yet the star armor's anomalies had shaken the entire nation. Tian, what's wrong? Xiaoling asked anxiously when she noticed Xiao Tian's excitement. Linger, get dressed quickly. We're heading to Xiangnan Martial Arts University, Xiao Tian said excitedly. The awakener of the celestial armor is at our school. I'm certain of it. Hearing this, Xiaoling immediately stood up. This was groundbreaking news. The awakener of the celestial armor was the target the headquarters had been searching for all along. According to their promise, once found, the person would be directly granted the title of Demon King and receive the highest level of training. The two quickly got ready and set off. Before leaving, Xiao Tian sent a message to Ouyang, the senior dean. Dean Ouyang, the S-rank celestial armor has been found. At that moment, Ouyang Chengkuan was in his villa, preparing to revisit a classic masterpiece. The moment he received the message on his demon suppression card, he froze. The art film in his hands dropped to the floor with a thud. Heartbroken, he carefully picked it up and put it away before responding. Where? I'll head there myself. No, I'll bring Dean Ma and the other deans along. This individual must stay at Xiangnan Martial Arts University at all costs. The news spread quickly among the higher-ups. In Xiangyang City, Junwei, upon hearing the news, immediately decided to head to Xiangnan Martial Arts University as well. This was the most powerful talent in Huagua, far surpassing even the Ji family's strength talent. He declined Hao Yu's request to accompany him, instructing her to remain in Xiangyang City and await the arrival of headquarters personnel. Xiangnan Martial Arts University erupted with excitement. Aside from the late Ji Tianqing, all 9 deans and the 2 senior deans assembled. Xiao Tian, accompanied by Xiaoling, headed straight for Jun Hao's villa. After Xiaoling agreed not to report to headquarters for the time being, The group of 11 arrived at the villa's entrance. Meanwhile, Jun Hao was leisurely browsing forums, completely unaware that his S-rank talent had already been exposed. The doorbell rang, and Schwer moved to answer it, but Jun Hao got there first. The moment the door opened, Jun Hao froze. Xiao Tian stood outside with a group of deans, each one staring at him with intense, burning eyes. Kid, aren't you going to invite us in? Xiao Tian asked with a sly smile. Jun Hao grew wary, wondering if this group had noticed the unusual spiritual energy around the villa. Once everyone was seated, Xiao Tian got straight to the point. Your celestial armor isn't just S-rank, is it? It's S-rank, isn't it? Is that all? Jun Hao let out a sigh of relief and chuckled lightly. But inwardly, he thought to himself, if they found out about my life, spring, and dragon blood warrior abilities, these old deans might just faint on the spot. Xiao Tian exhaled slowly, a deep breath of relief escaping him as he carefully observed Jun Hao. The satisfaction in his eyes grew more evident with each passing moment. Beside him, Wang Shui stared at Jun Hao in shock, her voice trembling as she murmured in disbelief. S-level talent? Hauga isn't just S-level, but S-level? Noticing their reactions, Jun Hao spoke softly, Deans, if there's nothing else. His meaning was clear: time to disperse. After all, wouldn't a little alone time be far better than lingering with this crowd of ultimers? Stepping forward, Xiaoling addressed him solemnly, Jun Hao, on behalf of the headquarters, I formally invite you to join us. As the possessor of the S-level talent, Stellar Armor, the headquarters will undoubtedly bestow upon you the title of Demon King. What do you say? Linger. Xiao Tian's expression darkened instantly. Wang Shui took a deep breath, her thoughts racing. This level of recognition was far beyond what she had ever received. She couldn't help but wonder what decision Hauga would make. I'll go to the headquarters eventually, but not right now, Jun Hao answered calmly. The Demon Suppression Division's headquarters was the gathering place for Wagwo's elite. Even A-level powerhouses could barely stand out there, and S-level warriors were abundant. Though Jun Hao's current combat power rivaled that of an average A-level warrior, he knew he was far from being a true force in that realm. He understood deeply that talent alone was just potential. True greatness required time to mature. Good lad. Xiao Tian and the others broke into wide grins, clearly delighted. They had been considering ways to persuade Jun Hao to stay, only for him to turn down the headquarters invitation on his own. Xia Ling, however, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a decisive refusal. Wang Shui quickly stepped forward to clarify, Teacher, Hauga will go to the headquarters with me in the future. You and him? Xia Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Hauga is my boyfriend, Wang Shui admitted, her face flushed red. So, you returned from headquarters because of him? Xia Ling finally understood. An S-level talent, the #1 prodigy of Wagwono wonder, even she had been willing to come back. A young man this extraordinary was truly one of a kind in the entire country. In that case, I respect your decision. They'll report this matter to the headquarters, but it won't be made public, Xia Ling assured Jun Hao. Thank you, Jun Hao replied, his expression remaining calm. By the way, Xia Ling added, once I've submitted the report, your title of Demon King should be officially granted soon. Jun Hao showed little interest in the title, but Xiao Tian and the others couldn't hide their envy. A teenager holding the title of Demon King, this was unprecedented in Huagua. His future was bound to be extraordinary, perhaps even rising to the rank of Demon Emperor someday. Ouyang Chengkuan spoke up, his tone commanding, everyone, you may leave now. Remember, Jun Hao's S-level talent is not to be disclosed to anyone. As the deans departed, they couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Jun Hao, their expressions a mix of admiration and awe. Continuation of the story will follow the same style, keeping the narrative engaging, concise, and true to the original plot while enhancing the natural flow of the language. All morning, Jun Hao had been deeply immersed in his training. As the afternoon sun bathed the courtyard, he decided it was time to report to the Defense Division. As the newly appointed Dean of the Defense Division, this was a necessary formality. The moment he stepped through the gates of the Defense Division, Jun Hao was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The entire division had gathered, with Ouyang Miao Miao and Ouyang Pippi standing at the forefront, followed by a crowd of Defense Division disciples. Every pair of eyes was fixed on him with fervent admiration, their gazes brimming with excitement and awe. It's Jun Hao, my idol. He's the first rank talent in the history of our Defense Division. I can't believe he's actually our dean now. This is like a dream come true. The atmosphere was electric. Many of the female disciples were practically glowing with enthusiasm. If not for Ouyang Miao Miao and others maintaining order, the scene might have spiraled into chaos. At that moment, Jun Hao had already ascended to a godlike status in the hearts of everyone in the Defense Division. Ouyang Miao Miao, with Ouyang Pippi still munching on a pork knuckle, stepped forward and greeted him. Welcome, Dean. Hello, Vice Dean Miao Miao, Jun Hao replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. This grand reception is too much. I really don't deserve it. Ouyang Miao Miao smiled and explained, Dean Jun Hao, the arrangement was my special design. Look closely, our division's garden is arranged in a human-shaped formation. From the outside, it feels as if everyone is saying, welcome, Dean. As you walk through, it was only then that Jun Hao noticed the intricate layout of the garden. He couldn't help but silently praise Miao Miao's creativity. At the same time, he realized the immense respect and admiration he commanded within the defense division. Though he had not yet reached the pinnacle of a rank or rank in strength, his reputation was already unshakable. Under Ouyang Miao Miao's lead, the crowd collectively shouted, welcome, Dean. Meanwhile, Ouyang Pippi remained entirely focused on his pork knuckle, as if food was the sole purpose of existence. Afterward, Ouyang Miao Miao guided Jun Hao on a tour of his office and briefed him on the arrangements for the new villa district. Through their conversation, Jun Hao gained insight into the current state of the defense division. Despite being the second largest division in terms of numbers, second only to the warrior division, it had only a few dozen rank warriors, far fewer than the other divisions, which boasted over 100 each. As for rank warriors, Ouyang Miao Miao was the only one. When night fell, Ouyang Miao Miao escorted Jun Hao to the Dean's Villa district. Upon entering his villa, Jun Hao immediately noticed a branch spiritual spring, which offered an astonishing 10,000-fold boost to cultivation. However, just as he was marveling at the setup, a commotion erupted outside the villa. It turned out to be Fu Yuan, the vice dean of the life division, accompanied by Ouyang Chengkuan. Fu Yuan, Jun Hao is already the dean of the defense division. Your life division should stop dreaming, Ouyang Chengkuan declared smugly. Clearly, Fu Yuan had come to persuade Jun Hao to also take up the position of dean for the life division, even after learning of his appointment in the defense division. Become the dean of the life department? Impossible, Fu Yuan declared firmly. After finally helping Ouyang Miao Miao and Jun Hao grow closer, he would never allow anything from the life department to distract Jun Hao. Old Dean, if you don't let Jun Hao come to the life department as our dean, I will. Fu Yuan's face flushed red with frustration, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Ouyang Chengkuan looked at him indifferently. You will what? Faced with the most authoritative figure at Xiangnan Martial Arts University, Fu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. His neck turned an alarming shade of red as he struggled for a response. Humph. Ouyang Chengkuan snorted coldly. My Miao Miao's happiness depends on this. She's already in her 30s. If she doesn't find someone soon, it'll be too late. A woman's youth doesn't last forever, you know? We can't afford to waste any more time. I'll take the entire life department to Huabei Martial Arts University. Fu Yuan finally blurted out. This declaration left Jun Hao utterly stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Even Ouyang Chengkuan was taken aback. Was Fu Yuan actually threatening to defect? If that really happened, how could Xiangnan Martial Arts University maintain its reputation? Old Dean, as long as you agree to let Jun Hao come to the life department as our dean, I'll pursue Dean Miao Miao. Fu Yuan gritted his teeth as he made the bold promise. Oh. The old dean's eyes lit up. Not bad, kid. You've got guts. Normally, he would have immediately agreed to such a proposal. But now that Miao Miao seemed to be getting closer to Jun Hao, a new thought crossed his mind. If Jun Hao himself took an interest in her, wouldn't that be even better? Here's the deal, Ouyang Chengkuan said after a moment's thought. I'll talk to Jun Hao. If he agrees, he can become the dean of the life department. As for you, remember what you just said. But don't rush into pursuing her. You can be her backup plan for now. Backup plan? Fu Yuan's neck turned redder than ever. Him? A backup for the famously tough and formidable Iron Maiden Ouyang Miao Miao? Compared to the gentle women in the life department, the difference was like night and day. But for the future of the life department, old Dean, as long as Jun Hao comes, I'll agree to anything. Jun Hao, who had been silently observing the chaos, cleared his throat softly. Ouyang Miao Miao wished the ground would swallow her whole. Was her grandfather really this desperate to see her married? Jun Hao. Fu Yuan finally noticed that Jun Hao was present. Jun Hao responded with a faint smile, while Ouyang Miao Miao stood behind him, her head lowered, her face burning with embarrassment. Would you like me to continue rewriting the rest of the story? Just as Jun Hao and Fu Yuan were deep in conversation, a group from the Space Department appeared before them. Leading the group was none other than Dean Li Yuqing of the Space Department, followed closely by two associate deans. It was evident from their expressions that they had overheard everything Fu Yuan had said earlier. Is there something I can help you with? Jun Hao asked calmly, his gaze steady as he looked at the three of them. As a fellow dean, he held no fear of the Space Department's reputation. If they failed to act appropriately, he wouldn't hesitate to ensure they followed in Han Ming's footsteps. Li Yuqing's face darkened. If not for Jun Hao, the Space Department wouldn't have fallen to the point where they didn't even have a single class student. Behind him, Associate Dean Xiao Weiming sneered and said mockingly, Jun Hao, not just anyone is fit to be a dean. When the exchange conference comes around, with your level of ability, why don't you just make the other three martial arts universities laugh at us? Jun Hao silently pulled up Xiao Weiming's data panel. Name, Xiao Weiming. Level, 7-star class. Overall combat power, 80 million. A mere 80 million combat power was hardly worth mentioning to Jun Hao, whose power had already surpassed 100 million. What's more, he was currently only at 7-star class. If he advanced to class, his strength would be even more overwhelming. What did you just say? Jun Hao took a deliberate step forward, exaggeratingly leaning in to bring his ear closer to the three, his tone dripping with provocation. This scene quickly attracted the attention of many onlookers from the Dean's Villa district. Xiangnan Martial Arts University had a total of 12 deans, with countless associate deans. The crowd buzzed with chatter, marveling at how Jun Hao, despite his young age, had become a dual department dean and possessed an S-tier talent. Seeing Jun Hao's blatant provocation, Li Yuqing and the other two looked visibly furious. What had originally been intended as a few mocking remarks had escalated, with Jun Hao not only unbothered but actively challenging them. Kid, how about we settle this in the simulation arena? Xiao Weiming said coldly. Simulation arena? You're giving yourself too much credit. Jun Hao replied with a devilish smirk. To deal with you, 10 breaths are more than enough. This audacious statement caused an uproar among the onlookers. Many thought Jun Hao was far too arrogant after all. Xiao Weiming was a peak class powerhouse with an overall combat power nearing 100 million. Just as Xiao Weiming was about to retort, Jun Hao suddenly appeared right in front of him. The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of Jun Hao's apparent mastery of spatial teleportation, speculating whether he had awakened a third elemental ability. Spatial lock. Jun Hao commanded coldly. In an instant, the three from the space department were suppressed, reduced to feeling as powerless as ordinary people. When Xiao Weiming attempted to use teleportation, he found himself completely immobilized. The surrounding space had become unnaturally heavy and rigid, rendering him utterly incapable of manipulating it. Xiao Weiming stood frozen, unable to react as Jun Hao's fist came hurtling toward his face like a wrecking ball. Underestimating me? Jun Hao sneered, his voice dripping with menace. Today, I'll show everyone what happens when you cross me. Even the dean of Xiangnan Martial Arts University will have to steer clear of me from now on. Panicking, Xiao Weiming let out a desperate shout. Spatial overlap. Blade of space. But to his horror, the skills he prided himself on failed to manifest before Jun Hao. Bam! A crushing blow landed squarely on his nose, and before he could recover, Jun Hao grabbed him by the collar and delivered another punch, this time smashing into his eye. Within seconds, his right eye swelled to the size of a panda's. The surrounding deans looked on in stunned disbelief. What's going on with Xiao Weiming? Where are his spatial skills? Why isn't he using them? Xiao Weiming's heart sank, filled with frustration and humiliation, wanted to use his abilities, but somehow, they just wouldn't activate. Meanwhile, the two vice deans, Lu Yuqing and Li Yuqing, turned pale. They realized with growing dread that it wasn't just Xiao Weiming. They, too, had lost control over their spatial powers at that moment. You think you're so high and mighty? Jun Hao snarled, pinning Xiao Weiming to the ground. I said I'd finish you in 10 breaths. That was giving you too much credit. 1 breath is all I need to end you. With that, his fists rained down like a relentless storm. Not the face. Xiao Weiming wailed pitifully as several of his front teeth were knocked out, leaving his speech slurred and whistling through the gaps. Seeing this, Lu Yuqing and Li Yuqing rushed forward to intervene, only for Jun Hao to teleport behind them in an instant. A swift kick sent them sprawling to the ground. Li Yuqing's face slammed hard into the floor, and before he could even process why his spatial abilities had deserted him, Jun Hao yanked him up by the hair and began another brutal round of punches. The entire villa district echoed with the anguished cries of the 3 spatial deans. The other deans watched in shock as the newly appointed Jun Hao single-handedly pummeled Xiangnan Martial Arts University's most powerful department heads into a battered, bruised mess. Many quietly pulled out their phones, recording the spectacle and sharing the footage in group chats and forums. Please, no more. The 3 finally surrendered, their swollen faces unrecognizable, their fear of Jun Hao now deeply ingrained. In their eyes, he was a demon incarnate, someone they would avoid at all costs in the future. Jun Hao stood up, towering over the defeated trio. 10 breaths right on the mark, he said coolly. Inwardly, he mused that if he had unleashed his spatial divine blade, these 3 subclass spatial ability users would already be dead. But since they were deans and bore no real intent to kill him, he had held back. Dean Jun Hao. The 3 stammered, struggling to their feet in their tattered state. Attention! Jun Hao barked sharply. The trio exchanged uneasy glances, but straightened up immediately when they saw the dangerous glint in his eyes. Regret gnawed at them. Had they known Jun Hao was this terrifying, they'd never have dared to provoke him. Hand it over, Jun Hao commanded flatly. What? Their faces turned ashen, horrified at the implication. Everything you're carrying, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, spirit stones. Hand it all over. Don't make me take it by force, or I can't promise I'll be gentle. Xiao Weiming, trembling but defiant, forced himself to protest. Dean Jun Hao, this is too much. The university forbids private fights and theft. You've already broken 2 major rules. Oh, still talking back? Jun Hao's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Who saw me fighting? Anyone here willing to testify? And besides, you're deans, not students. Which rule says I can't take from a dean? The other deans averted their eyes, pretending not to see or hear anything. They weren't about to get involved. Jun Hao's mysterious powers and his S-class talent were more than enough to make them wary. If he ever reached S-class, they'd need to rely on him, not oppose him. Who in their right mind would risk siding with the spatial deans now? The 3 deans of the space department stared at Jun Hao with uncertainty, their eyes filled with hesitation. They glanced at the other deans around them, fully aware that no one would dare testify on their behalf in this situation. Even if they brought this matter to Dean Ouyang, it was unlikely to end in their favor. As for seizing resources, although Xiangnan Martial Arts University had rules prohibiting senior students from taking resources from junior students, no such protection existed for the deans. After all, these deans were no ordinary people. Each was a pinnacle level or a level powerhouse. Who would dare take anything from them? Hand it over. Li Yuqing demanded in a low, commanding voice. Lu Yuqing had only one thought left in his mind. Leave this place immediately and avoid Jun Hao at all costs in the future. Xiao Weiming trembled as he reluctantly produced a space ring. Dean Jun Hao, this is my space ring. Inside, there's... For a spatial ability user, creating a storage space was a simple task. A spiritual artifact detected. The system's prompt chimed in at just the right time. Inventory check. Jun Hao ordered eagerly. The system promptly provided a detailed list. 107 high-grade spirit stones, each capable of granting 1 billion evolution points, hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, and various spiritual medicines and artifacts, including 1 A-grade spiritual artifact, 3 grade spiritual artifacts, and over a dozen grade spiritual artifacts. Jun Hao's gaze grew more intense. These deans, who had held their positions for many years, each owned luxurious level spiritual spring villas and had amassed truly astonishing resources. Is there more? Jun Hao asked casually. No, that's all. Xiao Weiming stammered, keeping his head low. Jun Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he activated his listening ability. He overheard Xiao Weiming's inner thoughts. There's no way he'll find the stash hidden in my spatial underwear. Spatial underwear? Jun Hao's gaze turned meaningful as he glanced at Xiao Weiming's lower body. Without this extraordinary listening ability, who would have guessed he had created a storage space in his underwear? Should I pull it out for you? Jun Hao asked coldly. Xiao Weiming's face turned pale. That was his last reserve of wealth. Under Jun Hao's piercing stare, he flushed with embarrassment, turned around, and removed his outer pants and the specially crafted spatial underwear, his dignity utterly shattered. The other 2 vice deans, witnessing this, dared not conceal anything any longer. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, mocking Xiao Weiming's cunning and his mortifying predicament. Initially, the system refused to inventory the items from the underwear until Xiao Weiming removed them himself. A large number of high-grade spirit stones, rare spiritual medicines, and precious minerals. The final count revealed over 300 high-grade spirit stones and several level and A-level spiritual medicines. Jun Hao unceremoniously pocketed the items, planning to exchange them for evolution points later. Watching half a lifetime's worth of savings being taken away, Xiao Weiming's eyes grew misty. The other 2 deans also obediently handed over all their possessions. After the system's inventory, Jun Hao had amassed over 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with numerous spiritual medicines and mid-grade spirit stones, enough to evolve him to level. Before leaving, Jun Hao feigned politeness, saying he would look out for them in the future, and even ordered the 3 deans to stand at attention and march in unison. Unable to endure the humiliation, the 3 quickly teleported away. Jun Hao watched them disappear into the distance, a satisfied smile on his face. He glanced at the other department deans, who had been watching the spectacle, and thought to himself that they were all fat sheep waiting to be sheared, but he would wait until he reached level before dealing with them. With that, Jun Hao also teleported away. The Dean's Villa district was in an uproar. Everyone had just witnessed a shocking scene. The 3 deans of the space department were utterly humiliated in front of Jun Hao. Gasps of disbelief and murmurs rippled through the crowd. That's terrifying. Those were the deans of the space department. From now on, I bet anyone from the space department will steer clear of Jun Hao. Jun Hao is like a demon. You'd better not cross him. That look in his eyes, just know it sent chills down my spine. Meanwhile, in Ouyang Chengkun's courtyard, Xiao Weiming and his 2 colleagues were tearfully recounting their ordeal. Their faces were bruised and swollen, a pitiful sight. Dean Ouyang, you have to stand up for us. Xiao Weiming sobbed. Jun Hao not only beat us up, but also took everything we had. Ouyang Chengkun blinked in surprise before pulling out his phone to check the Xiangnan Martial Arts University forum. A post immediately caught his eye. Shocking. 3 deans beaten to the ground, complete with a video of the incident. This you? Ouyang Chunkuan asked, glancing at the video where Jun Hao had easily overpowered the 3 of them. The trio exchanged embarrassed glances, mumbling in acknowledgement. Technically, no school rules had been broken. It wasn't even a fight, just a one-sided beating. Moments later, they huddled together, sobbing uncontrollably. Ouyang Chengkun's thoughts raced. This kid, he's just been appointed as the new dean of both the defense and life departments, and he's already taken on the 3 deans from the space department? And what's more, he seemed to use teleportation when he left. Could he have awakened spatial abilities as well? Life, defense, and now space. The Jun family truly produces monsters. Elsewhere, Jun Hao was on his way back to his villa when his demon suppression card buzzed with a notification. A message from Monkey popped up, linking to a post that had already hit the top spot on the Xiangnan Martial Arts University forum and ranked 3rd on the National Martial Arts Forum. The forums were buzzing with comments. Jun Hao is insane. Even the 3 space department deans couldn't beat him. I heard he's our new defense department dean. Well done. The entire life department congratulates our new dean. Friends and acquaintances flooded him with messages of curiosity and admiration. Jun Hao replied briefly before putting away the demon suppression card. Deep in thought, he mused. The benefits I got from those 3 deans were substantial. If I were to take on the other deans as well, but no, that's far too reckless. The space department dean struck first, but if I act without restraint, Ouyang Chengkuan and the others surely won't let it slide. Come on, pack your things. I'm taking you to a new place to live. Jun Hao said with a cheerful smile as he looked at Wang Shui. Watching her playful demeanor, he thought to himself, this little troublemaker is getting bolder by the day. Once we move, I'll have to teach her a lesson. Jun Hao, where are we going? Wang Shui asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. We're heading to the Dean's Villa district. I've been appointed as the Dean of the Defense Department, and the Life Department has also invited me to take on their Dean position. The paperwork will be finalized tomorrow, Jun Hao explained with a grin. Dual Department Dean? Wang Shui's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at him. Becoming a dual department dean at such a young age was unprecedented in the history of Xiangnan Martial Arts University. Her gaze was filled with pride. In her previous life, Jun Hao had reached the pinnacle of success, but not without enduring countless hardships. In this life, not only had he awakened dual S-grade talents, but he was also advancing rapidly, achieving milestones no one else had. The news spread like wildfire across Xiangnan Martial Arts University. Jun Hao's appointment to 3 dean positions caused an uproar, solidifying his unshakable status within the school. In the academic affairs department, Ouyang Chengkuan quickly turned off the collector's edition CD playing on his desk when he saw Junwei walk in. Still watching those? Junwei remarked with a faint tone of disapproval. Hee, come on, Wei. You know reviewing the classics helps you learn new things? Ouyang replied with an awkward laugh. TCH, at your age, aren't you afraid of overdoing it? How could I overdo it if I don't even start? Wei, you're the real legend here. Taming someone as fierce as your wife. The berserker queenery unmatched in all of Xiangnan Martial Arts University. Junwei snorted dismissively, then shifted the topic. Tell me, who has the S-grade talent in Xiangnan Martial Arts University? It's Jun Hao, of course. Ouyang replied in surprise. You didn't know? He's your son, isn't he? Hearing the confirmation, Junwei's lips curled into a smile. So Jun Hao's S-grade talent, the sacred spring of life, had finally been exposed. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. This revelation would ensure the headquarters took him seriously. However, when Junwei learned that Jun Hao would also be serving as the Defense Department Dean, he frowned slightly. Could it be related to his S-grade talent, the star armor? The next morning, Jun Hao woke up but didn't immediately begin cultivating the Celestial Emperor technique. Instead, he opened the system interface in his villa. System. Devour all the spiritual stones. A notification sound echoed in his mind. Detected 3,788 high-grade spiritual stones and 11 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Devouring them will yield a total of 4,888 billion evolution points. Jun Hao's face lit up with satisfaction. These evolution points were enough to push his progress to grade. He opened the evolution point panel, which now displayed 5,200 billion, 1,000 billion. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.